The blazing sun hung high, and the Bulake farm on the border of the Lualuan kingdom was like a red-hot cauldron. The wheat fields shimmered in the heat waves as if the earth itself was panting. The cicadas' chirping grew incessant, drilling into the skull. 17-year-old Rane Bulake was bending over carrying a bundle of freshly cut wheat. The coarse linen shirt on his shoulders was soaked through with sweat, clinging wet and heavy to his back. He tossed the bundle onto a half-finished haystack, the movement crisp and efficient. He had been doing this work for nearly 10 years. His muscles remembered every rhythm of exertion. His knuckles were hard and calloused, his palms covered in thick blisters. His feet trod on the scorching mud, and the front of his leather boots had split, revealing a corner of his big toe. He wiped the sweat from his face and looked up at the sky. The sun was directly overhead, poisonous. The sound of horse hooves came from afar. At first it was just a faint tremor, as if coming from beneath the earth. Rane didn't pay it much mind, thinking it was just an old farmer from the neighboring village passing by. But the sound grew closer, faster, and the rhythm was off. Not the slow pace of a cargo cart, but the gallop of a charge. He straightened up, squinting towards the farm entrance. 3 horses burst in, raising a cloud of dust. The riders wore old leather armor with swords and whips at their waists. The leader he recognized, Ja Irwin, the head tax collector of the town. The man had a scar on his left cheek, said to be from a drunkard's bite, and he walked with a limp, but his leg didn't limp when he hit people. Assemble! Everyone, stand in front of the barn! Ja Irwin jumped off his horse, his voice like a broken gong. Several farmers who were turning the wheat were stunned, looking at each other. Someone muttered, "Today isn't tax day." Before the words faded, a tax collector drew his whip and cracked it on the ground, sending up a foot of dust. "No more nonsense. Go stand where you're told." The farmers hurriedly dropped their tools and gathered in front of the barn. Rane stood still, not moving. He saw his mother run out of the kitchen door, still clutching a dishcloth. She shook her head at him, her lips moving, meaning "Don't start trouble." But he didn't listen. He skirted around the haystack and walked towards the crowd. Ja Irwin stood on a stone roller, looking down at the crowd. His gaze paused on Rane's face for a moment, his lips twitching, as if smiling but not quite. "Poor harvest. Humph, the royal court doesn't care about that. The higher-ups said the border needs troops, so taxes must be raised by 30%. The crowd erupted in 30%. We don't even have enough seeds. Our children are crying from hunger. Where can we find extra grain? A tax collector suddenly drew his whip and struck an old man on the back. The old man grunted and fell to his knees. "Any more noise and you'll get the whip." Rane's mother stepped forward, her voice not loud but clear. "Sir, we truly have no grain left. Last month we sold 2 pigs to pay last year's tax, the cow died of illness, and the grain store is empty now." Ja Irwin looked down at her, his gaze lazy like a chicken blocking the road. "Oh, empty." He jumped off the stone roller, walked to the barn door and kicked it open. Inside, indeed, there were only a few saddlebags of beans and a half-basket of moldy oat. He turned back with a cold smile. "Then we'll take people instead. Men will be conscripted to build the city wall, women sent to the laundry, children to the church. All in service to the kingdom." The mother tried to speak again, but a tax collector suddenly pushed her. She stumbled her back, hitting the stone steps, her head knocking with a dull thud. Rane charged forward. A hand shot out, blocking his chest. It was a young tax collector full of brutal flesh, grinning. "Kid, try moving." Rane stood still, but his fists slowly clenched. Knuckles, white nails digging into his palms. He stared at the tax collector, who had pushed his mother, his throat bobbing, jaw clenched tight. Ja Irwin clapped his hands as if brushing off dust. 3 days. Within 3 days, make up the 30% new grain or the farm will be seized and the people take. I mean what I say. He mounted his horse, cracked his whip, and led the way. The other tax collectors followed their horses, trampling the vegetable patch, crushing the young radish. Rane crouched down to help his mother. "It's nothing, just a bump." She tried to stand, but blood seeped from her sleeve, cutting across her wrist, bright in the sunlight. He gently supported her arm and helped her steady. She shook her head, indicating she could walk. He accompanied her slowly towards the door, his steps heavy as lead. Back in the field, he hoisted another bundle of wheat. The action was the same, but the force didn't flow as smoothly as before. His shoulders ached, his chest was tight, and his mind kept replaying the scene of his mother falling, Ja Irwin's sneering face on the roller, the sound of the whip on the old man. He threw the bundle onto the stack, a dull thud. In the distance, his father stood at the barn door, holding a wooden pitchfork, his knuckles white from tension. He didn't move, nor did he call out. He just stared in the direction the tax collectors had gone, like a rooted stone. Rane glanced at his father. He looked down at his own hands. These hands had carried 10 years of wheat bundles, dug 3 years of cellars, and sharpened countless sickles. They could work, climb trees, mend fences, but they couldn't stop a whip, couldn't protect a woman. He continued to carry the wheat. 1 trip, 2 trips, 3 trips. Sweat ran down his brow, into his eyes, stinging. He wiped his hand, the palm full of salt and dust. The sun was still scorching, the wind carried a burnt smell. The cicadas were still chirping, but he couldn't hear them. Only his heart beat heavier each time. He knew something had changed. Not the weather, not the harvest, not the tax. It was a feeling in his bones like a rusted sword that had been still now struck hard, beginning to loosen. He didn't want to endure it, but he couldn't move. The law said that tax resistors would have their left arm cut off. What he said didn't matter, what he did didn't matter. What mattered was that they had horses, whip swords, and a royal tax decree. And he had only a crumbling farm, an injured mother, and a father standing at the barn door holding a pitchfork. He carried the last bundle of wheat onto the stack and stood in the middle of the field looking at the empty wheat field. The wind blew, raising a layer of dust. He didn't dodge. The sand hit his face, stinging. He stood still. In the distance, his father was still standing there, his shadow stretched long by the sun like a pitchfork stuck in the ground. Rane turned and walked to the water bucket. He scooped up a ladle of water and poured it over his head. The cold water ran down his neck into his clothes, making him shiver. He scooped another ladle, took a sip, swallowed, his stomach cold and tight. Then he put down the ladle and walked back to the wheat field. There was still work to do. The wheat wouldn't thresh itself, the land wouldn't grow food by itself, and life wouldn't stop because of a humiliation. He bent down and picked up the next bundle of wheat. His movements were mechanical, his steps heavy. But his eyes were no longer fixed on the ground. He looked at the sky, the road, the distant mountain ridges, the direction the tax collectors had gone. He remembered the color of that horse, the scar on Ja Irwin's left cheek, and that the tax collector had used his left hand when he pushed. These details he had never cared about before. Now he began to care. The sun had shifted westward, shadows growing longer. His mother came out of the house carrying a bowl of thin porridge, placing it on the stone table. She didn't call him, just stood at the door, quietly watching him go back and forth in the field. He saw her, but didn't stop. Not until the last bundle was in place did he walk over, sit down, and pick up the spoon. The porridge was very thin with few grains. He ate it spoonful by spoonful, neither fast nor slow. His mother sat on a small stool beside him, mending the tear in his sleeve. The needle and thread passed through the coarse cloth, making a faint scratch sound. Neither spoke. The wind blew through the yard, rustling the clothes on the line and her hair. A strand of silver hair glinted in the sunlight. Rane lowered his head to drink the porridge. He knew that tomorrow the sun would rise again. The wheat would still need to be dried, the land tended, and the tax collectors might come again. But he also knew that some things had taken root in his heart. Not hatred, not impulse. Something heavier pressing on his chest, making it hard to breathe. He finished the last bite, put down the bowl. He stood up and walked to the tool shed. He picked up a sickle and began to sharpen it. The whetstone and iron blade met, making a shoo-shoo sound. He sharpened slowly, carefully. The blade gradually became sharp, reflecting his blurred face. No scar on his right brow. But that face was no longer the face of the boy who only worked with his head down 2 hours ago. He stopped sharpening and looked up towards the barn. His father was still there. They exchanged a glance across the distance. Neither spoke. But both understood. The storm hasn't come yet, but it's already on its way. The light of the setting sun slanted through the cracks of the barn door, dyeing the last bundle of wheat that Rane had just set down a dull yellow. He stood still, his shoulders still aching from a day of carrying. The kitchen fire crackled. Mother called out for dinner. He replied, coming, and turned to walk into the house, his foot crushing a piece of dried cow dung with a crunch. Just as he stepped over the threshold, the sound of horse hooves rose again from the yard. Not just one horse, but several, kicking up dust from the dirt road. Rane paused, turned his head to look back. The troop arrived even faster than last time, the dust they kicked up like a yellow dragon rushing straight for the farm gate. The tax collectors were back. This time there were not just 5 but 7 or 8 riders lined up in a row with tin lanterns hanging in front of their horses, dazzlingly bright. Ja Irwin sat on the black horse in the middle, holding not a whip but a short iron-head club, heavy enough to break bones when swung. Open the door. His voice boomed like thunder. By order we search for hidden grain. Resistance will be treated as treason. Rane's mother was just walking out with a bowl. Hearing the shout, her hand trembled, and the earthenware bowl fell to the ground, breaking into 3 pieces. Rice soup spilled all over the ground, a few grains stuck to her skirt. She didn't wipe them. They said 3 days. Only 3 days. She rushed forward 2 steps, her voice trembling. We haven't gathered enough yet, how can? Before she finished, a tax collector dismounted and kicked her to the ground. She rolled half a turn, hit a woodpile, and the back of her head struck a wooden stake. She let out a muffled groan and then stopped moving. Mother. Rane rushed over, knelt on one knee, and lifted her up. Her eyes were closed, blood seeped from her forehead, a deeper wound than yesterday's. He looked up, staring at the tax collector. The man grinned, revealing black teeth. What are you looking at? Your father resisted taxes, your mother blocked the way, the whole family is criminals. Ja Irwin dismounted, his boots crunching on the broken bowl pieces. He walked to the barn, raised his hand, and pointed open the door, inspect the grain. No one moved. From behind the barn door came the sound of a wooden pitchfork dragging on the ground. Laen's father came out. He wore a faded coarse-cloth shirt sleeves, rolled up to the elbows, revealing 2 sturdy forearms. He leaned on the pitchfork, the tines facing the ground, and wiped his face with the other hand as if pulled out of a dream. I said, he said, his voice low but clear, the granary won't be opened unless I'm lying down. Jair when laughed, then today you will lie down. He waved his hand and 3 tax collectors rushed forward, all carrying clubs. Father didn't retreat. He swung the pitchfork horizontally, bang, hitting one in the knee. The man screamed and fell. The second one rushed in, but Father jammed the pitchfork handle under his chin, flipping him over. The third circled around, but Father spun the tines pointing at the man's throat, freezing him in place. Stay back, he roared. One more step and I can't guarantee this fork won't draw blood. The crowd was silent for 2 seconds. Jair when's face. He slowly walked forward, the iron-head club spinning in his hand. Then, suddenly, he swung hard from the side, striking the back of Father's head. Thud! A dull sound like a melon falling into a well. Father's body stiffened, the pitchfork flew out of his hand, hit the wall, and shook off a layer of dust. He swayed twice, then his knees gave way, and he dropped to the ground, his head hanging like a broken scale weight. Dad! Laen shouted, trying to rush over. 2 tax collectors immediately pounced on him, one hugging his waist, the other locking his arms, pinning him down. He struggled fiercely, his shoulder hitting one's ribs, but their strength was like iron clamps. Let me go. My dad is bleeding. Father lay on the ground, the back of his head split open, blood flowing down his temple, staining the dirt, a small patch of dark. His lips moved as if trying to say something, but no sound came out. Jair when crouched down used the club to lift his chin, looked and sneered, playing dead. One blow from my club can knock out an ox and you still want to breathe. He stood up, clapped his hands, take him away. Bring him to the town jail, well see after the— You can't do this. Laen roared. He's like this and you still want to arrest him. Resisting taxes is resisting the law. Jair when patted his face like petting a dog. You're a tough kid, but your mind isn't clear. Remember, it's not us who are cruel, it's the rules that are cruel. 2 tax collectors lifted Father by the arms, dragging him toward the cart. He was limp like a bag of wet flour, his head swinging back and forth, blood dripping onto the dirt road drop by drop. Mother woke up then. She staggered to her feet, saw her husband being dragged away, and suddenly let out a scream. Don't take him. Please. If he dies, I don't want to live either. She rushed over, grabbing one of Father's feet, holding on desperately. Her fingernails dug into the mud, her knuckles turning white. A tax collector kicked her, hitting her in the stomach. She groaned, curled up, but still didn't let go. Damn, so annoying. Another tax collector cursed, bent down to pry her fingers one by one. She cried out, reaching out, only grabbing a handful of dust. Father was thrown onto the cart like a sack of rags. The cart door slammed shut with a bang, the lock fell. The sound of hooves rose again, the troop turned and before leaving, Jair when looked back at Laen and smiled a smile like a knife scraping across iron. 3 stones 2 dough must be paid within 3 days. If not, your father's life will be buried in the wild graveyard east of town. The cart faded into the distance, the yellow smoke dispersed. Laen broke free and rushed to his mother's side. She lay on the ground, curled up, tears mixed with blood and mud covering half her face. He helped her up, leaning her against the woodpile. It's okay, Mom. She didn't speak, just trembled like a sheep without clothes in winter. He looked up at the sky. The sun was already westward, the light no longer harsh but still dizzy. Cicadas still chirped irritatingly loud. In the distant field, several crows landed on the stubble, tilting their heads to look at him, their black eyes gleaming eerily. He helped his mother inside, used a wet cloth to wipe the blood and dust from her face. She closed her eyes, letting him work like an empty shell. After wiping, he settled her on a bench, covered her with an old coat. Rest a while, I'll go check what Dad left behind. He walked into the inner room. The wooden bed where Father usually slept was still there, the straw mat wrinkled, a whetstone lying under the pillow. He lifted the pillow and under the stone was a torn piece of cloth. He pulled it out. A dirty cloth bundle tied with hemp rope. He opened it. Inside was a palm-sized notebook, the cover thick, cardboard edges worn fuzzy, the original color indistinguishable. He turned to the first page. The handwriting was scribbled, as if written in a hurry. This year taxes rose again. The royal court said it's for building the northern wall, but we don't even have a decent road here. Old BS kid is starving, chewing bark, and the officials still come to steal the pot. This isn't taxation, it's scraping flesh. Second page, that bastard Jair when last year, he took the last 2 bags of wheat from our house, saying it was for late fees. But what late fee? We paid on time. They just want to force people into bankruptcy and swallow the land. Third page, I heard that the 7 lords of the kingdom are secretly selling land to the church in exchange for military funds. Our land will eventually become their hunting ground. If something happens to me one day, Laen, don't be impulsive. Surviving is more important than revenge. The fourth page had only one line at the bottom of the cabinet. There is a sketch of the land deed I hid. Don't trust the one the government gave you, it's fake. The real map is under my bed wrapped in oil paper. Rane closed the notebook, his hands shaking slightly. He crouched by the bed, reached under the bedboard. Sure enough, he felt a hard object. He pulled it out. An oil paper package. He opened it to reveal a yellowed parchment drawn with plots, boundaries, water sources, and several red dots labeled well ancestral grave old locust boundary marker. It was completely different from the government-issued one. He tucked the notebook and the map into his chest, returned to the main room. Mother was still sitting on the bench, eyes hollow, murmuring, "Will he die? Will he die?" No, Rane said. "He's tough. He survived famine, survived plague, he won't die this time." She couldn't speak, just nodded, tears streaming again. Night fell. The village doctor came, a lame old man with a medicine box, limping along. He examined father's injury and shook his head. The skull might be cracked. If he doesn't wake up within 3 days, it's likely over. "Can you treat him?" Rane asked. "A city doctor might, but here? We can only wait." The old man gave him a bottle of hemostatic powder. "Apply twice a day. Don't let the wound fester. If he has a fever, use cold compresses." Then he limped away. Rane returned to the inner room, lit the oil lamp. The flame jumped twice, illuminating the bedside. Father lay there, his face waxy yellow, his breathing so shallow his chest barely moved. A bandage wrapped around his head, already soaked through with blood. He fetched a basin of water, wrung out a cloth, and gently wiped father's face. When he wiped near the mouth, father's lips moved slightly. "Notebook." His voice was so faint, like wind on paper. "Don't lose." Rane was startled. "You mean the notebook?" Father didn't respond, slipping back into unconsciousness. He sat on the small stool by the bed, pulled out the worn notebook, and flipped through page by page. The more he read, the tighter his hands clenched. These words weren't just a farmer's casual complaints. They were a man's desperate attempt to leave behind the truth. He remembered when he was a child, father always sharpening his pitchfork at night, saying Rane tools must be sharp so a man can stand straight. Back then he didn't understand. Now he did. Sharp tools so others wouldn't step on your head. He tucked the notebook close to his chest, picked up the wet cloth, and continued wiping father's face. Once, twice, 3 times. When the water cooled, he changed it. When the lamp oil was low, he added more. Outside the window, insects chirped endlessly, whined, crept through the door cracks, making the flame flicker. Mother fell asleep at some point, her soft snoring coming from the main room. Rane didn't sleep. He stared at the oil lamp flame, motionless. The firelight reflected on his face, half bright, half dark. He remembered the moment Jair, when's club came down, the way his mother was kicked, the blood dripping as his father was dragged away. His right hand slowly clenched into a fist, nails digging into his palm, the pain keeping him awake. He didn't cry, didn't curse, didn't break anything. He just sat there, keeping watch, waiting. When it was almost dawn, father moved his lips again. "Rane." He immediately leaned, closed at him. "Here. Survive. Don't be like me." Before finishing, he passed out again. Rane didn't answer. He simply dipped the cloth in water again, wrung it out, and gently placed it on father's forehead. Then he pulled out the worn notebook, opened the last page. There was a blank page. He tore it out, bit his finger, and wrote 3 words in blood, "I'll handle it." After writing, he tucked the paper into the notebook, hid it close to it. Outside the window, the sky was turning a pale fishbelly white. In the distance came the first crow of a rooster. He stood up, stretched his limbs, walked to the door, and pulled the bolt. The morning breeze rushed in, carrying the scent of dew and earth. He looked back at father on the bed, then at mother sleeping in the corner. Then he gently closed the door, walked to the corner of the yard, where the water tank stood. He scooped a ladle of cold water and poured it over his head. The water ran through his hair, down his neck, sending a chill through him. He wiped his face, looked up at the sky. The sun hadn't risen yet, but the light was already on its way. He looked down at his soaked clothes and said softly, "This time it's my turn." Recalling the words his father had uttered as he was dragged away, Rane's gaze turned resolute. He clenched his fists, straightened up from beside the water vat, and the cold water trickled down his hair into his collar, jolting him into a shiver. His soaked coarse linen tunic clung to his body like a layer of icy skin. He neither wiped it dry nor changed clothes, standing still, staring at the pale gray on the horizon. He looked down at his trembling fingers. They had been steady when he doused his head with water, but now they were hard to control. It was not fear but exhilaration. An itch that had been suppressed too long, the urge to finally act. He touched his sleeve. There hidden was a dagger, an old blade used for slaughtering pigs on the farm. The edge was chipped, but he had spent all night sharpening it, grinding it against a stone until sparks flew. This thing was originally meant for boning a leg of mutton. Today it would be tried on a man instead. He skirted around the barn, crouching low as he made his way out of the village. The village was dead silent, not even a dog bothering to bark. Only a few chickens clucked softly in their coops as if grumbling that dawn had come too early. He hugged the walls, slipping through the shadows, his steps as light as a... The tax collector's camp was at the eastern edge of the town, half a li from the village. They had set up 3 shabby tents around a small campfire. By day they collected taxes. By night they drank and gambled, carousing until late before sleeping. Rane had been there twice. Once to deliver wheat and once to watch his father being dragged onto a cart. He knew their routine: rowdy in the early hours, passed out later, and most slack around 1 or 2 in the morning. It was roughly that time now. He lay on the slope for 10 minutes waiting for the night watchman to turn away. 2 tax collectors paced back and forth with lanterns, cursing under their breath, complaining that this godforsaken place didn't even have a brothel. Drinking alone was torture. They laughed, the sound as grating as a donkey's bray. Rane held his breath, waiting until they reached the farthest corner. Then he burst out of the bushes, rolling along the haystack until he was under the carriage. The underside of the carriage was caked with mud, smearing his face. He didn't bother wiping it off. He squinted ahead. The campfire still burned, sparks crackling. A man sat beside the fire, his back to Rane and a wineskin in his hand, his right foot propped on a wooden crate. One boot was half off, revealing a grimy instep. It was the tax collector squad leader. Rane recognized him. Last time when this bastard kicked his mother, his boot sole was still caked with cow dung, leaving a black mark on her skirt that hadn't washed off to this day. He still remembered the look of those boots: cowhide copper buckles, a split on the right side stitched with flax thread. Identical to the pair now lying on the ground. The moment had come. Slowly he drew the dagger from his sleeve, gripping it tight. The handle was slick with sweat. He licked his lips, his heart pounding like a drum, a ringing in his ears. His mind flashed with images of his father collapsing, his mother crouching on the ground sobbing, and the drops of blood on the dirt road. A red so vivid, brighter than the wildflowers in the wheat field. He gritted his teeth, lowered his body, and crawled forward like a dog. Grass blades scraped his cheeks, itching, but he held still. 5 meters, 3 meters, 1 meter. The firelight fell on his face, warm. He could hear the sound of the man drinking. Gulp, gulp, like a pig at a trough. A little closer. He rolled sideways, hiding behind a woodpile on the other side of the fire, now only a step away from that leg. He took a deep breath, and a sudden thought crossed his mind: what if he just stabbed him to death? The idea startled even himself. If he killed a man, there would be no turning back. His father was still bedridden, and his mother couldn't hold the family together alone. If he was caught, the black family would be finished. But what if he didn't kill? He looked at that propped-up instep. Rough, calloused, with black dirt under the nails. This beast of a man had beaten his father, kicked his mother, and still sat here drinking and enjoying himself, living better than anyone. Why should he? He remembered the 3 words he had jotted down in his notebook last night. Leave it to me. Not revenge, not justice. Just deal with. Like cutting wheat or mending a fence. A job to be done, so no more empty talk. He let out a cold laugh, steeled his heart, and lunged forward. His left hand grabbed the man's ankle, and his right hand drove the dagger straight into the exposed instep. Thud! The tip of the blade sank in like piercing frozen suet. The man let out a shriek, the wineskin flying from his hand, his body lurching backward, nearly toppling over with the crate. Rane didn't let go. Instead he twisted upward, turning the blade half a circle inside the flesh before pulling it out. Blood gushed out, immediately streaming down the instep, dripping onto the wooden crate with a steady patter. Who? Which bastard? The tax collector squad leader's face contorted in pain. One hand clutched his foot, the other pointed at Rane. You mother! But Rane didn't wait for him to finish. He turned and... He had come with the wind, and now he fled against it. The cold air choked him, making him cough. Behind him firelight flickered wildly and voices shouted. Something's... Quick! The assassin is running. He dared not look back, focusing only on charging ahead. As he passed the stable, he nearly collided with a hitching post. He swerved, slipped, and fell into a ditch. Mud splashed his face, but he didn't care. He scrambled up and kept running. He knew this path. He had chased wild rabbits through here countless times as a child. He knew every jutting rock and steep slope, could run it blindfolded. Footsteps behind him grew closer. Torchlight flickered among the tree shadows. He heard someone shout. Split into 2 groups. Chase toward the north slope. Cut through the woods and block the forest entrance. His mind raced. He suddenly stopped, crouching into a clump of thorn bushes. 2 pursuers ran past him. A third carrying a torch lagged behind, looking around. Rane held his breath, his hand on the dagger. He thought, if one more comes, ill let him taste the same blooming on his instep. The man didn't come closer. He turned in a circle, cursed, and left. Rane exhaled. He waited until the footsteps faded completely, then crept low toward the north slope. He couldn't go home. His mother and father were there. If he returned, he would bring disaster to their doorstep. He needed to find a place to hide until the heat died down. He climbed to the top of the slope and looked back. The camp was in chaos. The fire had been kicked over. Several men were bustling in and out of the main tent, and someone was carrying a stretcher out apparently to fetch a doctor. From the distant stable came the urgent clatter of hooves. A black horse was led out, its rider clad in leather armor with a long saber at his waist. Clearly sent to deliver a message. Rane grinned, mud still on his teeth. Well, you all go ahead and busy yourselves. They'll take a break first. He found a sheltered hollow, lay down, and caught. His whole body ached, his shoulder was scratched by branches, his knee bruised from a stone, and his palms were raw and red. But in his heart he felt a deep, fierce satisfaction. When that blade went in, he felt the heavy stone that had been pressing on his chest shatter with a roar. Since childhood he had seen the tax collectors run rampant. Any family that couldn't pay had their granary sealed. Anyone who dared to question them got a club. The villagers all said, "Don't provoke them," so no one ever did. But today Rane Black had personally punched a hole in the tax collector squad leader's instep. This wasn't rebellion, it was an appetizer. He pulled out the dagger and looked at it in the moonlight. This blade that had done the deed tonight deserved to be enshrined. At least engraved with a line, "Exclusive for cutting dog feet." He tilted his head back to look at the sky. The stars were sparse, the moon hiding behind clouds, occasionally showing its face. The mountain wind blew in gusts, carrying the scent of pine needles and dew. Suddenly he felt hungry. The cold porridge he had eaten that morning had long since digested. If only he had a baked sweet potato, even half, he would trade this dagger for it. But there was none. He turned over, lying on his stomach, his chin propped on his arms. His eyelids were heavy, but he dared not sleep. He knew that with this kick things had changed. Before they bullied us, and now we dared to fight back. They would surely retaliate like mad dogs, maybe posting wanted notices all over town and searching house to house. But he didn't care. What mattered was, it was worth it. That stab was for his father, forced out for his mother, a jab for everyone who had been trampled underfoot. You say the rules are harsh, then it'll be harsher than the rules. As he thought, the corners of his mouth turned up like a child who had pulled off a prank. Then he frowned, wondering, was I too reckless? Probably. But what did it matter? He slapped his face to stay alert. He couldn't stay here long. He needed to find a new vantage point. Slowly he rose and moved west along the ridge. After less than 20 steps, he heard movement in the forest below. He immediately crouched and peered down. What a sight! 2 tax collectors emerged from the woods, torches in hand, grumbling as they walked. This godforsaken place has more mosquitoes than people. The boss said the kid ran this way. I think he's just delirious from pain. Rane held his breath, shrinking his neck. The 2 men passed 10 meters below him, torchlight dappling the leaves. When they were far enough, he quietly circled around and descended the slope in the opposite direction. This time he was wiser. He followed the sound of water. A small stream babbled, covering the sound of his footsteps. He followed the stream for half a li until he found a large rock for shelter. Finally he could stop to catch his breath. He leaned against the rock and touched his chest. The notebook was still there, along with the sketch of the land deed. He didn't touch them, just confirmed they were there. These things would be useful later, but for now he just wanted to live to see tomorrow's sun. A wolf howled in the distance, mournful and long. He looked up at the sky. In the east, a pale fishbelly white was spreading, a little brighter than yesterday morning. A new day was coming. He stood up, stretched his limbs, and prepared to move on. He couldn't go deeper into the mountains. There were bears there, and he didn't want to end up as breakfast. He needed a place that could both hide him and let him keep an eye on the village, preferably with a chance to snag some food along the way. As he was thinking, he heard a rustle behind him. He whirled around, hand on his dagger. No one. Just a wild rabbit bouncing out of the grass. It gave him a look, then turned and bolted. He let out a sigh and muttered, "You scared me. Believe me, I'll catch you and make soup right now." The rabbit, of course, ignored him and ran faster. He smiled, turned, and continued walking. After a few steps he stopped. Something was wrong. He looked down at his feet. The rabbit had run in the direction of home. He stood still, his mind racing. If he were a tax collector unable to catch the culprit, would he threaten the family? Would he pretend to withdraw only to ambush the house? No, he had to change his plan. He took a wide detour, coming up from the south side near the old mill at the end of the village. It had been abandoned for years, half the roof caved in, but the walls were still sturdy. He had played there as a child and knew about an underground cellar the miller used to store grain. It had been partially filled in, leaving only a dog-sized hole. Too small for an adult, but a child could squeeze through. He could hide there first, then send someone to gather information during the day before deciding his next move. Just as he was about to move, he heard a bell tolling in the distance. Dong, dong, dong. 3 clear strikes, the sound of the copper bell from the church in the town center. This bell was only rung for major assemblies or urgent summons. Rane's heart sank. Something was wrong. He immediately dropped flat, lying in the grass, staring at the village. Before long, he saw several figures running out of their houses, gathering in the square. Some carried brooms, some held lanterns, and a few, in official robes, stood on a stone platform speaking. Though he couldn't hear what they said, he could guess. The wanted notice was out. He didn't move, staying prone. The morning breeze blew across the grass, bringing a chill. He touched his face and found his eyes were a little wet. Not from fear, not from regret. Just that. This kick had really made a noise. He grinned and muttered, Calvin, didn't you say the rules are now? I'll tell you. The Ruthless are even harsher. He stood up, brushed the grass clippings off his pants, and walked toward the mill. His pace was not fast but steady. Every step was planted firmly, as if measuring the land. He knew that from today on he was no longer just a farm boy who hauled wheat. He was the one who dared to stab a tax collector in the instep. He was the one who made the whole town ring the bell through the night. He was the one who had begun. The sun rose. Light truly was on its way. As the sun just climbed over the ridge, the clock tower at the eastern end of the town chimed 3 times. Rane was moving cautiously towards the mill, and upon hearing the sound he slipped and nearly rolled down the dirt embankment. He quickly dropped to the ground, grass blades caught in his mouth, releasing a bitter taste. The bell's toll signified serious business. Its last ringing was during the Great Flood 3 years ago. He squinted towards the village direction, where the square was bustling with people, resembling a pot of boiling porridge. A few tax collectors in leather armor stood on a stone platform, gesturing animatedly, while the common folk formed a circle below. Some were on tiptoes to get a better view, others whispered to each other, and an old man shook his head vigorously, leaning on his cane. It's over. Rane's heart sank. The wanted notice has been issued. He wasn't afraid, though. The stab from last night had felt good, more refreshing than drinking the first sip of well water after harvesting wheat. But he knew this situation had escalated from a private conflict to a criminal matter. Last night only those chasing him were involved, but today the entire town was out to search for him. He felt the dagger tucked in his sleeve but chose not to advance. The mill was too far. He would have to cross 2 open fields along the way, which would be like walking into a trap. He needed to find another hiding place. His gaze shifted to the crooked oak tree in his backyard. The roots concealed a hidden passage he had used to sneak apples as a child. Even his mother didn't know about it. Once his father had broken his leg and was carried in through there to recover in the cellar. With his resolve firm, he immediately turned back, lowering his body to sneak along the creek's reed thicket. The water gurgled loudly, perfectly masking his footsteps. He moved slowly, stopping to listen every 10 steps. Fortunately, the entire town's attention was focused on the square this morning. The tax collectors patrolling the village entrance were only watching the main road, not sparing a glance towards the ditch. When he reached the outskirts of the farm, he crouched behind the bushes and observed for a full quarter of an hour. The yard was quiet, with chickens dozing in their nests, and a dog lounging on the porch panting. The chimney on the roof wasn't smoking, indicating no one was cooking inside. Most importantly, there were no officials present. He let out a sigh of relief. It seemed they hadn't yet pinpointed him. He crept closer to the oak tree, pushed aside the vines, and indeed saw the half-buried stone slab. He heaved it aside, revealing a narrow hole just wide enough for a thin person to pass through. He bit down on the dagger, braced himself with his hands on the ground, and slipped inside like an eel. The interior was damp and cold, filled with the smell of mold and rat droppings. He crawled for about 7 or 8 meters and suddenly found himself in a spacious area. He had reached the cellar. It was an old-fashioned granary with earth-packed walls, piles of aged grain bags in the corners, and the ceiling beams hung with cured meat which had long been gnawed by rats. He quickly tore off a piece of cloth from the ventilation hole and covered the faint light before daring to stand up and catch his breath. Ha! He exhaled and white mist rose. He wiped his face and realized his forehead was drenched in cold sweat, his hair so wet that he could wring water from it. He sat against the wall, ears perked to listen for any noise. Aside from the wind rustling the leaves, there was nothing else. Only then did he dare to recall the earlier scene, Calvin standing on the stone platform, surely furious. That guy hated it when others disrespected him, and after being pricked last night, he would definitely want revenge today. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but smile. Calvin, didn't you say rules are strict? I intend to be an even tougher thorn in their side. After laughing, he felt something was off. This was no joke. Youngsters in the village had also confronted tax collectors before, and what had been the outcome? The mildest punishment was 3 days in jail. The harsher ones resulted in broken legs and being thrown into the mines. His father had been dragged off and beaten just for saying this year's harvest is poor. Now he had truly taken action and even injured an official. He looked down at his hand where the palm had been scraped and was still oozing blood. The excitement from last night had faded, and now his mind was crystal clear. Hiding here was not a long-term solution. Every aspect of daily life would become problematic, and eventually he would be exposed. He needed to ascertain the situation outside, whether his name had been mentioned and how extensive the search was. But how to get out? During the day, it was impossible. The whole town was searching for people. At night, it wasn't safe either, as there might already be checkpoints set up. He couldn't spend his entire life hiding in this dark hole like a rat, could he? Frustrated, he scratched his head, and suddenly caught sight of an old wooden box, half buried in a pile of straw in the corner. That was where his father stored farming tools, usually locked up with the key hanging from his waistband. But last night, when his father was beaten, he hadn't even changed his clothes and the box had remained open. He crawled over and lifted the lid. Inside it was a mess: a broken-toothed rake, half a roll of twine, a few rusty nails, and a tattered copy of the Loren agricultural calendar. He rummaged through the contents, hoping to find something useful. When he reached the bottom, his fingers brushed against a hard object wrapped in oilcloth and tied with hemp rope. He untied the rope and peeled away 3 layers of oil paper, revealing a short sword. The blade was about 2 feet long, made of iron, and covered in reddish-brown rust as if it had been soaked in salty water for 10 years. The hilt was wrapped in worn leather, and the end had a copper ring with a broken tassel hanging from it. The entire sword felt heavy, chilling to the touch. Rane furrowed his brow. This didn't seem like a newly forged weapon, nor one used on a farm. It looked more like military gear. He attempted to draw the sword from its sheath, but it got stuck halfway. The edge was dull enough that it couldn't even cut paper, and there were several nicks along the sides, as if it had struck bone or armor. However, he noticed a deep mark along the spine of the blade, as if it had been repeatedly ground down by another sharp Dad, why did you hide this? He muttered under his breath. He continued to dig through the box, hoping to find other clues. From among a pile of old clothes, he shook out a small notebook with field registration ledger written on the cover. Opening it, he found it filled with his father's handwritten notes. March 17th, wheat seedlings on the north slope are yellow, suspected pest damage. April 8th, tax collectors patrolled, no mention of increased taxes. May 5th, dreamt of deceased father wielding a sword in the granary, saying blood debts require blood repayment. May 12th, sealed old belongings in the cellar, should I meet with misfortune, may my son retrieve them. The last sentence made Rane's heart tighten. Had his father anticipated this day long ago? He continued flipping through, discovering a yellowed piece of paper tucked between the pages, which was a copy of a land deed hastily scribbled on the back. This sword was obtained from an ancestor who served in the army. Do not reveal it to others. Rane stared at the line for a long time, suddenly feeling a heaviness in his chest. It turned out he was not the only one in the family who wanted to resist. He looked at the short sword again, no longer seeing it as mere scrap metal. This weapon had accompanied his father through countless suffocating nights. Perhaps one day he, too, had held it, contemplating whether to storm the tax office and strike. But in the end he hadn't acted. He chose to endure for his son, for his wife. And now it was his son's turn to take action. Rane slowly laid the sword across his lap and began to wipe away the rust with his sleeve. His movements were gentle, as if he were polishing a fragile item. He recalled the clean slice from last night, so decisive, as if he were cutting through a radish. At that moment he feared nothing, only feeling exhilarated. But now it was different. He was no longer the kid who could hide behind a wheat stack and mutter a few curses. He was a fugitive, a target of the entire town's manhunt, the thorn that Calvin was determined to crush himself. But he wasn't afraid. What he feared was being insufficiently ruthless. He feared that he would only manage to stab feet, not necks. That he would only dare to ambush at night, not confront during the day. That he would think he had released his anger, but it would merely become a joke at his own expense. I can't just act recklessly anymore, he murmured. He needed to know Calvin's next move, how many people the tax office had, whether there were any sketches, and if there was a bounty. He needed to learn to sniff out the wind like a hunting dog, and hide his tracks like a fox. He looked up at the ventilation hole. Outside, the sky was getting brighter, and the sun had risen to the treetops. The cellar remained dim, with only a sliver of light streaming in, casting a blurred spot on the short sword. He stared at that light spot, and suddenly recalled his father's words from his childhood, teaching him how to tell time: when the shadow is the shortest, it is noon. It was already past the time of Chun and approaching the time of Si. He estimated that the meeting in town should have ended and the tax collectors would be splitting up to act. This was the perfect time to gather information. But he couldn't go out recklessly. What if he ran into a patrol team on the way? There wouldn't even be a chance to explain. He needed someone. Someone who could help him scout. But who could he trust? The villagers were all afraid of attracting trouble. Old Lee next door had advised his father just yesterday to speak less, and at a time like this, he was even less likely to help. Unless... He suddenly thought of someone, the lame Afu. Living at the western end of the village, the old bachelor had been a border soldier. He returned home 10 years ago after losing part of his left leg and walked with a noticeable limp. He set up a shoe repair stall in town, sitting there all day hammering and nailing, hearing and seeing the most. Moreover, he was well liked. Tax collectors passing by often chatted with him, sometimes even letting him repair their boots for free. The key point was, he hated tax collectors. 5 years ago, his nephew was taken to the mines for tax evasion, and 6 months later, they brought back a flimsy coffin claiming he had been crushed in a cavian. Afu didn't believe it and went to demand an autopsy only to be beaten with 20 lashes by the tax collectors. Since then, he had cursed them as offspring-terminating dogs whenever he saw them. Such a person might be willing to help him. Rane wrapped the short sword back up and tucked it into his clothes. He restored the box to its original state, smoothing the straw and erasing any signs of disturbance. He checked the ventilation hole's cover again, confirming that no light could be seen from the outside, and then gently pushed the stone slab aside, poking his head out. There was no one outside. He slipped out sideways, swiftly closing the lid and covering it tightly with vines. Then he moved along the wall, sticking to the shadows of the eaves. When he reached the edge of the farm, he crouched down and picked up a stone, throwing it towards a distant pile of firewood. Crack! A sound startled a flock of sparrows. He held his breath for 10 seconds, and when nothing moved around him, he relaxed. Good, it was safe. He stood up and made his way towards the west of the village along the back alley. He avoided the main road and hid whenever he saw someone. Passing by the blacksmith's shop, he heard voices inside. Did you hear? The tax collector captain was stabbed yesterday, rolling on the ground in pain. Who did it? Don't know yet. Anyway, there's a town-wide manhunt and notices have been posted. A reward of 5 silver coins for capture. 5. Isn't that too little? Are you stupid? This is a warning. Anyone who dares touch a tax collector will bring misfortune to their whole family. Rane gritted his teeth in 5 silver coins to buy his life. Was the cut he made yesterday worth that? He continued walking and finally arrived at Afu's shoe repair. The stall was set up at the entrance of a dilapidated temple with a low table, 2 benches, and dozens of pairs of boots waiting to be repaired hanging on the wall. Afu was focused on hammering nails, the rhythm steady like a drum. Rane didn't approach directly but circled around to a tea stall to buy a bowl of coarse tea, carrying it over. Uncle Afu, business is booming, isn't it? He said with a smile, lowering his voice. Afu looked up and upon seeing him paused momentarily, his expression turning alert. Oh, isn't this Rane? Not acting as the family's pillar today. Everything's fine at home. I'm here to see if you have any repaired straw sandals for my mother. Rane sat down, placing the tea bowl on the table. She said the rainy season is coming and fears her feet will get wet. Afu grunted, continuing to hammer nails. The sandals are ready, there under the shelf. You can take them yourself. Rane bent down to retrieve them, seizing the chance to whisper. Did you hear about last night? Afu's hand froze the hammer hanging in midair. Which incident? The tax collector captain's foot injury. Oh. Afu set down the hammer, leisurely taking a sip of tea. I heard about it. He had it coming. Have they caught the culprit? Not yet. The notice is out with a sketch of a masked guy holding a sharp blade looking. Does it look like me? What do you think? Afu glanced at him. You were there the day your father was beaten, weren't you? Rane nodded. Then you should know these notices are drawn arbitrarily. As long as it's a young man, it can fit anyone. Will they search house by house? They've already started. Old Wang's house at the East End just had the door kicked in, claiming there was suspicion of harboring a fugitive. Then what about me? Don't go back. Afu interrupted him. If you go back now, it's like walking into a trap. That dog Calvin announced this morning if the culprit isn't found within 3 days, there will be an increase in taxes for every family in. Rane clenched his fist. He really dares. So he won't stop. Afu lowered his voice. If you want to find a way out, you need to make them think you aren't here. What do you mean? Create a false impression. For example, say you ran away last night heading north to the mountains. It's best to leave some traces leading them in the wrong direction. But I can't hide indefinitely. Of course not. Afu sneered. If you're going to hide, make sure it's where you can strike back from. Rane was silent for a moment before suddenly asking, how did you survive in the border army back then? Afu was taken aback, raising his one eye to look at him. How do you know I was a soldier? My father mentioned it. He said you were a real fighter. Afu sighed, setting down the hammer. He pulled out a flask from under the table, took a sip, and handed it to Rane. In battle, the first rule is, don't let the enemy know where you are. Rane took the flask, took a sip. The poor quality liquor made him cough, but it warmed his heart. What's the second rule? The second rule, Afu stared at him, is to strike hard when they let their guard down. Rane laughed, returning the flask. You think like I do. He stood up, brushing off the dust from his pants. I'll take the sandals, thank you, Uncle Afu. Wait a minute. Afu called out to him, pulling out a small bag of salt from the drawer. Take this to your mother, tell her it's for her health. Rane accepted it, nodding, and turned to leave. After walking a dozen steps, he looked back. Afu was still sitting there, head down, continuing to hammer nails, each sound growing heavier. He knew that was a reminder time was running out. He quickened his pace, taking the small path back to the farm's backyard, and once again slipped into the cellar. This time he moved faster, stuffing the straw sandals into a corner and hiding the salt bag at the bottom of the box. Then he took out the short sword and examined it under the light. There was a bit too much rust, but the structure was intact. With some sharpening, it could still draw blood. He pulled out a whetstone, originally for sharpening sickles, and began to grind the blade little by little. The sound of scraping echoed in the cellar like a rat gnawing on wood. He ground while pondering. Calvin wanted intimidation, so he couldn't let them easily find him. But he couldn't really run away, otherwise the stab would have been for nothing. He needed to stay in town, hiding deeper and watching more clearly. Once the heat died down, he would find a way to clarify their deployment. Most importantly, he could no longer act impulsively. The stab from last night was venting anger. Every subsequent step had to be calculated. He stopped sharpening the sword and looked up at the ventilation hole. The sunlight still slanted in illuminating the dust floating in the air. He stared at the dust, suddenly feeling that they resembled cavalry on the battlefield. Seemingly chaotic yet traceable. He whispered, "Calvin, do you think ringing a bell can scare me away? I intend to stay right here and see how many more days you can jump around." He picked up the whetstone again and continued to grind. The blade gradually gleamed with a hint of cold. He knew this was just the beginning. The true ruthlessness was yet to come. The sun slanted westward, and the patch of light in the cellar slid from the blade of the sword down to the base of the wall. Rane tucked the half-sharpened short sword into his chest, then pressed his ear against the ventilation shaft and listened intently. The wind, barking dogs, children's distant shrieks and scuffles. The town remained unchanged, yet he knew he could no longer be that simple-minded farmhand who only cut wheat and fed horses. Last night was just venting. He murmured as if wrestling with himself. Tonight demands strategy. He rummaged through the straw pile and retrieved his old grass sandals. Salt still clung to their soles, a gift from Afyu. Lightweight and silent on the ground, far superior to leather boots. He also tore down a tattered hemp cloth hanging on the wall, splitting it into 2 strips. One wound tightly around his ankles, the other stowed inside his tunic for later use. His movements were swift and precise, utterly devoid of hesitation. Twilight deepened, thunderheads gathered overhead, threatening rain. A flicker of delight stirred within Rane, a rainy night for eavesdropping. Heaven itself had drawn cover for him. The last sliver of daylight vanished. He pushed aside the stone slab and cautiously raised his head. Outside, an unnatural hush reigned. Not even a dog barked. Crouching low, he slipped forward like a nocturnal cat, clinging to the shadows along the wall. At the edge of the farm, he deliberately paused, scooped up damp earth, and smeared it across his face and the front of his tunic. His appearance now matched perfectly that of a weary laborer returning from fieldwork. He veered off the main road, threading instead through narrow alleys behind houses. Passing the blacksmith's forge, he overheard voices within. "Garvin's gone ruthless. He insists on tracking down that boy tonight. Where could he possibly go? The North Hills team with wolves. He's likely been dragged off already." Nonsense. That stab last night was precise. No greenhorn could pull that off. He must have accomplices. Rane's stride faltered. But he didn't turn back. He kept moving forward, thinking, "Go ahead and guess. I'm slipping right beneath your very noses." The tax collector's office stood alone at the edge of the square. A gray-walled, black-tiled building with narrow windows. 2 guards paced before its entrance, their swords swaying rhythmically at their waists, glinting blindingly in the fading light. Rane crouched behind a woodpile opposite the building, observing for a full quarter hour until he discerned the pattern. Every 5 minutes the guards turned their backs to switch positions, leaving a blind gap of 7 or 8 seconds. He drew his short sword, wrapped its hilt tightly with cloth for grip, then darted across the street in a low crouch, pressing himself flat against the rear wall of the building. Rain began to fall, first in scattered drops, then drumming fiercely upon the window panes. A wry grin spread across Rane's lips. "Heaven stands with me." As anticipated, the rear window's wooden frame had rotted, its latch rusted solid. He slid the blade into the seam and gave a gentle lever. Snap! It broke clean. He swiftly lifted the sash, swung himself inside, and rolled upon landing, vanishing behind heavy curtains. Inside, the air hung thick with mildew and stale wine. Holding his breath, Rane peered through a slit in the drapery. The chamber was modest. A long table occupied its center, strewn with parchment scrolls. Several tax collectors sat drinking and feasting, their oil lamp casting wavering, distorted shadows across the walls. "Has the chief not arrived yet?" "Soon," another replied, gnawing on a chicken leg. "He said he'd come only after meeting the Lord." "The Lord's messenger." Rane's gaze sharpened. "So higher powers are involved." Just then the door groaned open. A middle-aged tax collector in black leather armor entered, shoulders draped in an oiled cloak. He flung it aside with a curse, "Freezing my bones off. Commander Garvin sends word. You're to lead the delegation at dawn tomorrow to seize the black farmlands." Rane's pulse surged violently. Instinctively his fingers brushed his nose. a telltale gesture when lying. But no one saw him now, it was pure unfiltered tension. The Black family's plot. Someone swallowed a gulp of wine. Isn't that a century-old leasehold, passed down from ancestors? Neither crown nor council may touch it. What couldn't be touched before can be reclaimed now, sneered the newcomer. The church has issued official sanction. The land conceals the royal boundary steely, classifying it as sovereign territory requiring immediate repossession and redelineation. Bullshit. Another slammed his fist on the table. Who doesn't know that land was won by Rane's father, with blood? When Northern War ravaged the realm, the whole village fled. But his family stayed behind, planting grain and paying taxes for all, earning that eternal tenancy deed. Enough talk. The black armored man cut in coldly. That deed is void. Above command declares refusal to surrender the land constitutes treason. Entire household sentenced to hard labor in the mines. Silence crashed over the room. Rane leaned against the icy stone wall, palms slick with sweat. He recalled his father's journal entry. Dreamt of my late father standing sword in hand before the granary. At the time he hadn't understood. Now he did. It wasn't a dream. It was a warning. A burden borne first by his grandfather passed to his father, and nearly severed by him. But that boy stabbed the captain last night. Someone hesitated. Could he know something? Nonsense. What would a farmer's whelp understand? The black armored man spat. Likely incited. Perhaps even trained by his own father, scheming to evade surrender. Then let's seize him tonight. Clear the way for tomorrow's work. No. A heavier tread approached the door, an older voice echoed. Garvin ordered calm. No provocation, no casualties. That land must be reclaimed intact. No pretext left for dispute. Murmurs of assent rippled through the room as heads bowed. Rane exhaled slowly. His head swam with vertigo. He bit his tongue. Sharp pain jolted him awake. He memorized every phrase: church-sanctioned royal boundaries, steely exile to the mines. All pretexts yet lethal enough to justify murder. He could stay no longer. He had heard enough. Slowly he began to retreat, preparing to slip out the same way. The curtain hung close to the windowsill. Silent movement and escape would be assured. Yet as he rose, his sleeve caught on a clay jug perched on the sill. Crash! The vessel shattered upon the floor. Instant silence gripped the room. Who's there? Someone's outside. Quick! Go check! Rane's mind roared. A surge of white noise, as he dropped flat, burrowing deep into the curtain's darkest fold. Footsteps pounded closer. Two tax collectors drew blades and rushed to the window, hands reaching for the curtain. Rane held his breath. His right hand closed tight around the hilt of his sword. If caught, he'd take at least one with him. Then whoosh! A torrential downpour erupted. Raindrops hammered the glass like war drums. Damn it! Scared the life out of me. One tax collector withdrew his hand. Must have been the wind. Or a stray cat, added the other, peering out. Pitch black. Can't see. Forget it. Back to our drinks. In weather like this, who'd risk death coming here? They turned away, grumbling about the storm. Rane remained motionless. He knew that moment had been sheer luck. They might return at any instant. To inspect the window or notice the broken latch. He needed to leave now and by another route. After careful observation, he spotted a smaller window to the left opening toward the drainage ditch. Lower than the first. Barely 3 feet above ground, and shielded by a dense thicket of shrubs. Waiting until the room buzzed once more with conversation, he delicately parted the curtain's edge, confirmed no eyes lingered his way, then crawled silently across the floor and eased the small window open. Cold wind and rain slapped his face. He inhaled deeply, swung his legs over the sill, and dropped into the undergrowth. Rolling instinctively, mud splattered his face. A dry branch scraped his left arm, burning with raw pain. He ignored it, flattening himself instantly. Inside, a shout rang out. Who's out there? Footsteps rushed back toward the window. Rane pressed deeper into the thicket. Not even blinking. Rain streamed from his hair into his eyes, stinging fiercely. He endured it, motionless, short sword held steady across his chest. Ready to fight to the last. Seconds later, a curse echoed. Hell, this rain's worsening. Shut those windows tight. Footsteps receded. Only then did Rane exhale. Limbs trembling, drained. But he dared not pause. Crawling 20 paces along the drainage channel, he emerged beyond the building's line of sight. Then surged upright and sprinted. Rain intensified as fields dissolved into quagmires. He raced along the earthen ridges. Saul's slipping, stumbling twice. Behind him, the town's lanterns blurred, a barks drowned beneath the deluge. He ran without pause, through 2 wheat fields past the derelict mill, until the silhouette of his family's farm finally loomed. The crooked oak tree swayed violently in gale, and Rane, claws outstretched like an ancient eagle. He dashed behind it, heaved aside the stone slab, and slipped into the hidden passage. Damp as ever. Yet now it felt like sanctuary. Slumping against the wall, he gasped, each breath ragged like bellows forcing air. Lifting his left arm, he noticed the torn sleeve and a fresh gash weeping blood. He unwrapped the hemp strip from his tunic and bound it hastily around the wound. His short sword rested warm against his chest, almost pulsing as if alive. He closed his eyes. Their words echoed relentlessly, century-old leasehold. Must be reclaimed, charged with treason. Each syllable struck his skull like a nail. He knew. This was no ordinary land seizure. It was aimed squarely at his family, and at what his father had left behind. A low hoarse laugh escaped him, tinged with madness. Garvin, you thought ringing a bell would send me fleeing. You were wrong. I didn't flee. I listened. I heard every vile scheme you harbor in your gut. He touched his nose, then his sword's hilt. Next time we meet, I won't stab your foot. I'll make you understand what true merciless order feels like. He rose, brushed mud from his clothes, restored the chest to its exact position, smoothed the straw, erased every trace of disturbance with his hands. The torn cloth over the ventilation shaft was resecured, masking the faintest gleam of light. Everything returned to stillness, as though no soul had ever trespassed. He settled into the corner, cradling his sword, gazing at that slender thread of rain-lit silver piercing the crack above. He knew at first light Garvin would arrive, with men with force. Yet fear did not grip him. What chilled him was the dread of being too slow, too soft, too foolish. Now, he understood it all. He was no longer the reckless youth who lunged with blind fury. He was Rane Black, the sole heir of Black Farm, the seed his father guarded with his life. He would live. He would hold this land, and he would carve through every rotten law, blade by blade, until none remained. Rain fell without cease. The cellar was pitch dark, but his eyes burned with light. He glanced down at the short sword nestled in his arms. Rusted, yet its edge gleamed with a resorthan icy brilliance, like himself outwardly worn, inwardly edged with steel. Let anyone dare move against his family's land, and they'd first answer to this blade. Leaning against the wall, he slowly shut his eyes, to rest, to gather strength. Dawn approached. The play had only just begun. He dreamed of his father standing before the granary, short sword in hand, back straight, unwavering, just as he had in childhood, just as he always would. At dawn, the muddy ground glistened with moisture after the rain, as Ryan pushed open the stone slab of the cellar, a cold wind rushing towards him. He did not rush to climb up, but first listened intently. Sounds of hooves approached from the direction of the town, steady in rhythm, as if a procession was moving. He knew who was coming. He touched the inner pocket of his chest. The special key was still there, cold against his skin. The short sword he had hidden last night was sharpened anew, tucked behind his waist, wrapped in tattered cloth, concealing its presence. Taking a deep breath, he rolled out, casually placing the stone slab back in position, and covering the traces with some dried grass, his movements clean and swift like a wolf just awakened yet ready to pounce. The small path outside the farm was slick, each footprint leaving a deep impression. Ryan did not take the front door, but circled around to the side of the barn, climbing through the straw pile still bore the imprint of where he had crouched last night, and the box in the corner remained untouched. He crouched down, took out the key, and gently twisted it. With a click, the iron lock sprang open. Inside the box lay a roll of yellowed parchment, its edges worn, but the words lifetime tenancy contract were still clearly visible, the ink, faded yet never completely diminished. Ryan reached in his fingertips, brushing the paper as if he had touched his grandfather's palm. Rough, warm, and earthy. Clutching the contract tightly, he stepped out of the barn, just as the sun began to rise above the treetops to the east. At the entrance of the farm, 5 black horses stood in a line, their hooves splattering mud. Calvin, wearing shiny black leather boots, stood at the front, his cloak thrown over his shoulders, resembling a vulture waiting to feast on carrion. Behind him were 4 tax collectors, 2 wielding clubs, and 2 holding scrolls, their expressions blank, as they scanned the rooftops of the farmhouse without even blinking. Blake family. Calvin's voice boomed, deliberately elongating the last syllable, by order of the church, and the Lord, we are here today to execute the land survey and reclamation. Please hand over 3 acres of the north field without delay. Before he finished speaking, the door creaked open and Ryan's mother emerged, leaning on a cane, her hair disheveled and her eyes sunken, clearly having not slept all night. She immediately spotted Calvin, her lips trembling, but she remained silent, slowly making her way to the steps and standing still. Ryan stepped out from around the barn, his pace neither hurried nor slow. He approached his mother, raising the parchment high. We have a contract. The lifetime tenancy passed down from our ancestors. On what grounds do you take it? Calvin glanced sideways, the corner of his mouth curling. Oh, let's see it. Ryan stepped forward, unfolding the contract and reading aloud. In the year 367 of the Loren calendar, amidst the war in the north, all the people fled, but the Blake family remained to farm, paying taxes for 3 years on behalf of the entire village. The government specifically designated this land as lifetime tenancy land to be inherited by descendants never to be taxed. Signed with the Great Seal of the former tax authority and the surveyor's signature. Upon finishing, he raised his voice. This is in black and white. It cannot simply be discarded by your word. Villagers had gathered at the distance, standing in small groups on the ridge, no one daring to step forward, yet all ears were tuned in. An old farmer murmured, that's true. When everyone fled, it was only their family that stayed to tend the land. Calvin ignored Ryan and turned his attention to his mother. His tone, suddenly gentle, Aunt, please don't be agitated. This isn't about us wanting to take your land. It's come from above that this land is buried with a royal survey monument, belonging to the state and must be reclaimed and resurveyed. This is for the greater good, you must understand. The greater good. His mother raised her head sharply, her voice hoarse. My husband was severely injured by you yesterday, and today you want to take our land. Is this your greater good? Oh dear, how can you say that? Calvin spread his hands. Your husband was arrested for tax evasion. This matter has nothing to do with today's issue. Besides, if he were truly innocent, how could he have fainted? He must feel guilty. You're talking nonsense. Ryan growled, stepping half a step forward, his right hand instinctively reaching for the short sword behind his waist. His mother grabbed his arm, her grip surprisingly strong. Don't be impulsive. Ryan froze, his fingers hovering at the edge of the cloth. Not. He gritted his teeth and looked down at his mother. Her face was pale, her hands trembling, but her gaze was fixed on Calvin like a nail. You? His mother released her son, turning to Calvin, her voice softening. At least. Give us 3 days, let us pack and move. My husband is still lying in bed. You can't let him die in the mud, right? Calvin paused for a moment as if contemplating. He slowly shook his head. No. The order is to execute today. This land must be sealed immediately. No one may enter or exit. If you are sensible, hand over the key now and you may leave with dignity. Otherwise. He paused, a cold smile creeping across his face. Then it will be treated as resisting the survey, and your entire family will be exiled to the mines, never to return. The mines? Ryan scoffed, his laughter quiet yet causing several tax collectors to instinctively take a step back. Do you really think you are the Grim Reaper? You think a piece of scrap paper will take away my family's land? My father guarded it for 20 years, my grandfather for 30. How dare you give orders? Calvin finally turned to look at him, his eyes cold. Kid, you're quite bold. There was a commotion in the town last night. I heard someone was eavesdropping on official matters and almost got caught. Funny, wasn't it? That was exactly the time you should have been sleeping. Ryan's heart tightened, his fingers instinctively touching his nose. This gesture was too familiar, something he had done since childhood, whenever he felt nervous. But this time he did not shy away. Instead, he met Calvin's gaze with a grin. Oh, did you catch anyone? If not, doesn't that mean the person is smart? You. Calvin's expression darkened, then he smiled again. All right, you have guts. But I warn you, your father's matter is not over. If he wakes up, he might live a few more days. If you keep causing trouble, I guarantee, he won't even have the chance to open his eyes. Ryan's pupils constrict. Suddenly his mother knelt down, her knees, hitting the muddy ground with a dull thud. She supported herself with her hands on the ground, looking up at Calvin. Sir, I beg you, grant us one more day, let me carry my husband out. I'll trade my life for 1 day. Mom. Ryan suddenly bent over to pull her, but his mother clung fiercely to the ground, refusing to get up. Get away. She shouted at her son, tears finally streaming down her face. You don't cause trouble. Ryan stood frozen, his fists clenched tightly, nails digging into his palm. He glared at Calvin, wishing he could rush up and smash that hypocritical face with a punch. But he knew that if he acted now, he would lose everything. Calvin watched this scene with a slight smirk, as if he had just won a grand gamble. He said no more, turning back and waving his hand. Register the details, seal off the north field, and confiscate all farming tools, no private retention allowed. 2 tax collectors stepped forward, taking out their ledgers to begin recording. Another walked toward the barn, preparing to inventory the items. Ryan suddenly turned and strode back to the front steps of the house. He bent down one by one, pulling out the farming tools. Plow, sickle, rake, hoe, and wooden fork. All cleaned and neatly arranged in a row on the stone steps. The tax collectors were taken aback. What are you doing? Ryan did not answer, merely stepping back silently to stand beside his mother. The sunlight glinted off those tools, their iron blades reflecting light like a silent army. In the distance, the old farmer removed his hat, bowing his head in silence. Someone whispered that plowhead was made by old Blake himself. It's been used for 17 years. Calvin glanced at it, sneering. How pretentious. You think a piece of scrap iron can block a holy decree? Ridiculous. He stepped forward, kicking over the wooden rake. Take it away. Throw it all into the manure pile. The tax collectors moved in, hastily dragging away the farming tools. Ryan stood there motionless, not even blinking. But his breathing grew heavy, his chest rising and falling like a drum. Just as Calvin was about to mount his horse, he suddenly stopped and turned to stare at Ryan. "I will investigate the events of last night thoroughly. You better not let me find out it was you." He lowered his voice. "Your father died unjustly. Do you want to try the chains of the mines too?" Ryan remained silent. He merely raised his hand, slowly touching his nose. Then he smiled. It was not a flustered smile nor a self-deprecating one, but a smile that was almost menacing, like a blade scraping bone. Calvin frowned, saying nothing further, mounted his horse, and with a crack of the whip the horse neighed loudly, and the procession began to move slowly away. Deep hoofprints were left in the muddy path, along with a scene of devastation. Ryan stood there until the last horse disappeared around the corner of the road. Only then did he slowly exhale a breath, as if he had released the pent-up fire of the night. His mother sat on the ground, trembling all over. Ryan crouched down, gently supporting her. "Mom, let's go inside and rest. He'll handle this." "Handle it?" His mother smiled bitterly. "What will you use to handle it? They have orders, soldiers, and knives. We don't even have a place to lodge a complaint." "I won't go to complain," Ryan said softly, his voice eerily calm. "I will make them understand that some rules cannot simply be changed with a red stamp." He helped his mother into the house, settled her down to lie down, and gave her a sip of water. The elder closed her eyes, breathing heavily, as if she had exhausted all her strength. Ryan returned to the cellar, rechecking the ventilation, confirming it was correct before rummaging through the straw pile to find his father's notebook. He opened a page. Pressed between it was a dried rose petal, one his mother had worn in her youth, which his father had kept all along. He stared at that petal for a long time, long enough for the sunlight to move from the wall seam to the base of the wall. Then he closed the notebook and tucked it back in place. As he stood up, he pulled out the special key from his chest, carefully wrapped it in a piece of old cloth, and placed it in the innermost pocket of his clothing close to his heart. He patted the pocket as if confirming something was still there. Exiting the cellar, he casually picked up the short sword, binding it tightly with hemp rope and slinging it over his back. Passing the barn, he paused, taking a short rusty nail from the wall and inserting it into the sole of his shoe. Walking silently, a trick taught to him by Afu. He took one last look at the farm. The crooked oak swayed in the wind, a corner of the thatched roof collapsed from the rain, the chicken coop was empty, and there was no sound from the pig. Everything appeared dilapidated and quiet, like a person recovering from a serious illness, gasping for breath. But he knew this place could not be abandoned. He stepped out the front gate, treading the small road leading to the town. The mud had not yet dried, leaving deep footprints with every step. The wind lifted the corners of his clothes, revealing the polished sword hilt behind his waist. He walked at a steady pace, not slowing down. Ahead, the outline of the town loomed hazily in the morning mist. He knew Calvin would not rest easily. He also knew he could no longer hide. Last night was listening, today was watching, tomorrow he would have to act. He touched his nose again, then the key at his chest. "Calvin," he whispered, "are you looking to play for keeps? I'll play with you to the end." He raised his head, looking ahead. The sunlight was blinding. He squinted and continued on. A crow took flight from a gnarled tree by the roadside, its wings flapping up a few specks of dust. Ryan's footsteps did not falter. Rane's feet sank into the mud each step, feeling like pulling himself out of a quagmire. As he descended the low slope at the farm's entrance, his pant legs were soon splattered with yellow-brown mud, and half a dried leaf was stuck to the sole of... The sun had just risen over the eastern ridge, casting a damp glow on the path ahead. He did not rush, walking at a leisurely pace without stopping. The face of Calvin lingered in his mind, along with the sight of his mother kneeling in the mud. A heaviness settled in his chest, as if a wet cotton ball had been stuffed inside, making it hard to breathe. As he turned past a patch of wild brambles, his ears suddenly perked up. There was movement ahead. It wasn't the sound of wind rustling through the trees, nor the call of birds. It was human voices mixed with the clanking of iron chains. There were also the low, muffled sobs of a woman, like someone had stuffed a cloth into her mouth. Rane quickly crouched down, hastily covering his head with a handful of dry hay and shrinking into the shadow of the bushes. He held his breath, squinting forward. 30 paces away, 5 men in gray vests surrounded an open area beside the path, each with a short stick at their waist, and their legs wrapped. They were clearly tax collectors. In the center stood a makeshift wooden post, tied to which was a young girl. She wore a coarse cloth skirt, her hair disheveled with dirt and tear stains on her face. Her hands were bound behind the post with hemp rope, and a rag was stuffed in her mouth, leaving only her wide, terrified eyes visible. She desperately shook her head, trying to dislodge the cloth from her mouth. But the more she struggled, the tighter the ropes became, drawing blood from her wrists. "Behave yourself." One burly tax collector kicked her shin, saying, "If you keep this up, it'll cut out your tongue to serve as a side dish." The girl shivered in pain, tears streaming down her face, yet she still glared at them fiercely, her eyes filled with defiance. Another man squatted down, smoking a pipe, exhaling a cloud of smoke. This girl, despite being covered in dirt and looking frail, could fetch at least 3 silver coins at the brothel in Baygang. 3 coins. Dream on. The third tax collector grinned, revealing yellowed teeth. "At most 1.5, and it depends on whether she can talk." If she's mute, she's not even worth half a coin. What's there to be afraid of? The smoker scoffed. Once we get her to the destination, we can make her drink chilly water. She'll be crying for her mother and father. It's not our first time doing this. We need to be quick, another said, glancing around. Calvin ordered a sweep for all escaped individuals last night. If we get caught, it'll be our heads on the line. What's there to panic about? The burly man patted his stick at his waist. Who would dare intervene? In this remote area, killing someone is as easy as squashing an ant. Besides, she's not a local. No one knows her, so she won't be on any registers. The group burst into laughter, their voices harsh like crows pecking at bones. Rane lay concealed in the grass, his fists clenched so tightly that his knuckles turned white. He had seen evil before, but hearing these men price a living person as if she were livestock made his stomach churn. He instinctively touched his nose. Once he did that, he froze, remembering the last time he felt this tense was last night, when he hid in the rain eaves, dropping on a conversation among the tax collectors. But this time was different. Last night he had taken the risk for his family, now it was for a stranger. But what did it matter? She was a person too, not a piglet to be led away for slaughter. He took a deep breath, forcing himself to stay calm. 5 against 1, they had sticks and knives, while he only had the short sword at his back. Charging at them heathen would be akin to seeking death. Moreover, if he startled them, they might just destroy the girl right there. No, he needed to be clever. He scanned the terrain around him. To the left was a steep slope overgrown with thorny vines. To the right was a narrow creek with swift water flowing over slippery stones. 20 paces ahead was a half-collapsed stone wall like an old hunter's blind long since abandoned. Further up the slope, he could faintly see a few scattered piles of stones, likely remnants of a cliff washed away by rain. Rane's mind raced. He remembered what Afyu had said: if a dog bites a person, throw a stone to distract it. This group of people was like mad dogs. He needed to divert their... He carefully shifted his position, avoiding the dry twigs, and slowly backed away until he was completely out of sight. Then he crouched low and circled around, making his way up the steep slope from the right creek. The soil beneath him was soft and silent as he moved. He picked up a few fist-sized stones, weighing them in his hand and testing their throwing angles. Perfect. From this position, he would hit that crooked-necked oak tree across the way. He crouched down, waiting for the moment when the group below was most engrossed in their conversation, and suddenly hurled the thud. A stone struck the trunk with a dull thud, causing the leaves to rain down. What was that sound? The tax collectors all looked up in unison. Over there. Someone pointed at the high slope. It looks like someone is there. Damn. Could it be an escaped slave? 3 of them immediately grabbed their sticks and ran towards the slope, cursing as they went. Which blind fool dares to spy on the master at work? Only 2 remained behind. One continued to smoke while the other stood next to the girl, one hand pressing down on her shoulder, while the other began to unfasten his belt. Rane's pupils constricted. There was no time. He rolled over and leaped rapidly, sliding down the steep slope, grass and gravel scattering behind him. Halfway down, he drew his short sword, wrapping the hilt with cloth to prevent slipping, and he pounced like a wild cat, going for its prey, aiming straight for the tax collector who was unbuckling his belt. The man had just looked down when a chill suddenly swept over his neck. Before he knew it, a coarse hemp rope had looped around his throat, and he was violently yanked back, crash. Rane pressed down on him, covering his mouth with his left hand, while the short sword threatened his throat with his right. In a low voice he said, "Move and he'll slit your throat." The tax collector was so frightened, he nearly lost control of his bladder. His body stiffening, even his breath became shallow. Rane quickly dragged him into the bushes, using the stolen hemp rope to bind his hands, tearing off a piece of his clothing to stuff into his mouth, and finally tying him to a tree trunk, ensuring he wouldn't break free anytime soon. Having completed all this, he immediately turned and dashed towards the wooden post. The girl saw him approaching, her eyes first filled with fear, then transforming into incredulous hope. Rane said nothing, only made a show gesture to her, then pulled out his short sword and swiftly cut the ropes binding her hands. The girl relaxed, her arms nearly collapsed. Rane supported her arm and quietly asked, "Can you walk?" She bit her lip, nodding, her eyes welling with tears, yet she stubbornly held them back. Good. Rane looked around. They will be back soon, we need to hurry. There's a creek to the right with fast water. They won't be able to catch. Run downstream along the water, don't look back, don't stop until you can't see this path anymore. She couldn't speak but stared at him, her eyes full of questions. What about you? I need to leave some traces to make them think we ran up the mountain. Rane patted her shoulder. Hurry, don't let my efforts be in vain. The girl hesitated for a moment, but finally took a step forward, stumbling towards the creek. She had long since lost her shoes and her bare feet ached on the stones, yet she gritted her teeth and pressed on. Rane watched her jump into the creek, tumbling downstream. With the current, her figure soon blocked by the bend in the rocks. Only then did he breathe a sigh of relief, quickly turning back, deliberately leaving a few chaotic footprints in the clearing, and hanging a torn piece of cloth on a thorn bush, making it look like someone had fled in panic. Next he climbed back up the steep slope, striking the tree trunk in the same spot where he had thrown the stone, creating the illusion that someone had climbed up. After doing all this, he quickly retreated along another concealed path, choosing rocky areas that left no footprints. He walked while listening carefully to the sounds behind him. Sure enough, a few minutes later the 3 tax collectors searching the mountain returned, cursing. "No one here. Damn it, I definitely heard something. Where did the person go?" After a brief silence, a furious shout erupted. "Damn it! The guard has been tied up. The prisoner escaped. Chase them. Follow the footprints. Chase up the mountain. No, there are traces this way too. Split up. We need to see the living or the dead." The shouts echoed like barking dogs in the valley, startling a flock of birds. Rane's lips curled into a smirk as he silently thought, "Take your time searching. They are already done bathing and changing." He did not linger, quickening his pace as he traveled along the hunter's path from his memories. He had followed his father here to hunt wild rabbits as a child. The path twisted and turned, leading to an abandoned quarry where a natural cave lay, hidden, a perfect place to hide. Half an hour later, he found the cave at the edge of a dense forest downstream. The entrance was mostly obscured by vines, and it was dark inside but still relatively dry. As he approached, he heard faint gasping from within. "It's me," he said softly. "Rane." Inside there was a rustling, and then a pale face peeked out from the darkness. It was the girl. She was curled up in a corner, hugging her knees, drenched, her lips blue, yet her eyes remained alert. Rane walked in, pulled out a piece of dry food from his pocket, and offered it to her. "Eat something to warm." She hesitated for a moment, took the food, and began to nibble slowly, as if she hadn't eaten in a long time. Rane leaned against the cave wall, wiping the sweat from his face. "You're lucky to have encountered me. If I had been even half a stick of incense later, you'd probably have been packed up and taken away." The girl paused in her chewing, looking up at him. Rane smiled broadly. "What? Don't believe me? I'm the toughest farmer around here, and just yesterday I pierced a tax collector captain's foot with a pitchfork." He exaggerated his words, intending to lighten the mood. But instead of laughing, the girl's eyes turned red, and she looked down, her shoulders trembling slightly. Rane was taken aback, thinking, "Oh no, did I say something too rough?" He quickly corrected himself. "Ahem. I didn't mean it like that. I mean, you're safe now, don't be afraid." The girl lifted her face, tears brimming in her eyes, but she blinked hard, refusing to let them fall. She opened her mouth, seemingly wanting to say something, but her throat was hoarse, and she could only make raspy sounds. "Is your throat injured?" Rane frowned. "Do you need some water?" She nodded. Rane stood up to find a large leaf outside, folding it into a funnel shape to bring back some clean creek water. The girl cupped the leaf, drinking little by little, and after finishing, she let out a long breath, as if she had finally caught her breath. "Thank you." She finally managed to speak 2 words, her voice as light as a whisper. "What for?" Rane waved his hand. "Anyone who sees that kind of scene wouldn't just— Besides, I'm not a good person. I just can't stand seeing them treating people like livestock." The girl stared at him for a few seconds, before suddenly asking, "Aren't you afraid of getting into trouble?" "Of course I'm afraid." Rane chuckled. "I'm so scared that I can't sleep at night, dreaming of myself hanging from the gallows at the town's entrance with a bunch of crows pecking at my eyes." The girl was startled, her eyes wide. "Just kidding." Rane shrugged. "If I were really scared, I wouldn't have made a move. Do I look like someone who would be scared?" He straightened his back, putting on a fierce expression, but ended up tripping over himself and nearly fell on his backside. The girl finally couldn't help it and burst into laughter. Although it was just a moment, her smile illuminated her whole face, as if a crack had opened in the clouds, allowing sunlight to shine through. Rane smiled too. "That's right. If you cry too long, your face will wrinkle. If you laugh more, you'll look younger." The tension between them eased slightly. Outside, the sky darkened, and the evening breeze blew into the cave, bringing a hint of chill. Rane gathered some dry firewood and built a small fire at the cave entrance, its flickering light casting shadows over the shallow scar on his right brow. The girl silently watched the flames and suddenly said softly, "They are not ordinary tax collectors." "Oh." Rane poked at the fire. "What do you mean?" "They are from the Black Account team. They are specifically responsible for dealing with unsuitable individuals. Missing farmers, runaway women, wandering children. They capture them and sell them to far-off human traffickers or mine owners. I hid outside the town for 3 days, yet they still found me." Rane frowned. "You know so much, because I have been running away the whole time. I've already changed my name 3 times. Rane did not press further. He knew some things were best left unasked. "It's all right now," he said softly. The girl looked up at him, the firelight illuminating her face, revealing a pair of clear eyes. She didn't speak, but the emotion in her gaze weighed heavier than 1,000 words. Rane averted his gaze, pretending to focus on the flames. After a while, he suddenly remembered something, and pulled out the special key from his pocket, glinting in the firelight. "Isn't it strange? I feel like I'm holding onto this thing, as if it were an ancestral tablet, even though my family's land is nearly gone." The girl listened quietly. Sometimes I think to be alive one must hold onto something. Rane rubbed the key. Even if it's just a useless piece of copper, it can make you feel like you haven't lost everything. Outside, the wind rustled through the trees, making a soft sound. A night bird flew over the treetops, its wings cutting through the last rays of twilight. Rane stood up, stretching his limbs. It's getting dark. Well, stay here for the night. Tomorrow it'll take you to a safer place. The girl nodded, slowly leaning against the rock wall, her eyelids growing heavy. The fire crackled as sparks rose and disappeared into the darkness. Rane sat at the cave entrance, gazing at the distant mountain shadows, one hand absent-mindedly touching his nose. He knew that from this day forward some things would never return to how they were. He had saved a life, and this person might also change him. Morning light slanted in through the cave mouth like a blunt blade, slowly slicing through the remnants of night. The fire had dwindled to a few charred embers, wisps of smoke curling upward before the wind twisted them askew. Rane sat at the cave's edge, his back against a cool stone, whittling a wooden spear with a short sword. The wood was a dry branch gathered last night, dense and stubborn, but he worked it steadily, each stroke rhythmic as though sharpening a blade. The faint scar on his right brow ridge caught the morning light darker than it had been in the night. His fingers toyed with the sword's tassel. An old habit, when nervous, one he hadn't shaken since the rescue last night. But this wasn't fear, it was caution. In this world, the only places where you could sleep soundly were either your own grave or a pit someone else had dug for you. A rustle sounded behind him. He didn't turn, only his ears twitched. Isha was awake. She sat up slowly, her movements gentle, as if afraid to disturb something. The soaked coarse cloth dress clung to her, drying in uneven patches, a half-torn vine leaf still clinging to her shoulder. She raised a hand to push back her tangled hair, her knuckles white, her arms still aching. Then she stared at Rane's back for a long moment, her gaze drifting yet fixed. "Thank you," she said, her voice still hoarse like sandpaper scraping iron. Rane finally turned, a grin spreading across his face. "Oh, alive again. I was thinking if you slept another half day I'd have to catch a fish and make some broth to build you up." Isha didn't smile, only nodded. She rose slowly, her legs weak, steadying herself against the rock wall. "I can't do much," she said, "but at least I should repay you." As she spoke, she reached into her bosom, hesitating for a moment, as if touching something precious she was reluctant to part with. Then she withdrew her hand, and in her palm lay a sword. It was not the kind of broken iron blade reforged from farm tools, nor the short dagger-like swords worn by tax collectors at their waists. The blade was silver bright, slender, with a guard curved like a flower branch, the hilt wrapped in dark silk thread ending in a small metal ring. The sword looked delicate, yet exuded an air of nobility utterly out of place in this wilderness. Rane's brows shot up. "You hid this thing in your bosom. Not afraid you'd stab yourself?" "It's always been with me," Isha said quietly. "Left by my mother. I don't know, swords can't use it, but it shouldn't be fleeing with me." She held it out with both hands, her posture earnest, as if offering a token. Rane didn't take it. Instead, he scooted back. Hold on. Such a precious thing. Giving it to me would be wasting an heirloom. Besides, I've got rough hands used to hoes. If I chip your precious blade, you'd cry your heart out, wouldn't you? You saved me." Isha stared at him, her gaze suddenly hardening. "They were taking me to Baygang. Do you know what Baygang is?" Rane shrugged. "Brothel, mine, black market, butcher. Pick one. If you're lucky, maybe a sparring partner in the arena. Then you understand." Her voice dropped. "This is not charity, it's a debt. This sword belongs in the hands of someone who can protect others." Rane was silent for 2 seconds, then scratched his nose. An unconscious gesture. He knew that if he refused again, the girl would truly turn hostile. So he reached out and took the sword. It was heavier than it looked, but perfectly balanced. He turned it over, examining the base of the hilt, and suddenly his fingers stopped. There engraved was a flower, a blooming rose. 5 petals, flowing lines with a vine pattern coiling around the base, as if alive, winding around the metal surface. Rane's breath caught. Almost instinctively, he reached into his inner pocket and pulled out a worn notebook. The cover was frayed, corners curled, pages yellowed. Clearly carried close for years. He flipped to the 3rd page and gently shook it. A dried petal fluttered out. Purplered edges, slightly curled, perfectly preserved. He pressed it against the sword's hilt. Identical. Even the fine crack at the tip of the petal matched. This pattern. He looked up at Isha, his voice tight. "How do you have this?" Isha's gaze fell on the petal, her pupils contracting. She didn't answer, but turned her face away, avoiding his eyes, her lips pressed into a thin line. "It was my mother's," she finally said, her tone calm, but her voice trembling slightly. "I just felt it should be given to—" "Why?" Rane pressed. "Did you know my mother? Or have you seen this flower before?" "I don't know." She shook her head slowly. "But the moment I saw you, I felt some things shouldn't be hidden anymore." Rane stared at her, searching for a flaw in her face. But her eyes were clear, no evasion, no panic of one fabricating a story. She spoke as if stating something long destined, her tone even carrying a hint of relief. He closed the notebook, tucked the petal back in, and placed it inside his chest. His movements were gentle, as if afraid to break something. All right. He looked down, rubbing the hilt, his fingers tracing the rose again and again. Since you insist, I won't be coy. I'll take the sword. Isha seemed to exhale in relief, her shoulders sagging slightly. Can you use it? She asked. No. Rane grinned. But I can learn. Worst case, I'll use it as a fire poker. It's more dignified than my short sword anyway. He stood up, stretching his limbs, and casually tucked the new sword into his belt. It sat right where the old short sword had been, heavy and a bit awkward but reassuring. By the way, what's your name? He asked while packing his bundle. Can't keep calling you hey, can I? Isha paused, as if weighing whether to tell the truth. Isha, she finally said. They call me Isha. Isha. Rane repeated, nodding. Sounds like a noble lattice name. Too bad it doesn't match your current outfit. I wasn't born like this. She looked down, brushing dust off her skirt. I used to wear dresses, not rags, and my heels never broke 3 times. Tisk rough. Rane clicked his tongue. But it's fine now. Saves fabric, you can run faster and it doesn't hurt to fall. The atmosphere between them eased. The tension of life and death from last night was finally diluted by the morning's trivialities. Rane walked to the cave mouth and looked out. The mist in the forest hadn't fully dissipated as sunlight filtered through the treetops in a few beams, making the dew on the grass sparkle. Birds chirped in the distance, ants crawled through stone crevices nearby. Everything was unnervingly quiet. The pursuers shouldn't have found our trail, he said. The false footprints I left should keep them busy for a whole day. They won't give up easily. Isha walked to his side, her voice low. If the Black Ledger squad fails, Calvin will surely send people to comb the mountains. Let them search. Rane grinned. I'm not a rabbit for them to trap. Besides, I'm a man with a sword now. Shiny and majestic. He drew the rapier and slashed it through the air awkwardly, nearly stabbing his own foot. Isha couldn't help but laugh. That's called waving a sword, not using. Hey, don't underestimate me. Rane retorted. Once I get the hang of it, I might invent a new move. Call it peasant's wheat cutting style, perfect for dealing with arrogant tax collectors. Then you'll need to learn not to cut yourself first. She shook her head with a smile. The laughter faded and they both fell silent for a moment. Rane looked at her. Her eyes were still a bit swollen, her face pale, but when she smiled she seemed to light up. Not a delicate beauty, but one with thorns. Like a wild rose, prickly yet fragrant. He suddenly remembered his childhood when his mother once picked a wild rose by the ridge and tucked it into her hair bun. That day the wind was strong and she stood in the wheat field smiling at him, saying, Rane, when you find a wife, find one like this flower. Not delicate, able to withstand the wind. Later the flower was ruined by rain, and his mother never spoke of it again. He looked down at the sword at his waist, then touched the notebook in his chest. Strange things happen every year, but this year especially. A fleeing girl, a sword engraved with a rose, a petal his mother had hidden for over a decade. These things coming together couldn't be coincidence. But he dared not think too deeply. The deeper he thought, the more unsettled his heart became. Where do we go next? Isha asked. First leave this. Rane collected his thoughts, pointing southeast. There's a hunter's trail that leads to the old mill. I have a hidden cave there, clean concealed, and we can make a fire. And then, Rane shrugged. Wait for the heat to blow over and figure out a way to get you to a safe place. You can't spend your whole life following me through these hills, can you? Isha didn't answer, just looked at him quietly. Her gaze had changed again. No longer gratitude nor wariness, but something indescribable, as if she had confirmed something or was waiting for another event to unfold. What's wrong? Rane felt uncomfortable under her stare. Did I get dust on my face? No. She shook her head, a faint smile on her lips. I was just thinking. Maybe some encounters are written long before. Written by whom? Rane laughed. Fate, God, or some bored deity. Perhaps. She said softly. Perhaps not. But I know when you charged out to save me last night, I understood. Some paths can only be walked together. Rane was stunned. The words sounded mysterious, yet they didn't feel false. He scratched his head, a bit awkward. Can we not talk about such deep stuff? I'm not educated, I don't understand. Then understand this much. Isha looked at him, her gaze clear. This sword is not just a weapon. It's a key. To what? I don't know. She shook her head. But I believe you'll find the answer. Rane asked no more. He knew pressing further would yield nothing. He silently tucked the sword back into his belt, patted his shoulder bundle, and turned toward the cave entrance. Let's go, he said. Any more dawdling and breakfast will be cold. Though we don't have any breakfast. Isha followed her steps lighter. After a few steps, she suddenly stopped and looked back at the cave. The fire was completely out, only a heap of ash left. The fierce struggle and gasps of last night were all buried in this silence. She took a deep breath, turned around, and quickened her pace. The two walked one after another along the forest path, their silhouettes stretched long by the morning light. Layen's hand occasionally touched the sword hilt as if confirming it was still there, and Isha's gaze remained fixed on his back, especially on the scar on his right brow. She didn't say it, but she remembered. The shape of that scar was almost identical to a certain rune drawn in her mother's diary. The wind swept through the forest, lifting a few fallen leaves. One of them spiraled down and landed on the ash at the cave mouth. Layen took a step and crushed a dry twig. A crisp snap, like something finally breaking. The morning light cast a chiaroscuro across the forest, the mist still lingering, and the dry leaves underfoot rustled with every step. Layen walked ahead with Isha half a step behind. They had left the cave behind for some time now. The shelter where they had hidden for the night was already swallowed by the deep shadows of the trees, even the ashes cold. Yet Layen's hand kept drifting to his waist, not to touch the sword, but to stroke the flower on the hilt. The rose pattern scraped under his fingertips like a knot that tightened the more he touched it. The image of that dried petal pressed against the metal from last night kept flashing in his mind, vivid beyond words. He didn't believe in spirits or fate, but that two objects could match so perfectly, even the cracks identical. That was no coincidence. Someone had laid the threads long ago. He stopped and drew the sword. Looking again, Isha asked from behind, her voice calm, as if she had expected this. Layen didn't turn, just stared at the pattern. This flower. Did your mother ever mention anything else? She did. She stepped forward 2 paces, standing beside him, her gaze also falling on the hilt. She said it was a family heirloom mark. Nothing more. A mark. Layen snorted. Sounds like a gang sign. From the Rose Society. The password is 5 petals blooming. Isha's lips twitched, but she didn't smile. Her tone was heavy, like she feared someone would forget, yet feared saying too much. Layen twirled the sword tassel. An old nervous habit. He had been doing it while rescuing her last night, and now it was back. He stared at the small knot of silver thread, suddenly recalling Eve's dropping on the village chief as a child, who said that a certain family had a copper basin passed down through generations. Whoever got it would be the clan leader. Back then he laughed, thinking a broken basin could be a scepter. Now, holding a sword engraved with a flower, he felt that copper basin wasn't so absurd. What did your family used to do? He asked casually, his eyes fixed on Isha's expression. Nobles, she answered flatly. The impoverished kind. The house was barely bigger than a dog kennel, no meat on the table for 10 years, and on holidays we had to wear ancestral robes to catch banquets. Oh, Layen nodded. No wonder you walk like a puppet. Your arms and legs don't bend. That's court etiquette, she shot back. Not everyone can sway like a plow rhythm like you do. I call it charm. Layen sheathed the sword and patted his belt. Besides him downtorth, unlike some people who even tuck their skirts into their pants, while fleeing afraid of creasing the fabric. Isha didn't reply, just sighed softly. That sigh came out of nowhere, but it made Layen's heart skip a beat. He turned to look at her. Do you know something you're not telling me? I've told you everything I know, she met his gaze. This sword was my mother's. Its design is unique. There was a similar one in the family, locked in a secret box, never shown to anyone. That's all. Similar. Layen raised an eyebrow. Not the same one. I don't know if it's the same. She shook her head. I never went back home after I turned 8. By the time I heard news, the old house had been burned down. Layen was silent for a few seconds, his fingers unconsciously rubbing his nose. A habit he had when lying, but now he wasn't lying. He was suppressing his emotions. He felt Isha wasn't lying, but she had left blanks like a painting, only outlined, not filled in with color. So you ran away with this sword? He asked. It's safest on me, she said. What others want are thrones, land, deeds, military power. I just want to survive. But this sword, it's different. It shouldn't be buried in the earth nor melted into scrap. Layen grinned. Then giving it to me is even more dangerous. I don't even know how to use a sword. I'd probably chip the blade chopping firewood. You'll learn, she looked at him calmly. And now that it's in your hands, I feel at ease. Huh. Layen almost choked. You've only known me for half a day, and you trust me that much. What if I'm a wanted criminal? If you were a wanted criminal, you wouldn't have rushed out to save me in the middle of the night, she said flatly. Besides, when you saved me, the scar on your right brow was visible. In my mother's diary, she drew a rune that looked very similar to it. Layen jerked his head up. Your mother's diary. You still have it. Burned. She shook her head. I burned it myself before I left. But I remember what that page looked like. Suddenly silence fell between them. Wind rustled through the leaves as if speaking for them. Layen stared at her for a few seconds, trying to find a flaw in her face. But her eyes were calm, no evasion, no guilt of a fabricated story. She spoke as if stating the most ordinary fact, yet each sentence was like a nail hammering into his mind. He suddenly felt the sword was unbearably heavy. Not just physical weight, but the heavy feeling of, you're not holding a weapon, you're holding destiny. He took a deep breath, reached into his chest, and pulled out the worn notebook. The cover was frayed, the corners curled, the pages yellowed. Clearly carried close for years. He opened it to the third page and gently shook it. The dried, purplish-red petal fluttered out again. He didn't take it out to compare, just pressed his finger over it, feeling its shape through the paper. 5 petals of vine winding at the base, a fine crack at the tip. Exactly the same as on the sword hilt. He closed the notebook and tucked it back into his chest, moving slowly, as if afraid to wake something. All right. He finally spoke, his voice lower than before. Since you say this sword is important, I'll treat it as important. Anyway, I'm a man with a sword now. I can't be gouging tax collectors' backsides with a hoe anymore. Isha gave a soft laugh. You gouged quite accurately. Of course, Rane patted his belt. In the manners, young master, precision strikes are my basic skill. He turned and continued walking, his steps steadier than before. The forest path wound ahead, trees growing denser on both sides. Sunlight was sliced into slanted beams, scattering on the ground like gold dust. A bird call came from afar, crisp and sharp, as if urging them to hurry. But Rane's mind was still churning. The rose pattern, the petal, Isha's mother's diary, the family's old sword. These fragments didn't fit together yet, clearly belonged to the same picture. He didn't believe in causeless fate, especially not this plot of, your mother hid a flower, her mother hid a sword, and they all end up with me. It felt like someone was writing a script behind the scenes. He rubbed his nose as he walked over and over. Not from nervousness, it was thinking, just like his father used to fix the fence, testing each post until he found the strongest one. He had to sort through the threads one by one. That sword in your family's secret box, he suddenly asked again. Besides the rose pattern, were there any other features? Like color, length, any chips? Isha thought for a moment. I never saw it, but my mother mentioned once that the guard of that sword was shaped like twining branches, and the scabbard had a hidden compartment that could hold a note. Rane immediately drew the sword and examined the guard. It was curved into a twig shape, matching the description. He then felt the bottom of the scabbard, and indeed there was a very subtle gap, undetectable without careful touch. His eyelid twitched. It really exists, he muttered. Isn't this just a plot device from martial arts novels? A love letter or a treasure map hidden inside? Maybe a will, Isha said. Or some kind of proof. Proof of what? That you're the legitimate bloodline. Rane laughed. So now you're a princess in exile. Next second you'll summon the old forces and shout, restore my kingdom. I don't want to be a princess, her voice turned cold. I want to live. And even if I were, I wouldn't rely on a sword to reclaim my lineage. In this world, trusting money is more reliable than trusting blood. Rane glanced at her and didn't tease further. He knew she spoke the truth. No one here believed in bloodlines. Only fists and silver coins mattered. His father died without anyone standing up for him because he was a peasant. Even if Isha were a noble descendant, she was now just a girl on the run, wallowing in the same mud as him. But precisely because of that, the existence of this sword was even stranger. A daughter of a fallen noble fleeing with a sword engraved with the family crest runs into a farm boy who just happens to have a dried flower matching the sword's pattern. The odds were lower than him finding a gold ring in a dung heap. He stopped under an old pine tree. The bark was cracked like the wrinkles on an old man's face. He leaned against the trunk, looked up at the sky. The sun was dazzling, making him squint. Isha. He suddenly called her name. You said this sword is a key. He stared at her. A key to what? I don't know, she shook her head. But I believe you'll find the answer. Same words again. Just like last night. Rane clicked his tongue. You sound like a fortune teller benefactor. You bear a calamity, but a noble one accompanies you. And do you believe it? She countered. I don't believe in fate. He met her eyes. But I believe this flower didn't appear in my mother's notebook for nothing. It didn't appear in your mother's memory for nothing. And it didn't lead me to this sword today for nothing. He paused, his voice dropping. Some things look like accidents, but someone is nudging them along step by step. I don't know who or why yet, but I know. This involves me. Isha said nothing, just watched him quietly. Rane resheathed the sword, his movements more deliberate than before. He reached into his chest to feel the notebook, confirming it was still there. Then the hunter's trail forked here. The left path was narrower, covered in fallen leaves, leading into a dense forest where the half-collapsed roof of an old mill was faintly visible. The right path was wider, with intermittent stone slabs likely leading toward the town. He stood at the fork, not moving. What's wrong? Isha asked. I'm thinking, he said. Should I take you to the mill first to settle down, or go straight back home? Isn't your home on the farm? She asked. Yes, he nodded. But my mother is taking care of my father alone. I'm worried. And he touched the sword hilt. I need to go back and look into things. My mother hid this petal for over a decade. There must be a reason. Isha looked at him with a complex expression. What do you want to find out? She asked. Where this flower came from, he said. Why my mother kept it. Why it matches your family's sword pattern. And... He paused. Whether I've been set on a path from the very beginning. He turned to face her, his tone serious, unlike the usual wisecracking young rascal. This sword is the same as what my mother left behind. I don't believe in fate, but I believe this flower didn't appear here for nothing. Once I settle you in, I need to find out where it came from and why it's in my hands. The forest suddenly fell silent for a moment. The wind stopped, the birds ceased their calls. Only his words, like a stone thrown into water, rippled outward in an invisible wave. Isha looked at him, neither smiling nor refuting. She just nodded slightly, as if she had known he would say this. Then you must be careful, she whispered. Some truths are sharper than blades. Afraid of a blade. Rane grinned, the roguish energy returning. I've even stabbed a tax collector captain's foot. Why would I fear He said this and stepped onto the left path. Let's go, he called back without turning. The old mill is close. Once I get you settled, I'll go home and ransack every drawer until I dig up the origin of this flower. Isha followed behind him, her steps lighter. She didn't speak again, only occasionally lifted her gaze to his back, watching him touch the sword hilt from time to time, watching the scar on his right brow flash in and out of the sunlight. She knew that something had already begun, and Rane walking ahead, his mind still churning. He didn't believe in fate, but he was beginning to believe that some threads in this world had been quietly pulled long ago, waiting for someone to reach out and touch that sword engraved with the rose pattern. As dusk bled into the sky, Rane stepped squarely into a mud puddle. Behind him, the roof of the old mill shrank to a gray speck while the wind swept the forest's dampness across his face. He wiped his face, his fingers brushing the scar along his right eyebrow, a gesture he'd repeated lately, as if to confirm he was still alive. The sword at his waist remained heavy and familiar, its hilt engraved with a rose motif worn smooth by his constant touch, nearly patinated from years of handling. He had intended to escort Isa safely to the mill first, then return to investigate the petals. But halfway there his head suddenly rang. A sharp, disorienting buzz. Was his mother feeding his gravely injured father? Had she changed his medicine? And last night's unnatural rain? Had it breached the roof? The thought surged uncontrollably. He turned on his heel and fled. No time even to explain further to Isa. Stay hidden. I'll check on them first. He spoke and bolted, his pace swifter than a hare's. Now he stood before his family's courtyard gate. The wooden door slightly ajar, its hinge groaning its customary. He'd heard that sound since childhood. Every time he sneaked out to fish and crept back home, that creak would greet him like gentle reprimand. But today it sounded wrong, too silent. No rooster crowed and no dog barked. Not even a wisp of smoke curled from the kitchen chimney. At this hour his mother should already be bustling before the stove, scolding his father for lying there like a corpse, scolding him for vanishing into the wilds. Yet now the yard lay hollow, as if emptied, stripped bare. Rane pushed the door open and stumbled over the threshold, his foot slipping on a fresh dark stain. Not rainwater, but recently dumped herbal residue. Bitterness flooded his nostrils. He recognized the scent instantly. The life-sustaining decoction brewed by Old Chun, the village physician famed for treating internal trauma and stagnant blood. His throat tightened. He lunged toward the main chamber. He parted the oilcloth curtain halfway. A dim lamplight spilled across the scene. Seated on the bed's edge sat his mother, hunched shoulders trembling in silent wrenching convulsions, her stifled sobs sharper than any wail. In her hands she clutched a cloth, knuckles bleached white, as though gripping the last thread of breath. Beside the bed stood an elderly man in gray robes, closing his medicine chest. Rane knew him. Dr. Chun, the healer all villagers turned to for broken bones and crippled limbs. The old man looked up startled, his brows leaping, nearly dropping the porcelain vial in his hand. You've returned. Rane said nothing. In 3 strides he reached the bedside. His father lay there. Ashen gray skin, sunken eyes, lips tinged violet. His chest rose and fell with agonizing slowness, like a broken bellows struggling for air. One hand dangled lifelessly beside the bed, withered skeletal, stripped of flesh and strength. Rane sank to his knees and took that hand in his own. It was still warm. Father. His voice cracked raw and hoarse. No response. He tried again, louder. Father. I'm home. That hand stirred. Barely a faint, fragile pressure returning his grip. A sudden burn flared behind Rane's eyes. He lowered his head and bit down hard on his molars. He could not weep. Not yet. His mother was already breaking. If he shattered too, their world would truly collapse. Dr. Chun snapped shut his medicine chest and sighed. He won't hold on. At most half a watch. Those words struck like a blacksmith's hammer. Rane's mind erupted into white noise. Emptiness swallowing all thought. Half a watch. Yesterday Dr. Chun himself had said if he wakes one. He'd even planned to rummage through his father's old trunk upon returning, searching for anything valuable enough to sell anything that might buy stronger medicine. He'd imagined teaching his father how to wield the silver sword for chopping firewood, surely smoother than an axe. And now, half a watch. How can this be? He whirled around. You told me he'd survive. Dr. Chan shook his head. The external wounds appear minor, but internally the stagnation is severe. That blow to the back of his skull ruptured his heart meridian. 3 days delay. No divine physician could reverse it. Rane stared at him, eyes burning with a gaze that could flay flesh. Dr. Chan averted his gaze and murmured, "Grieve well." Then he lifted his medicine chest to leave. Rane blocked his path just like that. "Say nothing." "I've said it," the old man replied with a bitter smile. "I've done all I could. The day your father was beaten, I warned him, don't resist. Pay the grain tax and save your life. But your family..." He shook his head, gently pushed past Rane and walked out. The curtain swayed once, leaving only mother and son and the man on the bed breathing his last. Rane slowly knelt again, cradling his father's hand once more. How strong that hand had been, guiding his small arms as he learned to wield a hayfork, teaching him stroke by stroke how to lift wheat bundles, how to fend off livestock. Later, when tax collectors came for grain, that same hand gripped the wooden pitchfork, planted firm at the threshold as his father roared, "My children gnaw bark from trees, and you dare raise our levy." Now that hand lay slack, cold, incapable of lifting itself. Rane clenched his teeth. His fists ground together with a brittle grinding sound. He remembered that day. The tax captain Galvin kicking his mother down, his father snatching up the pitchfork and charging, only to be struck from behind by that bastard's iron-capped club, smashing into the base of his skull. His father collapsed instantly, blood streaming from his hairline. As they dragged him away, his mother clung to his ankles, sobbing, until a boot sent her sprawling. Rane had stood frozen beside them, fist tight around a sickle, too terrified to move. No, not fear of death, but certainty that moving would accomplish nothing. 5 burly men armed with regulation clubs and leather armor. He, the son of a farmer, wielding only a tool of the soil. Charging them would be suicide. So he endured. Yet now his father was dying. Because of that single blow, because Rane had failed to rush forward and give his life in that instant. "Father," he whispered, "I have failed you." That hand moved again, feebly, tenderly, as if to say, "It is not your fault." Tears finally spilled over, but he did not wipe them. He let them fall unbidden into the corner of his mouth. Bitter, salt, sharp. He raised his eyes to his father's face. It was drawn tight, brows furrowed, locked in hatred, even in death. He hated too. Hated Galvin. Hated the tax authority. Hated every noble magistrate of the Kingdom of Loren. Those who lounged in gilded halls drinking flour wine, signing edicts that flayed peasants alive. His father had merely defended their granary, and was branded a rebel for it. Others had long surrendered their land deeds. Only theirs clung fiercely to that century-old perpetual tenancy charter, making them the exposed beam, the first to rot. And beams rot first. He stared beyond the window frame, at the sky. The sun bled low, staining the western horizon crimson, as if someone had hurled a bucket of blood across heaven. Suddenly he recalled childhood. His father taking him to town to witness an execution. The condemned man accused of stealing military rations was sentenced to have all 4 limbs shattered publicly, then cast to dogs. Before the blows fell, the man tilted his head skyward and muttered, "If I held a sword, I'd run every uniformed bastard clean through." Back then Rane had thought the words foolish. Now he understood. Slowly he released his father's hand and looked down at his own waist. The silver sword still hung there. Isay had called it a key. He no longer believed in keys. This was a weapon, a thing meant to cut flesh. His right hand slid deliberately along the hilt, fingertips tracing the rose engraving. Once he'd dismissed it as ornamental, effeminate. Now it resembled blood blooming from a wound, a wanted poster nailed to a wall, a reckoning long overdue. He did not draw the blade, only gripped the hilt until his knuckles whitened, tendons straining like taut cables. Inwardly he spoke, "You shattered his bones. I will break your spines. You stole his life. I will claim yours whole and entire." His lips did not move yet, each syllable formed with brutal clarity, bit out one by one. His mother still wept softly in the corner. "He took that beating defending our granary," she choked out. "He said the land must never be surrendered. It's the root left by our ancestors. But now, the root is gone, and so is he." Rane did not turn. He knew she spoke truth. Their family wasn't poor. They were stubborn. Others secretly reduced yields or falsified acreage. They bowed and scraped before officials. His family reported honestly, and stood defiant. His father often said, "We tillers have no title, no power. Only one breath left in us. Let that breath falter and we cease to be human." So he had to stand that day, and so he died today. Rane closed his eyes. He ceased twisting his sword tassel. He ceased touching his nose. He simply watched the light outside fade. Watched the sky darken inch by slow inch. His eyes dried hardened. Like a lake freezing solid. A crow shrieked outside. Cra, and Rane snapped his eyes open. From the bed came a final faint exhalation. His father breathed his last breath. The chest stilled completely. Rane froze. Gently he reached toward his father's nose. No breath. He pressed 2 fingers to the throat. No pulse. His father was gone. Departed quietly without ever opening his eyes to see his son one final time. Rane bent low, pressing his forehead against the back of his father's hand. Still warm. Soon it would grow cold. He heard his mother crash forward onto the bed, her wails erupting. Old lay. What do I do now? What becomes of this household? She beat her palms against the bed frame, her grief tearing through the Rane did not stir. He remained kneeling, motionless. His tears had run dry, his heart had turned to ice. He lifted his gaze to his father's fixed, tranquil face. Those eyes were closed. But Rane felt certain his father still watched the world, watched the tyrants riding high upon the backs of common folk, watched the monsters who wore official seals and signed death warrants with impunity. Rane watched too. Clearly, unflinchingly. He rose, walked to the corner, and retrieved a coarse sackcloth. Used for covering grain bleached pale by sun, and where its edges frayed and soft. He returned to the bed and gently unfolded the cloth, draping it over his father's face. His movements were tender, as if fearing to wake him, though he knew deep in his marrow that no awakening would ever come. His mother's cries grew hoarse. Rane turned and walked out of the house. Wind rushed through the courtyard, snapping his coat hem like a flag. He stood alone in the yard, gazing upward. Twilight settled thick and deep stars pricked through the violet veil. And then he understood, this was not merely his vengeance. Across the 13 villages of the north which household had escaped increased levies, which had not suffered grain seizures, his father was neither the first nor the last to be slain. Galvin could kill his father today, and tomorrow another father. As long as they wore official uniforms and carried sealed decrees, their murders remained law. Rane glanced down at the sword at his waist. Once it had been a tool for tracing petals. Now it was different. Now it demanded blood. He drew a deep breath, the air filling his lungs with the scent of damp earth and bitter herbs. Then he turned, facing the direction of the town. There stood the tax collector's encampment, Galvin's command tent, the watchtower flying the royal banner. Its lanterns flickering like venomous insects clinging to the night. He stood in his own courtyard, wind lifting the strands of hair across his forehead, revealing the old scar along his right brow, a mark of youthful fury. Now it would become the spark that ignited the flame. When Rane covered his father's face with the linen cloth, the wind howled in from the west, carrying a scent of rust. He didn't turn back, nor did he respond to his mother's weeping. He only glanced down at the sword at his waist, the silver longsword given to him by Isha, its rose pattern on the hilt gleaming coldly under the dim lamp. He ran his fingers over the pattern, as if touching a whetstone, then turned and walked out the door. The sky was already pitch black with sparse stars, scattered overhead like a careless handful of salt. He walked along the ditch behind the house, his feet treading on wet mud and broken grass, each step deliberately light. He knew where the tax collector's camp was, at the east end of the town near the open ground by the old granary. During the day, he had pretended to be a lame stable boy, delivering fodder, memorizing the position of every tent, the shift times of the guards, and the placement of the braziers. Back then he had kept his head low, a smile on his lips, looking like a pathetic lackey eager to be ordered around. Now he was no longer smiling. He crawled along the edge of the ditch, the soil still damp from the evening rain, the chill creeping up his trousers. 50 paces ahead lay the outer fence of the camp. A crude barrier of 3 logs stacked together no higher than a man's chest, meant to keep livestock from wandering, not to stop a human. But outside the fence 2 tax collectors paced back and forth, wrapped in thick woolen cloaks, carrying short clubs in their hands, their breath puffing out white mist. Rane lay flat in the ditch, waiting for the wind to rise. The wind came sweeping dead leaves across the ground with a rustling sound. Both tax collectors turned their heads to look, and one spat. What accursed weather. Even ghosts wouldn't venture out. The moment the words fell, Rane moved. He used his hands and feet like a snake, slithering close to the ground, and in a few swift motions reached the fence. Just as the 2 turned their backs, he lunged, vaulted over the fence, and landed with a bend of his knees, rolling smoothly into a pile of haystacks. The hay had been delivered that day, and was still unopened, perfect for concealment. He held his breath, listening to his own heartbeat thumping against his ribs. Steady, unhurried, like the old well from the farm, lowering bucket after bucket into the depths. He knew what to do. First, find the target. He set his sights on the tent to the south, where a lone tax collector sat, drinking a half-empty bottle of cheap wine in hand, humming a ditty as he drank. Rane knew this man. His name was Bate. 3 days ago he had kicked down Rane's mother. At the time she had been holding a basket of freshly picked beans. He had knocked her over with a single kick, the beans scattering across the ground. She had knelt to pick them up, and he had kicked her again. Rane drew a short dagger from his sleeve, the blade catching the moonlight like the glint of a fish scale. He circled to the leeward side, using the shadows of other tents to approach step by step. The tax collector was still humming his tune wildly off-key, singing a line and taking a swig. Rane crouched in the shadows 3 paces away, counting the rhythm of his breathing. Inhale, exhale, then suddenly lunged. His left hand covered the man's mouth, his right hand slashed the short dagger across the throat. The movement was as clean as cutting wheat. Blood spurted out, splashing onto the back of his hand. Warm, slick. The tax collector's body stiffened, his legs kicked twice, and then he was still. Rane dragged him into the tent, shoved him under the bed, and pocketed the man's coat and leather. The clothes were still warm. He put them on, pulled the brim low, and when he stepped out of the tent, he looked exactly like a tax collector who had just finished his drink and was about to make his rounds. He sauntered toward the central area, where 3 tax collectors were roasting meat skewers around a brazier. Grease dripped onto the coals, sizzling and smoking. "Hey Bate, didn't you say you were done drinking?" One of them looked up and asked. Rane muttered a vague reply, had to pee, came back to warm up. His voice was low but steady. He had played the role of an obedient farm boy for over a decade, and this bit of disguise was nothing. He sidled over, took a skewer, and bit into it. The mutton was half raw, its rank smell pungent. He chewed his eyes, sweeping the surroundings. To the left of the brazier were piles of grain sacks, to the right was the stable, and beyond that the flagpole. The iron-banded pole flying the kingdom's tax flag about 3 zhang tall, with a brazier burning at its base. A guard stood nearby, shrinking his neck and blowing warm breath into his hands. That was the marker, but he couldn't go straight for it. He had to draw the others away first. He finished the skewer, clapped his hands, and said, "I'll check on the horses, make sure no thief gets them." "How did the sun rise from the west today?" Someone laughed. "Aren't you the one most afraid of being kicked?" "Afraid or not, I have to check." Rane grinned, showing a row of white teeth. "If the horses run off, well, I'll be punished." He walked toward the stable, his pace unhurried. The horses munched quietly on the hay. He pretended to check the reins, but his ears were straining for any sound behind him. Once he was sure no one was following, he quietly took a sharp stone from under the trough, one he had hidden there during the day, then circled behind the grain sacks, aimed at the tent roof by the brazier, and threw it with a flick of his wrist. Thud! The canvas was dented, a dull sound echoing. "What the hell?" The guard started looking up. Almost simultaneously, Rane burst out from the other side, charging at the 3 men around the brazier. He didn't use his sword or dagger. Instead, he grabbed a fire tongs and struck the nearest man's nape. The man dropped without a sound. The second man turned his head, and Rane kicked him in the knee, sending him buckling. As the man bent over, Rane drove an elbow into his temple, then shoved him into the grain sacks, pulled out a rope, tied his hands and feet, and stuffed him into an empty hay sack. The third man reacted fastest, drawing a short club and opening his mouth to shout. But Rane was ready. He took a step forward, clamped his left hand around the man's throat, and with his right hand drew the western sword, smashing the hilt into the side of the man's neck. Thud! The man went limp. Rane took a breath, then stuffed all 3 into hay sacks, tying the mouths tight. He glanced at the western sword. The blade was clean, not a drop of blood on it. He had no intention of using it to kill, at least not tonight. The sword was too conspicuous. Once it drew blood, he would have to change his location. But he wanted it to last a few more nights. He stripped off the stolen coat, stuffed it into a haystack, and changed back into his own coarse linen clothes. Then he fixed his gaze on the flagpole. The brazier was still burning, the guard with his back to him, rubbing his hands to warm them. At the base of the flagpole was a metal band used to secure the flag pulley, its surface smooth, perfect for carving. Rane crept closer, moving like a shadow, sliding along the ground at the boundary between firelight and darkness. He stopped 10 paces from the brazier, waiting for the wind to rise again. The wind came, blowing the flames to one side, and the guard ducked to avoid the smoke. He burst forward, took 3 steps, and leaped, grabbing the pole with his hands, kicking off the ground and climbing to the middle section in 2 quick motions. He drew the western sword and carved a quick diagonal slash across the metal band. A flash of silver, deep and clean like a lightning bolt biting into iron. He sheathed the sword, slid down, and landed silently. But at that moment the guard sensed something wrong and spun around. "Who goes there?" Rane didn't answer. He flicked a small pebble toward the stable. Clatter! The horses were startled and whinnied loudly. The guard cursed, grabbed his club, and ran over to check. Rane took the chance to slip behind a grain cart. One he had noted during the day, a hay wagon with a half-foot gap underneath. He crawled and curled up and lay still, his heartbeat still steady. He heard footsteps coming and going, someone shouting, "Check for thieves," and the stable area echoing with reprimands. No one discovered the men in the haystacks, nor did anyone notice the silver scar on the flagpole. Time passed slowly, the light of the brazier gradually dimming. Rane closed his eyes to rest, his hand always resting on the sword's hilt. He knew the night was not over yet. He had to get back alive. After about half an hour, the camp finally fell quiet. The guard returned to his post, and the others went back to their tents to sleep. Rane judged the timing was right, gently pushed aside the board under the cart, and slid out. He didn't go back the same way. Instead, he circled to the north side where a drainage ditch led to the wild forest beyond the town. He crawled along the ditch until he was completely out of sight of the camp, then stood up and brushed the mud and grass off his clothes. He looked back. The camp's lights were sparse like a cluster of sleepy eyes. Then he turned and walked toward the forest. 3 miles away, a small stream lay before. The water was so clear it reflected the moon. Rane crouched down, took off his coat, and scrubbed the bloodstains from his cuff's collar and trouser legs. He washed thoroughly, even cleaning the dirt from under his fingernails. Finally, he submerged his face in the water. When he raised his head, droplets ran down his chin. He looked up at the sky. The stars were still the same. Sparse, indifferent, neither sad nor joyful. He touched the scar on his right brow bone. This time he didn't linger, he just brushed it as if wiping away dust. Then he stood up and walked along the stream into the deeper forest. Mist began to rise among the trees like a thin veil spreading over the ground. He found an old oak tree. In a hollow at the fork of its trunk, he reached in and pulled out a bundle wrapped in oilcloth. His spare clothes and half a loaf of black. He changed into dry clothes, took a couple of bites of bread, and sat down against the tree. He didn't sleep. He listened to the distant sounds. About an hour later, the sound of hooves suddenly came from the camp. 3 riders galloped out their horses, hooves shattering the night, racing toward the town center. The men wore tax collector uniforms, their faces panicked, as if they were going to report something. The corner of Rane's mouth twitched. He knew they had seen the mark on the flagpole. He also knew that from this night on someone would start asking, who dared to touch the tax collector's flagpole under cover of darkness? Who could take down 3 strong men within 5 paces without leaving a trace? Who could leave a silver cut like a crescent moon slicing through iron? They would make up stories. They would say it was a ghost. They would say it was an assassin. They would say it was the vengeful spirits of the 13 villages of the northern border returning. But no one would say it was Rane Black, because Rane Black had been lying in his own house all night, guarding his dead father, comforting his weeping mother. That lame stable boy who had been helping others brush horses during the day. How could he have raided the— But he knew. He knew who had carved that silver scar. He knew who had taken down those tax collectors. He knew that from this moment on he was no longer the farm boy who only hung his head and worked. He was the Silver Blade. The name had not yet spread, but the sword had already been drawn. He leaned against the tree, his hand on the hilt, and closed his eyes. His body was tired, but his heart was not. He dreamed he stood on a vast field, beneath his feet smashed tax tokens, above his head a torn tax flag. The wind blew, carrying the scent of wheat and blood. He drew his sword and pointed it toward the town. No shouts. No declarations. Only a single silver light cutting through the long night. He opened his eyes. Dawn was approaching. The forest mist thickened like a gray wall, separating him from the outside world. He stood up, brushed the dew off his shoulders, stuffed the empty oilcloth back into the tree hollow, and turned to walk deeper into the woods. He didn't walk fast, but each step was steady. He knew that tomorrow more tax collectors would be sent to search. He knew that Calvin wouldn't let this rest. He knew that this strike was only the beginning. But he didn't care. His father was dead. His family's land had nearly been taken. His mother had cried all night. These things couldn't just be left as they were. He walked 10 miles and the sky on the horizon turned a pale fishbelly white. He stopped and looked back toward the camp. In the distance, a few wisps of black smoke rose. The morning cooking fires or the lingering embers of last night's chaos. He didn't know. But he knew one thing. The name Silverblade had been drawn tonight. Even if no one yet knew who it was, even if only the wind had heard it, it already existed. Like a seed buried in the earth. Though unseen, it was taking root. Rane turned and continued forward. Deep in the forest, a crow flapped up its cry, piercing the morning mist. He didn't look back. He only remembered what he had said. You broke his bones. I will break your— You took his life. I will make your family pay. He touched the sword hilt, his fingertip tracing the rose pattern. This time he didn't think the pattern was ostentatious. He thought it looked like a key to open the gates of hell. He walked into the mist, his figure gradually blurring until he disappeared. And behind him, the first ray of sunlight pierced the clouds, shining on the flagpole in the tax collector's camp. That silver scar gleamed brightly in the morning light. The morning light had just pressed down the mist bordering the woods, and Leon was no longer under the old oak tree. He walked unhurriedly, but his steps were firm, the sound of his boots crushing dead twigs and leaves counting like copper coins. Clear and distinct, one after another. Last night's incident was like a piece of red-hot iron lodged in his mind, searing him awake without smoke. He knew that the 3 mounted tax messengers would not have ridden in vain, and he knew where the news would land. Sure enough, as he neared the abandoned mill, the sound of urgent hoofbeats came from the direction of the town entrance. Not one horse, but two groups. The first group was the one that had fled back last night. The second was sent by Ja Irwin. The mill stood crookedly at the northwest corner outside the town. Half its wall collapsed, its door long since gnawed away by stray dogs, leaving only a black hole like an old toothless. Lane climbed over the back wall, stepping on scattered wheat husks and rotten wood chips to a corner, where a pile of dry hay concealed an old cloak he had hidden days ago. The edge of the cloak had a tear snagged during last night's action. He needed to mend it. He crouched down, pulled a sewing kit from his bosom. A leather pouch, the needle ground from a broken sword, the thread hemp stripped from an old garment of his mother's. As he threaded the needle, he pricked up his ears to listen for sounds outside. In the town, a copper gong began to sound. Dang, dang, dang. 3 strokes, a pause, then 3 more. This was the rhythm of an emergency announcement, used only for catching fugitives, suppressing bandits, or imposing martial law. A flicker of a smile touched Lei En's lips but did not become a laugh. Only his hand trembled slightly, the needle piercing his fingertip. He put his finger into his mouth, tasting a hint of iron on his tongue, then looked up at the sky beyond the broken window frame. The sun had not climbed high, casting a slanting shadow on the opposite wall like an inverted blade. He knew that Silver Mark had already been seen. In the eastern hall of the Lord's manor, 3 nobles gathered around a brazier. One held a torn strip of cloth in his hand on which was hastily drawn a flagpole and a single slanted line. "Are you sure it was silver?" The man on the left asked, his voice tight. "Not just mud reflecting light. I saw it with my own eyes." The noble holding the cloth gave a cold laugh. "Last night I went to the camp to deliver wine, hoping to curry favor with Ja Irwin. But I didn't see him. Instead, I ran into 2 tax collectors carrying an unconscious comrade to the infirmary. I asked what happened and they hemmed and hawed, saying it was an internal discipline. I didn't believe them. I circled to the back of the camp and... oh my God. There was a fire burning at the base of the flagpole. In the firelight, that mark gleamed like a crescent moon, and it was fresh." The man on the right rubbed his hands. "No deaths. Just a few injured." "Not a single death," the cloth holder gritted out. "But all are crippled. I heard one named Bate nearly had his throat cut, or another took a clamp to the back of the neck and is still foaming at the mouth. The third was tied up and stuffed in a sack, only released this morning and can barely speak." The 3 fell silent. A coal in the brazier cracked with a pop, sending sparks onto the carpet. No one stepped on them. "This isn't the work of a mob," the man on the left finally said, his voice low as if talking to himself. "A mob loots, smashes, and goes mad at the sight of blood. But this time, no grain was taken, no houses burned, not even a horse was led away. Just a mark left behind like a signature." "Signature?" The man on the right sneered. "You think he's some street graffiti punk? But don't you find it unsettling?" The cloth holder lowered his voice. "That flagpole holds the kingdom's tax flag, a symbol of legal authority. Who would dare touch it? And with a sword? This isn't provocation. It's a declaration of war. Declaration of war." The man on the right's face changed. "Declaration against whom? Us, Ja Irwin, or the entire northern tax system? Who knows?" The cloth holder crumpled the strip into a ball and tossed it into the brazier. "Anyway, when I opened my eyes this morning, I felt this town wasn't like yesterday. There's a smell in the air like rust mixed with burnt hair. Something's going to happen." The 3 fell silent again. The firelight flickered on their faces, bright and dark like masks. Ja Irwin smashed his 3rd teacup. Shards flew, one grazing the back of his left hand, leaving a thin, bloody cut. He ignored it, kicked over the overturned low table. The teapot rolled to the corner, a trail of water winding like a dying snake. "Worthless. All of you worthless," he roared at the kneeling tax collector. 5 men guarding for one night, and someone slips and takes down 3, and carves a mark on the flagpole. Were you asleep or collectively impotent? The kneeling tax collector lowered his head further. "My lord," the sentry said. "He heard a noise in the stable, went to check. And then got butchered like pigs, right?" Ja Irwin grabbed an unopened official scroll from the table and hurled it viciously. "Idiots. You don't even know how he got in. Search. Turn every inch of the camp upside down. Footprints, tools, blood, hair. Leave nothing unchecked. I want to know what sword that bastard used. What technique. Which direction he climbed from. Yes, yes, yes." The tax collector kowtowed, repeatedly scrambled to his feet, and was about to dash out. "Stop." Ja Irwin narrowed his eyes. "The mark on the flagpole. What metal was it?" "My lord, I had a blacksmith examine it," he said. "It didn't look like ordinary iron could have made such a cut. 2 deep, 2 sharp edges without burrs. Like a silver blade left by high-speed friction." "Silver blade." Ja Irwin's gaze sharpened, then he sneered. "Fine, they even know how to name themselves. Then let's call him Silverblade." You'll see whether his sword or my noose is harder. He turned to the wall, pulled out a charcoal stick, and drew a heavy circle on the town defense map hanging there. Right in the center of the tax camp. Issue the order from today, a curfew in the town. Gates locked at Sunset Market, open at cockcrow. Set up a sentry post every 2 streets, rotating. All outsiders must register and be searched. Suspicious persons are to be detained and interrogated. He paused, a ruthless glint in his eyes. And post a notice. Double the reward. 100 gold. Anyone providing a lead on Silverblade gets paid on the spot. Whoever captures him in person gets 50 acres of farmland tax exemption for 3 years. Those who harbor or conceal him shall be treated as accomplices, and their entire families exiled to the mines. The tax collector swallowed hard. My lord, should we report this to the church? Report what? Ja Erwin bellowed. Can't handle such a small matter without the church sticking its nose in. Where would I put my face? I'll handle this personally. No one else is to meddle. The tax collector dared not speak further, bowed and retreated. Ja Erwin stood still, his chest heaving. He walked to the window, pushed open the wooden lattice, and looked out toward the town's outskirts. In the distance, the mill's ruin was hidden in the morning mist like a fallen corpse. He stared at that spot for a full half cup of tea's time before slowly closing the window. Laen heard the copper gong just as he finished the last stitch. He bit off the thread, shook out the cloak, and inspected the patch. Neither too big nor too small, covering the tear perfectly. He tucked the sewing kit back into his bosom, sat against the wall, picked up a dead twig, and began to scratch on the ground. He drew 3 short horizontal lines, then added a slant in the middle. It looked exactly like the mark on the flagpole. He stared at it for 2 seconds, then suddenly grinned, tossed the twig aside, and leaned his head back against the wall. Outside, the commotion grew louder. First the hoofbeats became more frequent, as if shifts were changing, and then the gong sounded every quarter, the rhythm unchanged. But the striker's hand was clearly heavier. Later, someone at the town entrance read the notice aloud word by word, as if afraid to miss a single syllable. 100 gold reward. Capture the vicious criminal Silverblade, who attacked the tax camp last night. Anyone who knows and does not report shall be punished as an accomplice. Laen heard it clearly, even mimicking the gnashing of teeth in the reader's voice. He didn't move or speak, only his right hand idly twirled the tassel on his waist. A rapier given to him by Isha, the rose pattern on the hilt now rubbing against his palm, slightly tickling. He remembered climbing the flagpole last night. The blade flashed in the moonlight like a drawn lightning bolt. At that moment, only one thought ran through his mind: they beat my mother, killed my father, and now they dare to touch the flagpole. Then he'll carve my name right under their noses, so they see it every day. Now it seemed the effect was good. He could even imagine Ja Erwin's expression upon seeing that mark. First a stunned pause, then a furious rage, and finally, panic. After all the villagers' resistance before had been nothing more than a few curses, hiding some grain, at most a stab in the foot. But this time was different. This time it was a precise strike. No one was killed, but it was more terrifying than killing, because you knew the opponent was playing with you, yet you couldn't catch him. Laen looked down at his hands. His knuckles were a bit swollen from hitting someone with pliers last night. He flexed his wrist. Nothing serious. He knew Ja Erwin was now mobilizing troops, posting notices, searching for informants, eager to turn the whole town upside down. But the more he did that, the more it proved. He was afraid. A lame groom sat in a ruined mill mending his cloak, while the town's most wanted criminals sneered in the This thought, just thinking about it, was exhilarating. He stood up, walked to the broken window, and poked his head out. At the town entrance, a crowd was gathered around the bulletin board, pointing and whispering. Patrolling tax collectors walked back and forth with swords at their hips, their eyes like hawks. Laen pulled his head back, brushed the dust off his cloak, and muttered under his breath, 100 gold. Tisk, Ja Erwin is quite generous. Too bad that money comes with a life price. He paused, then suddenly laughed. But this life of mine isn't something you can put a price on. When the third wave of hoofbeats sounded, Laen was no longer in the mill. He circled to the back wall, climbed over, and headed south along a dry irrigation ditch. This ditch led to the vegetable gardens at the west of town, usually deserted, with wild wormwood growing on both sides, waist-high, perfect for concealment. He walked slowly, stopping from time to time to listen for movement. He knew Ja Erwin's reaction wasn't over. Sure enough, half an hour later, a commotion erupted from the town center. He peered from behind the wormwood and saw a group of tax collectors carrying a wooden board on which a new notice was nailed, the letters larger and the ink darker than before. For strong men carried it, beating a gong all the way to the announcement post in the middle of the market. He squinted at the words, heavy reward. Capture the vicious criminal, Silverblade. Last night at the hour of the ox, a criminal infiltrated the tax camp, assaulted official personnel, and damaged a national symbol. An extremely heinous act. Anyone providing valid leads, reward of 100 gold. Anyone capturing him personally, 50 acres of farmland tax exemption for 3 years and a candidate for official post. Anyone harboring or concealing entire family exiled to the mines never to return. Tax Collector General Jia Erwin Nua Kusi personally ordered. Below was a rough symbol, a slanted silver mark with a broken chain beneath. Layan found it hilarious. Oh, he knows how to package it, he muttered to himself. Turning me into a rebel leader. Jia Erwin, you're building my image for me. He leaned against the earthen ridge, pulled out half a piece of black bread from his pocket, and took a bite. The bread was dry and hard, scraping his teeth, but he chewed with relish. He knew that once this notice went up, the whole town would explode. Some would be tempted. 100 gold was enough for an ordinary family to live on for 10 years. Some would be afraid. Afraid of being implicated, afraid of being reported as. Some would be curious. Who was Silverblade? Did he really have that much nerve? But no one would think that the lame groom who spent his days brushing horses and feeding them was now crouching at the edge of the vegetable garden, gnawing dry bread, while watching them spin stories about him. He finished the last bite, clapped his hands, and stood up. The wind blew from the west, carrying the scent of soil and grass. He looked toward the town center, where the crowd was gathering thicker like a pot of porridge boiling over. He knew a storm was coming, but he wasn't afraid. His father was dead, his land almost lost, his mother had cried all night. These debts were just beginning to be settled. He touched the scar on his right brow. This time not rubbing dirt on it, but pressing lightly with his thumb as if to confirm its presence. Then he turned and continued along the irrigation ditch. His pace was neither fast nor slow, like a blade hidden in its sheath waiting for the next draw. And behind him in the market, a child pointed at the silver mark on the bulletin board and asked loudly, "Mother, is Silverblade a good person?" The woman quickly covered his mouth, glanced around, and lowered her voice. "Don't talk nonsense. The officials said he's a vicious criminal." The child blinked and muttered, "But that mark. It's pretty cool." The woman didn't hear. She only saw the tax collectors riding patrol in the streets, their scabbards slapping horses' flanks with dull thuds. Like drumbeats. A play had begun. The wind blew from the west, carrying the scent of grass and damp earth. Rane stood at the edge of the vegetable patch, still clutching the half-eaten black bread in his hand. He had just swallowed the last bite, his throat dry and itchy, as if he had swallowed a handful of sand. The distant sounds of the market began to rise like a pot of water, slowly coming to a boil, bubbling and gurgling. He knew the new notice had already been posted. 100 gold. The 3 words bounced around in his mind like clanging hammer blows on an anvil. That sum in ordinary times would be enough to support a farming family for 3 generations without worry. But now it hung over his head, clearly stating, "Catch this man, the money is yours, but his life is ours." Rane neither smiled nor cursed. He simply slung the sack over his shoulder, pulled the brim of his cloak lower, and limped toward the center of the town. His left foot dragged, his right foot pushed. Every step was like a performance. By day, he was the lame stable boy, who had been kicked twice by tax collectors, not the Silverblade whose name was carved on the flagpole. He skirted the pile of rubble at the end of the irrigation ditch and turned into a narrow alley. On both sides were low mud huts with peeling walls, a few still bearing greasy ropes from last year's cured meat. A calico cat sat on the windowsill licking its paw. As he approached, it leaped into the house with a swoosh, and from the crack in the door came a woman's hushed mutter, "Don't let outsiders hear." Rane didn't even raise his eyes, continuing to shuffle forward. He knew what these people feared. Fear of implication of house raids, of midnight knocks on the... But some were not afraid. Like those now gathered around the notice board in the market, their voices growing louder. 100 gold. You can buy 3 oxen, 5 acres of sloping land, and even find a wife for your son. A coarse voice shouted, "Are you stupid? That's a wanted criminal by the authorities." Another voice chimed in with a hint of awe. "I heard last night. He cut down 3 tax collectors with one stroke, not even a tremble in his hand." A criminal? The first man sneered. "Those tax collectors are the real criminals. They came to seize my wheat before I even finished harvesting. The granary is nearly empty, and they want to add another 30. If you ask me, this Silverblade did well. A scratch on the flagpole venting our anger for us." "Shoo! Keep your voice down," someone nearby immediately warned. "If you want to die, don't drag us with you. Haven't we had enough families exiled to the mines?" Rane listened, the corner of his mouth twitching slightly, but he quickly held it firm. He stood against the wall, pretending to adjust his sack, but his ears were pricked like a rabbit's. He loved hearing these words, but also feared them. He loved them because he knew that some people's heartstrings had not yet snapped. He feared them because when people get excited, they tend to let things slip. He remembered last night when he climbed the flagpole, the moonlight shining on the metal band. The tip of the sword touched it, not even a spark was struck, only a bright scratch left behind. At that moment he thought, "You people hang tax flags to scare us every day today. They'll let it bear my mark. Let's see who's afraid of whom." Now it seemed the effect was remarkable. But he was even more aware that behind the excitement lay knives. Calvin was no pushover. To serve as the chief tax collector in the Northern Territory for 10 years, He relied not only on ruthlessness but also on informants. There were certainly his spies in the town. Maybe some vegetable-selling aunt or shoe-repairing old man would deliver messages to the manor at night. So he could. Rane limped out of the narrow alley and merged into the market crowd. The sun had climbed high, shining on the yellow dirt road, baking a layer of dust. Barefoot children ran about kicking up dust. Women carried baskets and picked vegetables. Vendors' cries rose and fell. But the liveliest spot was still the central wooden notice post. For tax collectors were nailing up a new notice, the ink still wet, the characters so large they could be seen from 3 streets away. Heavy reward offered. Wanted, the criminal Silver Blade. Last night at the hour of the ox, a criminal infiltrated the tax collector camp, assaulted government personnel, and damaged national symbols. Anyone providing effective clues will receive a reward of 100 gold. Anyone capturing him personally will receive 50 acres of farmland exemption from taxes for 3 years and a candidate official position. Anyone harboring or concealing him will have their entire family exiled to the mines, never to return to their homeland. By order of Calvin Knox, chief tax collector, below was drawn a symbol, a diagonal silver scratch beneath which was a broken chain. The crowd buzzed like a swarm of startled wasps. Oh, they even drew your picture. Are they going to enshrine you? A young man grinned. You're still laughing. Careful, someone hears and reports you. His mother grabbed his ear. Do you want our family to live? Mom, what does this Silver Blade really look like? A child squeezed to the front, standing on tiptoes. Can he fly? Or does he wear a black cloak and a mask? Shut up. The man scolded in a low voice. Ask again and he'll lock you in the cellar for 3 days. Rane stood at the periphery of the crowd, not pushing forward. He deliberately limped more heavily, his right hand holding the tassel of his sword at his waist. It was the rapier given by Issa, now hidden under his cloak, only a bit of silver tassel showing. He looked down at his own hand. The knuckles were still swollen, left from striking someone with a fire tong last night. He gently flexed his wrist. It was fine, still able to fight. He circled to the back of the notice board, pretending to check for holes in his fodder sack, but actually using the opportunity to observe the surroundings. 2 tax collectors patrolled with swords, their eyes sweeping over the crowd like dogs searching for bones. An old man coughed, and they immediately stopped to interrogate. What are you doing? Where do you live? Were you home last night? The old man tremblingly pulled out his identification token. The tax collectors glanced at it, snorted coldly, and walked away. Rane's heart skipped a beat. The checks were getting stricter. He couldn't waste any more time here. So he pretended to leave, shrugging his shoulder, causing the sack to slide halfway down. He bent to pick it up, taking the chance to eavesdrop on a nearby conversation. I heard that swordsman moves like a ghost, disappearing in the blink of an eye. That's right. I also heard he can walk along the eaves without making a sound. Bullshit. If he really had that skill, he'd be a god by now. Rane showed no reaction, but his right hand habitually touched his nose. A small gesture he made when lying, even if no one was watching. His body remembered. He was certainly not a ghost nor a god. He was just a lame stable boy who knew a bit of swordsmanship. Last night, taking advantage of the strong wind and the shift change of guards, he climbed over the wall and pulled off a job. But now others were already making up stories. This made him both proud and nervous. Proud because in the people's mouths, he had become their pressure valve, and nervous because the more legendary the tales, the more flaws they revealed. Everyone knew a lame man couldn't run fast, let alone climb walls and walk on eaves. If one day someone suddenly remembered, hey, isn't that Rane from our village also lame? He would be. He straightened up and continued walking out, slowing his pace and adopting a more submissive posture. When he reached the row of barrels outside the tavern, he stopped to rest, sitting down on the nearest empty barrel. The barrel was stained with mud, a bit uncomfortable to sit on, but he didn't move, pretending it was a break. Several farmers had gathered at the tavern entrance, smoking their pipes, and their topic was inevitably the Silver Blade. Do you think this guy is crazy? Daring to attack the tax collector camp? That's a capital crime. A tall, thin man said, puffing on his pipe. The fat man beside him sneered, I think he's been holding it in too long. We've endured for 10 years. He struck for us, why can't we talk about it? But 100 gold. The tall, thin man's eyes lit up. That's enough to triple my daughter's dowry. If anyone could recognize him, recognize my ass. The fat man interrupted. Do you think Calvin is stupid? He's already got people watching. If you falsely accuse someone and later find no evidence, you'll end up in jail yourself. Besides, he lowered his voice. I heard from Oldley, the cart driver, that the man used a silver-edged sword, his movements clean and sharp, obviously trained. Who in our village has that skill? Rane sat on the barrel, gently rubbing the sword tassel with his fingers, listening clearly. Silver-edged sword. He smiled to himself. It wasn't a silver edge, but the moonlight reflecting off the blade. But as the story spread, it became the Silver Blade's trademark. He suddenly found it a bit absurd. He was just a farm boy who had secretly learned swordsmanship, and now he was almost being described as a wandering hero. He stood up, brushed the dust off his pants, and prepared to leave. Before leaving, he glanced back at the fat man who had been speaking. The man was blowing smoke rings, looking utterly convinced. Rane said nothing but silently memorized that face. He would avoid talking to him in the future. He walked south along the main street, passing the blacksmith's forge. The rhythmic clanging of hammer on metal echoed from within. The forge fire was blazing, casting a red glow over the entire shop. The blacksmith, bare-chested, swung his hammer, sweat streaming down his spine. Rane glanced over and suddenly thought, could that scratch from last night also be recognized as the mark of a particular sword? He paused for a moment, then quickened his pace. He couldn't think about it anymore. The more he thought, the more confused he became. The most important thing now was to stay steady and not slip up. He turned into a secluded alley flanked by abandoned firewood sheds and a half-collapsed pigsty. No one was here, not even a dog. He leaned against the earthen wall, took a deep breath, and pulled out a small bronze mirror from his pocket. It was picked from the stable junk pile, its edges curled, giving a slightly warped reflection. He raised the mirror to look at his face. His face was smeared with ash, and the scar on his right brow was deliberately covered with mud, making it look like an ordinary bruise. His hair was a mess, unwashed for days, emitting a faint smell of the stable. His clothes were patched, the cuffs worn white, and the soles of his shoes were embedded with iron nails, making a clack sound when he walked. The key to disguising his limp. He stared at the person in the mirror for 3 seconds, then whispered, "No one will believe a lame man can climb a flagpole." Even he himself believed it. He put away the mirror and was about to leave when he suddenly felt a chill on the back of his neck. It wasn't the wind. It was the feeling of being watched. He didn't turn around, nor did he speed up. He still walked slowly, but his peripheral vision swept behind him. At the mouth of the alley stood an old woman leaning on a cane, her gray hair pinned up in a bun, carrying a bamboo basket. She looked at him, her gaze lingering on his face, especially the mud on his right brow. Then her lips moved, but no sound came out. She turned and walked away slowly. Rane's heart suddenly beat faster. He knew who she was. Granny Wong from the east end of the village, who used to come to his house to borrow salt and had seen him as a child. Back then he wasn't lame yet and he could run faster than a dog. Did she recognize me? He didn't know. But he knew that from this moment on he could not afford. Even a single glance or a casual remark could cost him his life. He quickened his pace, crossed the alley, and stepped onto the dirt road leading to the farm. The sun was setting in the west, casting long shadows. The wild grass by the roadside swayed in the wind like countless hands beckoning. He walked neither fast nor slow, like a sword hidden in its sheath waiting for the next unsheathing. And at the end of this road lay the farm where he was born and raised, where his mother waited for him to come. He knew that tomorrow he would still have to brush the horses, feed them, carry hay bales, and continue playing the role of the lame stable boy. But now he was no longer the Rane of yesterday. He was no longer just the boy seeking revenge for his father. He was the Silver Blade, a name wanted for 100 gold, discussed by the common folk, wrapped in both fear and hope. He touched the scar on his right brow. This time he neither pressed it nor covered it. He knew that this scar would eventually be exposed. But he also knew that as long as he was still standing, no one could make him kneel. The dirt road widened and the outline of the farm grew clearer. Smoke rose from the chimney, chickens scuffled in the yard, a dog barked twice then fell silent. He was not far from home. Suddenly rapid footsteps came from behind. He didn't turn around. His right hand slowly rotated the sword tassel at his waist, then he continued forward. The footsteps grew closer. A child, panting heavily, caught up to him, clutching a piece of paper in his hand. "Brother, wait." Rane stopped. The child ran up to him, looking up, face flushed. "Are you Brother Rane?" Rane nodded. The child handed him the paper. They tore one down from the notice board and said it should be passed around. "I took one. Look, it has your mark drawn on it." Rane took the paper and looked down. The silver scratch was crudely copied like a child's doodle. But he smiled. "Thanks." The child grinned, turned, and ran off. Rane stood there holding the paper, looking at it for a long time. Then he folded it carefully and tucked it into his pocket, close to his heart. He knew the storm was only beginning, and he had no intention of hiding from it anymore. Layan tucked the piece of paper into his chest, pressing it against his heart. The paper was rough, its edges softened by a child's small hands, yet he felt no discomfort. Instead, it felt like a warm iron. Each step a searing touch. He continued toward the farmstead, his pace steadier than before. The sun was setting, painting the sky orange, and casting the stubble fields in a copper hue. The dog barked twice, then fell silent, likely recognizing him. Chickens fluttered in their coop, and the sow grunted as she nuzzled the trough. Everything seemed normal. But he knew something had changed. The name Silverblade was no longer just a symbol on tax collectors' notices, nor a legend whispered in the market. It now lay heavy on his chest, pressing against his breath, yet pushing him forward. He pushed open the courtyard gate, with a wooden axle creaked. A dim light glowed inside, seeping through the window cracks like honey secretly spread within. His mother must be cooking porridge, the stove fire licking the pot as the rice bubbled. This scene was etched into his memory since childhood. But today he stood still at the entrance. He thought of the sword. The rapier Isha had given him with its rose pattern on the hilt seemed to have sprouted from the dried petals his mother kept in a trunk. Coincidence? He didn't believe it. But whom could he ask? Isha herself hadn't explained clearly. The townsfolk either kept silent out of fear or spun tales. He needed someone who knew the truth. He turned away from the house, skirted the kitchen wall, and walked along the stone path toward the old barn. The barn had long been abandoned. One corner of the roof had collapsed, the door hung crookedly swaying in the wind. It used to store old farm tools, but with fewer livestock and lighter work it had fallen into disuse. But for years an old man had lived there. No one knew his name. They simply called him the Old Barn Man, because he was always there basking in the sun, mending sacks or shelling. 60, 70, it was hard to tell. His face was so furrowed it looked as if someone had carelessly tilled it with a hoe. He was a man of few words, answering only half of any question, but his eyes were clear and unwavering. Rane had once been caught stealing corn as a child, and it was this old man who let him go. He had only said, "A hungry child isn't stealing." No more words. Rane thought this man must have seen much. He reached the barn door, and his toe kicked a loose stone, producing a sharp crack. Immediately sounds came from inside. A rustling of straw mats followed by the thump-thump of a cane on the ground. "Who's there?" The voice was hoarse like sandpaper. "It's me, Rane," he replied without entering. "I'm fixing a saddle and thought I'd see if you have any old leather straps." There was a 2-second pause, then the sound of shifting. "Come in." The doors unlatched. Rane pushed the door open and a wave of stale straw and mildew hit him. A beam of sunset light fell through the broken roof, landing on the straw mat in the corner. The old man sat there back against the wall, a gray cloth blanket covering his knees. He wore a coarse faded shirt with frayed cuffs and held a broken horse rein in his hand, biting the thread to tie a knot. Rane stepped inside and pulled the door half closed behind him. He didn't get straight to the point. Instead he crouched down and rummaged through a pile of discarded tools, muttering, "This broken saddle. Rivets are loose, need to replace the straps. What a coincidence, the cowhide rope I had was gnawed in half by rats yesterday." The old man glanced at him but said nothing. Rane drew out the rapier, half unsheathed it, and studied the hilt in the dim light. The rose pattern gleamed with a dark silver sheen like a spiderweb touched by night dew. "Uncle, you've seen much of the world," he said casually while wiping the blade. "Have you ever seen this pattern? A rose, 4 petals with a hook in the middle." The old man's hands stopped moving. He stared at the hilt for a full 5 seconds before slowly speaking. "Where did you get this?" "Someone gave it to me," Rane said truthfully. "She said it was a family heirloom, but the pattern doesn't look like something from an ordinary family." The old man said nothing, just folded the broken rein and tucked it into his chest. He looked up at the hole in the roof where the sky was turning from red to purple and a few stars began to appear. 50 years ago, he said suddenly, the northern borderlands didn't have so many tax collectors or so many rules. Back then there was a man who grew vegetables at the foot of the mountain during the day, and at night, he carried a sword from village to village. Rane stopped wiping the blade. He never gave his name. The villagers called him Silver Blade. Not because he killed many, but because of the mark he left. Everywhere he saved, on walls, doors, trees, there would be a silver trace like moonlight on a blade's edge. Rane's throat tightened. "That sword, does it have the same pattern?" The old man finally turned to look directly at him. "The one in your hand is his." Rane fell silent. He looked down at the hilt, his fingers unconsciously tracing the rose. It wasn't decoration. It was a mark, an identity. "Why did they call him Silver Blade?" Rane asked. "Because he didn't write with blood." The old man's voice dropped. "He carved a line to say this place is under protection. Tax collectors dared not come, bandits gave it a wide berth. In those days no one in the 13 villages starved, no one was forcibly conscripted, and even dogs dared to roam at night." "What happened next?" "Next?" The old man paused as if chewing on a bitter word. "The church sent people calling him a heretic, wanting to arrest him. He fled for 3 months, protecting 7 villages. On the final night, with snow higher than the houses, he returned to his mountain hut, buried the sword, and vanished." Rane listened intently, barely breathing. "Some say he died, some say he left, others say he became the wind, and you can still hear the sound of his scabbard scraping the eaves at night." The old man gave a bitter smile. "Nonsense, I don't believe it either. But one thing is true." After that no one dared to call themselves Silver Blade. Rane was silent for a moment, then pulled the paper from his chest and laid it gently on the wooden stump between them. On the paper was the crooked silver trace, below it a broken chain. "Now someone calls me Silver Blade," he said, his voice steady. "I don't know if I deserve the name, But last night I made that mark. Not to scare anyone, but to tell them someone is still standing here. The old man stared at the paper for a long time, so long that Rane thought he had fallen asleep. Then the old man sighed as if exhaling a piece of old coal from his lungs. Do you know the last words he left? What? The token is for the one who comes after. Rane's heart trembled. He knew someone would come again. He didn't say if he said when. The old man's gaze grew heavy. When someone lifts the sword again, when someone carves the silver trace again, when someone no longer kneels to pay taxes. That person is the new silver blade. Rane didn't move, but his palms grew sweaty. He suddenly felt the weight of the sword. Not the metal's weight, but the shadow of that man from 50 years ago pressing on his shoulders. Where did he live? Rane asked. The mountain hut long collapsed. Then, where did he hide things? How was the sword found? The old man shook his head. Don't ask what you shouldn't. I just want to know if this path has been walked before, Rane said softly. I don't want to use someone else's banner for my own deeds. I want to know if I'm repeating his fate or if I can carve a new path. The old man looked at him, his expression changed. He was no longer looking at a young man but at a mirror. After a long pause he spoke, his voice soft as wind-blown ash. If you truly seek the root, dig 3 feet deeper beneath your old cellar. Rane's head snapped up. What did you say? Your cellar, the innermost corner against the east wall. He stayed at your father's place growing vegetables. Before he left he said the token is for the one who comes after. Your father never touched it, and I never mentioned it. Rane's mind buzzed. His cellar? The place he walked in and out every day. Why tell me now? Because you didn't ask if you could be Silverblade. The old man closed his eyes slowly. You asked if this path has been walked before. Rane was stunned. He thought he had come to inquire about a sword's origin. Instead he heard the weight of a name, the length of a road, and a destiny that had taken 50 years for him to fulfill. He slowly sheathed the sword, his movements gentle, as if afraid to wake something. Thank you, uncle. The old man didn't open his eyes, just waved his hand, as if shooing a fly. Rane stood up, brushed the grass clippings from his pants, and turned toward the door. With his hand on the door panel, he paused and looked back. The old man still leaned against the wall blanket, covering his chest, his face in shadow. Only the hand gripping the cane was white-knuckled, as if still clutching some rope from the past. Rane said nothing more, pulled the door open, and stepped out. The sky was fully dark, stars scattered across it, the moon just rising like a freshly opened jar of wine, spilling a clear light. He stood at the barn entrance, not rushing back to the house, but gazing toward his old home. The cellar was under the kitchen, the entrance behind the woodpile. He fetched wood, took grain, fed the horse every day, never giving it a second glance. But now that place seemed to have a heartbeat. His right hand gently brushed the hilt, his fingertips touching the rose. It was no longer just a pattern. It was a key inserted into the lock of 50 years ago. He didn't move. He couldn't dig now. His mother was still cooking porridge, the firelight flickering on the window, as if waiting for him to come home for dinner. He had to go back first, pretend nothing was wrong, sit down, drink a bowl of porridge, and listen to a few complaints. He was still the lame stableman Rane, still had to groom horses, haul hay, and deal with tax collectors' inspections. But some things had already changed. He knew the ground held a sword's past. He also knew that above ground stood a person's future. He turned and walked toward the main house, his pace neither fast nor slow. His right foot dragged his left, stepped hard, the limp as always. Under his cloak, the sword tassel swayed gently with each step, as if counting the steps left to the truth. At the courtyard gate he stopped. He looked back at the barn. The old man hadn't come out, the door still hung half open, pitch black inside. But Rane knew that what had just been spoken was not a dream or a legend. It was real. The first silver blade had truly existed. And the sword in his hand was not a weapon. It was a baton. He took a deep breath and stepped into the yard. The dog barked twice again, this time not stopping. He ignored it and walked straight to the kitchen door, pushing it open. Back! His mother's voice came from the stove. The porridge is almost ready. Go wash your hands. He replied, hanging his cloak on a wall peg. The firelight illuminated his face, revealing the scar above his right brow. The mud plaster had been washed away by sweat, exposing the pale old wound beneath. He didn't hide it or press it. He knew the scar would be recognized sooner or later. He also knew that from tonight on he was no longer just Rane avenging his father. He was the Silver Blade, not because of the 100 gold bounty, not because of the mark on the flagpole, but because someone had waited 50 years just to let him hear these words. The token is for the one who comes after. He walked to the water vat, scooped a ladle of cold water, and splashed it on his face. The chill stung his skin, bringing clarity. He looked up at the old straw hat hanging on the wall, the one he wore during the day to feign lameness. A hole had worn through the brim, casting a spot of light on the ground when the sun shone. Like a star. He stared at the light spot for 2 seconds, then muttered, Tomorrow I need a new straw hat. With that, he rolled up his sleeves and began to wash his hands. Water droplets fell on the rim of the vat, spreading into ripples. Like a beginning. Rane hung the straw hat on a wall-peg sleeve cuffs, still dusted with the bran he'd brushed off while feeding the horse. He didn't brush it off, he just stared at the battered hat for 2 seconds. Last night it had hung by the stove like a shriveled sun. Now it was here ordinary, no one knowing it had nearly become a projector for the star chart. He turned and walked into the kitchen. His mother was coming out of the inner room with a bowl of porridge, her steps as slow as if dragging iron chains. "Eat it while it's hot or it'll hurt your stomach," she said. "Ma'am." Rane took the bowl, sat at the table, lifted a strand of thin rice soup with his chopsticks, and blew on it. The steam hit his face. The scar on his right brow itched a little, but he didn't reach up to scratch it. He knew that once he touched it his movements would change and his gaze would waver. He had to stay steady. This meal was eaten faster than usual. Not because he was hungry, but because he was anxious. His mind was full of the old man's words, "Go dig 3 more feet under your family's old cellar." Daytime wouldn't work. His mother would hear the commotion. Nighttime wouldn't work either. She slept lightly, and a sound from the woodshed would make her call out. He had to wait for a middle point. The gap when the chickens had just returned to the coop, the dogs hadn't barked yet, and people had just put down their bowls and dozed off. Sure enough, half an hour later his mother closed her eyes in the rattan chair, the rag in her hand, slipping to the floor without her noticing. Rane rose quietly, gathered the dishes into the basin, then walked silently toward the backyard. The last trace of light on the horizon faded. The moon hadn't fully risen, only showing half its face through a gap in the clouds like a neighbor peeking at the excitement. He circled around to the back wall of the kitchen and moved the woodpile stacked in the corner. The wood scraped against the ground with a low creak. He held his breath and listened for a second. No sound from inside. Good. Keep going. After the pile was shifted, a slab of bluestone was revealed, its edges already cracked and covered in moss. He knew this place well. As a child, he'd hidden slingshots and stolen sugar cakes here. But he'd never thought that beneath the slab might lie a secret from 50 years ago. He pulled a woodcutter's knife from his waist and pried at the edge of the stone with the blade. Once, twice, and on the third try it finally loosened. The stone flipped over and sank into the mud, sending up a puff of aged earth. Below it was a section of rotted rope ladder hanging against. He remembered this ladder. When he was little his father had said, "Don't touch it, it'll collapse and kill you." But every time he came down he stepped on it with perfect steadiness. Now it was his turn to use it. Rane lit the oil lamp, tucked it under his arm, and with one hand on the wall and one foot on the ladder he stepped down. The wooden rungs groaned under his weight, but he didn't stop. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps. 7 steps to the bottom. The cellar looked the same as always, earthen walls on all sides, a few strings of dried, cured meat hanging from the crossbeam above, leftover from last year, long inedible, and empty wine jars and rotten hose piled in the corner. The air was damp and stuffy, as if someone had been crying inside for decades. He walked straight to the east wall at the far end. There, leaning against it, was a broken wooden cabinet, its door crooked, the lock long rusted. He pushed the cabinet aside, revealing the wall of mud bricks behind it. The plaster had peeled away, exposing the uneven stones beneath. This was the spot. He crouched down and used his hands to scrape away the broken bricks and rotten wood at the base of the wall. His fingers touched a flat stone that didn't seem natural. His heart skipped a beat. He quickly used the knife to pry it loose. The stone gave way. With a strong heave he uncovered a palm-sized hidden compartment beneath. Inside lay a cloth bundle tightly wrapped with an outer layer of oiled paper and an inner layer of coarse linen. It felt hard and stiff like a piece of dried ox tongue. Rane took it out, placed it on the ground, and blew on the lamp wick to make the flame brighter. He untied the hemp rope and peeled back the layers of the wrapping. First came a few yellowed sheets of paper rolled together and tied with red thread. He spread them open. The paper was covered in drawings of human silhouettes holding long swords, their posture strange. Feet apart, waist slightly twisted, arms sweeping in arcs as if cutting wheat or dancing. Beside them were tiny characters: step follows the body, edge moves against the chi. He read it aloud but didn't understand. He turned the page. The figure in the drawing had changed its stance, the sword tip pointing downward, body sinking, as if wanting to burrow into the ground. The annotation read, "Drop the shoulders and sink the elbows, lure the enemy into a trap." Rane frowned. These movements were different from the way he usually fought. He was all about speed, precision, and ruthlessness, especially the backhand thrust aimed at the back of the knee. Whether it was a tax collector or a private soldier, one hit and they'd go down. But the techniques on these drawings, too slow. Deliberately slow, as if inviting the enemy to strike. He almost threw the paper away. But when his fingers touched the next diagram he froze. It was a spinning motion, the sword sweeping from the right rear to the front, its trajectory like a crescent moon. The annotation beside the diagram read, "Returning edge shadow." Rane's breath caught. He was familiar with this movement. The western sword Isha had given him. The first time he'd swung it he'd instinctively executed this very move. Isha had laughed at him, then saying this isn't sword dancing, it's like swatting flies. But now it seemed it wasn't clumsiness. It was something from his bloodline springing forth on its own. He flipped the page eagerly. Indeed. Another diagram showed the starting stance of the backhand thrust, but with an added shoulder rotation shifting the source of power from the arm to the waist and hips. The annotation read borrow the force of the earth, channel it through the fingertips. Rane sucked in a sharp breath. He'd been practicing swordplay for 2 years, all through trial and error. By day, he pretended to be a lame stable boy sneaking into the stables to eavesdrop on tax collectors. By night, he donned a mask to carry out small acts of sabotage, practicing his moves along the way. Finishing an apple before acting was his own ritual. One bite and the battle order was given. But now he realized he'd been relying on brute force all along. True swordsmanship was calculation. It was rhythm. It was making the enemy think you were aiming for his head while you were actually slicing his tendons. His hands trembling, he continued turning the pages. The paper was heavily damp, some parts stuck together, forcing him to wipe them gently with his sleeve. Every inch he uncovered felt like pushing open a dusty door. On the back of the last page, there was a line of tiny characters. The ink almost faded to brown. The token is left for those who come after. If you see this manual, do not seek quick success. First cultivate the foundation. The silver blade is not a name but a path. The signature was a symbol, a 4-petal rose with a hook in the center. It was exactly the same as the pattern on the hilt of Isha's. Rane sat on the ground, his back against the wall, clutching the page in his hand, motionless for a long time. The oil lamp was nearly out, the flame dancing shadows flickering across his face like restless ghosts. He suddenly laughed. His shoulders shook with it. Well. So I'm not the first fool, he muttered. 50 years ago someone else was just like me. Playing the loser by day, stabbing people in the foot with a sword by night. The laughter bounced around the cellar, finally turning into a muffled cough. He looked down at the bottom of the cloth bundle. There was more. A short sword. A copper pommel and iron blade less than 2 feet long. Hardly longer than a kitchen knife. The entire sword was covered in red rust, as if it had been soaked in blood for 10 years. He carefully drew the scabbard. Inside too were rust flakes falling in a shower. When the blade was unsheathed, the lamplight caught it, and it still reflected a hint of cold gleam. Though thin, the lines were smooth, the curve precise. It didn't look like a modified farm tool, but rather a specially crafted practice sword. He tried a swing. The sound wasn't loud, but it was particularly clear in the enclosed cellar. He swung again, adding a little more force, and the tip of the blade traced a faint afterimage. At that moment, he felt his wrist loosen, his shoulders and back naturally expand, his entire body lifted by something invisible. As if someone was behind him, teaching him how to strike. He stopped staring at the blade. Rusted and stained, but the original inscription marks were still visible. He rubbed it hard with his sleeve and barely made out 2 characters: beginner's practice. This was a beginner's sword. A training weapon crafted for novices. Yet it was hidden in the deepest compartment together with the sword manual waiting for 50 years. Rane suddenly understood. The old man hadn't lied. The first-generation Silverblade had indeed lived in his house. Perhaps in this very cellar, he had taught his father a couple of self-defense moves. Perhaps on a rainy night by the same oil lamp, he had drawn these charts. Perhaps before leaving he had placed this beginner's practice sword into the hidden compartment, saying if later a child wants to learn, give it to him. And then half a century passed. Now it was his turn. He placed the sword back in its scabbard and gently laid it on his knee. His fingers traced the rust as if feeling the warmth of that nameless person's palm. It wasn't cold metal. It was the trace of a life lived. He looked up at the cellar entrance. The rope ladder hung silently like a naval cord leading to the past. Outside, the world kept turning. Tax collectors collected taxes, the common folk paid grain, the lords drank, the church chanted prayers. No one knew that beneath this unremarkable farm someone was holding a 50-year-old workbook, preparing to retake a lost course. Rane grinned, revealing a row of white teeth. All right, old predecessor, he murmured, I'll make up the homework you left behind. He spread the sword manual open again, studying it page by page under the dim lamp. He looked at each diagram, every character with extreme slowness. Where he didn't understand, he drew circles and made marks with his fingernail. When he came to the move step follows the body, he stood up and practiced in the limited space. First step, left foot forward half a step. Second step, right foot follows center of gravity sinks. Third step, waist twists like a rope, moving the arm in an arc. The movements were stiff like a crab learning to walk. But he didn't stop. Once wasn't enough, so twice wasn't enough, so 3 times. Until the 10th attempt, he suddenly felt a bit smoother. It wasn't muscle memory, his body had found its own rhythm. He stopped, panting, sweat beating on his forehead. The lamplight cast his shadow on the wall, elongated the posture of raising the sword, showing a hint of majesty. Not like a lame stable boy, more like the silver blade. He sat down, picked up the lamp, leaned closer to the yellowed pages, and recited the mantra again. Step follows the body, edge moves against the chi. This time he didn't rush to practice. Instead he closed his eyes, imagining himself standing under the flagpole facing the tax collector Bate. The bastard who had kicked his mother. If he used the new move, how would he deal with him? Bate liked to roar first, then charge forward with a club. At that moment an ordinary person would step back or raise something to block. But according to the diagram he should step forward. Left foot forward, lure him to strike. When Bate's club missed and his center of gravity leaned forward, immediately drop the shoulders and sink the elbows, slide in close to his body, and execute a backhand thrust. Right into the kidney area. Rane opened his eyes and smiled. Brilliant. This wasn't just a killing technique. It was a humiliation technique. Make him miss, take him down, and leave him questioning his own existence. That was the style of the Silver Blade. Not a reckless fighter's desperation, but a wise man's strategy. He looked down at the rusty short sword and felt a sudden urge to sharpen it. But he held back. Sharpening it now would make too much noise. The sound of grinding could reach the kitchen. And once he started, it would mean he was truly walking, brushing horses and hauling hay by day, practicing swordplay and killing by night. His energy was far from sufficient. He had already been running on the edge for 2 months. Since his father died, he had hardly slept a full night. Every Silver Blade operation required half a day of recovery. Adding sword training now would probably drain him dry. He stared at the flame of the lamp, caught in hesitation. To train or not to train? If he trained, he might die sooner, worn out. If he didn't, he would forever rely on ambushes and sheer grit. The next time he faced a skilled opponent, like one of those masked assassins sent by the church, he would probably have his throat pierced in 3 moves. While he was struggling, his fingers accidentally touched the edge of the manual. There was a folded corner, a place that had been flipped through often. He opened it. It was a new diagram, 2 swords crossing, 1 short, 1 long. The short sword wielder used skill to overcome force, the tip pressing against the other's throat. The annotation beside the diagram read, the weak overcome the strong, not by strength but by opportunity. Rane's heart trembled. This wasn't a technical issue. It was a matter of belief. He had always thought he was fighting alone, sustained by sheer will. But now it seemed someone had walked this road before and left behind a solution. He didn't need to become the strongest. He only needed to become the smartest. That was enough. He took a deep breath, closed the manual, and hugged it to his chest. He tucked the short sword into his belt, covering it with his cloak. He stood up, brushed the dirt off his pants, and climbed the rope ladder, his movements much more agile than when he had descended. He pushed open the stone slab above, poked his head out. It was quiet all around, only the sound of wind rustling through the stubble field. He put the slab back in place and stacked the woodpile as before, leaving no trace. Back in the house, his mother was still dozing, her posture unchanged. Rane tiptoed to his own bed, stuffed the cloth bundle and short sword under the mattress. The safest place was the closest to a person. He sat on the edge of the bed, took off his shoes. The soles were covered in mud. He didn't wash, just lay there staring at the crack in the ceiling. Tomorrow he'd need to get a new straw hat. The broken one from yesterday couldn't be used anymore. The light spots through the holes might be romantic, but they were easy to expose. If some tax collector took a second look and said that's an interesting hat, it would be trouble. He had to stay low-key. By day, still the lame stable boy. By night, he was Rane. As for the Silver Blade, that was for later. He closed his eyes, his mind full of those sword diagrams and mantras. Step follows the body. Drop the shoulders and sink the elbows. Returning edge shadow. He recited silently, tracing the moves with his fingers under the blanket. Suddenly he remembered something and snapped his eyes open. What about the western sword Isha had given him? He rolled off the bed, dragged an old wooden box from under it, unlocked it, and took out the gleaming silver sword. He drew the blade, examining it by the moonlight filtering through the window. The rose pattern was clear. 4 petals with a hook in the center. He traced the pattern with his finger and whispered, "So you didn't appear out of nowhere, did you?" This sword was not a gift. It was a key. It was the starting marker of that path 50 years ago. And now he had found the first milestone. He sheathed the sword, put it back in the box, and locked it. He lay back down, closed his eyes. But he couldn't sleep. He was too awake, as if he had drunk 10 pots of strong tea. He knew that from tonight his way of fighting would change. No longer a brute driven by apple-fueled alertness and rage, but a student, a transfer student holding a textbook from 50 years ago. He would play the lame man by day, practice swordplay by night, and secretly level up under the tax collector's noses. The thought made him laugh again. "Old predecessor," he said in his mind, "your curriculum is quite thrilling." He turned over and buried his face in the pillow. Outside, a dog finally barked once. Then nothing. Rane listened to his own heartbeat, steady as a metronome. He knew that tomorrow morning, he still had to go to the stable and brush the horses. He still had to limp, keep his head down, and let the tax collectors spit on him. But it didn't matter. because he had a guide now, not a tax ledger, a sword manual. He closed his eyes, recalling the technique of returning edge shadow one last time. Then slowly he fell asleep. In the cellar, the extinguished oil lamp stood quietly in the corner, a wisp of blue smoke still rising from the wick, like incense, mourning the past and igniting the future. Rane's fingertip traced an arc under the blanket, cutting through the air with the same crisp efficiency as slicing a watermelon. With his eyes shut, his mind was entirely occupied with the movement essentials of shadow returning slash. Step forward with the left foot, twist the waist, and slash the sword diagonally upward from the right rear so fast that even the wind couldn't keep up. If he mastered this move, a brute like tax collector Bart, who only knew how to swing a club, would be on his knees at first sight. A twitch at the corner of his mouth, and he nearly laughed out loud. During the day while brushing horses, he still limped and played the fool, but by night his mind was already scheming how to take them down. Life was even more sour than the pickled cabbage Granny Wong made at the village entrance. The cloak slipped down to his waist, revealing half of an iron scabbard. That rusty short sword was tucked into his belt like a stubborn piece of scrap metal, digging into him uncomfortably. But Rane couldn't bear to put it away. When he practiced the third repetition, the chill of the hilt suddenly crept up his palm, as if someone had gently pushed him from behind. It wasn't an illusion. The rhythm was right. He opened his eyes, staring at the crack in the ceiling. Moonlight seeped through the gap, illuminating the half-eaten apple on. The flesh had turned yellow, but he didn't throw it away. This was his ritual. One bite, and it was a declaration of war. Even if he was only practicing in his mind while lying in bed, he had to go through the motions. His fingers moved again, simulating the motion of gripping the sword. Suddenly the shadow of the tree outside the window swayed. It wasn't the wind. The wind had long stopped. Rane's fingers froze, his breathing lowered. He didn't move, nor did he look up, but he scanned the window frame with his peripheral vision. That sway was too deliberate, as if someone had snapped a branch and then forcibly steadied themselves. He slowly withdrew his hand into the blanket, feeling the guard of the short sword. Outside it was eerily silent. Even the dogs weren't barking. Usually at this time old Huang next door would bark at least a couple of times, but today he was silent. He was either dead asleep or had his mouth clamped shut. Rane held his breath, waiting 3 seconds. No second sound. Just as he was about to exhale, a faint rustle of grass came from the direction of the woodshed. A soft snap. Not a cat. A cat wouldn't break dry grass blades. It was his backyard. He slowly sat up, moving as gently as if afraid of waking himself in a dream. The bedboard didn't make a sound. This was a skill he had honed playing the groom during the day, launching sneak attacks at night and sleeping with one ear open. As soon as his feet touched the floor, he felt the iron nails in his soles dig into the floorboards. He had put them in yesterday precisely for moments like this. If a fight broke out, he could kick right through the opponent's foot. He didn't light the lamp. He drew the short sword 3 inches by moonlight. The rust was still there, but the edge gleamed like a starved wolf's fang. No one spoke outside the window. No one knocked on the door. But he knew that whoever came was someone who didn't fear death, who dared to sneak into Blackburn Farm's backyard and not make a move was either a fool or a master. Masters usually don't waste words. He gripped the hilt tightly, ready to lift the curtain and go meet this nighttime visitor when the crooked old door of the woodshed creaked open. Person walked in. Not tall, but with shoulders shockingly broad, draped in an old-style knight's cloak, the collar frayed, the sleeves stained with mud. He wore no helmet, carried no sword, and held his arms open at his sides, as if he had come to buy scallions at the market. Rane didn't move. The man stood in the doorway, his shadow stretching long like a laundry pole against the wall. "I'm not here to kill you, Rane Blackburn." The voice was low but clear. "I am Carlos, a knight." Rane narrowed his eyes. The name was unfamiliar. In the 13 villages of the northern border, there had never been a knight named Carlos, let alone one who dressed like this and dared to call himself a knight. As if just wrapping a piece of cloth could pass for a noble's guard these days. "Oh." Rane sat down on the edge of the bed, deliberately taking a bite of the apple. "Then what are you here for?" "Delivering a betrothal gift." The other man didn't laugh. "Calvin has already contacted the private army commanders of the 3 eastern towns and set up 3 lines of blockade," he said. "He's just waiting for you to make another move, and then they'll surround this place." Rane's chewing paused. He swallowed. "So you're here to tip me off?" he asked. "What a kind heart. I thought tonight's visitor would be someone collecting a corpse." "What you took last night has already been noticed." Carlos continued, his tone unchanged, as if reading a recipe. "They know what you're investigating, and they know you've gotten your hands on something you shouldn't have." Rane's eyes turned icy cold. The cloth bundle under his mattress flashed through his mind. The sword manual, the short sword, everything wrapped in oil paper. He had hidden it last night, and no one but him should know. Unless there was a trap in the cellar, the old man leaked it, or was there something wrong with the rapier Isa gave him? He remained expressionless, but his hand stealthily touched his nose. It was a habit he couldn't break from childhood whenever he lied or felt nervous. His mother always said your face is easier to read than a ledger. Carlos didn't mention the rapier nor the cellar. He just stared at Rane. Believe me or not, the choice is yours, he said. But I advise you. Don't act alone anymore. With that he turned and left. Rane didn't stop him. He knew he couldn't. Someone who walks without sound and turns without stirring the wind has clearly trained. If it came to a fight, he'd likely be defeated in a single exchange. Besides, the other man had come unarmed, clearly not wanting a fight. He sat there listening to the footsteps fade until they vanished completely. Then he yanked up the mattress. The cloth bundle was still there. The sword manual was intact. The short sword hadn't lost a single rust flake. He let out a breath, then tensed up again. Since no one had entered the room, how did Carlos know he had taken something? Could it be? Someone saw him prying up the stone slab. But that night, the chickens were in their coop, the dogs didn't bark, and even his mother was dozing off. Unless, he suddenly remembered the rope ladder. The rotten rope ladder hung on the wall, creaking loudly when he climbed up and down. Could someone have been hiding in the distance, watching the whole scene by moonlight? He rolled off the bed, walked barefoot to the window, and peered out. The woodshed door was empty, not even a footprint. The wind had picked up again, blowing the tattered curtain wildly like a summons to the dead. He retreated inside, checking every door and window. The bolts were secure, the door gaps dust-free, and the windowsill showed no signs of stepping. Everything was normal. But the more normal it seemed, the more he felt something was wrong. Who would come in the middle of the night to say you're being watched and say it so accurately? Either he was a madman or a big fish had really surfaced. He sat back on the bed staring at the tree outside. Where the shadow had swayed earlier, there was now only darkness. Calvin uniting the private armies of 3 towns. He muttered to himself, I just carved a silver mark yesterday, and he's already set up an encirclement for me. This efficiency was faster than Widow Lee at the east end of the village selling tofu. He grabbed the apple and took a vicious bite. The flesh was already sour, but he didn't care. Sour or painful, it kept him awake. He knew that from this moment things were different. He used to think he was fighting against a tax collector captain, at most involving the Lord's manor. Now it seemed they had been raising him like a big fish, just waiting for him to leap out of the pond to catch him all at once. No wonder the tax collectors on patrol had doubled lately. No wonder the loafers in the market kept staring at him. No wonder even lame Affu avoided him. Not out of fear of trouble, but fear of being seen as an accomplice. He looked down at the apple in his hand, already bitten into a mess. The core was exposed like a grinning skull. Looks like, I need to find a new place to practice swordsmanship, he said. No sooner had the words left his mouth than a sound came from outside again. This time it was from the roof. The sound of a tile being stepped on, light as a cat's leap. Rane instantly tensed, the short sword sliding into his palm. He didn't look up. He didn't make a sound. He just placed the remaining half apple on the table and wiped his hand on his sleeve. Then slowly he stood up. He knew the night would not be peaceful, but he couldn't leave. The farm was his home. His father had died here. His mother slept on the other side of this wall. If he ran, by the time the sun rose, this land would truly become someone else's hunting ground. He walked to the door, pressing his ear against the wood. Outside it was terrifyingly silent. Even the insects had stopped. He took a deep breath and reached for the door bolt. Just as he was about to pull the door open, the sound from the roof vanished. As if that person had never existed. Rane stood there, his hand still on the door handle. He knew this was not the end. It was only the beginning. He slowly released the bolt, turned, and walked back to the bed, tucking the short sword back under the mattress. His movements were more cautious than before, careful not to make a sound. Then he sat down, no longer looking at the window or thinking about the roof. Instead he closed his eyes and repeated the mantra over and over. Step follows body, edge against chi. This time he was no longer memorizing it out of curiosity. Nor was he learning it for revenge. He was doing it to survive. To be able to last 3 more moves when facing a real enemy. He opened his eyes and looked at the apple core on the table. It lay there quietly like a silent warning. Rane reached out, picked it up, walked to the corner, and shoved it into the hearth. The fire was not lit, but it would burn eventually. He returned to the bed and lay down. He didn't pull up the blanket. He didn't close his eyes. His right hand pressed against the mattress, touching the hilt of the short sword. At the slightest disturbance, he could draw his blade instantly. He listened to his own heartbeat. One beat, another, steady as a metronome. In the distance, a night owl called out once. Then silence. Rane stared at the crack in the ceiling, moonlight still spilling through illuminate. He suddenly smiled. A very faint smile. All right, Calvin, he whispered. If you want to play big, I don't mind raising the stakes. He turned over, facing the wall. The sour taste of the apple still lingered in his mouth. Good. Enough to keep him alert. He knew that from tonight, he could no longer be just the lame groom during the day and the sneak attacker at night. He had to learn to dance on the edge of a blade. And dance beautifully. Otherwise the next corpse under a tarp might be his own. He closed his eyes, recalling the movement trajectory of shadow returning /one last time. Step forward with the left foot. Twist the waist. Slash the sword diagonally upward from the right rear. Fast. Precise. Ruthless. Not to kill, but to live. He couldn't sleep. He didn't want to sleep, because deep down he knew. The storm was coming. It just hadn't struck yet. He had to reinforce the roof before the rain came down. He sat up again, dragged the old wooden chest from under the bed, unlocked it, and took out the rapier Isa had given him. He drew the sword. Moonlight gleamed on the blade, flowing silver. He ran his finger over the rose pattern on the hilt. 4 petals with a hook in the center. Exactly the same as the signature on the sword manual. So you really are the key, he said. Not a gift. A mission. He sheathed the sword and placed it back in the chest. Locked it. Laid back down. This time he didn't close his eyes. He stared at the door. At the window. At every crack in the ceiling. He waited. For the next shadow to appear. For the next sound to arise. For this game to officially begin. Outside the wind died down. The trees stilled. Even the dogs were silent. The entire farm was as quiet as a grave. But Rane knew. Even in a grave there were ghosts. And he had already awakened. Rane's hand still pressed beneath the mattress, his palm against the iron scabbard of the short sword. The wind outside had ceased, even the dogs had fallen silent, as if the entire farm had been muffled by an unseen hand. He hadn't closed his eyes nor slept, his ears were perked, listening to every tile on the roof. The sound of footsteps on the tiles had come abruptly and vanished, just as cleanly, like a bell struck on his forehead, then instantly silenced. He knew in his heart that this night would not be peaceful. Yet he hadn't expected his opponent to forgo subtlety and simply overturn the table. A scorched smell invaded his nostrils. It wasn't the dull, smoldering scent of firewood, but the acrid odor of burning wheat straw mingled with the crackling of wood splitting rolling in from beyond the wall. Rane sat up abruptly, the short sword half drawn with a sharp shing. This was no illusion, no test. The fire was real. He swung his legs off the bed, the iron nails on his soles striking the floorboards. Just as he lunged toward the window, thick smoke surged from under the door, a gray-black wave that choked him as it hit his face. He tore the sheet from the bed, plunged it into the water vat, wrung out the excess, and in 3 quick strides reached his mother's bedside. "Mother, wake up." The old woman's eyes fluttered open, still mumbling the granary. "Don't touch my granary." Rane pressed the wet cloth to her face with one hand, while hooking her arm with the other, dragging her outward. "Fire. Our house is on fire. Hurry." Only then did she fully awaken, her legs too weak to stand, relying entirely on Rane's pull to move forward. Beyond the door the flames had already painted the walls crimson, and the crackling grew denser, as if someone had poured a bucket of kerosene into the yard and lit the fuse. "The back window." Rane shouted. "The kitchen one. It's downwind. We can get out." He knew every inch of this house. He had climbed in and out countless times as a child, chasing chickens and dogs. His father had taught him while splitting firewood which wall was thinnest and which window was closest. The earthen ditch by the vegetable patch could hold water for 3 days during the rainy season. Though it was dry now, the mud layer was still damp, and crawling through it would spare them from being roasted by the heat. Stumbling and staggering, mother and son burst into the kitchen. Rane kicked open the broken wooden board of the back window. Outside the sky blazed with fire, illuminating the vegetable beds, as if splashed with blood. In the distance, the granary had already collapsed at one corner. Flames licked at the night sky, and amidst the crackling and popping, the desperate flapping and screams of the chickens. Those hens raised for 2 years. None had escaped. "Jump." Rane pushed his mother toward the windowsill. "They'll lift you." She trembled, gripping the frame, while Rane bent down, braced his shoulder, and thrust upward, sending her out. He followed, immediately landing with his knees digging into the wet mud. Ignoring the pain, he turned and dragged his mother toward the stone well. Behind them waves of heat rolled, distorting the air. They had only crawled a dozen paces when the roof of the main house collapsed with a thunderous crash, spraying sparks everywhere. A few landed on Rane's cloak. Mother and son huddled behind the stone well, gasping for breath. Rane wiped his face. His hand came away black with soot and sweat. He looked up. The entire Blake farm was burning. The granary was reduced to a skeleton, the cowshed tilted and collapsed into the flames. Even the clothesline had turned into red threads. The old elm tree where he used to climb to hide from the debt collectors now had its bark curling up like screaming mouths. The fire lit up half the sky. Even the boundary stone at the village entrance was coated in a layer of orange. He sat in the mud, his fingers digging into the soil, silent. His mother clutched her knees, trembling like autumn leaves. Tears traced down her wrinkles, dripping onto her skirt, forming dark stains. A lifetime burned away like this. The land your father broke with his hoe, stroke by stroke. Gone just like that. Rane said he knew who had done it. Calvin, that tax collector captain with a limp who always made his boots stomp thunderously. Earlier in the night Carlos had come to warn him, saying the man had set up 3 cordons to trap him. He had thought they would arrest him, interrogate him, or even kill him on the spot. And what happened? They couldn't be bothered to lift a finger. They burned his whole family out. No explanation. Not even a warning. They set the fire so brazenly, like burning a pile of rotten straw, even calculating the wind direction. Tonight there was no wind, so the fire would be slow but steady enough to turn everything to ash. This wasn't punishment. It was a declaration. You mess around on my turf, and he'll make sure you have no home to return to. Rane clenched his molars, tasting blood in his mouth. He looked down at his hands covered in mud and ash, with paint chips from the window still lodged under his nails. These same hands had been practicing the shadow of returning edge just yesterday, thinking about how to be faster, more precise, to make the next strike cleaner. And now, he couldn't even save his own roof. He suddenly remembered how his father had gripped his wrist before dying, whispering, "Protect the land deed. Don't let them take it." And now, the land deed was in the cellar. The cellar was now a furnace. He hadn't protected anything. Not a single thing. His mother was still crying, her voice soft but intermittent, wrenching his heart. As Rane listened, his chest felt as if someone had stuffed a glowing red iron inside, burning so hot. He wanted to tear open his clothes to breathe. Slowly he raised his head and stared at the sea of fire. Flames danced in his pupils, reflecting the collapsed beams the charred livestock shed, and the figure of himself as a child squatting at the door carving a wooden sword. Back then he thought growing up meant gaining strength. Being able to carry 2 sacks of wheat to beat up the wild kids who bullied his sister. Now he understood. Growing up was watching everything be destroyed, yet having to keep living. And having to remember who lit the fire. And having to settle the score. He slowly raised his hand and touched his nose. A nervous habit from childhood he could never break. His mother always said his face was easier to read than an account book. But now no one was reading it. Reading wouldn't help. The account book was already burned. He pulled his hand back and wiped it on his trousers. Then, in a low voice hoarse like sandpaper scraping iron, he said, "Calvin." Just the name. No curses. No shouts. But when those 2 words left his mouth, even he felt a shiver, like the first inch of a blade drawn from its sheath. His mother heard him and looked up, trembling. "Son, let's run. Leave this place. Go west. I hear no one bothers you there." Rane didn't turn around. He stared at the center of the fire, where the main house used to be. The bed where his father breathed his last, the stove where his mother cooked, the cellar entrance where he hid his sword manual. All gone. He suddenly smiled. A very faint smile. And very cold. "Run," he said. "Run where? If I run, he wins. I'm not leaving. This land is my family's. My father is buried here, my mother lives here, Rane Blake was born here. He can burn a farm, but he can't burn me." His mother was stunned, forgetting to cry. Rane stood up, brushed the mud off his trousers, and swept his gaze over the ruins. The fire was still burning, but its strength was fading. The wood was mostly consumed, leaving only sporadic flames lingering among the broken walls. The air was thick with the smell of char, mixed with the burnt sweetness of wheat, enough to turn one's stomach. He bent down and picked up a half-melted iron piece. The hinge from the granary door. The edge was still hot, but he gripped it tightly until the sting in his palm made him release it. He thinks a single fire can make me kneel. He thinks he'll cower if I lose my home. He's wrong. He turned to face his mother, his voice low but steady. "Mother, listen to me. I'm not staying alive for revenge. I'm staying alive to make sure he knows that burning my house was the stupidest thing he ever did." His mother stared at him, tears glistening in her eyes. Her lips moved, but no words came. Rane didn't look back at the fire. He knew looking again would be meaningless. Things gone were gone. But he remembered. He remembered every inch of the land, the way his father taught him to swing a sickle, the silhouette of his mother brewing medicine by the stove, the feeling of pent-up energy last night as he recited sword techniques while lying in bed. These things couldn't be burned. Nor stolen. He pulled out the half-eaten apple from his chest pocket. Swiped that morning, never had the heart to finish it. The flesh was yellowed, the edges already turning sour. He stared at it for 2 seconds, then suddenly raised his hand and tossed it toward the fire. The apple arced through the air, landing in the still smoking ruins of the granary, instantly buried in ash. This was his declaration of war. No need to light a fire. No need to swear an oath. A rotten apple was enough. He crouched down and helped his mother up. "Let's find a place to rest first. We'll deal with tomorrow when it comes." His mother nodded, leaning on his shoulder, shuffling step by step toward the other side of the stone well. Rane supported her, his steps steady, not looking back at the fire. He knew there would be plenty of time to see Calvin's face. And when that time came, it wouldn't be firelight shining on him. It would be him holding a sword, standing at the other man's doorstep. The wind finally rose, carrying ash and residual warmth. It blew across the scorched earth. The farm was gone, but Rane remained. He touched the short sword at his waist. The rust was still there, but the edge, It had already awakened. He stopped, set his mother down by the well, walked to the edge of the ruins, and bent to pick up a charred wooden sign. The one that once hung at the gate reading Blake Farm. Now only a corner remained, the lettering blurred beyond recognition. He rubbed the scorch marks with his thumb, barely making out the outline of the letters Blake. He didn't throw it away. He folded it twice and tucked it into his inner, keep it, to hang up when he rebuilt the household in the future. Even if it was just a charred piece of wood, it was still his family's sign. He took one last look at this land. The fire was mostly out. Only a few dark embers remained glowing faintly in the night like unclosed eyes. He said in a low voice, "You just wait. I'm going to make you pay back every penny with interest." With that, he turned back to his mother, crouched down, and gently patted the back of her hand. "Get some sleep. Dawn is almost here." His mother closed her eyes, her breathing gradually steadying. Rane didn't sleep. He sat on the rim of the well, his back to the ruins facing east. A faint light was already appearing on the horizon. A new day was coming, and he was no longer the boy who had hidden in the cellar practicing swordsmanship yet. He was Rane Blake, 17 years old, the young master of the farm, now a man of vengeance. He placed his hand on the hilt of the short sword, and it no longer trembled. Nor did he hide it anymore. He knew exactly what he had to do next. Not run. Not hide. Fight. Fight back openly and honorably. To let Calvin know. Some fires once lit only end up igniting the hearts of others. At dawn, Leon was still seated on the edge of the well, his back to the farmstead that had been reduced to charcoal. His mother leaned against his leg, her head nodding in a drowsy slumber, as if she was too exhausted even to dream. The fire had quieted down, leaving only a few wisps of gray smoke drifting up from the cellar entrance like a stove that someone had forgotten to turn off. He looked down at the half-burned wooden plaque in his arms, rubbing his fingers over the blurred letters. The 3 characters Blake were crooked but intact. This thing was tougher than fate. The house had collapsed, yet it remained. From afar came a dog's bark, followed by the sound of hooves, approaching from a distance, muffled on the dirt road. Leon's eyelids twitched, and he immediately reached out to pull his mother closer behind the stone well. She startled, opening her eyes groggily. "What's wrong? Don't make a sound." He lowered his voice. "Someone's coming." They held their breath, listening as the hoofbeats rounded the old locust tree at the village entrance, came a short distance their way, then turned and headed into, probably tax collectors afraid to approach the ruins, fearing they might catch bad luck. Once the footsteps faded completely, Leon let out a sigh of relief, helped his mother sit steady. "It's fine, just passers-by." His mother nodded, her lips dry, her hands trembling as she reached for the small cloth pouch at her waist, pulling out half a wheat cake as hard as stone. She broke off a small piece, put it in her mouth, and chewed for a long time without being able to swallow. "Is there any water left?" Leon asked. "Just a sip," she said. "You drink. I'm not thirsty." He took the water skin and shook it. Indeed, only a little remained at the bottom. "We need to find a place to settle down. We can't stay here and wait to die." His mother gazed at the scorched earth, her eyes vacant. "Our home is gone. Where can we go?" Leon didn't answer. He stood up, brushed the ash off his pants, and walked to where the main house used to be, kicking aside a pile of charred wood. Beneath it lay a half-collapsed cellar entrance, its edges blackened by fire, the bricks cracked, as if they might cave in completely at any moment. He crouched down, reaching out to probe, his fingertips touching a beam that hadn't burned through. He scraped away a bit more and discovered a stone step beneath its outline, still visible though crushed by rubble. Suddenly memories of childhood surged into his mind. When he was 7 or 8, his father had taken him to dig a sweet potato cellar behind the basement wall, saying as he dug, "If the day comes when we can't survive, well, leave from here. There's a path leading to the woods, only your mother and I know about it." Back then he had laughed. "Dad, we're not thieves, why would we run?" His father slapped the back of his head. "A brat like you understands nothing." Now he realized it wasn't a joke. It was a backup plan. Leon turned and called to his mother, "Mom, come here, quick." She stumbled over, and when she saw the opening she froze. "This. Isn't this the one, your father?" "Yes, that's the path." Leon cleared away the rubble, making a passage barely wide enough for a person to crawl through. "Let's go, before they come back." She didn't move, staring into the dark hole, her voice trembling. "What if it collapses? What if it's blocked? What if we can't get out?" Leon grabbed her hand with a force that startled her. "Then you'd rather stay here and let Calvin come to collect your corpse, or wait for the wild dogs to drag you away?" She shuddered. "Let's go," he said, his tone softening. "Trust me, just this once. Like the time I got lost when I was a kid and you searched the mountains for 3 days without giving up. Now it's my turn to take you away." His mother looked at him, tears suddenly streaming down her face, but she didn't sob. She just nodded firmly. Without another word, Leon crawled into the opening, first clearing the loose stones with his hands before confirming it was safe. He turned back. "Come on, I'll pull you." She knelt down, crawling on all fours, her knees scraping against the rough ground, causing her to gasp in pain. Leon gripped her wrist from the front, inching forward bit by bit. The passage was low, forcing an adult to stoop. The air was damp and stuffy, mingling with the smell of smoke and the earthy scent of mud. Occasionally ash would fall from above, landing on their necks with a chill. Halfway through, the path ahead was severely blocked by stone slabs wedged together, leaving only a small gap that required crawling on one's belly to pass. "You'll go first," Rane said, taking off his coat and laying it on the ground. "Step on this, don't slip." He knelt at the bottom, bracing his shoulders upward. "Step on my back and climb over." His mother hesitated. "Can you take it? Stop wasting time," he roared. "If we dawdle any longer, the pursuers will really come, and we'll both rot here." She gritted her teeth, one hand on the wall, one foot on his shoulder. Rane's legs buckled his knees, hitting the rubble directly, sending a sharp pain through him. But he didn't loosen his grip. He forced himself to lift her over. Once she had crawled over and lay flat, Rane himself ducked through the gap. When he looked up, his mother was kneeling on the ground, wiping away tears. "What are you crying for?" he asked. "My son. You've grown so sturdy," she sniffled. "When you were little, I could barely carry you, and now you can carry people." Rane grinned, wiping the dust off his face with his hand. "Of course, I'm your own flesh and blood. How could I be any less?" They rested a moment, then continued onward. The passage began to slope downward, growing deeper, and the earth beneath their feet became wetter, squelching with every step. His mother would stop every few steps, breathing heavily, her fingers whitening as she gripped the wall. "Maybe we should rest," Rane asked. "Don't stop," she said. "If I stop, he'll think of your father and think that this life isn't worth living." Rane fell silent, then pulled out the apple from his pocket. The one he had tossed into the fire last night. It wasn't completely burned. He had secretly retrieved it later. Though the skin was charred, a small piece of flesh remained in. He broke it in half and handed the larger piece to his mother. "Eat some, regain your strength." "You eat." "I already had a bite," he lied. "Look, there's still juice on my lips." She believed him, nibbling it slowly, squinting at the sourness but forcing it down. Rane watched her eat. Then, suddenly said, "Remember the year you taught me to identify herbs? We went into the mountains to gather plantain, but I ended up chasing a rabbit and lost you. You searched for me for 3 days and finally found me near a wolf's den." His mother smiled. "You even wet your pants." "Bullshit. That was due. You were scared out of your wits, screaming your head off. I was practicing my voice." They talked on, and soon they were both laughing. The laughter echoed through the secret passage, bouncing off the walls and back, sounding a bit eerie, but they didn't care. That laugh seemed to loosen a corner of the weight pressing on their hearts. His mother's steps lightened, and she took his arm as they walked on. "When did your father dig this tunnel?" "Probably started a few years ago," Rane said. "He always felt something was wrong. Taxes kept rising, the officials grew more arrogant. So he figured he'd leave a way out." He saw it clearly, his mother sighed. "But in the end, he never got to use it." "He did use it," Rane interrupted. "We're using it right now. This road he left for us saved both our lives." His mother didn't reply, just tightened her grip on his hand. After walking for about another hour, a glimmer of light finally appeared ahead. Not firelight, but the natural morning light filtering through the gaps in the vines, casting dappled shadows on the ground. "We're here." Rane quickened his pace. "The exit is in the woods." He crawled out first, scanning left and right to confirm no one was there, then turned back to pull his mother and son collapsed under an old oak tree, gasping for air. All around them were towering trees, their branches blotting out the sky, letting only a few spots of sunlight through. Birds chirped in succession, the wind rustled the leaves. It felt like a different world. His mother looked up at the canopy, murmuring, "I'm alive. I really made it out alive." Rane leaned against the tree trunk, closing his eyes to recover. His body ached as if it had been run over by a cart, but his mind was unusually clear. He knew that from now on he couldn't rely on luck to survive. He had to find a way to eat, to hide, to protect her. He couldn't let her be kicked down again, couldn't let her weep over the ruins. He opened his eyes, about to speak, when suddenly, he heard his mother let out a soft and her body slumped sideways, collapsing onto the grass. "Mom." Rane lunged over. "What's wrong?" No response. Panicked, he slapped her cheek. "Wake up. Wake up." Still no movement. He quickly checked her breath. There was air, faint but present. Her heartbeat was also there, slow but steady. Probably exhaustion combined with emotional turmoil. She had fainted. Rane breathed a sigh of relief, but then tensed up again. This wild forest. What if a wild boar or a venomous snake came along? He quickly scanned the surroundings and spotted a hollow not far away, half covered by vines, looking like a burrow dug by an animal deep enough to hide. Without a second thought, he carried his mother on his back and set off. The mountain path was uneven. He walked very slowly, making sure each step was solid before taking the next. His mother lay on his back, her breath gently brushing the back of his neck, carrying a familiar scent that only a family member could have. When they reached the hollow, he carefully laid her down using the torn cloth he carried as a pillow under her head, then brought the water skin to her lips and fed her 2 sips of water. Her throat moved and she swallowed a little. Layen finally sat down, wiping the sweat from his brow. The forest was eerily quiet. The sound of birds flying off earlier was actually the wind hitting dry branches against the tree trunks. He had been so nervous earlier that he thought someone was chasing them. He felt for the short sword at his waist. It was still there. Rusty dull but not. As long as the sword was with him, he was no longer a farmer to be slaughtered. He was Layen Bulake, 17 years old, able to carry a person, dig a path, and lead his mother out of the jaws of death. He looked down at his mother, or her brows were furrowed. Even in unconsciousness, she couldn't sleep peacefully. He took her hand and pressed it against his chest. Listen, this heartbeat is the blood of the Bulake family. It won't break so easily. After saying that, he was startled himself. He had spoken those words earnestly, not like his usual roguish nonsense, but truly from the bottom of it. He was no longer living just for revenge, nor was he holding on just to keep Calvin from gloating. He was going to make sure she survived. To see her eat her fill, sleep peacefully, and one day if she could laugh and scold him, "You little brat, stealing the pickled vegetables again," that would be even better. He looked around, silently memorizing the terrain. The north slope was steep, the south had traces of a stream, the east was dense with forest, and the west was windy. If anyone came, they would approach most easily from the west. He moved his mother further inside, covered the entrance with vines, leaving only a slit for ventilation. Then he sat outside, leaning against the tree trunk, his hand on the sword hilt. He wouldn't close his eyes. He couldn't sleep. He had to keep watch, until she woke up, until they were truly safe. His mother's eyelashes fluttered, and she slowly opened her eyes. Her first words were, "You're still here." Layen nodded. "I've always been here, and I'll be here forever." The corner of her mouth lifted slightly. She didn't speak, but tears slid down her cheeks. Layen didn't wipe them away. He let them flow. He himself didn't move, just stared into the depths of the forest, thinking, "Calvin, you burned my home. But you didn't burn me to death. Nor did you burn her. You're too smug now. This time I'm not just going to make you pay. I'm going to make you understand. Some suns are harder to extinguish than fire." He touched his nose. It was a habit he had when lying. But this time it wasn't a lie. It was a vow. In the distance, a squirrel jumped onto a branch, shaking off a few leaves. One of them drifted down, landing gently on his shoulder. His mother lay in the hollow, her eyelids twitching, as if she were still fleeing from pursuers in her dreams. Rane didn't dare close his eyes, staring at the western edge of the woods. That was where the wind came from, and where the men would come too. He laid the rapier across his lap and ran his fingers along the blade. It was a gift from Isha. Heavy but far more convenient than a fire poker. Had it not been for that swift parry, the last volley of arrows would have turned his back into a pincushion. Come to think of it, what triggered that mechanism? Rane narrowed his eyes, recalling the events of a few minutes ago. They had just crawled out of the secret passage when his mother slipped and stepped on a moss-covered stone. A sharp crack sounded beneath, like an old wooden door being kicked open. Then the vines above rustled and a dozen arrows shot down. Some thudded into tree trunks, one whistled past his ear, and another struck the tattered cloth bundle he had thrown aside, which had held half a barley cake and was now a hedgehog bristling with shafts. He reacted quickly, pulling his mother close and rolling sideways. On the third roll, he drew his sword and swept it back, knocking 2 arrows aside with a metallic clang. When he looked up again, the firing ports had already hidden back into the tree hollow, leaving only a few wisps of smoking rope residue. Something was wrong with this place. These old woods, passed down from his ancestors, were said to be defenses against bandits. But what bandit warranted such a compound crossbow array? The design was exquisite. The arrow grooves sloped at 15 degrees to ensure shallow penetration for easy retrieval. The trigger slab had a reset spring for reuse, and most ingeniously a set of pulleys hidden among 3 oaks, activated by pulling a single main rope that covered the entire area. Who had built this? A hunter. Unlikely. Hunters set traps for live game, not for such grand displays. The government? Even less likely. Calvin and his men couldn't even keep tax records straight. How could they build machinery? Rane looked down at his hands. His palms were covered in calluses, and the heels of his thumbs were cracked with small fissures that bled when he gripped the sword too long. But he didn't loosen his hold. He knew he couldn't rest now. Rest meant death. His mother coughed, a sound like gravel in her throat. Rane hurried over and pushed her deeper into the hollow. "Keep quiet. Someone's coming." No sooner had the words left his mouth than footsteps came from afar, crunching on dry leaves. 5 people moving unhurriedly like old hounds on a scent, picking up speed only when they caught the smell. Rane held his breath, ears straining. They wore hard-soled leather boots, not the straw sandals of villagers, nor the cavalry's riding boots. The iron hooks on their belts clinked as they walked. Exactly the standard equipment of the tax collectors. He quietly pulled out the hemp rope he had taken from the secret passage. His father had once mentioned an abandoned snare pit on the eastern side of the old woods, built to trap wild boars. It had 3 layers of traps, first a tripwire, then falling rocks, and finally a deep pit lined with sharpened stakes. But no one had maintained it, and the vines had covered everything, making the path impossible to find. Now though Rane remembered the direction, he gently patted his mother's cheek. "Mother, listen to me. I need to move you somewhere else. Bear the pain, don't cry out." His mother opened her eyes, gaze clouded, and nodded. Rane tore his outer robe into 2 strips, tied one end to his own chest and the other around his mother's waist. Then he bent down and lifted her onto his back. Her body was terrifyingly light, no different from when he had carried her to the town doctor 10 years ago. He kept close to the tree roots, moving only in the shadows. Each step was tested with his toes, ensuring solid ground before committing his weight. The woman on his back twitched now and then, and he gritted his teeth and quickened his pace. 50 steps, 100 steps. Ahead lay a depression covered in rotting leaves, the surface blanketed with a thick layer of dead branches and foliage looking as solid as flat ground. A smile tugged at the corner of Rane's mouth. He had arrived. He gently set his mother down, tucking her into the hollow at the base of a giant tree, then pulled several vines over her to conceal her. "Stay still. I'm going fishing." His mother grabbed his wrist with surprising strength. "Don't. Go die." "I'm tough," Rane grinned. "Last time they burned the house down, they didn't kill me. What's a little arrow array? If they knew I survived on rat jerky, they'd probably laugh themselves sick." With that, he ducked into the nearby bushes and followed the roots to a half-buried hemp rope. The rope was already rotten, but he remembered his father's teaching. Real trap ropes aren't hung in plain sight. They're buried in the ground, connected to a bent branch. Pull it, and the whole mechanism activates. He wrapped the rope end around his left arm, picked up a fist-sized rock with his right hand, aimed at a cluster of empty bird nests at the edge of the opposite woods, and hurled it. A sharp crack. The bird nests exploded, startling a flock of sparrows into the air. The footsteps on the other side immediately changed rhythm from a lazy patrol to a rap. "Over there!" a coarse voice shouted. "I saw movement. Split up. Don't let him escape." The 5 men divided into 2 groups. 3 charged toward the bird nests while 2 circled around for a flanking move. They carried short spears and machetes and were not even fully armored. Clearly a motley crew assembled on the spot. Rane crouched behind a tree, counting their footsteps. When the 3 stepped onto the leaf-covered area, he yanked the hemp rope with all his might. A loud thud. The log hidden on the slope above crashed down, sealing their retreat. At the same time, the ground gave way with a roar, and 2 pursuers fell into the pit with terrified screams. One of them reacted quickly, grabbing the edge of the pit, but the other wasn't so lucky. He plunged headfirst into the bottom and was knocked unconscious on the spot. The 3rd man stood frozen at the pit's edge, and Rane smashed a rock into his forehead with a dull thud, sending him sprawling to the ground. The last 2 who had just circled around were stunned by the sight. "What the hell?" One shouted. "Traps. There are mechanisms here." The other yelled, backing away. "Retreat. Inform the captain." "Trying to run." Rane sneered, rising from behind the tree and pointing the rapier at them. "When you collected taxes, did you ever think that common folk also have their rules?" The 2 exchanged glances and then lunged at him simultaneously. Instead of retreating, Rane stepped forward, sidestepped, and slammed the sword hilt into one man's nose, sending tears streaming down his face. The other swung a blade at him, but Rane ducked under the arc, swept a leg, and kicked him in the back of the knee, sending him to the ground. Before he could get up, Rane leaped, drove his knee into the man's neck, grabbed his hair with his left hand, and slammed his head into the dirt. Thud. His skull hit the earth, and he lost consciousness. The last man standing turned to flee in terror, forgetting the rockfall zone behind him. He stumbled, was hit on the shoulder by a rolling stone, staggered, and fell into the pit, landing right on top of the fellow who had been clinging to the edge. The 2 were stacked like a pair of pancakes stuck in the pit. Rane, breathing heavily, walked over and looked down at the miserable lot. Well, if it isn't Wang Lu," he said, recognizing one of them. "Last month you helped me lead my horse and said, 'Brother Rane, when you make it big, remember to buy me a drink.' Now, just a few days later, you come after me with a blade." The man's face was covered in blood. He could only groan. "And you see," Rane pointed at another. "When your daughter had a fever, it was my mother who boiled ginger soup and brought it to her. Now you're trying to stab me. Isn't that a bit ungrateful?" No one answered. Rane didn't expect them to. He knelt down, unfastened a fire striker from one man's belt, and fished out half a pouch of dry tinder. Standard gear for tax collectors on patrol, used to light fires for warmth. He stuffed all of it into his own pocket, then pulled out the hemp rope and bound the hands and feet of the 5 unconscious or semi-conscious men together like stringing up dried meat. He dragged them to the bottom of the pit and covered them with branches and vines. "Sleep tight," he said, clapping his hands. "When you wake up, it'll be dark. Whether you crawl back or spend the night here is up to you." With that, he turned and walked back. His mother was still there, curled up at the base of the tree, her face pale, her lips purple. Rane hurried to her side and touched her forehead. It was cold. "Cold?" he asked. She nodded. Rane took off his remaining coat and wrapped it around her, then pulled out the charred apple, broke off a small piece and handed it to her. Eat this. It'll warm your stomach. You eat. Her voice was barely a whisper. I already had a bite. He lied again, touching his nose. Look, there's still juice on my lip. She believed him, nibbling at the burnt fruit, wincing at the sourness but swallowing it. Rane sat down against the tree trunk, his chest heaving. The fight had looked swift, but it had drained him. An arrow had grazed his arm and blood had already soaked through his sleeve. His right leg was also scraped by a tripwire, making him limp slightly. But he couldn't stop. He knew Calvin wouldn't send just this one wave. These 5 were only the vanguard. A larger force was surely behind them. Someone might already be riding to report. He had to find the next shelter before nightfall. We can't stay here long, he said. When it gets dark, it'll take you to find some food. His mother didn't speak, only gripped his hand tightly. Rane looked up at the sky. Sunlight filtered through the leaves, casting dappled shadows on his face. Warm one moment, cool the next. The forest had returned to its quiet, with birdsong and insect chirps resuming as if the skirmish had never happened. But he knew the forest had awakened. He had awakened too. He touched the rapier at his waist, then glanced at the pit concealed by vines. Those men were trapped for now, but the news they carried would spread faster. The legend of the Silver Blade would explode in the tax camp tonight. He smiled and muttered, Calvin, you think burning my house is the end? I can use your own men as kindling now. His mother suddenly tugged at his sleeve. What did you say? Nothing. Rane shook his head. I was thinking about what to eat for dinner. He stood up, stretched his limbs, feeling pain in every joint, but he still bent down to lift his mother onto his back again. Just then a new sound came from afar. Not footsteps, the sound of hooves, and more than one. Rane's pupils contracted. He dropped to the ground and pressed his ear to the earth. 3 horses approaching fast, coming straight toward them. Without a second thought, he scooped up his mother and dove into a narrow crevice in the rock. The gap was barely wide enough for 2 people. They squeezed in, unable even to... He used his body to block the light, one hand covering his mother's mouth, the other gripping the rapier. The hoofbeats grew louder. 3 black horses appeared in the forest clearing, mounted by 3 men in black leather armor, with the tax collector's eagle emblem embroidered on their chests. The leader held a piece of paper. A wanted notice. It's around here, he said, reining in his horse and scanning the area. There are signs of a fight and blood. Could it be a wild boar? One asked. A wild boar using man-made traps. The leader sneered. This is too professional. Someone must be helping them. Maybe it's that Silver Blade. The captain said, dead or alive, we want proof. Should we fire a signal flare? Flare my ass. The leader cursed. We're less than 10 li from Freedom Village. 1 flare and the whole village will come to gawk. Let's search this area first. Well, grab them and then report. The 3 dismounted and began to search separately. Rane held his breath, feeling his mother's heart pounding against his back. He gently squeezed her hand to signal that she shouldn't be afraid. He wasn't afraid himself. What he feared was that she might get hurt when the fighting started. He slowly drew the rapier, keeping the blade pressed against his outer thigh to prevent any reflection from giving away their position. His eyes were fixed on the movements outside. The 3 men drew closer and closer. One of them actually walked toward the crevice where they were hiding. Rane gritted his teeth muscles, tensed, ready to fight to the death. Just as the man reached out to part the vines, a small emerald green bird darted out from the top of the crevice, fluttering over the man's head. You scared me, the man said, patting his chest. Just a bird's nest. He turned and walked away in the other direction. Rane slowly exhaled, his back drenched in cold sweat. His mother raised a hand and gently wiped the sweat from his forehead. He smiled at her. See, even the birds are on our side. She smiled too. Weakly but genuinely. The search continued for nearly a quarter of an hour but yielded nothing. The 3 men remounted and rode off in another direction. Rane waited until the hoofbeats had completely faded before he dared to move. We're safe, he said. But we have to find another place. No more main trails. We'll go deeper into the woods. His mother nodded silently. Rane lifted her onto his back again, this time heading up the northern slope. The terrain there was steep, full of wild beasts and rarely visited. Safer. They climbed, pushing through a thicket of brambles, crossing a dry stream bed, and finally stopping at a sheltered rock ledge. The view was open, allowing them to see any movement within 100 meters. Rane settled his mother and built a simple windbreak with stones. Rest a bit, he said. I'll find some water. He had just taken a step when his mother suddenly grabbed him. Don't go too far, she said. I'm afraid. I'll never see you again. Rane turned back, saw her red-rimmed eyes, and felt a sharp pang in his chest. He knelt down and took her hand. Listen, mother. I'm no hero and I'm no Silver Blade. I'm just a son named Black whose planted fields fed horses and stolen pears from the neighbors. But now I have to protect you. I won't go far. It'll stay within your sight. If you cough, it'll come back. She finally let go. Rane picked up the waterskin and followed the dry stream bed downstream. After walking about half a li, he found a seeping rock face where water dripped down. He quickly filled the waterskin and filtered out some sediment with a cloth. On his way back, he picked a handful of wild berries and tasted them. Not poisonous, sweet and sour. He wrapped the rest in a cloth to bring to his mother. When he returned to the rock ledge, the sky was already darkening. The sunset dyed the clouds a deep orange like a silent fire burning in the heavens. His mother was leaning against the rock, eyes closed as if asleep. Rane crept over and put the waterskin to her lips. Drink some water and eat a few berries. She opened her eyes, took a couple of sips, and ate a few berries. Good, she said. Rane smiled. When we get through this, I'll pick fresh ones for you every day. She didn't reply, just gazed at him for a long time. Finally she said, You're more and more like your father. Rane was startled. He was like that too, she whispered. When others bullied me, he would charge in and fight. He knew he couldn't win, but he still fought. I told him he was foolish. He said, A man doesn't live to win, he lives to make others understand that some things are not to be touched. Rane lowered his head, silent. He remembered his father saying those words. He was too young to understand then. Now he understood. He stood up, walked to the edge of the ledge, and looked out over the sea of trees. The evening breeze tousled his hair, carrying the damp smell of earth. He knew more pursuers would come tomorrow. He knew Calvin wouldn't let it go. He also knew he had no retreat left. But he wasn't afraid. He touched his nose. That gesture used to hide his lies. Now it was a vow. He turned to his mother and said, Sleep. I'll keep watch. Then he sat cross-legged, resting his hands on the rapier across his knees, his eyes fixed on the entrance to the sky. Went completely dark. As the last light faded beyond the ridge, a shooting star streaked across the heavens. Rane looked up. He didn't make a wish. He didn't need to, because he knew. Some fires once lit never go out. Layan's back pressed against the rock face, cold sweat trickling down his spine like some crawling insect. His right calf twitched in ugly spasms, each jolt a fresh stab, as if tiny hammers were driving nails beneath the skin. His mother leaned against his chest, breathing shallow, and ragged, her hands as cold as well water in midwinter. He dared not move. Not an eyelid, not a muscle. The 3 horses had just passed, and suddenly the forest fell silent. Leaves stopped trembling, insects ceased their calls, even the creek's murmur seemed muffled, as if someone had covered its mouth. Something was wrong. Layan knew that when hunting dogs reach the rabbit's burrow, they fall eerily quiet, just like this. Sure enough, within 10 breaths, footsteps approached. Not the lazy creak of casual patrols, but a steady, measured thud, thud, thud. 5 men in formation, their boots striking the ground like a drumbeat. They're here. Layan gritted his teeth and shoved his mother deeper into the rock crevice, then drew his western sword, its blade held across his knees. The sword Isha had given him was heavy, but it handled far better than a firewood club. It had saved his life from a rain of arrows before. Whether it would hold this time, he did not know. The footsteps grew nearer. He could even hear the leather armor creak. With the leader's voice was rough as a busted gong. They said, alive, we want to see them; dead, we want to see the corpse. That crippled boy's leg is wounded, he can't run far. He'll be hiding in this wood. Captain also said 20 silver coins for catching him, and cut off his head to raise the little flag right away. Another voice piped up, excitement threaded through it. Don't just think about the money. A third man hissed. They say he's the Silver Blade. Last night he cleaned our 5 hides. He's skilled. Be careful, don't let us meet an ugly surprise in the gutter. What are you afraid of? The 5 of us with blades against 1 lame boy and an old mother. What can he do? Before their words had finished, the underbrush ahead rustled and 2 torches flared. Orangered light revealed 5 faces. All wearing the tax officers' black leather machetes at their belts, eagle emblems on their chests polished bright. They were clearly Ja Irwin's elite. Layan held his breath, fingers white around the sword hilt. With his left hand, he discreetly touched his nose. It was a gesture had used since childhood, to hide a lie or steady a tremor. Now it was only habit. He stared at the 5 men and ran the options through his head: rush out, and he would be down within 3 moves. Wait and try to ambush them when they closed in. But his mother was here, if he missed and harmed her. As he hesitated, the bearded man on the right had already stepped to within 10 paces of the crevice and raised his foot to sweep aside the vines. Layan's heart dropped. He braced himself to throw caution to the wind. At that moment, whoosh! A black shape plunged from the canopy, swift as a night owl. The bearded man didn't even react before something struck his calf with a thud. He pitched forward face, first into the mud, and his torch went out with a soft pop. A dark staff whipped through the air and snapped open into 3 segments, iron chains clinking between them, rising like a coiling viper. The wielder was a girl. Her moon-white dress was smeared with mud, her hairpin half undone, and the staff she held hummed as she spun it. Well, well. Isn't this a party of tax collectors? She called, her voice clear. Out here in the dead of night, leaving your wives at home to bully orphans and widows. Isn't that a little lacking in virtue? The 5 tax officers froze. Layen stood frozen too. Isha? He almost cried out, clapping a hand over his mouth. How had she found them? She was supposed to be waiting by the mill for news. The bearded man scrambled up, wiping mud from his face. Where did this crazy woman come from? Get lost. Don't spoil our work. Isha sneered and flicked the 3-section staff. The first segment lashed out and hammered into another taxman's knee. He yelped and collapsed to his knees. Crazy woman. She tilted her head with a smile. Then you decide if I'm crazy. She flicked her wrist again, and the second segment snapped out, snapping toward a third man's throat. The man jerked back. The staff tip grazed his Adam's apple and carved a line of blood. Holy! He clapped a hand to his neck and stumbled back. She's for real. The remaining 2 exchanged looks and drew their blades. Isha stepped forward, spinning the staff into a wheel of shadowy strikes that forced them back step by step. Her footwork was light and graceful like a court dance, yet every step landed on an opponent's flaw. When the man on the left swung his machete, Isha slipped aside and the staff snapped back to strike his wrist with a solid clang. He screamed as his machete clattered from his hand. The man on the right, sensing the tide turn, tried to flee but tripped and splayed face first into the mud. Isha did not look where he fell. She called over to Layen. Still just standing there. Want me to finish the lot by myself? Only then did Layen come back to himself and grit his teeth to rise. The pain in his right leg was a knife, but there was no time to nurse it. He hoisted his mother on his back, gripped his sword, and limped toward the ring of combat. The last standing taxman, seeing his comrades down, panicked and bolted. Isha raised her hand to throw the staff, but Layen suddenly roared, "Wait!" He forced himself up and launched, pushing off with his left foot while the right dragged. Like a wounded wolf, he lunged. The western sword flicked upward, and with a metallic ring caught the neck strap of the man's leather cuirass. The machete spun into the air 3 times and plunged point first into the mud. The man froze, slowly turned, and when he saw Layen, sweat-streaked and ferocious-eyed. His legs buckled and he collapsed to his knees. Please, bear me. I'm only following orders. I wasn't sent for you. Layen panted, pressing the sword's tip to the man's nose. Go back and tell Ja Irwin that he burned my home. I want fuss about that. But if he lays a finger on my mother... He paused, then smiled with a flash of white teeth. I'll stuff his Haten-heening shoes into his mouth and let him taste what rising step by step truly means. The man kowtowed frantically, then scrambled to his feet and fled, tumbling and crawling until he vanished into the trees. 2 of the downed officers tried feebly to get up. Oisha strode over and delivered a sharp crack across the backside that made them howl. She snapped the staff closed. The 3 segments clicked together into a single pole once more. Layen finally exhaled and collapsed onto the ground, back against the stone, his chest heaving. He looked up at Isha with a bewildered expression. When did you learn that? What? The fighting. The staff. 3-section staff, she corrected. It's not a dance, it's a fighting style. Did you think I sit at the mill and embroider all day? I thought you were the kind of noble girl who lifts her pinky when she pours tea. That's the show for outsiders. She rolled her eyes. You really think I sold my trinkets and ran for 3 years without skills? I'd have been sold to the kiln long ago if I had no abilities. Layen said nothing. He looked at his hands, palms smeared with blood, a split at the base of his thumb where the sword's hilt had jabbed bone deep during his fall. Isha crouched and tore a corner from her skirt, offering him the cloth. Wrap it so it doesn't get infected. He took it and began to bind his palm in. The fabric was soft and carried a faint scent like wild roses. How did you find us? He asked. You left a sign. She pointed at a stone on the edge of the rock platform. You carved a crooked R and drew an arrow with charred wood. If I couldn't read that, I'd try for the village dunce prize. Layen blinked. When did I carve that? Last night while you were settling your mother. You did it while she slept. You really thought no one saw? Layen scratched his head and gave an awkward laugh. Oh, I must have done it without thinking. If your subconscious can leave secret marks, your head is more useful than I thought. She stood, flexing her wrist. Enough sentimentality. Let's move. Those men ran, but they may bring reinforcements. Layen nodded and tried to stand, but his right leg gave out and he nearly went to his knees. Yisha's reflexes caught him. She steadied his arm. You're badly hurt, she observed. It's fine. The old problem, he waved it off. Just a cramp. Rest a bit and it'll pass. A cramp? She eyed the blood seeping through his trouser leg. If that's a cramp, then my mosquito bite yesterday should be called divine punishment. Leyen grinned. A bit dramatic, don't you think? How strong can a mosquito be? Stronger than your current fighting ability, she retorted, rolling her eyes. Stop pretending. You carry your mother, I'll support you. Well, go slowly. The three of them set off, Leyen with his mother on his back, Isha supporting his right arm, as they walked along the streambed toward the north slope. The ground was slick and strewn with loose stones. Each step demanded care. After about half a li, Leyen's breathing grew heavy, and sweat beaded on his. Yisha's arm had gone numb under the weight, but she said nothing, gritting her teeth to bear it. Are you tired? Leyen panted. Yes, she answered bluntly. But if I say I'm not, will you march faster to save face? Then we'd both end up in the ditch. Leyen smiled. Your tongue is sharper than your staff. Of course, she snorted. A staff only hurts the body. A mouth kills without blood. After a while his mother began to cough, her voice rough, as if grit scraped her throat. Leyen halted. Mother, what's wrong? She waved a weak hand. Nothing. Only a little cold. Isha immediately slipped off her cloak and draped it over the old woman. The garment still held warmth. The mother shivered, and then settled more quietly. Thank you, Leyen whispered. Don't thank me, Isha said, rubbing her aching shoulder. You can thank me when you buy me a full meal. 1 meal. That's stingy, Leyen gasped. When this is over, I'll buy you a 3-day banquet. All you can eat. Fine. She smiled. But you must first live out of this wood. Despite her words, her steps steadied, and she tightened her grip on his arm. Dawn thickened and mist lay like gauze. The forest path uncoiled ahead like a gray-white serpent. The three moved slowly but without pause. At last, below a steep slope, Isha stopped and pointed to a crooked old pine. We're here. Leyen followed her finger. Beneath the tree sat a dilapidated wooden hut, its roof half collapsed and walls crawling with vines as if it might topple at any moment. Can anyone live here? Leyen asked. No, Isha said, but below can. She moved behind the shack and brushed away a heap of dry twigs and leaves to reveal a rotten plank. She heaved it aside with a creak to reveal a black hole and a crude ladder of rungs leading down. The secret hideout of the 16th district, she announced. Forgot. You told me your father left an escape place and sketched a map. My memory's good. Leyen gaped. You even remembered that? I remember if you spit an apple core left or right yesterday, she said, rolling her eyes. Stop being sentimental and get down there. Leyen wasted no more words. He carefully lowered his mother down the ladder, then descended himself, limping and bracing on the rough wall. Isha entered last, closed the plank, and scattered earth and leaves to mask the opening. The underground compartment was small, barely the size of 2 beds. Packed earth walls, a few sacks of mildewed rations in a corner, and a single oil lamp hanging on the wall with only a short stub of. Leyen laid his mother on a straw mat in the corner, and covered her with the only half blanket they had. Her eyes closed and her breathing steadied somewhat. Isha lit the lamp. Its yellow halo made the cramped room seem softer. She sat on a stone and rubbed her sore left hand. The staff's recoil had nicked her skin during the fight. Your hand is bleeding, Leyen observed. Nothing, she waved. Compared to that leg of yours ready to snap, it's nothing. Leyen did not argue. He produced the half-charred apple from his cloak, broke off a piece, and offered it. Eat. Some sugar will help. Isha eyed the blackened flesh with a frown. Are you sure that's edible? Will it make us sick? It kept me alive for 3 days, Leyen grinned. If you don't believe me, I'll eat it now. He opened his mouth to bite and Isha hurriedly stopped him. No, I believe you. She took the apple and nibbled, her face puckered. Sour to death. This isn't an apple, it's a vinegar jar possessed. Wild fruit are like that, Leyen said with a smile. If they're sweet, it's the abnormal kind. Syrupy nonsense. Their banter eased the room's tension. Even Leyen's mother, lying in the corner, let the corner of her mouth lift slightly. Isha finished the piece and shoved the rest back into Leyen's arms. Save it. Who knows when we'll find food again. He nodded and tucked the apple away. Leaning against the earthen wall, he breathed out long and felt his strength drain like water from a cup. Today, I owe you my life, he said quietly. Don't mention it, she replied, reclining against the opposite wall with eyes half closed. If I hadn't come, you'd either be gnawing coarse rice in a cell or feeding the crows at the burial pit. True enough, he smiled. Next time I'll buy you roast chicken, double portion. Fine, she muttered without opening her eyes. Remember to add spice. The lamp's flame flickered, throwing their faces in soft, intermittent light. The compartment fell quiet, only the mother's steady breathing and the distant drip of water marked time. Leyen watched Yisha's profile and felt a shift within him. This girl was no longer merely the one who dressed as a servant and used hairpins as weapons, nor the one who teased him for his awkward swordplay. She was someone who could shoulder burdens. He opened his mouth to speak, then swallowed the words. Some things were premature to say now. He only touched his nose. That gesture had once hidden lies. Now it was a vow in his heart. Outside dawn brightened and the forest birds resumed their songs. The pursuers' tracks had long vanished as if last night had never occurred. But Layan knew Ja Irwin would not let it pass. He knew he could not hide any longer. He glanced at the western sword at his waist and then at Yisha's staff across her knees. It was time to get serious. He closed his eyes and the lamp's flame flickered, sending a curl of bluish smoke upward that twisted in the air into a vague shape. Like a key, like a doorway. Isha opened her eyes and glanced at that wisp of smoke without a word. She gently tapped the 3-section staff on her knee. The pole was cold to the touch, but her palm was warm. As soon as Lay N's back touched the straw mat, his eyelids grew too heavy to lift. The air in the underground compartment was damp and stuffy, mingling with the musty scent of dried provisions and soil clinging to his face like a wet rag. His right hand still clutched the half-burned apple fingers stiff. The cramp in his left leg continued to throb a sharp rhythmic pain, as if a rat were gnawing at his bones. He wasn't asleep. His mind was filled with the glow of torches, the clatter of tax collectors' boots, and the sharp crack of Isha's step, and his mother's words as she lay on his back. "Leave me, run!" Her voice as faint as a mosquito's hum, yet it struck his heart heavier than a hammer. He closed his eyes not to sleep but to suppress those images. But the harder he pressed, the clearer they became. Jairwin burning his house until even the stove collapsed, the tax collector kicking his mother off the doorstep, his father lying on the ground, blood frothing at the mouth, still clutching the corner of the land deed. He gritted his teeth, nails digging into his palms. No more hiding. He pushed himself up, moving gently, so as not to wake his mother in the corner. The oil lamp had long gone out, leaving only a pale gray line of light, seeping through the cracks in the wall, illuminating the silhouette of Isha curled up on a stone opposite. She lay on her side, one hand resting on her staff, breathing evenly. Layan stared at her for 2 seconds silent. He knew she could handle things, and he knew she hadn't come to mourn with him. She came to fight. He looked down at his worn leather boots. The tip of one was split and a nail was embedded in the sole of the right boot. A precaution he had taken before leaving yesterday to prevent slipping and to serve as a weapon against an enemy's belly. He touched his nose. A habit he had developed since childhood, doing so when nervous or angry. Now it was purely out of habit. He stood up, his legs buckling, and steadied himself against the wall. His right calf cramped again, a sharp pain that made him grimace. But he didn't groan. He simply shifted the rapier at his waist to the left to avoid it hitting his leg while walking. He reached the wooden ladder and looked up at the rotting plank. The wind rustled the vines outside like someone whispering. He pushed against the plank, it didn't budge. Isha had sealed it tightly last night. He crouched and retrieved a small stone from the straw pile, then tapped the 3rd rung of the ladder. That was their prearranged signal. He wanted to go out without disturbing anyone. No response. He took a breath, gripped the ladder with both hands, and climbed up rung by rung. With every movement, his right leg felt as if it were being cut by a dull blade. When he reached the top, he pressed his ear against the plank, listening for sounds outside. Wind rustling, leaves, a dog barking in the distance. Then silence. He slowly pushed the plank open just enough for his head to slip through. The morning mist hadn't dissipated, and the forest was dim, and gray tree shadows swaying drunkenly like a group of inebriates. He poked his head out, glanced left and right. No one. He rolled out, landing with a twist on his right foot, nearly collapsing. He dropped to one knee, steadying himself with a hand on the muddy ground, catching his breath before slowly rising. He glanced back at the opening. It wasn't fully sealed, a black slit visible. He left it. He knew Isha would handle it when she woke, and that she would. He turned and walked south along the streambed. His footprints were quickly washed away by the current. He kept to the roots of trees, stepping only on thick layers of dead leaves, landing softly like a night owl. He knew there was a granary south of the town. Tall brick walls, thick iron doors guarded by 2 tax collectors on night shifts, plus a hairless dog that barked at strangers. He didn't plan to force his way in. He just wanted to burn their grain. When the sun reached the treetops, he lay on the northern ridge and bit into a cold flat. The bread was dry and hard, each bite crumbled, and he chewed a dozen times before swallowing. His water pouch was nearly empty. He took a small sip to moisten his throat. The town below was eerily quiet. A few wisps of cooking smoke rose, but no one walked the streets. The tax collector's flagpole stood bare, not even a tattered cloth hanging. He knew Jairwin was brewing something big. He had to act too. Wait for nightfall. He curled up in the bushes to doze, vaguely hearing crows caw. When he opened his eyes, dusk had already fallen. The mist rose again, thicker than in the morning, rolling along the ground like a gray blanket. He flexed his right leg, the joint cracked audibly. He frowned, knowing this leg wouldn't cooperate tonight. But there was no choice. He slid down the ridge, bypassing the patrol trail, using the sound of the stream to mask his footsteps. 300 paces from the town, he dropped to the ground, belly crawling through the wet mud. His pants were soaked, the cold clinging to his legs, which actually suppressed the cramping. The granary stood alone in the southern corner of the town. A two-story brick building with peeling walls and windows boarded up. A rotting wooden rack at the back led to a high window, half of its pane broken, hanging by a wire. He stared at the window for half a minute, confirming no movement, then dashed over in a crouch. As he climbed the wooden rack, his right leg suddenly cramped, and he swayed, grabbing the window frame to keep from falling. He gritted his teeth, cold sweat trickling down his temples, dripping onto the sill with a soft patter. He held his breath, listening for sounds inside. Silence. Only the rustling of grain bags like rats gnawing at sacks. He climbed in through the window, landing with a knee that struck the floor, a muffled groan escaping as he quickly covered his mouth. His right leg throbbed with numbness. He leaned against the wall for 2 seconds before daring to move. The granary was pitch black. He felt for his flint, not daring to light a lamp, only scraping it softly. A spark flashed, illuminating the scene. Layer upon layer of grain bags stacked to the ceiling, leaving a narrow passage just wide enough for one person. He pressed against the wall, his hand tracing the rough brick surface, inching forward. His right leg dragged behind him. Each step felt like stepping on a knife's edge. At the far end, a metal bucket was half buried in the grain pile. He crouched, scraped off the rust on the lid, and leaned in to sniff. The smell of sulfur. He froze. Gunpowder. He didn't believe it and sniffed again. Definitely gunpowder. That metallic, acrid odor he had encountered as a child in the mines used for blasting rocks. He grinned. This was far more potent than a torch. He felt around the bucket. It was sealed shut, immovable. He tried to pry the lid open, but it wouldn't budge. It must have been brought by the church, intended for warfare. He wasn't hurried. He tore a strip from his shirt, dipped it in the residual oil from a nearby lamp, and made a cloth fuse, inserting it into the gap of the gunpowder bucket. The fuse was ready. He pulled out the flint, about to strike it, when he suddenly heard footsteps outside. Damn, what happened in the woods yesterday? Heard 5 brothers, all bit it. Shut up. Don't blabber here or you'll get yourself in trouble if the boss hears. I'm just saying. Do you think it was the silver blade? Whoever it was, there's an extra watch tonight. I have to stay until dawn. The two walked past the granary entrance, their footsteps fading. Rane crouched against the wall, holding his breath. His heart pounded against his ribs like a drum. He touched his nose. His palm was slick with sweat. After half a minute, the footsteps were gone. He exhaled and pulled out the flint again. Click. A spark leaped out, landing on the cloth. SSSS. The flame crawled up the oiled cloth, steady, neither too fast nor too slow. He estimated the time. Enough to reach a safe distance. He turned and limped toward the high window. The injury made him move like a lame donkey, but he dared not run, fearing them. As he climbed onto the sill, about to jump out, he heard a sharp crack. Turning back, he saw the fuse burning too fast, the flame already threading into the bucket's gap, emitting white smoke. His pupils contracted. Damn. He flipped out the window, the wooden rack creaked, nearly collapsing. He ignored it, jumped straight down, twisting his right foot on landing and sprawling face first into the mud. He didn't care. He rolled to avoid any flying debris. Boom! A thunderous roar behind him shook the ground. A wave of heat burst from the window, carrying flames, and shattered bricks, blowing the entire back wall away. Rane was thrown back by the blast, his back slamming into a tree, his organs feeling dislodged. He opened his mouth to gasp, only to choke on a mouthful of soot, coughing until tears streamed. He struggled to his feet. His right leg was completely unresponsive, forcing him to use a broken branch as a crutch. He looked back. Half the granary had collapsed, tongues of fire licked out from the breach, thick smoke billowing into the sky like a black pillar piercing the night. The explosion set the town's dogs barking, chickens flying, and distant screams and chaotic footsteps erupted. He grinned, white teeth flashing in the firelight. Jirwen, he rasped. You burned my house. I blew up your grain. This round we're even. He leaned on the broken branch, limping toward the southeastern hill. Against the wind, the smoke didn't reach his face. He walked slowly but didn't stop. Behind him, the fire blazed brighter, illuminating half the sky. Lights in the town flickered on figures, scurrying, shouts rising. He climbed the hill, found a rock to sit on, and panted heavily. The pulled muscle in his right leg burned. He pulled off his boot and found his ankle swollen like a bun. He didn't care. He stared at the granary, the firelight casting flickering shadows on his face. Suddenly he remembered something and pulled out the half-burned apple from his chest. A bit remained. He broke it off and put it in his mouth. It was so sour he winced. Next time, he muttered, "I'll get something sweet." He put the apple away, leaned back against the rock, and looked up at the sky. Half the stars were obscured by smoke. The remaining few glowed coldly, watching indifferently. The fire still crackled, as if applauding him. He closed his eyes to rest. In the distance, the bell tower in the town center rang, urgently, peal after peal, like an alarm. He didn't move. He knew Jirwen wouldn't let it go. He also knew he couldn't hide anymore. He looked down at the rapier at his waist, then at the sea of fire below. Time to get serious. The wind came from the southeast carrying the scent of scorch and a chill. He took a deep breath and opened his eyes. In the firelight, a crow rose from the ruins, its wings beating loudly as it flew toward the town center. He sat on the stone all night, the pain in his right leg intensified steadily. From initial cramps to a dull ache and now to a searing grinding soreness as though each step crushed shards of glass beneath his soul. He remained still, first glancing down at his foot. The split in his boot had widened further and his ankle swelled grotesquely like dough left to rise for 3 days. Gritting his teeth, he wedged the broken branch under his armpit and levered himself upright. The distant town lay eerily silent. No roosters crowing, no dogs barking, only a few feeble wisps of smoke rising choked and strangled as if by an unseen hand. He sensed something deeply wrong. Last night's granary explosion had been deafening. The entire town should have erupted into chaos. Tax collectors storming door to door, Calvin raving and cursing like a man possessed. Yet now it felt as though the whole town had collectively lost its voice. He narrowed his eyes toward the southern edge of town. The black smoke had nearly dissipated, leaving only a pallid ashen haze clinging to the rubble of brick houses. Suddenly a lone figure burst from the town gate. Staggering clothes torn, shouting words too faint to discern. 2 men in tax collector uniforms gave chase, but not earnestly. They halted at the gate, waving their clubs lazily like swatting flies. The man collapsed at the foot of the hill, crumpling onto the ground and burying his face in his hands. Rane watched motionless. He recognized him, old hunter Chan San. Had often traded game for salt at the farmstead, knew how to set snares, spoke little but never lied. After a while Chan San slowly rose and began limping along the dry riverbed toward him. Each step labored, punctuated by ragged gasps. Sweat drenched his face and his lips had turned deathly pale. Only when the man drew near did Rane speak the granary. As word spread, Chan San looked up startled to see him, then lowered his voice, good riddance to it. Blasted it to hell and back. His voice cracked, tears welling in his eyes. But, Calvin's gone mad. Rane said nothing, only held his gaze steady. This morning. In the square, Chan San whispered, voice trembling. He seized a farmer, Zhang Lao Lu, who tilled the soybean fields on West Slope. Had done nothing. Just sweeping his own doorstep. Calvin declared, last night's rebellion must have had inside help. Then drew his blade and struck. He raised his hand sharply, miming the downward slash. His head rolled 3 feet before stopping. Blood sprayed so high it stained the flagpole crimson. Rane's fingers twitched, then touched his nose. A childhood habit triggered by tension. No one intervened. He asked, who dared? Chan San offered a bitter smile. All the townsfolk were herded into the square. Forced to stand rigid, forbidden to lower their heads, close their eyes, or weep. A child urinated in terror, his mother clapped a hand over his mouth, and was lashed across the face by a tax collector. Zhang Lao Lu's corpse still lies there, unclaimed, untouched. Rane stood silent for several seconds, then turned and began walking toward the town, leaning on his makeshift cane. Where are you going? Chan San cried out in alarm. Have you lost your mind? You'll be walking straight to your death. I'm not entering the town, Rane replied without looking back. I'm going to the mill. The abandoned mill stood at the northern corner. 200 paces from the square, its second-floor window directly aligned with the flagpole at the plaza's center. Rane had used that vantage point as a boy, spying on official proclamations posted in town. He remembered the gnarled elm tree behind the wall. Its trunk led up to the exterior drainpipe and from there through the shattered second-story window. By the time he reached the tree, his leg had nearly betrayed him. Each step sent a spike of agony through his right foot, as though nails were driven deep into his flesh. Gritting his teeth, he tucked the cane into his belt and hugged the rough bark, hauling himself upward. His palms bled from the abrasive bark, yet he ignored it. Midway up, his left foot slipped. His body plummeted. He lunged, fingers hooking desperately onto the iron collar of the drainpipe, dangling midair, swaying violently. Stop this folly. Chan San cried below, heart pounding. They're already dead. You can't save them. I'm not here to save anyone. Rane gasped, gathered strength, and hauled himself onto the wall ledge. I'm here to see just how far madness has taken him. He flattened himself on the mill's second-floor floorboards, peering through a jagged crack in the broken window. The square was indeed packed. People standing, rammered, straight faces taut as frozen earth in deepest winter. At the center, beneath the flagpole, stood a long table. Calvin wore black leather armor beneath a crimson cloak, casually sipping wine while conversing with 2 tax collectors. Relaxed as if fresh from a triumphant hunt. Rane fixed his gaze on the coarse sackcloth draped over something beneath the table. Unblinking. Half an hour passed. Then Calvin set down his cup, strode forward, and kicked the cloth aside with one boot. Zhang Lao Lu's body was revealed. His neck severed in a ragged, uneven gash. His head lay 5 paces away, eyes wide open, black blood crusted at the corner. Behold, Calvin thundered. This is the fate of those who conspire with rebels. Last night's granary explosion destroyed 300 sacks of grain. And 2 barrels of gunpowder. Who did it? I don't know. But this I do know. He drew his saber with a metallic hiss and pointed it at the crowd. If 1 man dares rebel, I will execute 10 obedient citizens to assert my— If 2 dare defy me, I will slaughter the entire village and seal its borders. You may hate me. You may curse me. But so long as I stand here, you will pay your grain tax, hold your tongue, and obey, without question. Silence swallowed the square. An old woman, unable to suppress her grief, bowed her head to wipe her tears. Whereupon a tax collector shoved her hard. She fell, striking her forehead against the cobblestones, blood blooming darkly. Calvin didn't glance her way, only sneered, sheathing his blade. Rane lay flat on the floorboards, fists clenched until his knuckles popped. He recalled the day his father was beaten. His mother kneeling, begging only to be kicked aside. He'd been 16 then, trembling, hidden behind a haystack. Now he was 17, armed, emboldened, yet still reduced to crouching in this ruined loft, helpless as another father fell beneath that same blade. He wasn't choking on his own sorrow. He was suffocating under theirs. He reached for the half-charred apple beside him, the last bite, and chewed it down deliberately. Its sourness twisted his features into a grimace. But he swallowed without spitting. Calvin, Calvin, he murmured low and cold. Do you truly believe killing breeds? You're mistaken. They fear you now. But someday. He paused, crushed the core between his fingers, and flung it out the window. Someone will come who fears death no more, and comes solely to settle accounts with you. He turned away from the square, rolled backward, and descended the tree by the same route. Chun-san waited below. What will you do now? He asked. Go home, Rane said. Go home. Your house is ash. Not all of it burned, Rane replied, gripping his cane. The cellar remains intact. The land deed remains. My father's last possessions remain. I must return to see what survives and what debts demand repayment by my own hand. He turned and walked off, circling southward along the drainage ditch. He knew this path well. The ditch bottom thick with tall grass, silent underfoot, low walls on either side offering concealment. He moved slowly, leaning heavily on his cane, his right leg dragging almost lifelessly. Just before noon, he reached the ruined southern alley. Once home to several blacksmith shops, later requisitioned as barracks, now abandoned, its roofs collapsed inward. He sank onto a crumbling wall corner, tore a strip from his sleeve, and bound his swollen ankle. No sooner had he finished than his stomach growled sharply. He pulled out the last scrap of cold, hardened bread, dry as stone. He took a bite, chewing laboriously before swallowing. Zhang Lao Lu's severed neck filled his mind, along with Calvin's chilling vow: execute 10 obedient citizens to assert my authority. He'd imagined the granary's destruction would temper Calvin. Yet reality struck back sharp and brutal. The man feared not loss but loss of control. So he wielded terror, not to punish but to reassert dominion. And the people bore the cost. Rane stared at the stale bread in his palm, and laughed hollow and brief. I was a fool. Thought destroying grain would halt evil. Instead, evil merely escalated. He shoved the bread into his mouth and chewed fiercely. I fear no madness, but I will no longer let others bleed for my reckoning. Rising, he secured his Western-style sword tightly at his waist. Sunlight glinted off the rose motif etched into the hilt, a silent echo of his vow. Without glancing back at the town, he vanished into the depths of the drainage channel, heading south. This conduit led beyond the town to wild marshland. Beyond that, the narrow path home. The channel was damp, fetid, roofed with warped wooden planks, forcing him to crawl bent-kneed. He paused, often his right leg growing leaden with each yard. Twice he fell. Once slipping on slick moss, once startled by a scurrying rat, his knee slamming onto jagged stone, pain biting so fiercely, he nearly cried out. Yet he did not stop. He knew so long as Calvin lived, the violence would not cease, and he could no longer treat resistance as mere sabotage, a blown warehouse, a carved symbol, and done. This time was different. Zhang Lao Lu's blood demanded more than mourning. It demanded meaning. He must return home. He must sift through his father's legacy. He must uncover, beyond this land deed, what else might serve as weapon against Calvin. 3 hours later, he crawled from the channel's exit into open wilderness. Before him stretched sun-drenched meadows. On the distant slope, ancient locust trees cast long slanting shadows across the grass. Leaning on his cane, he rose and walked a few steps into the wind. His leg had gone numb, pain receding into a dull, distant throb. A stream murmured softly to his left. He approached, removed his boots, and submerged his foot in the cool water. The shock made his wound flare, but he held firm. He plucked wild mint leaves, crushed them in his palm, and pressed the paste onto the swelling, then rewrapped it with clean cloth. After 20 minutes' rest, he resumed his journey. The sun dipped westward, gilding the horizon in molten orange. He crossed familiar earthen ridges vaulted over a desiccated irrigation trench. and finally saw the great old locust tree marking his village's entrance. Beneath it no one waited. He halted, turned, and glanced back along the road he'd traveled. No dust stirred. No wind stirred. It all seemed like a fever dream. Except it wasn't. He whispered, voice quiet but absolute. Calvin. This debt is only the first installment. Then he turned, leaned on his staff and walked, step by deliberate step, toward the ruins of his home. His footprints scored the dirt road. Uneven, some stained with blood, others flecked with grass. Each one pointing unerringly toward the scorched foundation of his family's dwelling. His left hand remained locked upon the sword's hilt, knuckles bleached white. The setting sun stretched his shadow long and sharp across the earth, like a blade drawn halfway from its scabbard. The setting sun elongated his shadow, resembling an old hoe thrust into the soil. Ryan leaned on the broken branch of his cane, taking one step at a time on the charred dirt road in front of his home. His ankle throbbed with heat, each step feeling as though a dull knife was stirring in his flesh. He remained silent, his jaw clenched tightly, adjusting the western sword tucked into his belt. The old locust tree still stood, its crooked neck facing south, half of its bark scorched black. There was no one at the village entrance, not even a stray dog in sight. He knew that everyone in the town was scared out of their wits. The tale of Jean Leolia's head rolling 3 feet away had likely spread across 13 villages by now. He reached the gate, lifting his gaze to the half-collapsed beam of the house. The walls lay in disarray, the stove shattered, the water jar overturned, and even the chicken coop had been uprooted. This place no longer resembled a home, yet he had to go inside. The cellar entrance was at the back corner of the kitchen, originally covered by a stone slab, now pressed down by a half-charred beam. He clamped the cane under his arm, drew the western sword, and pried at the wooden beam with its tip. The wood was too heavy. It didn't move on the first attempt. When he tried again, his knee buckled, and he fell forward, his forehead striking the broken bricks, blood immediately trickling down his brow. He wiped his face, the blood mixing with sweat, leaving a red mark on his cheek. He pried again, this time using the sword handle as leverage against the ground, finally pushing it open with a creaking sound. The opening revealed a musty smell mixed with the scent of earth. He took a breath, tossed the cane into the hole, then braced himself against the ground, dragging his right legs. The cellar was small, about 2 zhang square, with rammed earth walls and a few thick beams overhead. His father often hid grain and repaired tools here during his life. Now the shelves had collapsed, the jars shattered, leaving only some unburned paper ash floating in the corner. He sat on a stone, first checking his wounds. His ankle was swollen like an over-fermented dough, each touch sending sharp pain through him. He tore a strip from his tattered clothing, gritting his teeth as he wrapped it around, tightening it as much as possible. Painful as it was, he had to keep going. After a moment's respite, he began to gather the remnants. First he pulled out several iron hose from beneath the collapsed shelves, all worn smooth by his father's frequent use. He laid them out to his left. Next was the land deed wrapped in oilcloth and hidden in a wall crevice, thankfully unburned. He unfolded it, noticing that the ink was intact, which eased his heart slightly. Next he found an iron box, heavily rusted, the clasp already broken. He pried it open with the sword tip, revealing some old clothes, medicine bottles, and a tattered ledger. His father's records of grain receipts, taxes, and personal dealings. He casually flipped through it, stopping at one page. March 17th. Delivered 3 dough of wheat. Calvin's henchman demanded an extra half dough, refused, and was insulted. He stared at that line for 2 seconds before closing the ledger and tucking it into his chest. Just as he was about to continue searching, his fingertip suddenly brushed against something hard. At the very bottom of the iron box lay a folded piece of animal hide, its edges uneven as if it had been torn from a larger piece. He took it out, shook it off, and found it thick and heavy with engravings on the surface, still smeared with dark brown stains, unclear whether they were blood or mud. He leaned closer to the oil lamp that was left by his mother during the day. The wick almost extinguished the flame, flickering wildly. The marks on the hide were not random scratches. Some were lines winding like a map, others were symbols, a circle with 3 dots. He had seen something similar on the edges of fields when he was young. His father had once drawn in the dirt with a twig, saying it was an ancestral mark called plow pattern, representing the land of the Blake family. Once plowed, it belongs to us. But the patterns on this hide were far more intricate. In the center were a few characters, the ink faded almost beyond recognition, but he could barely make out the radical for. His heart skipped a beat. What was this? Why had his father hidden such a thing at the bottom of the iron box? Just as he was about to examine it closely, footsteps suddenly echoed above him. Thud, thud, thud. Very light, but there was indeed someone walking above. He immediately stuffed the hide into his chest, hand resting on the sword hilt, gazing up at the entrance. In the next moment, a beam of light descended from the cave's mouth. It was his mother. She held a small oil lamp standing at the cellar entrance, her face ashen, her eyes fixed on him intently. What do you have there? Her voice trembled, lacking the usual gentleness, sounding more like someone with their throat squeezed tight. Ryan didn't move or respond. She suddenly rushed down, nearly missing a step, almost flinging the lamp away. When she reached the bottom, she grabbed the fabric of his shirt at his chest. "Show me. That thing is not to be touched." He was pulled forward, instinctively taking a half step back, protecting his chest with his hand. "Mom, what are you doing? What is it? Why did you hide it?" She froze, still gripping his collar, her knuckles turning white, breathing rapidly. The flickering light danced across her face, illuminating the wrinkles at the corners of her eyes, and the dark circles from years of sleeplessness. She released her grip, lowering her head, and after a long pause spoke. "Your father. He died because of it." Her voice was hoarse beyond recognition. Ryan was stunned. She leaned against the wall and slowly sat down, her back pressed against the earthen wall, as if she could no longer stand. The lamp was placed at her feet, the flame swaying in the wind. "I hid it for 16 years, she said. "Since the day you were born, I hid it away. I don't expect you to have a peaceful life, but I beg you, don't touch this." Ryan stood there, no longer asking questions. He looked at his mother. This woman who had spent her life washing clothes, cooking, growing vegetables, and feeding pigs, who bowed and scraped before tax collectors, didn't even dare to speak loudly. He thought she understood nothing, that she only knew how to cry and endure. But now she knew about this thing and had hidden it for many years. And she was afraid. Not afraid of tax collectors, not afraid of Calvin, but afraid of him touching this thing. He slowly withdrew his hand from his chest, no longer reaching for the hide, just gently patting his chest to indicate it was still there but wouldn't be disturbed. "Did you know all along?" he asked. She closed her eyes and nodded slightly. "Then what about my dad? How much did he know?" She opened her eyes, glanced at him, and in that gaze was all the bitterness. "He knew more than you. That's why he died." Ryan's throat tightened. He recalled the day his father was beaten, curled up on the ground, blood trickling from his mouth, not saying a word. His mother had knelt begging for mercy, while Calvin had kicked her away. At that time he had hidden behind a haystack, fists clenched, nails digging into his palm, yet he didn't dare to move. Now he understood. His father didn't refuse to resist. He knew the cost of resistance. And his mother didn't ignore the truth. She chose to bury the truth underground, even hiding it from her son. He squatted down to meet her gaze. "Then tell me, where does this road lead?" She shook her head. "I don't know the destination. I only know that those who walk it never return." After saying this, she no longer looked at him, turning away to lean against the wall, slowly burying her head in her knees. Ryan fell silent. He sat down in another corner, leaning against the earthen wall, taking out the hide again, and spreading it open. The light was dim, not bright enough yet. He could still make out the engravings. The lines intertwined, resembling both a map and a form of writing. In the center was the character for alliance, connected to half of the character for agreement, the remaining stroke cut off as if sliced by a knife. He traced the lines with his finger. Suddenly he stopped. In the lower left corner there was a group of small symbols. 3 dots surrounding a cross, strikingly similar to the plow pattern his father had taught him to draw on the edges of fields when. However, while his father had drawn a single layer, this was a double-layered nesting. His heart jolted violently. This was not just random carving. This was a family crest, the Blake family mark inscribed on a piece of unknown animal hide, and this hide was something his father had traded his life for. He stared at that symbol, motionless, for a long time. Outside, the sky had turned completely dark, the wind blowing in through the broken roof, causing the oil lamp's flame to flicker, almost extinguishing. He reached out to shield the lamp, the flame leaping back up, illuminating the hide, and the lines seemed to come alive, whispering. He folded the hide, neatly tucking it back into his chest, close to his heart. Then he stood up, bracing himself against the wall, and stepped carefully toward the exit. His mother did not move, nor did she raise her head. He climbed up the steps, pushed open the half-collapsed doorframe, and entered the yard. The night wind hit his face, carrying the scent of grass and ash. The stars were plentiful in the sky, but the moon had yet to rise. He sat on the doorstep, gazing toward the direction of the distant town. It was completely dark there, with hardly any patrolling torches visible. Calvin was probably sleeping soundly tonight. Killing a man to establish authority, the common folk were all scared. Stiff taxes still collected, and he wouldn't fear the grain store exploding, or after all he had 300 bags in reserve, enough to extort for a while. But Ryan knew that things had changed. He once thought he was avenging his father. Now he felt that he might have been walking a path laid out by others all along. His father had left behind the land deed, the short sword, and the sword manual in the cellar, but had never mentioned this piece of animal hide. His mother had concealed it for 16 years, preferring to let him believe the family was destitute, even letting him steal to practice swordplay, stab tax collectors' ankles, and blow up granaries rather than hand. Why? Because it was not just evidence. It was the key. He touched his chest, the hide pressing against his skin through his clothes, feeling somewhat itchy and warm. Unconsciously, his right hand began to twirl the sword tassel. That was an old habit of his, something he had done while thinking since he was little. He used to twirl it before fights, and now he twirled it while pondering. As he twirled, he suddenly chuckled softly. "Dad," he whispered, "what exactly did you want me to know?" No one answered. Only the wind whistled through the chard wood, making a creaking sound, as if someone was humming an indistinct song. He sat still, his right leg still aching but his mind growing clearer. He understood that from this night on he could no longer walk the same path. Blowing up the granary was an act of venting frustration, carving silver marks was a warning, and stabbing the tax collector was revenge. But this piece of horn, it was a clue. It was his father's unfinished words, his mother's unspoken secret, and the roots buried beneath this land for over 100 years. He had to investigate. How to investigate? Where to start? He still didn't know. But he understood that this could not be rushed. Calvin had killed Zhang Laolu today just to force him to show himself. If he rushed out now, it would only lead to more deaths in his place. He had to wait until his injuries healed, until his thoughts were clear, and until he could uncover the bigger picture behind this horn. He looked up at the sky. The Big Dipper hung askew in the north, the handle pointing toward the distance. He remembered his father saying the stars do not lie. The road is beneath. Now it seemed the road had changed direction. He touched the rose pattern on the sword hilt. This was the sword gifted to him by Isha, and he had never understood why it bore this floral design. But now he suddenly felt that perhaps everything had been connected all along. He had just been too foolish, only focused on throwing punches. He sat on the doorstep unmoving. Inside, his mother had already fallen asleep with no lamp lit and no sound made. Between them lay an invisible wall. It was not hate nor resentment but protection. She feared he would die, feared he would follow in his father's footsteps. But some paths cannot be avoided. He looked down at his hands. Palms all calloused, fingers thickened, and an old scar in the web of his right hand from a previous sword practice. These hands were never meant to only wield a hoe. He took a deep breath, wrapping the sword tassel back in place. Then he stood up, limping into the house, pulling a half-torn mat from the ruins and laying it on the ground of the hall. Before lying down, he took one last look at where the hide was pressed against his chest. It was still there. Tomorrow he would find a safer place to study it. Not in the cellar, not in the ruins, but in the places his father often visited. The old mill, the well at the east of the village, the cemetery on the north slope. The stones, the earth, and the tree roots there might remember something. He closed his eyes, listening to the wind sweeping over the rubble. His body felt as though it had fallen apart, yet his heart was steadier than ever. He knew that from this night on he was no longer the Ryan who fought solely for revenge. He was the latter half of a certain story, and the beginning had already been hidden away in that iron box by his mother 16 years ago. Dawn had barely broken when Layan woke up. It wasn't the roosters that roused him. Since his house burned down, even the chickens had fled. But the gnawing pain in his right leg. The wound felt as if someone were sawing through his shinbone with a dull blade, a relentless throbbing torment. He lay on the tattered mat in the main room. When he turned, his chest brushed against something hard and bulky. The animal hide still pressed against his heart, stiff and uncomfortable. He didn't move. Lying still, he stared at the light filtering through the roof. Charred beams jutted out like broken teeth, and the sky peeped through the cracks, pale, gray, and desolate. Last night's events replayed in his mind. The cellar, the iron box, his mother's trembling hands, her words. Your father died because of it. Those words sat on his chest all night, heavy enough to suffocate. But fear could wait. He pushed himself up from the ground, and the moment he put weight on his ankle, a sharp pain made him grimace. Clenching his back teeth, he shuffled to the corner, and dug out a wooden box from under a pile of rubble and broken bricks. The box had originally been hidden beneath the stove. When his father was alive, he used to say, "You have to check the sprouts to know if the seeds are good," and he always used the pair of old reading glasses inside to examine the seeds. Layan remembered clearly once when he sneaked a look at the account book, the old man even used the magnifying glass to inspect the ink marks, saying, "You have to read the words clearly to dodge the taxes." He opened the box. The glass lens was still there with a crack along the edge, but it was usable. The morning light just fell on the flat ground in front of the threshold. Dragging his leg, he crawled over and sat with his back against the doorframe. He pulled out the animal hide from his chest, spread it on his knees. A gust of wind rustled the edges, so he quickly pressed one corner down with half a brick, while holding the magnifying glass close to the hide with the other hand. The writing was faint, as if carved with a charcoal stick, and some parts were smeared with bloodstains. He squinted, deciphering each character one by one. Any grain tax shall not exceed 3/10 of the harvest of violators shall be deemed traitors. He read aloud, his voice hoarse. 3/10. A dull buzz filled his head. Immediately he pulled out his father's old account book from his chest and flipped to the most recent page. Last autumn's harvest had yielded 8 sacks of wheat, and they had paid 5 sacks and 3 pecks. He calculated with his fingernails 8 sacks represented 10 parts, so 5 sacks and 3 pecks meant 6.5 parts. Going further back, the year before last was even harsher. 7 parts. The year before that was similar. He stared at the account book, his finger frozen on the words 3/10, as if burned. This wasn't taxation, it was a death sentence. Suddenly he recalled his mother's words last night. No one who has walked this path has ever come back. It wasn't meant to scare him. This was a path inscribed with words. Laws carved upon it and blood soaking it. His father knew, so he hid it for 16 years. But he knew too late and could only test it with his life. Rane closed the account book, tucked it back into his chest, and looked down at the animal hide. Besides the line, "shall not exceed threepence," a few more characters were barely legible. "The people have the right to appeal and may go to the royal court." The rest was missing. Whether they could still appeal was unknown. He sneered. The royal court. In the 13 villages of the northern frontier, the royal court was Calvin's whip, and the law was whatever he said. Who would dare to appeal? It would be futile. He set the magnifying glass aside, placed his palm on the animal hide, and slowly rubbed it. This thing wasn't the full text of any covenant. At best it was a scrap. But it contained what people most needed to know: you have been robbed, and robbed openly. He raised his head and looked toward the village path. The sun was rising and the village began to stir. He stood up with the help of a crutch, his right leg limping, as he hobbled toward the east end of the village. He needed to see if only his family was suffering like this. The first house was Old Lise. The door was ajar. He pushed it gently, and the yard was eerily quiet. The stove was cold, the lid lifted, revealing half a bowl of cold porridge with a film on top. Old Lee crouched in the corner, mending a fishing net, his hands trembling so badly that he missed the hole 3 times with the rope. Uncle Lee lay and called out, "How is the harvest this year?" Old Lee looked up, saw him, and sighed. "Don't even mention it. After paying the tax, there's not enough left for the new year. My youngest son left yesterday to dig for ore in the south. They said they'd provide meals." Rane said nothing, nodded, and left. The second house was Aunt Wong's. She was feeding the chickens, but half the coop was empty. He asked, "Where are the chickens?" Aunt Wong paused, "Sold them for 2 pecks of rice. The tax collectors also took the cow, saying it was to cover the surcharge. I'm wondering how we'll plow the fields next spring, with my hands." Rane's throat tightened. The third house, the fourth. Each was worse than the last. Hunter Chen's daughter had called off her engagement because the betrothal money had all gone to taxes. Blacksmith Zhang had closed his forge, saying that a day's work didn't earn enough to buy a pot for cooking. A 5 or 6-year-old child sat on the doorstep chewing on bark. When asked why he wasn't eating real food, the child said, "Mom says we have to save the rice for taxes. Better to starve than owe the officials." Rane walked slower and slower. He had thought his family was unlucky because they had offended Calvin. But now he saw it wasn't just 1 or 2 families. The entire village was sinking into a bottomless pit. And Calvin was merely the man standing at the edge of the pit, holding a scale, scooping out grain handful by handful. He reached the well at the village entrance, sat. 2 women came with buckets, lowering their voices. "I heard the Lee family from the north village sold their daughter." "Indeed. 300 copper coins, all to fill the tax bill. That girl is only 14, or who knows what her life will be like. Our family isn't much better. Last month, when we couldn't pay the wheat, the tax collectors tied my husband to a tree and gave him 20 lashes. He's still lying in bed, unable to get up. Sigh, if there were real laws governing this, would they dare to do such things? Laws. They were devoured by dogs long ago. My brother told me there used to be a rule. Taxes shall not exceed threepence. But who remembers that now?" Rane sat there motionless. His right hand began to twirl the sword tassel out of habit. One circle, then another. But on the third turn he stopped abruptly. His fingers froze in midair. So the people weren't unaware of their suffering. They had simply forgotten that they weren't meant to suffer like this. He looked down at his own. These hands could fight, could ambush, could set fire to granaries. But they had never done anything that could fill people's bellies. He had wounded Calvin to vent his anger. He had burned the granary to satisfy his rage. Even last night, when he discovered the animal hide, his first thought was, "Can I use this for revenge?" But now he understood. Calvin dared to do this not because he was ruthless, but because no one knew he was breaking the law. The law had been buried in the earth, the truth locked in an old iron box in the cellar, and the people could only bow their heads and count their empty pockets, believing this was their fate. He slowly stood up, the crutch thudding against the ground. He needed to do something different. Not murder. Not arson. He needed to dig up those words and place them in the sunlight. He limped back toward the ruins of his home. His mother was still asleep, curled up on a straw mat in the corner, clutching a worn cloth that his father had often draped over his shoulders. Her face was turned inward and her shoulders trembled slightly. Whether from cold or tears he couldn't tell. Rane didn't disturb her. He tiptoed to the middle of the main room, picked up a half-burnt charcoal stick from the debris. He spread the animal hide on the ground and traced the 7 characters. "Taxes shall not exceed threepence," stroke by stroke onto a piece of paper. The characters were small but clear, every stroke accounted for. He folded the paper and tucked it into his inner pocket right next to the animal hide. Then he sat back on the threshold, gazing toward the town. There was the bulletin board, the tax collector's office, the stone path where Calvin strutted every day. tomorrow or the day after he would go there. Not as Rane, not as the lame stable boy, but under the name of the Silver Blade. Yet he couldn't move yet. His mother suddenly woke. She sat up and immediately saw him sitting on the threshold. Her face changed. "You're leaving again?" she asked, her voice hoarse. Rane didn't turn around. "Mom, I have to go to the town." "What for?" "To get yourself killed." She scrambled up, stumbled over, and grabbed his arm. "Your father is dead. I don't want you to die too. Do you think I don't know what you're planning? Those words on that paper won't save anyone. They'll only bring the blade upon you." Rane looked down at her. This woman had never spoken loudly in her life, never argued with anyone. Even when the tax collector kicked her, she only curled up and covered her head. But now her eyes, wide hair disheveled, she looked like a mother wolf protecting her cub. He gently pried her fingers off. "Mom, I'm not going just to avenge you." "Then why?" "Because I can't bear to watch other children lose their fathers." He spoke slowly, each word as if chiseled from stone. "The Li girl was Sol Chun San's son, went to the mines. Zhang Laolu had his head chopped off. They didn't cause any trouble. They were just poor, just couldn't pay the taxes. But they shouldn't have to live like this." His mother was stunned. "Do you know what's the most ridiculous part?" he continued. "They don't even know they've been robbed. Calvin collects 7/10 of the harvest and they think it's only natural. I want them to know. Every grain they hand over is excessive. Every hardship they endure is illegal." His mother's lips trembled. "But can you alone withstand this?" "I don't need to withstand it," he shook his head. "I just need to let them see." She collapsed to the ground, tears finally falling drop by drop into the dirt. Rane reached out, helped her up, and let her lean against the wall. "Don't worry, I won't be reckless. I won't bring a sword, I won't go looking for Calvin to fight. They'll just post these words and let everyone see. If there really is a law, then let it speak. If not, at least they'll know they aren't doomed to poverty." His mother didn't stop him anymore. She only whispered, "Then, be careful." Rane nodded. He sat on the threshold, not moving. The sun climbed higher, shining on the charred roof beams, casting a small shrinking shadow like a sheathed blade. He touched the paper in his inner pocket, confirming it was still there. The wind blew from the village path, carrying the scent of earth and withered grass. In the distance, a donkey brayed, followed by a child's cry, quickly muffled by an adult. Rane closed his eyes, then opened them again. He knew that from today on he was no longer just Rane, the one who wanted to avenge his father. He was the first person to see the rules torn apart. And now he would piece them back together, even if it was just a corner. Rane sat on the threshold of his family's ruined home, the sun already high in the sky. A sharp gnawing pain pulsed through his right leg, like an iron wire being dragged back and forth between his bones. He did not move. He simply sat there, one hand buried deep in his inner pocket, fingertips tracing and retracing the carefully copied parchment. "Taxation shall not exceed 30%. These 7 characters were small yet written with meticulous precision. The charcoal pressed deep, each stroke carved as if into living flesh, like an old debt etched into memory. He knew he could wait no longer. His mother slept slumped against the wall, her breathing so faint it was nearly imperceptible. Clutched in her hand was that worn cloth rag, the very one his father had once worn as a shawl. Rane rose slowly, deliberately lightening the pressure as his crutch struck the ground, afraid to wake her. Yet the moment he turned, her eyelids trembled. She did not open them, only murmured, "Don't die out there." He froze, turned back to look at her. That glance spoke no words, offered no nod. Only a quiet tightening of his outer robe, concealing the outline of the dagger at his waist before he limped away. The village path lay empty. The morning market's clamor had yet to begin. Even the dogs refused to bark. He walked along the edge of the drainage, ditch his soles grinding softly against the fine sand, scattered there the previous night, each step whispering a hushed, rhythmic shush-shush. This sand was no natural deposit. It had been freshly laid. 2 new patrols now roamed the town, iron chains cordoned off the notice board, and its lock had been replaced with a sleek copper clasp, imported, rumor said, from the southern provinces. All these measures were aimed squarely at him, yet he felt no fear, not because he was brave but because fear served no purpose. From the day his father drew his last breath, he had known this path allowed only one direction forward. He slipped into a rear alley vaulted over a low wall, and upon landing his right leg buckled, nearly dropping him to his knees. Gritting his teeth, he braced himself against the wall and caught his breath. Ahead loomed the town square, the heart of authority. There stood the official notice board, a plain wooden slab erected just outside the tax collector's office, usually plastered with notices of grain levies, wanted posters, or trivial reports of missing chickens. Now half its surface stood bare, as though deliberately left vacant. Rane smirked. The more they fortified it, the more they betrayed their dread. He crept forward beneath the eave's shadow, moving with the silent, deliberate slowness of a nocturnal cat. Passing a blacksmith's forge, he heard the steady, resonant clang. Clang, clang, clang. its rhythm steady as a heartbeat. Using its cadence as cover, he circled around to the board's rear. Iron chains barred the front, but no guard stood behind. People always assumed the most visible place was hardest to breach. In truth, the greatest vulnerability lay precisely where no one imagined courage would dare strike. In broad daylight. He drew his short blade, the tip slipped beneath the clasp, and with a soft, decisive click the chain loosened halfway. Swiftly he pulled out a thick sheet of paper. The duplicate covenant he transcribed the night before, pieced together from fragments of animal hide script and his father's ledgers, its characters crisp and its clauses unambiguously enumerated. Within the realm of the Kingdom of Loren, no annual grain tax shall exceed 30%. Of violation shall be deemed treason. Citizens retain the right to petition the royal court directly. Officials may neither obstruct nor suppress such appeals. Beneath this, appended in bold script, was a formal challenge signed, Silver Blade. To Magistrate Galvin. Your collection of 70% in taxation violates royal law. Dare you confront this reckoning publicly? I shall bring the village's complete ledgers. You shall bring yours. Time dawns third quarter tomorrow. Place before the town square notice board. Failure to appear shall constitute confession. Silver Blade. When he finished writing, he bit into an apple. Its juice splattered across the page, and he wiped it hastily with his sleeve. Now that very sheet lay before him, pressed firmly onto the notice board. After affixing it, he inspected it closely, ensuring no flaw marred its place. Then swiftly sheathing his knife, he retreated along the drainage channel, squeezing sideways into its narrow confines, his knee striking a jagged stone edge, pain flaring across his face. But not a single sound escaped him. 20 paces farther, he halted beneath the clock tower's shaded recess, leaning against the wall, breathing hard. It was done. He lifted his gaze toward the notice board. Sunlight struck the parchment. White paper, stark black ink, blazing like a wound in the air. From his coat, he drew the remaining half apple and took a bite. Sweet. This year's first harvest. Ripe, fragrant, perfect. He touched his nose when lying twisted his sword's tassel, when anxious, and always ate an apple before battle. That was his ritual taught by Alvar. Only those who savor their meal can truly win the fight. Now he savored it deeply. Just past dawn, the first to spot the anomaly was Old Man Tofu, hauling his wares along the lane. A glance sidelong froze him mid-step. Setting down his yoke, he edged closer. His mouth gaped wide enough to swallow 2 servings of bean curd. Oh heavens above! What in the world does this say? He muttered, reaching for the paper, then snatching his hand back as though it might burn. A literate youth leaned in beside him. Let me see. He read aloud, annual grain tax shall not exceed 30%. What does that mean? It means your household paid 5 bushels last year, but owed only 1.5. The old man blurted, then recoiled at his own. A crowd began to gather. First 3 or 4, then 10, then dozens, then the entire town poured toward the square. Vendors abandoned stalls, bakers left dough unbaked, even men squatting in latrines rushed out, trousers half buckled. Is this true? Where did it come from? Who posted it? Silver Blade. Is that the one who cut down the tax collector's flagpole last month? Voices swelled, like water boiling over in a cauldron. A boy stepped forward, wearing spectacles held together by twine, son of the village tutor. He pulled out his family's ledger and crouched on the cobblestones to calculate. We harvested 12 bushels last year, and paid 9 bushels and 4 pecks. By this standard, we overpaid by 67%. He snapped his head up, voice trembling. We've been robbed. That cry landed like a spark in dry tinder. So have we. My father broke 3 ribs trying to pay the surcharge. My sister, she's only 14, was sold to a brothel in the south for 300 copper coins, just to fill the tax quota. A woman suddenly burst into tears, collapsing to the ground with her child in her arms. Her husband had been tied to a tree and whipped 30 lashes by tax enforcers last year, and still walked with a limp. She'd always believed theirs was a singular misfortune, until now. The elders fell silent. They had lived half their lives bowing their heads, accepting extra grain deducted at collection, muttering, if the authorities demand it, we must pay. But today this single sheet declared, you are not cursed. You are plundered. People began copying the text. Those without paper tore strips from their sleeves. Those without ink sketched letters in charcoal upon the ground. A farmer rolled the slip into his pipe, vowing to carry it home to his village. Another man unwound his belt, wrapped the transcription tightly within it, and declared he'd ride to the neighboring town to spread the word. The news spread like wildfire. Within an hour, all 13 villages of the Northern March's new Silver Blade has unveiled the true royal law. Taxation capped at Magistrate Galvin violates royal decree. Deceiving the sovereign, oppressing the people. Others had already begun organizing to attend en masse at dawn's third quarter tomorrow to witness the public reckoning firsthand. If I were Galvin, I'd be hiding in my wine cellar right now, drawled a butcher, puffing on his pipe. Would he dare skip it? Someone asked. Would he dare show up? The butcher sneered. If he comes, he admits guilt. If he stays away, he's a coward. Either way, he's fit. The crowd thickened until the square seemed packed tight as a hive. The notice board vanished beneath a sea of bodies. Some tossed copper coins onto the signature, Silver Blade, a tribute to his courage. Others tied red ribbons to the board's frame, to honor dead kin. An old man dropped to his knees and bowed deeply, whispering, "At long last heaven has opened its eyes." Such a scene had not occurred in 10 years. East end of town. The tax collector's office. Doors and windows sealed shut, curtains drawn tight. Silence reigned absolute. So profound that even the soft clink of a teacup settling on would echoed clearly. Crash! A Celadon teacup shattered on the floor, splintering into 8 shards. Then, clang! A filing cabinet overturned, ledgers spilling across the floor like fallen leaves. Galvin stood rigid before his desk, face ashen, temples pulsing with fury. His gaze locked onto the notice board, burning as if he could incinerate the parchment with sheer will. "Who did this?" he growled. "Find out now. Who posted it?" A clerk shrank back. "Sir. It's signed, Silver Blade." "I know who signed it," Galvin roared. "I want his name, his face, his dwelling, his mother's given name." The clerk dared not speak. Another ventured cautiously, "Sir, is this document authentic?" Galvin whirled, eyes slashing like blades. "What did you say?" The man swallowed hard. "I meant, could it possibly be real law? Our 70% levy, might it be excessive?" Galvin kicked over his chair with a thunderous crash. "Royal law. Here in the North Marches I am the law. Who doesn't know our borders bleed, our armies starve? Roads need paving. Lords demand gold bowls for their tea. Do you expect me to fund it myself?" He paced, chest heaving, yet his steps slowed, because he understood. This time was different. Before, Silver Blade sabotaged in shadows, burning granaries, felling flagpoles. Acts easily suppressed, contained. But this, posting royal law where every eye could see it, this was open defiance of his authority. This forced everyone to confront the truth. You aren't poor. You're plundered. Worse still, he could not deny it. He could arrest, execute, silence. But he could never declare, 80 or 90% is lawful. Should that echo reach the royal court, his head would roll before sunset. His only recourse was silence. And silence was worse. The whole town awaited his response. To stay away was to confess weakness and guilt. Who would fear him then? Who would obey? He stood at the window, fingers digging into the curtain's edge, knuckles bleaching white. "My cousin serves in the prefect's office," whispered a peddler at the western gate, cracking sunflower seeds. "He says the magistrate stared at that paper for half an hour, face pale as a corpse. Served him right," spat a woman nearby. "My husband jumped into the river last year. Thanks to him, only quick rescue saved him from feeding the fish. He didn't visit the granaries this morning, nor the gambling dens, to collect protection fees. Not even his favorite braised pork knuckle." All signs pointed to one truth Galvin had broken. Rane watched from a wooded hill beyond the town, gazing down at the square. A throng surged around the notice board, dense, restless, festive as a harvest. The wind carried dust and voices. Though words blurred, he recognized the timbre. No longer fear but fury, no longer pleading but accusation. He leaned against an ancient locust tree, right leg throbbing fiercely. So he settled cross-legged. In his hand remained the apple core, gnawed clean down to its ridged, spiraling center. Staring at its concentric grooves, he smiled. "Turns out, I actually pulled it off." He recalled his mother's words last night, "Don't die." Back then it weighed upon him like stone. Now it felt strangely light. He hadn't done this for vengeance, nor for glory. He did it so Li's daughter would know she wasn't meant to be sold. So Chansan's son would understand he needn't toil in mines. So Zhang Lao Lu's widow would realize her husband hadn't died in vain. More than anything, he wanted everyone to know, you are not foolish, not lazy, not destined to poverty. You are being robbed, and lied to, told it is righteous, inevitable. Now the truth had emerged. He raised his eyes to the sky. Clouds parted. Sunlight cleaved through like a golden blade, bathing the town. And that parchment, in brilliant, unflinching light. The white paper glinted. A distant, defiant flame. That fire would not die. Slowly he rose, brushed dirt from his trousers, and leaned on his crutch, walking deeper into the forest. Each step burned. But he walked steadily. He knew what came next. Galvin would not relent. Warrants would flood the streets, bounties, double portraits plastered on every. Assassins might slip into the village by night, set homes ablaze, seize his family as leverage. But he felt no fear. Fear belonged to Galvin now. After 100 paces, hoofbeats erupted behind him. Urgent, rapid. He turned, riders bursting from the town, Gate 1 waving a scroll, shouting, "Hurry! To South Ridge Village." Silverblade has revealed the royal law. Tax cap at 30%. Tell the villagers. As he rode, he scattered copies along the roadside. Wind lifted the pages, fluttering like a flock of white doves. Rane stood on the slope watching, his lips curling upward. Well now, this wave of fervor outshone even the most viral merchant campaign. He continued onward, vanishing into the deeper woods. Sunlight fractured through the canopy, dappling his shoulders in shifting gold and shadow. His fingers brushed his inner pocket, confirming the animal hide scroll remained safe. Then he drew his final dagger and carved a symbol into the trunk, a short sword beneath which he inscribed 2 characters. Silver Blade. When finished, he turned and walked away, his silhouette dissolving into the dense green embrace of the forest. Far away, the clock tower told noon. Dong, dong, dong. 3 chimes, and then silence. Yet everyone knew some things could never return to how they once were. Rane walked through the dense forest for 2 full hours. The wound on his leg felt as though it was being sliced by a rusty knife. He didn't stop nor dared to stop. The intensity behind him was still burning. Not fire, but the kind of heat that surged in his head from blood rushing to it. He knew that Galvin would not let it go easily. Just a piece of paper could cause an uproar in the entire town, so what would be the next step? Of course he needed to reclaim something of real value. He touched the piece of animal hide and the remnants of the horn in his arms, and recalled the western sword that Isha had given him. The rose pattern on the hilt and the appearance of the dried petals kept swirling in his mind. This matter could no longer be settled with mere words. Action was required. The Broken Spine slope was 30 miles from the town, with steep mountains on both sides and a narrow path in between where carts could only move in a single line. The night before last he had crouched in the bushes at the top of the slope and counted 4 heavily armored mercenaries at the front, 4 at the back, and in the middle an ironclad cart with wheels wrapped in soft rubber. Even the horses' hooves were covered in coarse cloth. This was not for transporting grain nor for escorting people. It was the setup for hiding something. Playing tricks. Rane bit into an apple, the juice running down his chin. The more you try to keep it secret, the more it indicates there's something valuable. The moon had just climbed to the treetops, and he had already been lying on the slope for half an hour. He smeared grass ash and mud on his face, wearing his clothes inside out with the dark side facing out. The wind blew up from the cliff below, carrying the scents of horse manure and rust. He focused on the distant end of the mountain road, his ears perked, waiting for the sound of muffled rumbling to arrive. It's coming. The sound of hooves was kept extremely low, but the ground still trembled slightly. The convoy slowly entered the Broken Spine slope, with only 2 torches lit their dim yellow glow barely reaching 3 steps ahead. The front squad of 4 held swords while patrolling, their eyes scanning the slope, yet they did not look up. No one would think someone would dare to jump down from 100-foot cliff to rob a... Rane bit down on the last piece of fruit, holding the pit in his mouth, neither swallowing nor spitting it out. This was an old trick from the Alva teachings. Having something in your mouth keeps your heartbeat steady. He slowly drew the western sword that Isha had given him from his waist. The blade was thin and suitable for thrusting. He checked the dagger strapped to his calf again. It was modified from a farming tool, the blade edge ground to a blue hue. Everything was ready, just waiting for the opening act. As the convoy reached the narrowest part of the slope, he picked up a fist-sized stone and threw it down. Thud! The stone struck the left yoke of the pulling horse, causing the beast to startle violently, rearing up and neighing incessantly. The front squad immediately became agitated. 2 mercenaries turned to check, while the other 2 moved forward to steady the horse. In the chaos, Rane leapt down. The wind howled past his ears as he hugged, his head landed rolled, and his shoulders slammed hard against a rock edge, making him cease. But he didn't stop. He got up and dashed toward the middle cart. Who goes there? Stop him! The shouts erupted as the 4 from the rear drew their swords and rushed in. Rane had already reached the side of the cart, kicked in the wooden planks, and thrust his hand inside to yank. What came out was a scroll of sheepskin documents sealed with red wax bearing the noble crest. Got it? He casually pulled out another fake document from his inner pocket and stuffed it into the gap in the cart, then raised his foot to kick a fire starter that had been buried long ago. A spark flared up quickly, igniting the tarp. Fire! Quickly extinguish it! Taking advantage of the enemy's confusion, Rane swiftly slashed the pulling ropes with his sword. 2 startled horses, triggered by the smoke, let out a long neigh and bolted forward, dragging the entire cart out of the convoy's control zone. He flipped onto the cart's yoke, used the momentum to leap, and dived into the dense forest by the roadside. Behind him, the pursuers with torches chased after him. Arrows whistled through the air. One grazed past his ear and struck a tree trunk, its fletching still trembling. Silver Blade. Stop! Don't let him get away! Rane grinned, spat out the apple pit from his mouth, and muttered softly. When I was running away, your father was still practicing splits. He followed the predetermined route, swiftly passed through a thicket of thorns, and suddenly felt his old leg injury tear open, blood flowing down his pant leg. But he couldn't afford to slow down. It wasn't until he heard the voices of his pursuers fade that he leaned against an old pine tree to catch his breath. The moonlight slanted down as he looked at the scroll, which remained intact. Just as he was about to stash it away, a quick glance caught his eye. The things that had fallen from the cart were not limited to this one scroll. There was also a palm-sized iron box, black and mottled, with the lid engraved with strange patterns resembling chains entwined around eyes. It had somehow brushed against the side of his boot, lying quiet. Rane frowned, not touching it. This thing seemed off, too clean, unlike the random debris from the cart. But he didn't have time to think it over, so he tucked the box into his inner pocket and continued moving forward with his sword. The rendezvous point in the North Creek Valley was 10 miles away, agreed upon at the third watch. He estimated there was still half a stick of incense worth of time left, gritting his teeth to quicken his pace. Isha sat on a rock by the creek, unconsciously fiddling with the tip of her hairpin. Today she had changed into a deep gray short robe, her hair tightly tied back, looking like a village girl fleeing from disaster. Only Carlos knew that she had 3 poison needles hidden in her sleeves, and her steps were always half a beat slower than others. That was a habit to guard against surprise attacks from behind. "He's late," Isha said. Carlos leaned against a crooked willow tree. His knees slightly bent, his left hand resting firmly on the hilt of his sword. He wasn't wearing armor, just draped in an old cloak, but the upright demeanor of a knight could not be hidden. The terrain of the Broken Spine slope is treacherous, and any noise can easily attract reinforcements. "If you can come back alive, that's a skill," he said. Just as his words fell, a sound of dry branches snapping came from the forest. The two immediately tensed up. Isha slipped her hand into her sleeve, and Carlos slowly drew half of his sword blade. "It's me." Rane's voice was hoarse. "Don't make a move." A figure flashed out from behind a tree covered in mud and gray, with a tear in the pants of his right leg, blood staining a patch. He clutched the scroll tightly in one hand, the other hand bracing against the trunk, panting like a bellows. "Did you get it?" Isha stood up to meet him. Rane nodded and handed her the scroll, copy of the pact, sealed and untouched. "There's also an iron box in the cart. I don't know what it is, so let's keep—" Isha took the scroll, pausing when her fingertips touched the sealing wax. She didn't rush to open it, rather she looked up at him. "You're hurt." "It's nothing." Rane waved his hand. "Just an old injury that split open, not life-threatening." Carlos walked over, squatting down without a word, pulling out bandages and a small bottle of powder from his pocket. He rolled up Rane's pant leg, and the wound was deep enough to see flesh, the edges already starting to turn purple. "Is it poison?" Isha asked. "It's not poison, it's dirt." "It's not poison." Carlos shook his head. "I stepped into a pit of decaying leaves on the way. It's a bacterial infection." He skillfully applied the medicine and bandaged it with steady movements. Rane winced in pain but remained silent. Once the bandaging was done, Carlos finally looked up. "Next time, don't go alone. 8 against 1 is too precarious. If I had waited for you, the yellow flower would already be cold." Rane laughed. "Besides, I'm not hurt at all, am I? Except for this leg," Isha coldly added. "That's just a reflection of my personal charm, showing ruggedness." "Men look better with a few scars," Rane shrugged. Isha rolled her eyes and tucked the scroll into a concealed pocket. She looked at Carlos. "What do we do now? Should we open it?" Carlos shook his head. "Not here. The torchlight has already appeared on the eastern slope. At least 5 teams are searching the mountain. We need to leave." Rane also looked over, and in the distance lights were moving along the ridge, flickering in and out as if signaling. "Galvin is reacting quite quickly. It's not that he's smart, it's that he's scared." Carlos stood up, taking a signal arrow from his waist. "It'll lead them to the western forest. You 2 head north along the creek, turn left at the 3rd fork, and enter the old—" "What about you?" Isha asked. "They'll catch up shortly." Carlos knocked the signal arrow to the short bow. "Don't worry, I don't want to die at the hands of these fools in iron cans." As he finished speaking, he suddenly pulled back the bowstring and shot the signal arrow into the air. The sharp whistle cut through the night sky, flying straight towards the western forest. Moments later, the torches on the eastern slope all turned towards it, and voices erupted in a clamor. "Go!" Carlos waved his hand. Rane stood up with his sword, and Isha helped him a bit. The 3 quickly moved along the creek, stepping on the slippery stones to avoid muddy tracks. The sound of the flowing water masked their footsteps. The moonlight was obscured by clouds, and the world fell into a brief darkness. After walking about a mile, Rane suddenly stopped. "What's wrong?" Isha turned back. "That box," he said. "I just feel something is off." He pulled out the iron box and handed it to Isha. She examined the lid's patterns in the dim light, her brow furrowing tighter. "This isn't the church's mark, but it resembles it," she said. The chains around the eyes symbolize blinding truth. 20 years ago, it was one of the heretical symbols investigated by the original Silver Blade. Carlos leaned in for a closer look. "Don't open it. At least not now. Who knows if it might trigger a mechanism." Rane took it back, weighing it in his hand. "Then let's keep it as a family heirloom for now." The 3 continued on, slowing their pace. Rane's leg injury affected his balance and he had to stop every few steps. Isha always supported his left arm, remaining silent, but her grip never loosened. East of the town in the tax office, the oil lamp crackled as it burned. Galvin stood at the desk, his face as pale as yesterday's vegetable soup. He clutched a battle report in his hand, his knuckles turning white. 8 people to guard a cart, and still let someone steal the documents. His voice was kept very low, yet it was more terrifying than a roar. Below, a mercenary covered in soot knelt, not daring to lift his head. My lord. That person was too fast. Jumping down from the mountaintop, smashing the cart window, seizing it in 3 seconds, and even setting the cart on fire to confuse us. Before he left a mark. What mark? On the yoke of the cart. He carved 2 characters with his sword. What 2 characters? Silver. Blade. Smash. The wine cup shattered on the ground, splintering everywhere. Galvin gasped for breath, his chest heaving violently. It's him again. That bastard again. He suddenly turned, glaring at the map hanging on the wall, which had over a dozen locations circled in red. Every place that had recently experienced incidents. Double the bounty. 200 gold coins. Alive or dead, I want to see him. He shouted, post it throughout the 7 territories. The portrait must be clear. Remember a few key features: uses a western sword, has a scar on his right eyebrow, always eats an apple before battle. Whoever catches him will receive an extra 50 acres. And he suddenly squinted. That iron box on the cart, whether or not it has the documents, must be retrieved. Anyone carrying the iron box is to be detained. Do you understand? The clerk nodded repeatedly and retreated. Galvin sat down, picked up a new cup of tea, his hands still shaking. He stared at the reflection in the cup, murmuring, "You think you've won? This is just..." When Rane and the others reached the edge of the North Creek Valley, dawn was breaking. They rested in a rock crevice. Rane leaned against the stone wall, closing his eyes to regain his strength. Isha checked the seal of the scroll, confirming it was intact. Carlos kept watch, listening to the direction of the wind. Where to next? Isha asked. Back to the farm. Rane opened his eyes. Mother is still there. Moreover, some accounts need to be settled face to face. Carlos glanced at him. If you go back now, it's equivalent to putting the wanted notice on your forehead. I know. Rane tugged at the corner of his mouth. But some things cannot be avoided. He touched his inner pocket, confirming that the scroll and iron box were... He glanced at his right leg where the bandage was seeping blood. Let's go, he said. The sun is rising just in time for the morning market. The sky had just brightened, the mist in the woods still lingering as Rane stepped on a slippery tree root, nearly stumbling. Isay reached out to steady him, her grip firm though not forceful. At this rate your leg will give out before Calvin even catches you, she said, her tone cold but not cutting. Rane grinned, wiping dew from his face. Even if it breaks, I have to keep going. Carlos walked ahead, using a sharpened wooden stick as a cane, his left knee pausing with every step. He glanced back at Rane. You really plan to pull out that decree? In front of the whole town? What else? Rane shot back. Keep it in my pants like a relic. This thing isn't a charm. It's a hammer. You have to smash it in their faces for it to ring true. The three emerged from the dense forest, the outline of the farmstead gradually coming into view. The burned beams still smoked, chickens pecking in the ashes. In the distance, villagers worked sluggishly as if dragging chains. No one believes a lame stable boy can make a difference, Isay murmured. Then he'll stop being lame, Rane said, halting. He pulled the rolled decree from his chest and slapped it against his heart. Today I drop the act. Let whoever recognizes me do so. He tore off the black mask and tossed it into the grass. Wind tousled his hair, revealing the bare right brow. The scar hadn't formed yet, but the fierce resolve had already settled on his face. At the village entrance, a few children spotted them, froze, then turned and ran. Within moments, the news spread like wildfire through dry grass. People slowly gathered at the threshing ground. Some carried hoes, others led oxen. The old village chief leaned on his staff by the grain stacks, his brow furrowed deeply. Rane, weren't you fleeing for your life? An old man in patched clothes called out. Flee my ass, Rane replied. He strode to the center of the ground and drove the rapier into the earth with a clang. The rose emblem on the hilt flashed in the morning light. When my father died, you were all there. He had 3 ribs broken defending the granary. His last words were, don't let the tax collectors shit on our heads. The crowd fell silent for a moment. Now Rane rolled up his right pant leg, revealing the fresh scabbed wound. This scar. I got it last night. It lies right next to the one my father left that night. He pointed to an older scar above the wound. See, 2 scars 5 years apart, but the pain is the same. No one spoke. Some looked down, others glanced at the decree. Isay stepped forward, unrolled the decree, and broke the wax seal. Il read it. Listen carefully. Her voice was not loud but clear. In the 137th year of King Loren's reign spring, decree the 13 northern villages being remote and impoverished are granted a 3-year exemption from all land taxes, poll taxes, and corvée labor. This decree bears the king's personal seal and the state seal. Violation is treason. She held the document high. Now how much do you pay each? 30%? A middle-aged woman suddenly shouted. Last year I handed over 400 caddies of wheat. They called it voluntary donation. My kids are chewing bark. Another man cried out, eyes red. Voluntary? They'd tear down your house if you didn't. So it's not voluntary, Rane said, scanning the crowd. It's robbery. Open robbery using the law as a fig leaf. The old chief tottered forward. Little Rane, you can't say that. If the authorities find out you're stirring things up with this, the whole village will suffer. Suffer? Rane sneered. Look at Widow Zhang from the East End. Her husband worked to death in the mines, she's raising 3 kids alone, and last winter her door was taken for unpaid firewood tax. Is that suffering, or have you just gotten used to it? The crowd began to stir. Lower taxes. Someone shouted. No one echoed. Rane jumped onto the grain stack, standing taller than anyone. I'm not asking you to fight to the death. I'm not forcing you to rebel. I just ask one thing, are you willing to watch your children starve again? Are you willing to hear your wives weep at night? Are you willing that when your grandchildren ask what you did back then you can straighten your back and say I lived and I fought? He paused, his voice lowering. I don't need you to speak for me. I just need you to stand up and say we've had enough. Wind swept across the threshing ground, stirring up dust. A white-haired old man hobbled forward, threw his straw hat to the ground. My son is dead. He died building roads for the tax collectors. I've had enough. Lower taxes. Lower taxes. Lower taxes. The voices exploded like thunder. Dozens of people formed a circle. Some grabbed shoulder poles, others picked up scythes, spontaneously blocking the entrance to the threshing ground. The old chief tried to reason, but was gently pushed aside. Carlos stood beside Rane, murmuring, the fire's lit. This is just the beginning, Rane said, staring into the distance. Within half an hour, dust rose at the end of the village road. 8 armored private soldiers marched in formation, wielding iron-tipped clubs, their helmets pulled low. By order of Lord Calvin, the squad leader bellowed. Disperse immediately or face 3 days detention and double taxes for the household head. The crowd stirred. Clubs slammed the ground with a dull thud. A soldier charged into the crowd and struck a young man, sending him to the ground. Children screamed, women retreated. Stop! Carlos stepped forward, spreading his arms to shield a woman holding a child. The club struck his shoulder hard. He fell to one knee but didn't collapse. First rule of the Knight's Code. Protect the weak. He roared, his voice deafening. You're striking commoners, not enemies. Rane remained still, standing on the grain stack, holding the decree high. They can beat us, but they can't tear this paper. Look what it says. This is our law, not their leash. The crowd fell silent for a moment, then erupted in fury. Yes, this is our law. Grab your tools. Don't let them take the decree. Hoe stones and shoulder poles were raised. Several strong men moved broken millstones to form a low wall. Women hid children in haystacks and turned back with kitchen knives. The soldiers, seeing the odds turn, began to retreat. But as they turned, a stone struck a helmet with a clang. Fall back! The squad leader shouted. The 8 men fled the threshing ground in a panic, even abandoning a banner. The crowd erupted in cheers. Burn it! Someone shouted. Yes, burn the tax rolls. Let them never figure us again. Rane jumped down and blocked the crowd. No, keep it. Let every household come and take a copy. Paste it on your doors, have your children memorize it. Remember, we're not refusing taxes, we only pay what's fair. Applause thundered. Isay walked over and handed the decree back. What next? Calvin won't let this go. Of course not, Rane said, looking toward the town. But the crazier he gets, the steadier we must be. Today is not the end. It's the beginning. From now on, if anyone says there's no way, ask them. The grass on my father's grave hasn't even grown tall. Why should you resign to fate? The sun climbed overhead. The threshing ground grew more crowded. News from other villages began to trickle in. Someone said 3 households in the southern slope jointly refused firewood tax. Another said the hunters of West Ridge killed the tax collector's horse as a sacrifice. Carlos sat on a makeshift stretcher, his left knee wrapped in fresh bandages, watching it all. He suddenly smiled. The kingdom I once served was rotten to the core, but seeing these commoners stand up and speak, it makes me feel that armor wasn't worn in vain. Rane didn't reply. He walked to the rapier, pulled it out, and wiped the blade with his sleeve. Sunlight glinted off the rose emblem once then again. Villagers organized patrols spontaneously. The young practiced formations, using brooms as spears and sticks as swords. The old chief silently took down his own door, sawed it into a sign, and painted, "Tax no more than 30. in large characters hanging it at the village entrance. Rane stood in the center of the threshing ground, his leg wound aching, but he stood straight. Isa stood behind him, one hand on the decree, her eyes alert. Carlos guarded the edge, ready to rise at any moment. The commoners gathered around, light in their eyes, weapons in their hands. The wind blew from the northern slope, carrying the smell of scorched earth and freshly turned soil. Rane raised his hand, pointing toward the town. "Just wait," he said. "The real show is just beginning." The sun had just passed the crooked old locust tree at the eastern end of the threshing ground. Rane was pacing back and forth at the village entrance, leaning on his crutch. The injury on his leg had not yet healed properly. Every step felt like stepping on red-hot nails, but he stubbornly refused to sit down. Isha sat by the grain stack, gnawing on a dry pancake, her eyes following his circling steps. She muttered, "If you keep pacing like this, you won't need a wanted order to come down. You'll cripple yourself into the real deal." Kalawasi leaned on the stretcher, a piece of rag draped over his left knee, and held a small pebble in his hand, flicking it toward the ground every now and then. "He's nervous," he said. "Last time I saw him like this, he was stealing chickens and got chased by a dog into a pile of manure. Get lost." Rane spat and thumped his crutch on the ground. "This is called patrolling, got it? Now this place is the headquarters of the 13 villages of the northern border. I need to act like a leader." Before the words faded, a cloud of yellow dust rose from the end of the official road. A scrawny horse carrying a gray-clad figure charged into the village entrance, its hooves splashing mud onto the wooden sign that read, "Taxes no more than 30%. The man dismounted with a swiftness that suggested he was no ordinary good sort, pulled a vermilion-sealed notice from his chest, and without a word nailed it right into the center of the wooden sign. Rane squinted and his heart skipped a beat. The red seal looked like a pig's hoof, but the characters beneath were so neat they could be used for copying scriptures. "I'll go take a look." He limped forward. Isha immediately tossed aside the pancake and stood up, and Kalawasi also laid his hand on the whetstone. The notice paper rustled. Rane reached out, tore it down, unfolded it, and glanced over it. A grunt escaped his throat, as if someone had kicked him in the stomach, but he held back from crying out in pain. "Read it," Kalawasi said. Isha moved closer, took the notice, cleared her throat, and read. "Whosoever apprehends the masked bandit Silverblade shall be rewarded with 500 gold coins and granted amnesty for all crimes. Those who harbor or conceal him shall suffer the extermination of their entire clan." She finished reading and looked up, only to find that a crowd had gathered around them without her noticing. The old tofu seller dropped his carrying pole. Widow Zhang stood frozen with her child in her arms, and even old Aunt Wang, who usually loved to gossip, fell silent. 500 gold coins. Enough to buy half a manor. Enough to feed 3 generations of a family for 30 years on white rice without ever having to eat husks. Enough to turn a pauper overnight into a man who could marry 7 wives. Rane folded the notice into 4, stuffed it into his chest, and patted it twice like he was patting his own dog's backside. Well, the price has gone up," he said. "Last time Ja Irwin's bounty was only 100. In just a few days it's quintupled. Looks like our Silver Blade brand is famous now. It's become a hot commodity. You still have the mind to joke." Isha lowered her voice. "Exterminate the entire— They want to wipe out the whole family. What's there to fear?" Rane grinned, pulled a wilted apple from his pocket, and took a loud crunch. "We don't have an entire clan. My father's gone, my mother only has me. At most it's exterminate 2.5. You're still eating." Isha glared. "If I don't eat my fill, how will I have the strength to run?" Rane chewed on the apple core. "Besides, the wanted notice says it clearly, masked bandit. Right now I'm just laying the lame groom. Who can— unless someone gouges out this handsome character on my face as evidence." Kalawasi snorted. 500 gold coins. Enough to tempt certain people. Believe it or not, tonight someone will be counting whether you snore in your sleep. Then they'll have to learn to listen to the opposite. Rane wiped his mouth. The sound of my snoring could scare the mice in the roof into miscarrying. The crowd slowly dispersed, but their footsteps were dragging, eyes wandering. Some looked back several times, some quietly bolted their doors. Rane knew what they were thinking. 500 gold coins could save a family or send an entire village to hell. He walked to the center of the threshing ground, drew his western sword, and thrust it into the ground. The rose pattern on the hilt flashed in the sunlight as if sneering. "Listen up." His voice was not loud, but the whole place fell silent. "I know what you're afraid of. Afraid of being caught, afraid of being implicated, afraid that someone will be missing from the dinner table tomorrow. I'm not going to pretend to be some big tough guy and say I'm not afraid at all. Bullshit. I'm so scared I wet the bed at night." Someone below laughed, then quickly covered their mouth. "But what I'm even more afraid of is that one day my grandson will ask me, Grandpa, back then you just accepted it." He paused. "I can't say it. I'm not afraid of death. I'm afraid of living like a dog and having to teach my son how to wag his tail." Isha looked at him and suddenly felt that this man was not 17 but rather like a 70-year-old bachelor spilling his true feelings after drinking fake liquor. So if you want to leave now, no one will stop you. Rane looked around. Take your hose and go home to farm. Just treat my words as wind. But if you stay... He patted the notice on his chest. Then don't blame me for not warning you. The road ahead is all about dancing on knife points. One fall and you'll end up with a bloody hole. No one spoke. Wind swept across the threshing ground, stirring up a cloud of dust. The old village chief came out leaning on his cane, straightened the wooden sign that read, "Taxes no more than 30%. And then took a ragged cloth from his chest and carefully wiped the characters. I've lived 60 years, his voice hoarse. I've seen tax collectors seize grain officials, tear down houses, and people starve to death in the snow with no one to collect their bodies. But today, for the first time in my life, I've seen someone dare to paste the king's law on the wall and point at the officials' noses and say, 'You're wrong.'" He looked up at Rane. "This matter, I support you." A young man raised his sickle. "I support too. Me too. I'm not paying taxes anymore. Let them come arrest me." The voices gradually merged into a wave crashing against Rane's heart. He didn't smile nor did he nod. He just silently tossed the apple core into the haystack, drew his sword, and wiped the blade with his sleeve. Kaluasi sat on the stretcher playing with the whetstone in his hand and suddenly said, "The joint decree of the 7 lords is no small matter. It's not just Ja Irwin going mad. It's the entire noble circle losing its composure. They will send better men. Not private soldiers but bloodhounds." "Bloodhounds still need a scent to chase," Rane sneered. "I don't walk around masked every day. But they have ways." Isha frowned. 500 gold coins is not a random number. It's a price precisely calibrated to strike at people's hearts. From now on, more people will be watching you. Not just enemies but neighbors too. Rane was silent for a moment, then suddenly laughed. "Then I'll have to stock up on more apples. Next time I fight, I'll chomp a couple to increase my recognizability." "Can you be serious?" Isha grew anxious. "I am serious." Rane's smile faded, his eyes darkening. "I just don't want them to see that I'm afraid. When people panic, their legs go weak. When legs go weak, the blade wavers. When the blade wavers, life is lost." He looked toward the woods outside the village where the treetops swayed in the wind like countless hands beckoning. "They will come," he said. "And not just one." Kaluasi placed the whetstone beside him and laid his hand on the sword hilt. "What do you plan to do? Keep pretending to be lame?" "Pretend," Rane nodded. "Pretend until they think I can't even stand, and then..." He made a throat-slitting gesture. A single cut to the throat, aiming for the thickest necks. Isha took a deep breath, tore off a corner of the notice, and tucked it into her sleeve. "I need to study the wording. The phrase masked bandit is too deliberate. There's something... Suit yourself." Rane moved his right leg, grimacing in pain. "What I care about most right now is whether anyone still has apples. This thing is becoming my pre-battle ritual." The sun was setting in the west. The people on the threshing ground gradually dispersed, but there was more unspoken understanding among them than during the day. Some silently brought firewood and piled it at the crossroads. Others overturned an old pot on a stone to serve as a lookout post. The old village chief even let his own crippled rooster roam on top of the grain stack, saying it crowed louder than a gong. Rane stood at the edge of the field, his hand on the sword hilt, his eyes fixed on the entrance of the forest path. Isha stood half a step behind him to the side, clutching the torn corner of the wanted notice, her brows never relaxing. Kaluasi still sat on the stretcher, his eyes scanning the surroundings like a wounded wolf that refused to close its eyes. The wind blew from the northern slope, carrying the smell of scorched earth, sweat, and a faint hint of bloodshed foreboding. Rane said in a low voice, "They will send better men." When the wind first swept over the northern slope, Rane knew something was amiss. It wasn't the strange way the wind blew. It was the forest's eerie stillness. Even the stray dogs had fallen silent and the lame rooster had stopped crowing. That creature could normally raise a ruckus over a fart for half an incense stick's time. He stood at the edge of the threshing ground, his hand still resting on the hilt of his sword, squinting, as he fixed his gaze on the entrance of the forest path. Isha stood half a step behind him to the side, clutching a torn corner of the wanted poster in her sleeve, her knuckles whitening. Kaluosi sat on a makeshift rest built from broken spears, his left knee propped against a stone, his right hand already reaching for the mouth of the scabbard. "They're here," Kaluosi said in a low voice. He didn't hear it, he felt it. The ground trembled faintly, as if someone was creeping toward them with cat-like steps. 5 men in 2 groups flanking from both sides of the forest path, moving with extreme stealth, but the sound of snapped twigs underfoot could not escape the ears of an old hunter. Rane did not move. Instead, he thrust his crutch into the ground, feigning a relapse of his leg injury, and slumped sideways, nearly dropping to his knees. "Ouch! This wretched leg so useless," he muttered, wiping the sweat from his brow with a casual gesture, though his palm was ice cold. The private soldiers apparently believed the act. A rustling sound came from the bushes on the right. A man in leather armor poked his head out and signaled a 3 with his hand to his companion, meaning the target was crippled 3 to surround and kill 2 to watch the perimeter. They forgot that Rane's rapier never relied on leg speed. The first man had barely leaped from the thicket, his spear thrusting straight for the chest, when Rane twisted his waist, sharply grabbed a handful of dust from the ground with his left hand and flung it into the air. The opponent instinctively shut his eyes. Rane stamped his right foot, swept the crutch across the man's shin, and with a yelp the man fell to his knees. Rane smoothly drew his sword, the tip catching the man's wrist, and with a clatter the spear hit the ground. "Mother f..." roared the axeman on the other side, swinging a short axe straight at his face. Rane ducked, the blade grazing past his scalp, scraping off a shower of sparks. He countered with a move, shadow retracing, the sword edge slicing across the gap in the man's throat guard, forcing him to stagger back. The remaining 3 closed in from behind, crossing their spears to block the path. Clearly a well-trained encirclement formation. "Rane!" Isha shouted. "Don't move!" Rane growled back, his eyes locked on the spear wielder directly in front. He slowly bent over as if doubled over in pain, but his fingers had already stealthily felt the spare dagger hidden in his boot. When the spear tip was 3 inches from his chest, he suddenly erupted. The dagger flew from his hand, striking the left enemy square in the shoulder socket. The man grunted and collapsed, splitting a gap in the encirclement. Rane spun and drew his sword, executing a remnant style of the silver moon slash. The blade light swept across the air like a crescent moon, driving back 2 men. But as he was finishing the move, a sneak attacker from the right slammed the flat of his blade hard against his right eyebrow. "Damn!" Rane's vision went dark. Blood gushed down, smearing his entire eye. He wiped it with his hand. His palm was drenched in crimson. A fiery pain seared his forehead, as if a red-hot iron sheet was scraping against his skin. But strangely, he felt no panic. Instead, he smiled. The pain was like a ladle of cold water poured into a pot of boiling oil. It jolted all the blood in his body awake. He licked the blood that had splashed to the corner of his mouth. Salty with a hint of iron. "Well, now you're giving me a medal." He grinned, shaking his head to fling the blood away in a line. "I was just missing a scar to look tough enough." Before the words died away, he charged forward, his sword deviating to strike at the soft spots. The joints. One man took a sword to the knee and collapsed, another's wrist was sliced, his weapon clattering to the ground. The last man, seeing the tide turn, turned and fled, not even daring to rescue his comrades. Rane did not give chase. He stood still, chest heaving, his right hand gripping the sword planted in the ground, his left hand pressing the wound over his brow. Blood still dripped drop by drop onto the dry earth at his feet, staining it into dark brown spots. "Are you insane?" Isha rushed over, grabbing his arm. "Blood's almost running into your eyes." "It's fine, my head's tough." Rane tried to wave her off, but she glared at him fiercely. "Don't move." Isha tore a strip of cloth from the hem of her skirt and pressed it over his wound without asking. "Move again and I'll stab my hairpin into your other eye." Rane grinned. "Then you'd lose both eyes." "What a waste." "You're still laughing." Her voice trembled, but her hands were steady, pressing hard to stop the bleeding. "Doesn't it hurt? Can't you even cry out?" "I'm not pretending." Rane blinked, his left eye still functional. "It's a professional habit. You know how those knife wielders in troops? They lose a finger and still do backflips." Isha bit her lip, saying nothing, but her hand trembled. Kaluosi limped over, leaning on his sword, and surveyed the battlefield. 2 heavily injured, 1 lightly injured, 2 got away. No one dead. "Not bad." "I don't want to kill," Rane panted. "At least not now." "But they do," Kaluosi said coldly. "This group's gear is better than Galvin's men. The spearheads are steel, the axe blades are blood-grooved. These are private soldiers of the 7 lords, not a makeshift rabble." Rane nodded, touching the bridge of his nose. A small habit when he lied, but this time he wasn't deceiving anyone. "I know," he said quietly. "So they'll be back. And next time it won't be just 5. Isha finally finished bandaging, tying the cloth strip tight with a thin string. "There, don't touch it. Otherwise it'll get infected, and you'll have a hole in your face, not just a mask." "That won't do." Rane raised his hand to feel the new scar's location. "When I make my grand entrance, how cool would it be?" Look, that silver blade and the scar on his face was a souvenir from the 7 lords. "Can you be serious for once?" Isha was about to flare up again. "I am serious." Rane dropped the smile, his gaze turning somber. "I just don't want them to see that I'm afraid." He looked up toward the forest path beyond the village. The night wind carried the smell of scorched earth. In the distance, the sentry fire hadn't gone out yet, and the old village head's lame rooster finally crowed hoarse as a broken gong. Kaluosi leaned against the broken spear, staring into the dark depths. "We have to leave. We can't keep using the villagers as shields. They support you, but that doesn't mean they should die for you." Rane didn't answer. He crouched down, picked up the trampled wanted poster from the ground, wiped off the mud, and read the words, "Masked Bandit," clearly. Then he folded it and tucked it into his pocket. "If they dare to support me," he said in a low voice, "then I'll dare to let them live with their heads held high." He slowly stood up. His legs still ached and the fresh wound burned like fire, but his steps did not waver. Isha watched him and suddenly felt that this 17-year-old youth was not like a man but like a sword just drawn from its sheath. Even if nicked, it still gleamed with a cold. "Let's go." Rane patted the hilt of his sword. "Well, retreat behind the grain stacks first. Don't sleep too soundly tonight. Who knows if another round of express delivery will come." The three of them moved along the shadows of the wall, Rane taking the rear, his right hand always on his sword. As they passed the threshing ground, he glanced back at the wooden sign that read, "Tax no more than 3/10." The old village head had just wiped it clean during the day. The characters were clear, glowing with the sheen of old wood under the moonlight. He touched the wet cloth over his brow. The blood was still seeping through, but it no longer hurt. What hurt was his heart. Yet when the heart burned, the blade became sharper. The wind rose again, rattling the torn straw mat on top of the grain stack. Rane stopped, gazing into the pitch-black end of the forest path. "They will come," he said. Then he turned and walked into the darkness. The wind still blew, but it was no longer the deadly stillness of the northern slope. The cloth strip on Rane's right brow bone was seeping blood-wet and clinging to his face like a ragged cloth just fished from a well. He didn't touch it, just looked down at his palm. The dirt, blood, and sweat from the previous battle mixed together, rolling into a small mud ball when rubbed. The three of them followed the back wall of the threshing ground and groped their way to the abandoned stable. The door was crooked, half collapsed, and the thatched roof had a large hole with moonlight streaming straight down, illuminating a three-legged wooden table in the center. Carlos pushed the door with his shoulder, sending wood chips clattering to the ground. "Safe," he whispered, and then he casually leaned the makeshift shield, a converted spade, against the door, pressing his left hand on his left knee where an old injury throbbed, silently flaring up only when seated. Isha took off the coarse cloth, wrapped around her head, revealing short hair. She was still in men's clothes, and the cuffs were stained with blood from bandaging Rane's wound just now. She walked to the table, pulled out her pocket knife, and scratched a line on the tabletop. "We need to know what that box really hides." Rane leaned against the wall and caught his breath, then pulled two pieces of paper from his bosom. One was a wanted poster, the other a yellowed parchment fragment, its edges charred as if snatched from a fire. He shook the fragment and read aloud, "Eclipse at midnight, Covenant opens the heavenly gate." These 8 words, I've seen them in the diary of the first Silver Blade. "I remember it too," Isha said, as she took the fragment, her fingertips gently brushing over the faded ink. "The royal ancient texts mention eclipse appearing. It's not about the celestial dog devouring the moon, but a code for initiating some ritual. The night before the former king signed the Covenant of Freedom, the court priest shouted that very phrase from the observatory." Carlos frowned. "You mean someone wants to restart the Covenant? Not just want, they're already doing it," Rane sneered. "The iron box we looted from the convoy." Those 3 words were engraved on. "The private soldiers came so precisely last night. Maybe they were after it." A gust of wind swept outside, rattling the tattered straw mat. No candle was lit. The room was lit only by the moonlight. Isha stared at the fragment for a long moment, then suddenly looked up. "Wait, you said eclipse appearing is the signal, then what about midnight? What time is it now?" Rane touched his nose bridge. A habit of his when lying or nervous, but he wasn't lying this time. "Soon. Another quarter of an hour to midnight." As he spoke, the old bell at the village entrance indeed struck, once deep and distant, as if rising from the depths of the earth. The 3 exchanged glances, none speaking. Isha rose and took out the iron box from the bundle. It was only palm-sized, its surface rusted with 3 grooves on the side, arranged in an arc like a broken crescent moon. She placed it on the table, her fingers hovering above it, hesitating. Opening it might leave traces. If someone is tracking us, it has to be opened anyway. Rane grabbed his rapier, drew the tip, and gently probed the groove on the box's side. "Wa taught me the still-hand lock-picking method. No force, only finesse," he said. "Old mechanisms fear vibration, not pressure." Carlos watched his movements and warned, "Don't use brute force. This box looks older than me." Rane didn't answer. Holding his breath, he slid the sword tip little by little into the first groove. He closed his eyes, his ears twitching slightly. Not to listen, but to sense the tightness of the internal mechanism. Suddenly his lips moved slightly, and he murmured a sequence of syllables. "Ai Senualuin. Weiku Tuamala." Isha's eyes lit up. "That's the breath of opening in the ancient Gulyualan language. It's a prayer my mother often recited before sleep." She immediately joined in, her voice soft and steady. "Tingla." As the last syllable fell, the iron box gave a click and the lid popped up half an inch. The 3 of them stepped back half a step in unison. No explosion, no poisonous smoke. Only a faint smell of stone dust drifted out. Leyen reached out and lifted the lid. Inside lay a palm-sized stone slab, grayish-brown, its surface polished smooth. In the center was a ring of circular inscriptions, their strokes twisting like serpents, while the outer edge was carved with a relief of several figures kneeling before a giant stele. The kneeling figure in the center was holding aloft a sword with a rose pattern. This? Isha gasped, her fingertips trembling as she reached out but dared not touch. This is the earliest depiction of the covenant signing I've ever seen. Legend says that 7 lords and commoner representatives swore an oath on the night of the eclipse, carved the pact onto a stone stele, and buried it in the foundation of the royal city. But this stone slab is clearly a rubbing of the original. In other words, Carlos said in a low voice, the signing 100 years ago was far from simple. Someone secretly kept a copy and hid it in a grain transport cart. Leyen said nothing but stared fixedly at a symbol at the end of the inscription. An inverted character for silver with a vertical line carved beside it like a drop of blood. He suddenly recalled the annotation on the last page of the sword manual in the cellar. The token is left for the one to come. Damn! He cursed under his breath. This isn't a clue. It's an invitation. Someone deliberately let us get this. Who? Isha asked. I don't know. Leyen shook his head. But whoever could make the convoy carry this and predict we would ambush it. That person has been watching us for at least 3 months. Carlos reached out and lifted the stone slab with both hands as gently as holding a newborn. He walked into the moonlight and squinted at the ring of inscriptions. These characters. I can recognize a few. The oath cannot be broken, blood inherits the duty, the blade bearer assumes the charge. The last line is eclipse appears, true name returns. True name returns. Isha repeated, her face changing. So it means when eclipse appears sounds again, the true heir of the covenant will appear. But what does that have to do with us? Leyen was silent for a moment, then suddenly laughed. Have you forgotten who I am? By day a lame stable boy, by night a masked vigilante. My father died protecting grain, there's a beast-hide scrap in the house, the sword manual was dug up from the cellar, the rapier was a gift from you. The moves I now wield are those of the first silver blade, and the name I carry is the silver blade the people call me. He paused, raised his hand to touch the fresh wound on his brow bone. The blood was still seeping but no longer flowing. Tell me, haven't I been set up clear as day? The room fell silent. The moonlight shifted an inch, illuminating the edge of the stone slab. Isha suddenly let out a soft, eh, and leaned in. Here. There's a mark like it was scraped off and then re-engraved. She gently scraped with her fingernail, and a thin layer of stone powder flaked away, revealing a line of tiny characters beneath. What Frostfang guards is neither steel nor stone but the heart's testimony. Leyen finished, reading, his brows furrowed. Frostfang. Sounds like the name of a sword. Yes, Carlos said in a low voice. In northern legends, an Ice Plain tribe had an heirloom divine weapon called Frostfang, said to be able to sever the chains of covenants. But that tribe has long ceased contact with the outside world. It's not even marked on maps. Then how could this stone slab mention it? Isha asked, puzzled. It means... Leyen slowly straightened up. This secret has more than one layer. We thought we found the key, but we've only pushed open the first door. He looked out the window. The night was thick, the village dark, only the distant sentry fire flickering. Midnight had passed, the wind had stopped, even the straw mat. What do we do next? Isha asked. Wait, Leyen said as he sat back in the corner, his hand still on the sword hilt. Wait for the next Since they dared to leave clues, they won't just leave one. Carlos carefully placed the slab back into the box, set it in the center of the table, then moved to the door, leaning against the wall, his right hand. His left knee still ached, but he didn't utter a word. Isha stood by the table, her fingers unconsciously stroking her hairpin. The poisoned needle that could pierce a throat and used tonight. Leyen closed his eyes, listening to his own breath. The wound on his brow bone began to burn, as if someone were slowly branding him under the skin. He did, nor dared he. Outside, a night owl swept past the treetops, a flutter of wings, then silence again. The candle remained unlit. The moonlight slanted across the stone slab, and the ring of circular inscriptions seemed to glimmer faintly. The wind had barely ceased when the rustle of an owl's wings still lingered. Rane snapped his eyes open. Not a hallucination. Beyond the woods, iron-shod boots crunched brittle twigs. 1, 2, 3. At least 7 pairs converging from the eastern slope. He did not stir. Not even his breath faltered. As his right hand slid slowly toward the hilt of his rapier, while his left thumb unconsciously brushed the bridge of his nose. Issa leaned against the corner wall, fingers already resting on her hairpin. Her gaze flickered toward him, and Rane gave the faintest nod. Carlos sat by the door, feigning sleep against his shield. Now fully awake. As he rose onto his left knee, a subtle hesitation crossed his movement and his brow furrowed. But he uttered no sound. There, here, Rane murmured, his voice low and grating like sandpaper on iron. Faster than expected. Carlos stood slowly, hoisting his shield onto his shoulder. 8 men. Torches, spears, and short axes. Standard issue for a lord's private guard. Isa drew her 3-section staff with 2 sharp clicks, extending it into a slender, unassuming wooden rod in her grip. We'll take the rear window. The narrow cliff path behind the stables admits only 1 man at a time. They won't be able to charge. Then let them pile up at the door. A grim smile curled Rane's lips, tautening the fresh wound along his browbone, drawing a thin thread of blood. I'd very much like to see who dares step across that threshold first, and offer his head. Before the words faded, a heavy thud shook the door. Someone had kicked it. The timber shuddered but held firm, though the iron shovel bracing it tilted half an inch askew. Then, an arrow pierced the air and slammed into the table, missing the iron chest by barely 3 fingers' width. A second grazed Isa's ear, embedding itself deep in the wallboard, its fletching still trembling. No honor in this fight, Rane muttered, snatching up the oil lamp from the table and hurling it toward the door. It missed its mark, but sparks scattered across the straw pile, igniting a crackling blaze. Thick smoke billowed instantly. Seizing the chaos, the trio lunged for the rear window. Carlos was the last to vault out, his left leg buckled on landing, driving his knee hard into the earth. Gritting his teeth, he surged upright and swung his shield backward, shattering the window frame to blind the pursuer's line of sight. The 4 plunged into the forest, their boots slipping on slick moss and exposed roots. Rane brought up the rear, running while glancing back. 3 or 4 torches had already flooded the stable, and a voice bellowed, "Split into 2 squads. 1 follows into the woods. Another climbs the slope to cut off our retreat. Damn it. They really think we're rabbits." Rane spat and quickened his pace. At the forest's edge loomed a sheer cliff. What they called the narrow path was little more than a treacherous gravel ledge clinging to the rock face. Barely 3 feet wide, with a steep drop on one side and on the other a black chasm over 30 meters deep. Moonlight drowned beneath thick clouds, visibility near zero. Carlos' lead shield held low before him, each step deliberate and grounded. Rane and Isa followed close behind, breaths drawn so shallow they trembled in their throats. 50 paces ahead lies a recessed ledge. "Enough to conceal us," Isa whispered. "Beyond it the path ends." "Then we won't go beyond it." Rane's smile was cold. "Let old Carlos draw them up, and we'll strike back like a serpent's coil." Even as he spoke, firelight flared violently behind. 6 guards had reached the mouth of the narrow path. Their leader raised his torch high and roared, "Halt! Surrender the iron chest, and your lives." Carlos stopped, turned slowly, planted his shield into the earth, and drew his long sword. "I've heard wittier jests," he said, voice quiet yet echoing through the gorge. "Like, surrender and live." The guards exchanged glances, then charged with a roar. The first assault came swift and brutal, 3 spears thrust in unison. Carlos raised his shield to meet them. Clang! A deafening impact, sparks erupting like molten stars. His arm went numb, his left knee, old injury flaring, seized with sudden agony. He staggered, nearly collapsing to one knee. Before he could recover, the second wave struck. Blades sweeping sideways, slashing open his shoulder pauldron, tearing cloth and drawing blood. Old Carlos. Rane lunged forward, only to be yanked back by Isa's iron grip. "You just die trying," she hissed. "Let him fight." Carlos bellowed, a raw animal cry, and drove forward, shield first, toppling 1 guard. In the same motion, his sword flashed, severing another's wrist. The man screamed, dropping his spear, which tumbled silently over the precipice. The remaining 4 dared not close in. Instead, they shifted tactics. 2 feinted frontal attacks while a third circled behind. Carlos parried left and right, every muscle straining. But his old wounds worsened, his movements growing sluggish. On the third assault, he deflected a spearhead, yet failed to guard his ankle. A hooked iron chain whipped out, coiling around his right foot and yanking hard. Off balance, Carlos stumbled backward, crushing a loose stone beneath his boot. It shattered, triggering a cascade of rubble. His body pitched backward over the edge. "Go! Don't look back!" His final shout tore through the night. Rane instinctively surged forward. Isa clamped down on his arm, nails biting deep into his flesh. They watched helpless as Carlos spun midair, his shield flying free, his sword arcing through darkness before vanishing without sound. No cry, no plea, only the relentless hollow thuds against the cliff face, like stones tumbling, or a heart ceasing its beat. Then, silence. Rane stood, frozen, chest heaving, his right hand clenched white, knuckled around his rapier's hilt. He glanced down at his brow. Blood traced a crimson path down his cheek, dripping onto his collar, spreading into a dark stain. "Old knight," he laughed, a ragged, broken sound. "Don't you dare play dead now." No answer came. Isa released his arm and walked step by step to the cliff's edge. She sank to her knees, fingers digging into damp soil until her knuckles split and bled. She did not weep, did not lift her gaze, only stared into that all-consuming void, and moved her lips, whispering so softly it nearly dissolved into the wind. "They will not have died in vain. Rane straightened, slowly wiped blood from his face, and stepped beside her. He drew his rapier and drove its tip deep into a fissure at the cliff's rim. The blade vibrated, humming like a plucked string. His right hand closed over the hilt and his voice dropped. Low, deliberate, each word forged in iron. By the silver blade I swear every man who hunted us tonight shall perish before dawn. Isay lifted her eyes to meet his. Rane held her gaze. No tears, only fire burned down to ash in his irises. Far-off torchlight still advanced. Shouts drew nearer. Rane did not move. Neither did Isay. Their shadows cast by moonlight upon the cliff's edge stood like twin monoliths. Silent, unmoving, carved from grief and resolve. Wind stirred again, lifting the fringe from Rane's forehead, revealing the fresh scar, raw and red. Blood still seeped, but he felt no pain. He knew with absolute certainty from this moment onward the game had changed. The moonlight was heavily pressed down by the clouds, with only the wind gnawing at the stones by the cliff's edge. Rane stood motionless, the western sword lodged in the crevice beneath his feet, quivering slightly like a bowstring drawn to its limit. He did not pull it out, nor did he dare to move. The earlier phrase, "not a single one shall live until dawn," was directed at the mercenaries, but upon reflection it felt more like a death sentence imposed upon himself. Isha knelt at the cliff's edge, her fingers digging into the soil, just as they had the night before. Her nails were torn, blood mingling with the dirt, and she did not wipe it away. Her eyes were fixated on the darkness below, as if staring long enough could pull someone back from hell. "He's still alive." Rane suddenly spoke, his voice hoarse like sandpaper scraping against metal. "Someone like old Carl would definitely curse me out before dying." Isha did not turn around but softly replied, "Did you see where he fell?" "I didn't see it all, but there are traces." Rane finally moved, pulling out his sword and sheathing it, crouching down to wipe away a patch of wet mud with his fingertip. In the instant the moonlight cut down, he caught a glimpse of 3 scratches on the rock wall, varying in depth. Beside the lowest one, a piece of chainmail hung on a protruding stone edge, its edge curled, as if it had been broken off. 3 impacts. The last one didn't fall far. There's a platform below. Rane stood up, walked a few steps along the cliff's edge, and kicked a piece of rubble with the tip of his boot, which rolled down and struck the vines, the dull sound echoing back a few seconds later. Not too deep. Isha got up, drew a dagger from her waist, and made a few scratches on the ground. The sand was pushed aside, revealing a crooked line leading to the right. "Here there's a groove eroded by the wind, barely wide enough to step on. If the rope is long enough we can descend." Rane glanced at the hemp rope around his waist. Used for hanging clothes on the farm, less than 20 meters long, with 2 knots it would suffice. He took off his outer garment, tore it into 2 pieces, and wrapped it around his palm. "All right, I'm going down. You hold the rope steady above, don't let those bastards hear anything." "Are you crazy?" Isha glared at him. "You don't even know what the situation is below, and you're willing to jump. Last night, when he took the blade for us, he didn't ask for my permission either." Rane tied one end of the rope around his waist and handed the other end to her. "Besides, if old Carl really died, I might as well change my name from Silverblade to Professional Fugitive." Isha gritted her teeth, took the rope, and wrapped it around her wrist, finding a crooked tree to wrap it around 3 times, testing the firmness of the knot with her legs. 3 short tugs mean to pull you up too long, and 1 means trouble. Don't be too reckless. "Got it, Mom." Rane grinned, and the wound on his brow cracked, a bit more blood trickling down his nose. He wiped his sleeve, turned to sit on the cliff's edge, and slipped, hanging in midair. The wind rushed into his collar, cold as ice shards. He scraped down against the rock wall, using hands and feet to find footholds. The groove was narrower than it appeared. As soon as his left foot found stability, his right foot slipped, causing him to sway half a turn, barely holding on to the stone ridge with his hands to avoid falling. "Damn it!" He cursed softly, looking up and shouting, "Who the hell built this damn path? The previous construction crew should collectively be sent to clean toilets." Isha ignored him and tightened the rope another notch. After descending 7 or 8 meters, he reached the first impact point. Rane felt a pile of rubble beneath his hands, with a broken spear shaft in the middle and a blood-stained piece of cloth. He picked it up and sniffed. It wasn't spoiled yet, it was fresh. Continuing down about 15 meters later, the rope was almost at its end. He took out a second dagger, wedged it into the rock crevice as a temporary anchor point, and switched the main rope. At that moment, a swarm of bats came flapping out from the overhead cave, their wings stinging his face. One collided directly with him, and Rane's hand shook, almost dropping the dagger. "Damn you, you hairy beast!" He waved his hands to shoo them away, his feet kicking chaotically, his body swinging in midair like a fish caught on a line. "If you hit me again, it'll blow up your nest and make soup." At least he stabilized himself, breathing heavily as he continued to descend. Just over 20 meters, his feet finally touched solid ground. It was a sloped, rocky platform, barely wider than 2 beds put together, with collapsed rubble and dry vines piled beside it. He crouched and moved forward while shouting, "Old Carl. Carlos, if you're still breathing, make a sound. Your brother brought you an apple." No one responded. He pushed aside a pile of debris lifting the rotting vines and suddenly his hand froze. Beneath lay a person face down, left arm twisted at an odd angle, half of the shoulder guard shattered, blood smeared across half his face. But his chest was still slightly rising and falling. Damn, he's really alive. Rane's throat tightened, and he hurriedly reached his hand under the other's nose. A faint stream of air brushed against his fingertips. He immediately began to check. There was a cut on his head. The blood had already clotted out. 2 ribs might be broken. Breathing shallow, but not stopped. The left calf was cut open by a stone edge. Fortunately, it hadn't hit an artery. You're really tough to kill. Rane sighed in relief, pulled out a deflated water pouch from his chest, and poured a bit of water onto his lips. When you wake up, you have to buy me a drink. This rescue service starts at 5 gold coins, no cheating. And after saying that, he tore off a strip of his inner lining to simply bandage Carlos' head and leg wounds. Then he flipped him over back facing up and secured him tightly with the remaining cloth strips in a cross pattern. That's a bit heavy. He tested it and almost knelt down. Did you secretly take weight gain pills? Or did you swallow 2 iron plates before dying? And after securing it, he tugged the rope 3 times. There was an immediate response from above. The rope tightened and slowly began to lift. It started off relatively smoothly, but halfway up Rane felt a sudden heaviness. Carlos' weight plus his own, the rope began to creak, and a knot looked like it was about to come undone. Hey, up there! He shouted upward, be gentle. If you keep pulling like this, well, both have to go back home for a joint burial. Isha didn't speak, but her movements clearly slowed. However, just 3 meters from the top of the cliff, the rope snapped halfway. Rane's body tilted, one hand gripping the rock wall, while the other desperately held onto Carlos, pressing his entire body against the steep slope, relying solely on his toes to dig into the stone crevice for support. Damn it! He roared. Is this rope made of paper? I should have used my belt. Isha leaned half her body over the cliff edge, reaching out for him. Only half a meter remained. Jump! She shouted. Jump your head. I'm carrying someone. Rane gritted his teeth, inching his way. His nails broke, blood mixed with dirt, causing him to gasp in pain. In the last half meter, Isha lunged out, grabbing his wrist, and with her entire body leaning back, she forcibly pulled both of them up. Rane rolled onto flat ground, loosening the cloth strips, and Carlos fell heavily beside him, grunting but not waking up. The 2 lay on the ground, gasping for breath, their chests rising and falling like broken bellows. Can you pick a skinnier teammate next time? Isha turned over, supporting herself on the ground, her voice weak. Next time. Rane grinned, blood covering his face. I was still hoping old Carl would wake up and give me a beating. Where's the next time? He slowly sat up, leaning against the rock, looking at the unconscious Carlos. Blood continued to flow from his brow, dripping onto Carlos' armor, creating a small patch of red. Isha crawled over, pulling out a clean strip of cloth from her sleeve, and began to bandage his head. The wind had died down. The mercenaries' torches in the distance had long since extinguished, and the forest was quiet enough to hear the sound of leaves falling to the ground. Rane looked down at his hands. They were trembling violently. It wasn't fear, it was exhaustion. But he knew this was not the end. It was only the beginning. After Isha finished bandaging the wound, she turned to him. What do we do next? First, let's bring him back to life. Rane leaned against the rock, closing his eyes for a moment. Then we need to settle the account. The sky was just beginning to lighten, and the wind atop the cliff finally ceased. Leon leaned against a jutting rock, his eyelids as heavy as if weighed down by... He had kept watch for half the night, his fingers resting on Kaluos' wrist, fearing that the old knight might draw his last breath and truly depart. Isha sat on the other side, her hands wrapped in cloth strips, using a small knife to trim the burrs from a dry twig. Her eyes were open, but her head nodded drowsily, as if at any moment she might collapse into the fire. The campfire was dying, leaving only a few wisps of blue smoke rising. The damp log from last night, half-burnt, suddenly crackled, startling Leyen wide awake. Can't you two stop pretending one is dead and the other is a block of wood? Kaluosi suddenly spoke, his voice as hoarse as if scraped by a grunt. Leyen nearly jumped off the rock. Holy crap. A zombie. Isha's hand trembled and the twig fell into the ashes. She immediately lunged over, pressing Kaluosi's shoulder. Don't move. You have 2 broken ribs and a leg wound. Broken is still better than lying here listening to you two breathe. Kaluosi grinned, pulling at the wound on his lip, and winced in pain. Besides, if I really died, those church guys would set off fireworks in celebration, wouldn't they? Leyen chuckled, and the blood scab on his brow cracked open another slit. He wiped it with his sleeve, leaned in, and asked, old Ka, last night, as you were falling, you kept muttering covenant, and that's not how it was written. What did you mean? Do you know something we don't? Kaluosi didn't answer. Instead, he let out a long sigh. That breath was so long it seemed to exhale all the old debts buried in his lungs. You think that free covenant was signed by the former king and the 7 great lords? He stared at the flickering flames. Wrong. It was a fake. 100 years ago on the night, the old king died the church, and the nobility joined forces to burn the original scroll in the palace cellar. The next day, they announced a rewritten version. Rane raised an eyebrow. Rewritten. What did they change? Everything from the ground up. Kaluosi closed his eyes, and when he opened them again, all trace of his usual jest was gone, replaced by cold hard truth. The original covenant said, "Land belongs to the tiller, military power to the militias, taxes no more than 3/10, and the king has no right to take life." But now, the commoners can't even pick up a hoe without reporting it, let alone organize militias. Those clauses were all replaced by oaths of fealty, saying, "The nobility rule on behalf of heaven, the church judges and condemns souls." Isha's fingertips turned white as she listened. She whispered, "Is there evidence? Such things spoken only by mouth no one will believe." "Of course there." Kaluosi raised his hand with difficulty, pointing to his chest. "When I was still a temple knight, I saw a remnant page. It was hidden in the third secret cabinet of the Royal Archives Code, Silver 7. On it were the signature of the first silver blade and the fingerprints of 7 commoner representatives. But 3 days later, that cabinet was doused with oil and burned to ashes, leaving not a single scrap." Rane was silent for a moment, then suddenly laughed. "So what we're doing now isn't rebellion but settling accounts." "Not settling accounts." Kaluosi shook his head. "It's tearing up the invoice. They issued a fake receipt and made us carry the black pot for 100 years. Isha lowered her head and took out a folded piece of animal hide from inside her collar. Its edges were scorched black, and the lines of text in the middle had faded to a dark brown. If you didn't look closely, you'd mistake it for a stain. "I brought this out when I fled," she said softly. "On the back there's a line of blood text. The truth lies buried beneath the frost fong." Kaluosi squinted at it for a long time, then suddenly burst out laughing. "Ha! It really is his handwriting. Wild, scribbled like it was carved with a sword after drinking too much." "Whose handwriting?" Rane asked. "The first silver blade." Kaluosi coughed twice, raised his hand to wipe the blood foam from his lips. "Back then, he risked his life to copy fragments of the original covenant, and hid them in the hollow of his sword blade. That sword was called Frostfang, said to be forged from extreme northern iron, with the full text of the real covenant engraved on the blade. Later the church put a bounty on him. He cut off his own right arm and jumped off a cliff, and the sword was never seen again. So, Rane said slowly, if we find Frostfang, we can prove the current covenant is fake. More than that." Kaluosi stared at him. "It can also make everyone know. They weren't born to be suppressed. They once had the right to stand tall." The three fell into silence. In the distance, the ridge grew pale with dawn, and the first bird call came from the forest. Rane looked down at his own hands. These hands had cut wheat, swung a pitchfork, and chopped at the tax collector's shins. Now they had to overturn a table that had been set for 100 years. "The problem," Isha broke the silence, "even if we find Frostfang, how do we make the commoners believe? Few can read, and the church controls all the pulpits. We can't just go door to door reading it out, can we? Then let them see it with their own eyes." Rane suddenly stood up, brushed the dust off his pants. "Find a place, and speak the truth before everyone. Best if it's the kind of place everyone loves to gather." Kaluosi squinted. "You mean the arena, right?" Rane grinned, showing his white teeth that had been gnawed on apples. "I hear the underground arena has people betting their lives every night. The winner gets money, fame, and can challenge the powerful. If I win, I'll stand up and shout, 'You've been deceived for 100 years.' Won't that be a sensation?" Isha frowned. "Too dangerous. If you lose, you'll lose your life. That's why I won't lose." Rane patted the rapier at his waist. "Besides, we have no money, no power, not even a place to stay. To do something big, we need to get some capital first. Fight a few rounds, build some reputation, and scout the way to see who truly hates the church and who are just fence-sitters." Kaluosi leaned against the rock, catching his breath. "The idea is a bit rotten, but it's doable. At least better than charging straight into the church and smashing the pulpit." "What about you?" Rane looked at him. "With your body, you probably can't follow along swinging a sword." "I'm not just good for swinging a sword." Kaluosi twisted his mouth. "My tongue can kill too. Once I can walk, I'll hang around taverns and tea stalls, drop some rumors. Say there's a masked man about to expose the old secrets from 100 years ago. People's hearts. They're not afraid of stillness, but of stirring up waves." Isha mused for a moment, then nodded. "I can disguise myself as a storyteller and weave the original covenant into a tale. The common folk don't like big principles, but they love legends. If I say, 100 years ago there was a silver blade who cut off his arm and jumped off a cliff to protect the people, they'll remember." "Good." Rane bent down to stir the fire. Sparks leaped up, casting light on his face. Then it settled. "First let old Ka recover. I'll go get some food and medicine. Once he can get out of bed, we'll move. Target the underground arena." "What are you going to use as your entry stake?" Isha asked. Rane touched the scar on his brow and smiled. "My life, what else? I never planned to live this one peacefully anyway." Kaluosi snorted, talking like a martyr. You're just bored and want to pick a fight. You bet. Rane shrugged. Fighting is so stress-relieving. Besides, I made up my mind when I carried you up last night. Since I can't be a law-abiding citizen, I'll be a notorious troublemaker. Isha rolled her eyes. Then you'd better cause some real trouble. Guaranteed. Rane grabbed the half-cold hard bread from the ground and bit into it with a crunch. The day I roar out the truth, every rooster in the kingdom will be scared awake. The sun rose fully and the mist on the cliff dissipated. Kaluosi fell back asleep, his breathing steady. Isha gently tucked the blanket around him, then looked up at Rane. Rane stood at the edge of the cliff, gazing toward the distant town. The wind lifted his coat, and the bloodstain on his brow bone gleamed dark red in the sunlight. His right hand unconsciously twirled the sword tassel, while his left hand clenched the scrap of animal hide. The rough edges scraped his palm. A little itchy and a little painful. The sun had just crested the hill when Rane stuffed the last piece of dry bread into his mouth, then scooped a handful of cold water from the stream to splash his face. Carlos leaned against a crooked pine tree, his crutch planted on the ground, the bandage on his leg showing a dark red stain. Isha crouched nearby, smearing mud on her face while muttering. You say you have to step into the arena tonight. Can't we at least scout the terrain first? Wait. Rane grinned, breadcrumbs still on his teeth. Wait for what? For Calvin's new private soldiers to surround the mountain. For the church to plaster Silver Blade wanted posters all over the streets. We're like a frying dough stick about to burst. If we don't jump out and flip over, well, burn to a crisp. Carlos rolled his eyes. You talk as if you're the patriarch of Dos. Sure am. Rane patted the rapier hidden in the bundle of firewood, the hilt pressing into his ribs. I've been in business for 100 years, specializing in curing all kinds of stubbornness. Isha flicked the mud off her hands in annoyance. Fine, you're the man. But remember, win 3 matches and then stop. Don't overdo it. You're not the reckless kid who charges in alone anymore. You're the burden carrier dragging 2 wounded people. Yes, ma'am. Rane gave a crooked salute, then casually tied a black cloth over his face, leaving only his eyes and the freshly scabbed scar on his brow visible. The 3 of them slipped into the slums on the outskirts of the city as the sun slanted westward. The area was filled with low mud huts, dogs scavenging in garbage piles, and barefoot children chasing rats. Rane walked ahead carrying the firewood bundle. Isha lagged half a step behind, pretending to be a lame woman, and Carlos limped slowly with his crutch, sweat beading on his forehead as he gritted his teeth in silence. The entrance to the underground arena was hidden behind a shabby tavern. Lifting a dirty wooden plank revealed stone steps leading down. The doorman was a one-eyed giant with arms thicker than Rane's thighs holding an iron rod. Registration fee 10 coppers. The man's voice was like a cracked gong. Rane pulled out a handful of coins, counted 10, and handed them over. The giant glanced at him. Masked. Newbie. Veteran, just don't want to be recognized. Rane chuckled. I owe a mountain of gambling debts. The giant snorted and waved him through. Isha and Carlos were stopped at the spectator entrance. Only Rane descended the steps. The air grew thicker, mixed with the stench of sweat, blood, and sheep. When he reached the bottom, a circular sand pit lay before him, surrounded by 3 tiers of stone seats packed with people. Shouts, curses, and the thumping of bets on tables deafening his ears. The bald fat manager read from a list. 7th match, Masked Boy versus Hammer Tudge. Weapon restriction, single-handed sword, non-lethal, 3 false counts as a burly man strode up from the opposite side, broad-shouldered and thick-waisted, wearing leather armor and carrying a broad-bladed short sword. The ground trembled with each step. Seeing Rane's tall, lean figure, he sneered. Oh, a delivery boy. Rane didn't reply. Instead, he pulled half an apple from his pocket and took a crisp bite. The sweet flesh slid down his throat and the sweat on his palms gradually receded. He twirled the tassel on his sword, then drew the rapier. Light, slender, fast, nothing like the clumsy daggers made from farm tools. The bell rang and Tudge charged with a roar, swinging his sword like an axe. Rane sidestepped and slashed at his wrist. Tudge parried quickly, and the 2 clashed several times in a clatter. The crowd began to jeer, fight. Fight to the death. The skinny pole won't last 10 seconds. Rane took his time, targeting the openings after Tudge's attacks. Poking at his shoulder, elbow, and outer knee, making his movements increasingly stiff. In the 3rd round, he feigned retreat, and when Tudge lunged, he suddenly dropped low, slid sideways, and flicked his sword tip at the junction of Tudge's sword hilt. With a clang, the short sword flew 2 meters away. Tudge froze. Rane took the chance to kick him in the shin, and the burly man thudded to his knees. The referee raised his flag. First fall. Damn it. Tudge got up, his face flushed beet red, snatched a spare sword, and charged again. This time he was more cautious, advancing step by step. But Rane refused to engage, Hedon circling around him, and stabbing occasionally like a mosquito biting an ox. After 5 minutes, Tudge was panting like a bellows, his movements half a beat slower. Rane seized the opportunity, a fake thrust to make him raise his arms, then a low sweep to trip him, followed by a sword press to the neck, pinning him to the ground. Second fall. Cheater. Tudge struggled, but the sword tip was at his throat. He couldn't move. Third fall. The referee the crowd erupted. Some whistled, others smashed their cups. Where did this wild one come from? He's pretty slick. Rane sheathed his sword, lifted one corner of his mask to wipe his mouth, and tilted his chin toward the spectator seats. That was just a warm-up. The next 6 matches brought opponents of all kinds: a shifty-eyed man with twin daggers, whom he tricked into cutting his own thigh by rhythm, a veteran soldier with rich experience but Rane, relying on youth and speed, targeted his lower body and forced him to fall twice, and a ruthless fighter with iron finger guards who went for lethal moves, but Rane countered with a reverse thrust that pierced through his glove, blood streaming, and he conceded on the spot. 7 consecutive victories. Rane stood in the center of the sand pit, chest heaving, right arm trembling slightly. Sweat trickled into his eyes along the scar on his brow, stinging painfully. But he grinned like a child who had just stolen candy. The audience was in an uproar. Who was that kid? Never seen him before. Masked. Probably a fugitive. He's too sneaky, always hitting the soft spots, no mercy. Looks thin, but his bones are hard. The fat manager's face darkened, and he muttered something to the man beside him. Just then Carlos suddenly stood up in the corner, banging his crutch on the ground. According to the old rules, a 7-streak winner gets a 3-day immunity period. Violators forfeit all their commissions. His voice wasn't loud, but it cut through the noise. Several veteran spectators chimed in. Right? Rules are rules. Don't try to cheat him out of his hard-earned money. The fat manager glared at Carlos, but ultimately dared not say anything. As Rane was about to leave, he felt someone approach. Turning around, he saw a one-eyed attendant with an iron ring earring and a centipede-like scar on his face, walking without a sound. The master wants to see you. The attendant's voice was barely a whisper, almost drowned by the noise. Not now, next time you come. Rane squinted. Which master? The attendant didn't answer, only raised a finger to point at his own ear, then turned and slipped into a side passage, his silhouette swallowed by darkness. Rane stood still, his hand still gripping the sword hilt, his palm slick with sweat. Isha pushed through the crowd, frowning. What's wrong? What did that guy say to you? Said someone's inviting me for tea. Rane tugged off the black cloth, revealing his dusty, sweaty face. I doubt it's herbal tea. Carlos limped closer, his breathing still heavy. You've made a name for yourself. In a place like this, fame is more dangerous than money. I know. Rane shrugged his shoulders. His right arm ached badly. But we don't have a choice. If you're not famous, who will listen to you? If you don't stand up, who will see your blade? Isha stared at him, then suddenly reached out and straightened his crooked wrist guard. Next time, don't fight the 7th match. I saw your hand trembling on that last strike. Trembling? Rane laughed. That was excitement. You know, among that crowd just now, at least 3 were from the 13 villages of the northern border. When they go back and say a masked guy took down 7 in one night, the news will spread faster than a horse. Carlos sighed. Go ahead and gloat. But... He paused. You did fight well. That rapier technique combined with your dodgy street fighting style. It's actually quite interesting. That's called tactical flexibility. Rane shrugged. Besides, I haven't even shown my real skill yet. Real skill? Isha raised an eyebrow. You're holding something back. Rane didn't answer. He only looked down at his sword. The blade reflected his blurry face, the scar on his brow like a crescent moon split open. He gently touched his nose. A habit of his when lying. But he wasn't lying. He truly hadn't used his full strength. Because the real silver blade wasn't meant to reveal his full hand in this sand pit. Behind him, the arena lights went out one by one. The spectators dispersed, gamblers still arguing over wins and losses. Some smashed cups, others laughed until tears came. And the side passage leading into the depths remained pitch black. Rane slid the rapier back into the firewood bundle and wrapped it tightly. Isha helped Carlos, and the 3 prepared to leave. As they reached the exit steps, Rane suddenly stopped and looked back. In the center of the sand pit, the iron flag representing 7 consecutive victories had just been hung, its corner gently swaying in the draft from the ventilation. He curved his lips. Tomorrow night he would be back. Night wind swirling with dust poured through the hole in the rear wall of the dilapidated tavern. Rane pulled his black scarf down another half-inch, concealing the freshly scabbed scar above his brow. The steps remained unchanged from yesterday. Same number, same worn stone. And lodged between their cracks was a broken tooth from some gambler's fall the previous night, crunching audibly beneath each footfall. He did not turn back yet. New Isa and Carlos had already slipped into the spectator zone. One disguised as a coughing old woman, the other leaning against the wall in feigned slumber, his cane stretched across his feet like a silent perimeter. Here already? The one-eyed bouncer asked, unusually verbose today, slamming his iron cudgel onto the ground. Delivery boy, Rane replied, tossing him 10 copper coins and biting into half an apple. Rush order. Fight must end within 8 minutes. The man grinned, revealing 3 gold teeth. Fine. The overseer said your prize doubles if you win again today. Keep it. Rane shrugged. I'm allergic to money. Too much of it gives me hives. Below the sand pit was even more crowded than last night. The acrid scent of lamp oil mingled with sweat, assaulting the senses. At the ring's bell, his new opponent leapt forward. Leather armor replaced by a rigid leather vest, twin short swords sheathed at his waist, shoulders motionless as he walked. A clear sign of disciplined training. The portly overseer squinted at his list and called out, "Eighth match. The Masked Boy versus Twin Serpents Luke. Same rules. 3 falls mean defeat." Luke sneered, drawing both blades and crossing them before his chest. "Heard you specialize in joint strikes. Let's see today, whose wrist is faster or whose blade tip truer." Rane said nothing. He crunched into the apple, then flicked the core. Straight into the bald pate of a whistling spectator in the front row. The crowd roared with laughter. Rane spun his sword tassel idly, then drew his rapier with effortless grace. Blade pointed downward, stance unorthodox and deliberately incongruous. At the bell's chime, Luke lunged with both swords, one high, one low, moving in seamless scissor-like coordination. Rane retreated half a step, angling his blade upward to parry the high strike, then pressing down to deflect the low one. Using momentum and leverage to twist Luke's wrist off balance. In the second exchange, Luke shifted to deceptive footwork and feinted. Yet Rane didn't evade. Only when the blade grazed his ribs did he drop sharply at the waist, then lash back with a sweeping wrist cut. Luke yelped. His left hand's sword nearly slipping from his grip. "You're part eel, aren't you?" Luke gasped, cursing. "Stage name slippery as silk. Tip me and you'll find out why," Rane retorted, stepping back twice and taking another bite. Juice dripping from his chin onto the sun-baked sand. The third round grew dazzlingly intricate. Luke unleashed a noble house fencing sequence. A rapid cascade of thrusts. But Rane refused to block outright. Instead, he danced precisely into the gaps between Luke's footwork shifts. Dodging left and right, then faking a lunge to draw up Luke's guard, only to drop into a low sweep that missed, then rolled once across the sand and rose just as his hilt struck Luke's knee crease. Luke staggered to his knees. The referee raised his flag. First fall. The arena erupted. Where'd he learn that footwork? Looks like the lost Silver Moon Step. Nonsense. The Silver Moon Step vanished centuries ago. 2 drunken men nearby bickered, nearly coming to blows. Rane paid no mind. Over the next 4 matches, his rhythm deepened, his control sharpened. In the 9th bout, his opponent wielded a flail. Rane circled him like a shepherd herding a dog, then baited him with a feigned stumble, and severed the chain with a precise flick of his rapier tip. In the 10th, a wily veteran targeted low sweeps. Rane vaulted cleanly into the air and landed a boot squarely on the man's nose, sending blood spraying. The 11th duel pitted him against a dual-blade master, whom Rane exhausted with relentless tempo shifts until the man accidentally gashed his own thigh and withdrew. The 12th was sheer theater. His opponent closed in for a grapple, seeking to disarm him. Rane met him, heading foreheads colliding, both men bleeding freely from the nose. Yet when the referee counted falls, the opponent lagged by half a heartbeat. 5 consecutive victories. 12 undefeated matches total. On the pit's edge, someone had already produced charcoal and begun sketching Rane's movements frame by frame onto parchment. Notice how he spins his tassel before every rhythm shift. His steps are featherlight, silent upon landing. Definitely trained, and rigorously so. In a shadowed corner, several hooded figures exchanged glances. One leaned toward Essa. "Hey, you know who he is? 50 gold coins for a lead." Essa didn't lift her eyes. "I've forgotten who I am myself." The man withdrew abashed. Yet she slipped a scrap of paper from her sleeve and quietly noted the positions of 3 successive suspicious groups. Carlos too sensed something amiss. 2 gaunt men in the rear rows were alternately sketching Rane's combat posture, each rendering more meticulous than the last, even capturing the exact angle of his sword tassel's flutter. After his 5th match, Rane sheathed his rapier with a lingering smile, but his fingers unconsciously brushed his nose. He skipped registering for the 6th bout and turned instead toward the exit passage. Isa tapped her left shoulder 3 times. Carlos pushed off his cane and followed. When the 3 converged, none spoke. "Leaving early," Carlos murmured. "The bait's been cast enough." Rane rewrapped his rapier inside a bundle of firewood, voice lowered to a near whisper. "If I keep fighting, someone might actually recognize this farmhouse-invented calisthenics of mine." "Your face says I'm exhausted," Isa observed. "That's just the lighting," Rane grinned. "At this pace, I could go 5 more rounds without breaking stride." Even as he spoke, his hand reached instinctively for the stone wall to steady himself. His scar twitched faintly, a sweat traced a path down his temple, darkening the edge of his black scarf. Behind them, the clamor of the sand pit faded. A fresh iron banner unfurled overhead, its bold crimson numerals declaring 12 straight victories, freshly painted and glaringly vivid. A draft stirred the banner's edge, snapping it taut with rhythmic hollow reports. Rane ascended the first step, his tread heavier than before. The tavern's secret chamber had no windows, only a crooked neck oil lamp dangling from the beam, casting distorted shadows that swayed and staggered across the walls. ISA spread several yellowed parchment sheets across the table, their edges still smudged with cigarette ash. The topmost sheet bore a dark red seal. A sevempedaled rose entwined with a broken sword, the common pledge insignia of the 7 great lord families of the northern. These aren't scattered bets, ISA said, tapping the parchment with her fingernail. 3 wager slips exceeding 10,000 each, all funneled from the same account. The seal was intact, no sign of tampering, meaning they were drawn directly from the vault. Carlos took the papers, squinted at the odds column, and said, they've compressed your winning odds to 1.2 to 1, which means everyone thinks you can win, but no one believes you can die. Rane sat on a low stool in the corner, wiping his sword with a coarse cloth. At those words his hand paused, and the apple core in his palm was crushed to pulp. So now I'm not fighting, I'm doing accounting for the lords. More or less. Carlos pushed the papers back. And they're not betting on you to win. They're betting that you won't survive the 7th bout. Someone opened a book called How Many Nights Can the Silver Blade Last, with a top wager of 500,000 gold coins, betting that you drop dead in the 16th match. ISA added. And there are people secretly collecting your movement diagrams. The hooded fellow just now was carrying a mechanical plotter that can reconstruct every sword stroke into a tactical model. Rane snorted. So every time I fight they hold a seminar. Next time should I give them a best performance award? This isn't a joke. Carlos' voice deepened. The nobility don't fixate on an underground boxer for no reason. Your status has shifted from suspicious element to controllable asset. They want to see how far you can go, whether you're worth investing in or simply to use you as a scapegoat. The oil lamp sparked a flame and the room fell silent for a few seconds. Rane slowly sheathed his sword into the bundle of firewood, stood up and walked to the wall where a charcoal sketch of the underground arena lay out. He stared at the central sand pit for a long time, then suddenly spoke. What if I don't follow their script? What do you mean? ISA asked. They bet I'll win so I lose. They bet I'll die so I live exceptionally long. Rane's lips curled up. Let them pour out their entire fortune then. Clean the table in one go. Carlos frowned. You want to deliberately lose? Lose? I and Bulake have never lost since I debuted. Rane turned around, his eyes blazing with an unsettling light. But I can make it look ugly. Drag it out, fake injuries, make everyone think I'm about to collapse. When the odds skyrocket, I'll blast through 6 straight matches, making everyone who bet on me a pauper, and those who bet on my death lose everything too. Isa's eyes lit up. Create a crisis of trust. Make them suspect each other of having a mole throwing the fight. Not just that. Rane picked up the apple from the table, took a crisp bite. I want them to start quarreling. The 7 lords have always harbored their own schemes. Now they're betting together, which means someone is leading the charge. They'll stir up this mess, so the ringleader takes the blame and the followers turn against each other. Once the money is lost, allies become enemies. Carlos nodded slowly. You're using their greed as a weapon. Exactly. Rane tossed the core into the brazier and the flames surged high. They treat me like a monkey putting on a show, so I'll be a monkey king who knows how to count, specializing in emptying the pockets of the rich. The next night, the underground arena had new rules. The fat steward stood at the edge of the sand pit, bellowing, Tonight we add a death match. Anyone who wins 3 consecutive bouts can challenge the Ghost Warrior. The winner's prize money doubles. There's also an external bookmaking pool. Supporters can place bets on site. The crowd below erupted instantly. Some whistled, others smashed bottles, and a few distinguished guests in velvet cloaks leaned out from the high platform, peering down through monocular telescopes. Rane stood in the shadow of the passageway, listening to the commotion outside. Carlos handed him a flask of medicinal wine. Drink some, cool your temper. He unscrewed the cap, took a gulp, and his eyes stung from the heat. An old wound throbbed beneath his ribs like a dull saw scraping back and forth. Are you really going to fight all 3 bouts? Carlos asked. Not just that. Rane wiped his mouth. I want them to place the biggest bet before I go out. Too risky. ISA frowned. What if they change the rules on the spot? Then I'll change them back. Rane smiled. With my fists. He handed the empty flask back to Carlos, retied his black headband, and shouldered it. At the end of the passage, torches blazed bright, and a new list of challengers was being posted. The roar of the crowd surged in waves, mingled with the crisp clink of, Tell those lords. Rane flexed his wrist and his knuckles cracked with a pop. The Silver Blade is adding an extra match tonight. Rane gulped down the last mouthful of medicinal wine, a fiery sensation burning from his throat all the way to his stomach. The bottle handed by Kalawasi was empty. He tossed it backward without a second thought, hearing a dull thud from the distant sandpit. Probably hitting some gambler. No one uttered a word. In a place like this, who would bother to stand up for an empty bottle? The lights at the end of the passage grew brighter, and the clamor of voices surged in like a tidal wave. The fat steward was straining his neck to announce the lineup for the next match, reading out names one by one. He paused deliberately at the end as if to tease the grand finale of the 8th Night Silver Blade versus Iron Arm Hogan. 3-win life or death match. The victor gets 3,000 gold coins, plus a mysterious reward. The crowd erupted. Some whistled, others smashed bottles. On the high platform, the noble guests in velvet cloaks all sat up straight, their telescopes trained on the passage entrance. Rane knew what they were watching. Not his face but his sword, the rapier wrapped in a bundle of firewood at his waist, and more specifically the tassel hanging from the pommel that swayed gently with each step. He didn't rush out. Instead, he lowered his head and glanced at the tassel. It had been an ordinary black silk ribbon, but now it was adorned with 4 metal badges, each engraved with the crest of a different family. A wolf with its tail in its mouth, twin serpents coiling around a sword, a one-eyed eagle, and crossed snapped spears. All were taken from the arm guards of the noble private soldiers he had defeated in previous nights. Do you think they'll stay up all night remaking their arm guards? Rane grinned, muttering to himself. Embroidering, don't let me run into Silver Blade on them. No one answered. Isha and Kaluasi were both in the audience area. One hidden among a group of coughing women, the other leaning against a wall, dozing with his crutch laid across the ground as a warning line. They wouldn't show themselves at this moment, but Rane knew they were watching. The bell rang. He stepped out of the passage, pulling his black cloth lower, leaving only the area below his nose exposed. The smell of lamp oil at the bottom of the sandpit was even stronger than last night, mixed with sweat, blood, and some cheap incense. The roar of the crowd hit him like a wave, as if trying to swallow him whole. His first opponent was a burly man nicknamed Iron Arm, and he lived up to the name. His right arm was wrapped in iron chains, and his gauntlet was studded with spikes. He charged straight in his fists, whistling through the air, pounding the sand with a thudding sound. Rane didn't meet him heed. He focused on the rhythm of the opponent's steps, dodging left and right, waiting for his stamina to drain. Then, with a sudden feigned fall to lure the enemy in, the man couldn't stop his momentum, and Rane turned and slashed his wrist, sending the spiked gauntlet crashing to the ground with a clang. The referee raised his flag. First fall. Rane didn't rush to finish the fight. He walked forward, slowly crouched down, hooked his finger under the family crest on the opponent's arm guard. A roaring red lion. Bit open the fixing buckle and removed it. The entire arena fell silent for a moment. Before everyone's eyes, he threaded the badge through the knot of the sword tassel, gave it a gentle tug, and fastened it securely. His movements were unhurried, even a little lazy, as if he were attaching a keychain. Your family crest is quite nice, he said, lifting his chin toward the high platform. Let me borrow it for a few days. The crowd burst into laughter. The nobles on the high platform turned pale with rage. Someone smashed a cup, and shards of porcelain scattered into the sandpit. The second match was against a lean man wielding twin blades, fast and elusive in his movements. Rane deliberately slowed his pace, not seeking a quick victory, stretching each move by half a beat as if performing. The more the opponent rushed, the more he stumbled, and finally Rane tripped him with a sweep, sending him to his knees. Second fall. Rane stepped forward again to remove the badge. This time a coiled serpent entwined around a skull. He threaded it onto the tassel, as before, even flicking it with his finger to make it spin under the light. Hey, do you think this counts as an heirloom collection? He shouted to the audience. I'll open an exhibition later. 5 copper coins for entry, and you get a joke with each badge. Some people actually laughed. More remained silent. On the high platform, someone had already stood up, arguing in low voices. The third match was the most troublesome. His opponents were 3 fighters taking turns, all private soldiers bearing the Lord's insignia. Rane's stamina was already at its limit. An old rib injury felt like a dull saw grinding back and forth. Sweat dripped down his temples, soaking the edges of the black cloth. But he still wore that infuriating grin. He fought poorly. Pushed to the corner back against the railing, his rapier nearly slipping from his hand. Jeers came from the audience. Someone shouted, "Silver Blade is done." The nobles on the high platform began whispering to each other, and the odds visibly fluctuated. Just as the fourth man rushed in, Rane suddenly moved. He sidestepped the thrust, grabbed the opponent's wrist with his left hand, swept his right leg out, and simultaneously struck the knee pit with the pommel of his sword. The man staggered and knelt. Rane used the momentum to flip on top of him, landing an elbow strike to the back of the neck, taking him down instantly. Third fall. The referee raised his flag. The entire arena fell into dead silence. Rane panted, slowly stood up, walked over to the man, and removed the final badge. An iron hand gripping a scepter. He stared at it for 2 seconds, then gently tied it onto the sword tassel. 5 badges all complete. He raised his sword, the tassel swayed in the breeze, and the metallic reflection cast fragmented glimmers of light across. He didn't say a word, but everyone understood. This was a slap in the face, an insult, hanging the noble symbols on his sword as mere decorations. The argument on the high platform turned into roars. Someone slammed the table, another left the seat. Rane turned and walked toward the passage, his steps slightly heavy but his back straight. Just as he rounded the corner into the dark alley, Near the vent, a sound of something cutting through the air came from behind. An iron claw grapple shot past his head, scraping his shoulder, and embedding itself into the stone wall, sending sparks flying. Rane stopped immediately, pressing his back against the stone wall, his right hand quietly gripping the sword hilt. For dark figures dropped from the vent, masked, wielding short blades, moving in unison. Clearly trained assassins. They didn't speak. They simply surrounded him. Rane didn't move. He listened to their footsteps, predicting their positions from the shadows cast by the firelight. The first lunged at him. He sidestepped, smoothly slashing the man's waist rope, causing him to lose balance and fall into a trap at the edge of the sandpit. The man didn't even have time to scream. The remaining two flanked him from both sides. Rane used the narrow terrain to his advantage, feigning a fall to lure them in. They collided with each other, and he seized the opportunity to draw his scabbard and strike one in the throat. The man grunted and collapsed. The last one lunged straight for the sword tassel, his short blade aiming to cut the knot. Rane's left hand shot out like lightning, grabbing his wrist with enough force to— "This tassel," he said, his voice low and icy, "was passed down by my brother Aerwa. If you want to touch it, ask him first if he agrees." The man struggled. Rane kicked him square in the chest, sending him crashing into the stone wall. His head lolled to the side and he passed out. Rane stood still, catching his breath. Sweat dripped from his forehead. A saw-like dull pain throbbed from his ribs. But he didn't lean against the wall. He lowered his head to check the tassel. The 5 badges were intact, swaying gently in the breeze. He stepped over the unconscious enemy and walked on slowly. At the end of the passage, Isha and Kalawasi were already waiting. Isha handed him a clean cloth. He took it, wiped his face, and said nothing. Kalawasi glanced at the sword tassel at his waist, a faint smile tugging at the corner of his mouth. "Tomorrow they might send 10, Kalawasi said. "Then I'll hang 10. Rane replied, tossing the cloth into the ditch. "The rope is long enough." The 3 turned into a deeper alley, their figures disappearing into the night. On the high platform, a noble shattered the wine glass in his hand. Shards embedded into his palm, and blood trickled down the golden silk carpet. Another man grabbed his betting slips and tore them. "Notify everyone," he gritted out. "Increase the bounty on Galvin tenfold. I want the head of that masked bastard. Alive, bring it not." The moment Rane's foot stepped onto the 3rd cracked stone slab at the alley entrance, his molars clenched. The alley was shorter than the previous chapter, but the smell was more pungent. Not the stale trick of sweat, blood, and cheap incense, but a metallic tang, thick, as if someone had slaughtered 3 cattle in the corner and left them unwashed. He stopped, didn't look back, and touched his nose with his left hand. A habit of his when lying. But now he wasn't speaking. He was just confirming whether he had misidentified the smell. No mistake. A strange scorched odor lingered in the air, like burning feathers or a leather strap being roasted over a fire. He squinted toward the end of the alley. There should have been a broken wall, but now there was a gap, revealing the fiery glow of the arena below. The voices didn't cease. They grew louder, but not in cheers. Rather a low buzzing hum, like flies circling a dying man. He glanced down at the sword tassel at his waist. The 5 badges were still there. The one with an iron hand gripping a scepter was the newest, and when it swayed it made the deepest sound. He rubbed the red lion badge with his fingertip, thinking that if this thing could be traded for food, he would have long moved the whole village to the seaside and opened a tavern. But no one felt like laughing now. He moved. He stepped lightly, the sound of his boots crushing gravel drowned out by a sudden muffled roar in the distance. That wasn't a spectator's shout, it sounded more like the struggling cry of a beast whose limbs were pinned. Rane's heart leaped and he quickened his pace. Passing through the broken wall, gap, the sand pit lay before him. The braziers burned brighter than usual, casting an orangered glow over the entire field like a cauldron of boiling blood. The distinguished guests in velvet cloaks on the viewing stands were all gone, leaving only black-clad figures crouched in the high seats, arms crossed, watching coldly. In the central sand pit stood 2 figures, no one standing, one lying down. The fallen one was a burly man, face down, with a tear in the back of his clothes, the edges blackened as if scorched by fire. The one standing, Rane had never seen him before. The man was not tall, half a head shorter than Rane, wearing a gray robe with dark red strips sewn on the cuffs and hem. He walked without making a sound. In his hand was a slender longsword, its blade pale white, not like iron but rather like bone ground into shape. The strangest thing was his stance. Feet together, sword tip pointing to the ground, as still as a statue in a temple. Rane didn't move. He recognized this stance. It wasn't rest, it was waiting for prey to enter. Silver blade. The fat steward emerged from the corner, his face looking thinner than yesterday, his voice extremely low. You came again." "Not come." Rane grinned, showing a mouthful of white teeth. "I've already bought the ticket, can't refund it." The steward's throat bobbed. Jirwin hired him." "Oh." Rane took off his outer robe and tossed it aside, revealing the black silk shirt underneath. "He's quite generous then." This is no ordinary private soldier. The steward stared at the gray-robed man. Just now Hammertuge went up to test a move. Before he even touched him, the man flew out his back, hitting the ground, and he hasn't woken up yet. Rane glanced at the burly man lying on the ground, his brow slightly furrowed. He knew Tuge well. A 300-pound frame, a fall shouldn't have been this bad. Unless he was thrown with force. He flexed his wrist, the scar on his right brow bone tingled faintly. It was a reaction to tension, but he didn't touch it, afraid of revealing a weakness. A bell rang. Not the copper bell from before, but a sharp metallic vibrating sound like fingernails scraping a blackboard. The gray-robed man moved. He didn't charge, nor did he assume a stance. He simply raised his head. Rane saw his face clearly for the first time. Thin, high cheekbones, sunken eyes, pupils so pale they were almost transparent. He opened his mouth and spoke a sentence with strange syllables, 3 words, each seemingly squeezed out from between stones. Then he drew his sword. Rane didn't even see the movement. 1 second the man was still in place, the next the sword tip was inches from his throat. He instinctively leaned back, the blade grazed his chin, leaving a fiery sting. He rolled with the momentum, but when he landed his foot slipped. He realized the ground was now covered with a thin layer of sand, fine as powder. He cursed, flipped up, drew his rapier, and assumed a standard defensive stance. The gray-robed man stood in place, his sword tip again pointing to the ground, his posture identical to before, as if that strike had been an illusion. Rane didn't buy it. He stepped forward with his left foot and made a tentative feint. The other didn't move. He thrust again, this time with more force. The gray-robed man finally raised his sword, his 2 fingers catching the blade, and gave a slight shake. Rane's hand went numb. His entire arm felt like it had been shocked, nearly dropping the sword. He jerked the blade back and retreated, breathed. Damn it! He wiped his mouth, his fingertips came away with a trace of blood. Not from the chin cut, but from inside his mouth. He began to circle. This guy's footwork was bizarre. When still he was like a wooden post, but when he moved it was a fatal strike. Need to find rhythm, find a flaw. He suddenly accelerated, a fake fall followed by a low sweep, his sword targeting the opponent's knee. The gray-robed man finally moved. Not dodging but stepping forward into the blade, his left hand forming a seal, and his right sword suddenly glowing with a layer of gray-white radiance. Rane's sword struck as if into a wad of cotton. The force was instantly absorbed and the blade was deflected 3 inches. His heart tightened. He immediately leaped back but was a half-beat too late. A wave of invisible force slammed into his chest like being hit by a horse. He was sent flying backward, his back crashing heavily into the railing, splinters flying. He coughed once, not drawing blood, but his throat was filled with a metallic sweetness. Holy judgment! The gray-robed man spoke in Loren, tongue clear and cold as ice shards. A forbidden art of the church, specifically for slaying heretics. Rane pushed himself up from the railing and wiped his nosebleed. Oh, then aren't you also a heretic doing this job? The other didn't answer, just raised his sword. The glow on the blade intensified, the surrounding air began to warp. Grains of sand on the ground floated up one by one, hovering in midair, as if held by something invisible. Rane's pupils constricted. This was unscientific. He didn't believe in gods or ghosts, only fists and blades. But this scene surpassed all the experience he had accumulated from 15 years of farm life and 2 years of night combat. He gritted his teeth and charged. This time he didn't use clever tricks. He went straight for a hard clash. He raised his rapier overhead and brought it down with full force. The gray-robed man raised his sword to block. When the blades collided, there was no metallic ring, only a dull thud like a drumbeat. Rane's sword was deflected, and he was forced back 2 steps. He struck again and again, was deflected. A 3rd time, a 4th time. Each time more exhausting. On the 5th, he felt as if the meridians in his arm were about to explode. The gray-robed man suddenly changed his tactic. He retreated half a step, pointed his sword skyward, pressed the blade between his palms as if in prayer, and once again chanted that strange string of syllables. The floating sand grains suddenly spun, forming a tiny whirlwind that circled his body. Rane wanted to attack, but as soon as he took a step his foot stuck, as if stepping into a quagmire. He looked down and saw that the sand had become sticky. Each step required force to lift his leg. What the hell? He muttered, forcing himself to pull his leg and charge forward. When he was still 5 steps away, the whirlwind in the air suddenly exploded, transforming into countless high-speed sand particles that shot toward his face. He closed his eyes, turned his head, and shielded his face with his arm, but several grains hit his neck, burning with pain. He opened his eyes. The gray-robed man was no longer in place. His heart clenched. He instinctively rolled to the left. Shoo! A gray light grazed his right shoulder, tearing his clothes, splitting flesh, and blood immediately gushed out. He rolled twice on the ground before stabilizing, then looked up, panting heavily. The gray-robed man stood in the spot, He had just occupied his sword tip pointing diagonally at the ground. The glow still lingered. Rane knelt on one knee using his left hand to support the rapier and push himself up. His right shoulder throbbed with pain. Blood dripped down his arm, forming small pits in the sand. He looked up at the high platform. The black-clad figures remained silent, not even a sound of breathing. "Can't you at least yell something?" he shouted upward. "You paid to watch the show and you don't even cheer." No response. He grinned a grin full of bloody foam. "Fine, I'll do it myself." He raised his sword, the 5 badges on the tassel clinking. "Gentlemen, tonight's bonus performance. Ticket price unchanged, we'll lose our shirts." He charged again. This time he didn't go high or down the middle. Instead he advanced along the edge of the railing, using the shadows to conceal his form. The gray-robed man tilted his head slightly as if detecting him. Rane suddenly leaped off the ground, rebounded off the railing, turned in midair, and delivered a spinning slash aimed at the other's head. This was his trump card, effective even against heavily armored private soldiers. But the gray-robed man simply raised his head lightly, and the glow on his sword surged, forming a hemispherical barrier. Rane's sword struck it like hitting a bronze wall. The recoil sent him flying, and he rolled twice on the ground before stopping. He lay on his stomach chest, heaving, his mouth filled with the taste of iron. He tried to get up, but his right leg suddenly cramped, his knee gave way, and he ended up kneeling on one knee in the sand, his sword tip planted in the ground, barely supporting himself. The gray-robed man walked slowly, his step steady. At each step, the floating sand on the ground parted to make way. He stopped 3 paces in front of Rane, raised his sword tip, and pointed it at Rane's throat. "You are strong," he said, "but not enough." Rane raised his head, his face covered in blood, but his eyes were startlingly bright. "You're half right," he panted. "I'm not strong enough, but I'm reckless enough." He suddenly gripped the sword hilt with his left hand muscles, tensing, ready for a final desperate move. The gray-robed man's expression didn't change, his sword tip slowly pressed down. Rane's left hand was still tightly gripping the sword hilt, his knuckles turning white, while blood from the gash in his palm trickled down along the lines of his hand. The tip of the foreign expert's sword was merely an inch from his throat, a grayish-white aura flickering at the blade's edge, resembling a snake flicking its tongue. He could feel the fierce wind tightening around his throat, making even swallowing feel like being clamped by iron pincers. He did not move, nor did he close his eyes. Instead he smiled slightly, the corners of his mouth curving into a blood-stained arc. "Carlos, that old codger." A thought suddenly sprang to mind. Western swords emphasize precision, while ancient swords seek to sever mountains. If only they could flow together, it would be the path to breaking the limits. This was something Carlos had said while chewing on dry bread a fortnight ago during his recovery in Beishi Valley. At that time Rane had laughed at him for being mystical, but now reflecting on it, that damn old man really had some merit. He closed his eyes for a moment. It was not out of fear nor resignation, but to cast away the chaotic thoughts swirling in his mind. The wound on his right shoulder burned like fire, and his left leg was still cramping, but none of that mattered anymore. What mattered was, he had to move, he could not wait for death. When he opened his eyes again, he focused on the aura surrounding the opponent's sword, suddenly recalling the diagrams of techniques that Alvanna had etched onto the stone wall. The crooked lines looked like symbols drawn by a drunken man, yet each stroke concealed a surge of momentum. That momentum was not meant for slicing, but for cleaving mountains. He suddenly remembered the Western thrust Carlos had demonstrated, a flick of the wrist, the sword tip like a needle aimed directly at the throat. Fast, accurate, and fierce, it demanded precision to the slightest degree. An idea exploded in his mind. What if he could infuse the momentum of the ancient sword into the precision of the Western sword? It was not about competing techniques, nor was it a sneak attack, but about fusion. He released his left hand. The Western sword stood on its own, the 5 emblems on the sword tassel jingling lightly. The foreign expert's gaze shifted slightly, the sword tip lowering slightly, as if confirming whether he had given up. Rane paid him no heed. His right hand slowly rose, fingertips pinching the end of the sword tassel, gently tugging to remove the red lion emblem. He bit down, his tongue pierced, a spray of blood misting onto the sandy ground. The blood droplets hit the earth, and before they could disperse they were swept up by the residual fierce wind, shimmering briefly under the light of the fire pit, tracing a faint arc. The very sword path he had envisioned in his mind. It worked. He pushed off the ground with his right foot, not retreating but charging forward. Directly into the swirling dust storm. The foreign expert's pupils constricted, finally reacting, retracting his sword tip in preparation for a horizontal slash. It was too late. Rane's left hand suddenly slapped against the outer side of his right arm, executing the Duanjiang style from ancient sword techniques. Not to strike, but to borrow strength. The gust from his palm struck against the muscle, the recoil instantaneously accelerating his right arm, propelling the Western sword like an arrow released from a bow, spiraling along the path of blood. This strike did not follow a straight line, nor did it adhere to angles. It was absurdly skewed and unnaturally fast. The momentum of the ancient sword propelled the precision of the western sword like a flood rushing into a gun barrel, explosively detonating. Sizzle boom! The moment the blade collided with the holy judgment barrier, there was no dull thud of a hard impact, but rather it tore open a gash like a hot knife slicing through butter. The aura shattered, the sandstorm erupted, and the entire dueling arena was thrown into chaos. The foreign expert staggered backward, his robe torn open at the chest, blood immediately seeping out. He glanced down for a moment, then raised his head to look at Rane, his expression finally showing a flicker of emotion. Rane knelt on one knee, not from injury, but because his legs simply could not hold him any longer. He panted heavily, his right hand bracing against the sword, his left hand pressed against the ground, his forehead drenched in a mix of sweat and blood. He looked up and grinned. "Did you just say I was insufficient?" He slowly rose to his feet, the movement painfully slow, as if every bone in his body protested. Yet he still stood tall. The sword tip lightly touched the ground, assuming the heart guard position Elvanna had taught him. Feet shoulder-width apart, sword hanging beside him, back straight like a tree struck by lightning but still standing. This was the most stable concluding stance in ancient swordsmanship, and also the fiercest provocation. The foreign expert stared at him for several seconds, then suddenly bowed his head, murmuring something in his native tongue, his voice barely audible. Then he knelt on one knee, the sword plunged into the sand, both hands released, no longer resisting. Rane did not move. He stood in place, his chest heaving, blood still dripping from his right shoulder, flowing down the sword blade to the tip, drop by drop into the sand. He did not look at the figures in black on the high platform, nor did he pay attention to the movements around him. He knew they were watching, and that this performance was not, but he had won. Not by luck nor through anyone else's help, but by forcibly twisting two paths into one. He glanced down at the sword in his hand, the blade marred by several cracks, one emblem missing from the tassel, yet it still swayed. He touched the scar above his right eyebrow. It still burned, but this time it wasn't from tension but from elation. Suddenly he recalled what Isha had said. "The way you fight looks like a wild boar provoked." "Damn," he muttered softly. "This is what I call a technical flow." He stepped forward, placing his foot where the foreign expert had just stood. The sand still bore the swirling marks, as if someone had drawn a circle with a ruler. He did not look back at the fallen opponent, but raised his head, scanning the high platform. The figures in black remained silent, no one applauding, no one calling out. Yet he knew someone was taking note, someone was passing on the word, and someone had already begun to calculate how to settle this score. He did not care. All he knew was that from this day forth the Silverblade was no longer just a masked rogue who relied on sneak attacks and guerrilla tactics. He was someone capable of welding ancient swords and Western swords together, a madman who could break the holy judgment. He grinned slightly, wanting to laugh, only to feel the pain pull at his wounds, causing him to grimace. "Next time," he said softly, "could you hire someone a bit weaker?" No one answered. He did not need a reply. He stood in the center of the sand pit, the sword propped against the ground, his back straight like a nail driven into the earth. The light from the fire pit cast half his face in light and the other half in shadow. Blood continued to flow, sweat continued to pour, yet his gaze was frighteningly bright. He knew the next wave would not be far off. He also knew that there was no turning back for him now. He simply stood there, unmoving, unyielding, silent, until a grain of sand slipped from the edge of the high platform and fell at his feet. A grain of sand landed by his feet. Rane remained still, not even blinking. The light from the fire pit danced across his face, half illuminated, half shadowed, like a stone cleaved in two. His right hand leaned on the sword, the tip embedded in the sand, blood from his right shoulder trickling down his arm, dripping onto the sandy ground with a soft thud, releasing a wisp of smoke. The ground scorched from the heat of the fire pit. He took a breath, his shoulder twitched, pulling at the wound, causing him to grimace in pain. This was not the expression of a hero, but he was Rane Black, not a statue from an epic tale. "Did I win?" he muttered, as if asking himself, or perhaps the air. No one answered. The figures in black on the high platform remained silent, like a group of crows cloaked in the night. Yet amidst this dead silence, a figure emerged from the shadows. It was the Duel Master, dressed in a gray robe with the hood pulled low. He walked with an unusual steadiness, each step perfectly timed, neither hurried nor slow, yet unervingly so. Isa stood at the edge of the arena, her fingers brushing against the base of her hairpin. She said nothing, merely clearing her throat softly. This was their silent signal among the three. Something was amiss. Carlos moved immediately. He took 2 steps without a sound, positioning himself behind Rane's right, his left hand pressing against the sword hilt, while his right arm hung loosely, seemingly relaxed, yet his muscles were tense, ready to draw the sword at any moment. Rane still did not move. He knew this person was about to speak. He also knew that once he did, it would no longer be a matter of mere fighting. The Duel Master reached the edge of the high platform and halted. He raised his hand, removing his hood to reveal a scarred face with a portion of his right eye sunk in, as if burned, while the left eye shone with an alarming brightness. He scanned the crowd, suddenly laughing. "Behold this hero. By day the limping horseman Rane black, by night, the masked vigilante silver blade. His voice was not loud, yet it struck like thunder. The crowd erupted in chaos. Some gasped in shock, others recoiled, while a few shouted outright, "No way! Is it really him?" Rane neither denied nor confirmed it. He simply lifted his head, the firelight illuminating the fresh scar on his right brow, still oozing blood, glaringly red. He grinned. "Are you done talking? Once you're finished, it's my turn to ask. How long have you concealed the church's secret order inside your boots?" The arena fell silent. Even the wind seemed to pause. The smile on the duel master's face faltered for a moment, then resumed, as if he had heard something amusing. "Oh," he said slowly. "It seems you not only know how to fight, but also how to flip shoes. Good, I have indeed been waiting for you. Waiting for someone to stir the waters to force out the mudfish lurking below." He spread his hands, his tone as relaxed as discussing the weather. "After tonight, the entire underground resistance network will be reduced to ashes. Do you think you are challenging the order? No, you are helping me tally the list." Rane couldn't help but chuckle. He slowly straightened up, though his legs still trembled. He did not wish to remain kneeling while listening to jokes. Leaning on his sword, he took 2 steps forward, leaving a trail of blood on the sand. "So you are the church's spy?" he asked. "Once I was." The master corrected. "Now I am the hunter. And you are the bait." "Ha!" Rane laughed. "Then you should consider a career in fishing. At least a fishing rod is more reliable than your mouth." Isa snorted softly behind him, providing support. Carlos remained serious, his gaze fixed on the boxes flanking the master, sensing movement. Dozens of dark figures slowly rose, all enforcers wielding short axes, iron chains, and spiked clubs. They did not rush down, but neither did they sit back down, standing like a pack of dogs awaiting orders. The atmosphere shifted. What had been uproar, shock, and curiosity transformed into a hushed stillness, an oppressive silence, the blade still sheathed, yet the scent of rust. Carlos stepped forward, his voice heavy, as if pressing down a stone. "You should know that before we arrived, we had already sent copies of your ledger to 7 contact points. If you kill us now, it will only spark a riot 3 days earlier." The master squinted. "Ledger? You stole my ledger." "Not stolen," Rane interjected. "You simply love to keep records. Who received how much money, who slept with which courtesan, even the fees are meticulously documented." "Tisk, so dedicated," Isa added, "especially that monthly intelligence tax you send to the church, that one is noted in detail." The master's expression finally changed. It wasn't fear of death. It was fear of losing control. The trap he meticulously set, intending to draw out more rebels under Rane's name to catch them all, yet they had already turned his house upside down and conveniently took a backup. "You," he gritted his teeth. "You do not understand the bigger picture at all." "I do," Rane interrupted. "I understand people, superficially neutral, actually playing both sides, siding with the winning side. Unfortunately today you placed your bet on the wrong horse." He advanced further, drawing closer to the platform, looking up at the master. "You are not the first to try to use me as bait. Unfortunately, I am not the fish, or you are the bait." As the words fell, no enforcer moved closer. Some exchanged glances, while others quietly stepped back. They were also trying to make a living. Who would willingly die for a boss about to crash? The master stood rooted, his face ashen. He suddenly raised his hand, pointing at Rane. "Kill him, alive or dead. Double the bounty." But no one moved. Like a pack of wolves catching the scent of blood, they found a trap hidden behind the prey. Rane glanced back at Isa and Carlos. Isa winked at him while Carlos nodded slightly. The 3 shared an understanding. They had won this round not through swords but through wits. "Shall we leave?" Isa whispered. "No," Rane shook his head. "Let him see. Let him go back and tell the church. Silverblade is not the prey but the hunter." Having said that, he turned to face the master, raising his sword, the 5 badges on the tassel clinking. He forcefully drove the sword into the sand, producing a dull thud. "I stand here, not hiding, not fleeing. If you want to catch me, come at me. But remember..." He paused, his voice not loud, yet it reverberated throughout the arena. "The next to die will not be an unknown passerby, but the first name on your list." The master said nothing. He slowly put his hood back on and turned to walk into the shadows. Before leaving, he glanced back, his gaze cold, yet no longer arrogant. Rane stood in place, sweat mingling with blood flowing down. He was too exhausted to lie down, but he couldn't. He knew the show was far from over. The enforcers on either side of the platform still stood like walls. The light from the fire pit flickered on their faces, now bright, now dark. The air was filled with a burnt smell, uncertain if it was blood cooked dry, or the sand cracking from the heat. Carlos whispered, "They won't make a move now." "I know," Rane panted. "But they won't disperse either." Isa looked around. "What are we waiting for?" "Waiting for them to blink first," Rane replied. "Whoever moves first loses." He looked down at the grain of sand by his feet, the one that had just fallen still quietly lying beside the blood. Then he raised his head, gazing at a small window in the far corner of the platform. A shadow flashed past the window. Not a human shadow. It was a metallic reflection. The next second an arrow shot through the air. An arrow shot through the air, embedding itself 3 inches into the sand in front of Rane's feet, its tail buzzing incessantly. His pupils constricted, yet he remained still. It wasn't fear that kept him motionless. He simply understood that moving now would be akin to courting death. The arrow had been fired from a small window at the corner of the high platform at an acute angle, carrying the icy wind unique to mechanisms. This was not a bow pulled by a person, but an iron contraption embedded in the wall. "Don't move," Carlos growled, stepping forward to shield Rane, his sword drawn halfway. "Listen to the sound." As soon as he finished speaking, a dull thud reverberated through the walls like the groan of an old house's beams about to break. In the next moment, dozens of square holes opened up on the left and right stone walls, and a dense array of crossbow arrows emerged from the hidden compartments, their tips glistening with oil, all aimed squarely at the 3 in the center. Isha gasped. "Is this place a rat's den come to life?" Just as her words left her mouth, the first wave of arrows rained down. This was not scattered fire, it was a blanket assault. The arrows fell like a torrential downpour, piercing the ground and instantly weaving a forest of steel thorns in the sand. Instinctively, the 3 of them dove and rolled. As Rane exerted force on his left shoulder, an old injury flared up with new pains, slowing his movements by half a beat. An arrow grazed past his ear, severing a few strands of hair, and embedded itself into a wooden post behind him, shaking the entire column. "Damn!" Rane cursed, rolling sideways and leaning against a low platform to catch his breath. Who the hell turned the duel arena into a hedgehog's nest? No time for chatter. Carlos knelt on one knee, sweeping his sword to knock away 3 arrows shot in succession, sparks flying. "Get low." These arrows were angled to specifically target moving targets. Sure enough, the second wave of arrows followed closely, their trajectories fanning out in a calculated manner. Isha rolled on the ground, colliding with a pile of discarded gambling equipment. The box was pierced and gold coins scattered across the ground, clattering amidst the rain of arrows, as if someone were providing an accompaniment to this slaughter. "Can you two still move?" Rane gritted his teeth, propping himself up. His right hand still clutched the sword while his left pressed against his left shoulder, where a stray arrow had just cut through, blood seeping out and staining half of his clothes. "I can move." Carlos wiped the dust from his face. "But if this continues, we'll turn into 3 roasted chickens on a skewer. Then let's not just stand here waiting to be roasted." Isha pulled a short stick from the bottom of the box and hurled it towards the left compartment. "Let's see if we can force it to stop firing." The stick struck the mechanism's opening, triggering a new round of fire with a loud clang. This time the arrows were slightly misdirected, with 2 shooting towards the adjacent compartments, causing a chain reaction. After a series of metallic grinding sounds, 5 or 6 shooting holes on the left temporarily fell silent. "It's working." Rane grinned. "Turns out this broken mechanism fears infighting. Don't celebrate too soon." Isha's face turned pale. "Listen." Above them came the creaking sounds of a winch, like some giant beast chewing iron. The dome above the high platform slowly opened, revealing a second layer of arrow array hidden in the compartment. This time the arrows were thicker and longer, their tips glowing blue. "Poisoned." "What the hell? There's a side dish." Rane spat. "Is this meant to take us on a long journey?" "Shut your mouth." Carlos suddenly yanked him down. "The third wave is coming." This time the rain of arrows was not only dense, but also layered. The upper layer suppressed evasion, while the lower layer sealed their retreat. The 3 were forced to separate, each seeking temporary cover. Rane hid behind an overturned gambling table. Isha curled up in the gaps of the boxes, while Carlos braced himself against the frontal fire with a piece of shield. Just as Rane peeked out to observe a cold arrow shot from an upper diagonal blind spot, he instinctively turned sideways to protect Isha, but his movement was too exaggerated, and the old injury in his left shoulder tore, causing him to sway and not fully evade. Thud! The arrow pierced below his left shoulder blade with such force that it pinned him to the edge of the gambling table. In that moment of explosive pain, darkness clouded his vision, and he nearly collapsed. It was only by gripping the sword hilt tightly with his right hand that he managed to stay upright. "Rane!" Isha screamed. "I'm fine." He gritted his teeth, pulled out his dagger, and sliced off the back half of the arrow shaft. Blood immediately gushed out. "Just a little ventilation in my shoulder, it's refreshing." "Stop pretending to be tough," Carlos shouted angrily, rushing over amidst the rain of arrows, cleaving 2 pursuing arrows with a single sword strike. "Isha." "Hairpin." Isha immediately understood. Pulling out her hairpin, she flicked her wrist, and the silver light shot out, accurately hitting a mechanical gear that was loading an arrow. The mechanism emitted a piercing crack, and then spewed out black smoke, the firing rate suddenly decreasing. Taking advantage of the moment, Carlos leaped to Rane's side, using his body to block a wave of fire. His right arm was cut open by debris, blood trickling into his palm. He paid no attention to his wound, quietly asking, "Can you move?" Rane nodded, gritting his teeth, his forehead slick with cold sweat. 10 steps. There's a collapsed corner we can hide in. Then let's charge. Carlos turned to Isha and shouted, on the count of 3 we move together. Isha nodded, having disassembled the 3-section staff into short sticks, her gaze locked onto the only viable route ahead. Through the gaps in the rain of arrows to a corner below the high platform that had collapsed due to years of disrepair. There was half a broken wall there. It might provide some cover. 1, 2. The rain of arrows momentarily paused as the mechanism clearly needed to reset. 3. The 3 sprang up simultaneously. Rane, despite the pain, leaped out from behind cover. With each step, he took his left shoulder, felt as though it were being stirred by a red-hot iron rod. Isha was behind him, continuously wielding her short stick to knock down the pursuing arrows. Carlos charged at the front, using his sword as a shield, forcefully carving out a bloody path. With only 5 steps left to the collapsed corner, the sounds of the mechanisms above intensified quicker than before, as if the entire duel arena were trembling. Not good, Isha shouted. It's going to fire continuously. Before her words fell, the 3rd wave of arrows poured down. The density doubled, the arrows intertwining into a net, sealing off all routes of advance. Carlos let out a furious roar, spinning around to horizontally slash his sword, cutting through 4 arrows that had come too close, so his arm trembled from the impact. Isha crouched low and rolled on the ground, narrowly avoiding a poisonous arrow aimed at her throat, her hairpin severed as her long hair cascaded down. Rane gritted his teeth and ran madly, just 3 steps away from the collapsed corner, when he saw a specially made heavy arrow cutting through the air, its tip triangular and whisked. He tried to dodge, but his legs refused to obey. In a split second, Carlos suddenly turned around and shoved him forcefully toward the broken wall. Rane stumbled into the recess, his back slamming against the stone wall, stars exploding in his vision. Looking back, Carlos stood in place, the heavy arrow embedded in his chest, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. You Rane howled. Shut up, Carlos coughed, yet managed to smile. I told you. A true knight protects people. Isha rushed over to support him, her voice trembling. Hold on. We'll be out. Don't waste time. Carlos pushed her away, looking up at the dome. Listen, those mechanisms have a rhythm. They pause every 20 seconds, that's the loading gap. Seize the opportunity, don't rush. Rane leaned against the broken wall, blood streaming from his left shoulder, his face pale as a sheet, yet he fixed his gaze on Carlos. You cannot die here. You still owe me a drink. Then keep your life to pay your debt. Carlos took a breath, suddenly lowering his voice. Remember. Don't trust the secret door beneath the high platform. I smell gunpowder. As soon as he finished speaking, he spat out another mouthful of blood. His legs went weak, and he knelt on one knee. Isha clung tightly to him, looking up at Rane. We have to go. Now. Rane nodded, using his sword to prop himself up, struggling to stand. He glanced around. The sand was already filled with broken feather shafts, resembling a field of death. The henchmen on both sides of the high platform still stood in their boxes, watching indifferently, no orders to charge nor any retreat. What were they still waiting for? The answer quickly revealed itself. Above the dome, the mechanism emitted a final heavy hum, like a giant beast completing its last swallow. Immediately after, all the arrow holes lit up with a ghostly blue light, the air filled with a foul stench of sulfur and grease. A new round of volleys was about to begin. Rane gritted his teeth, shouting to Isha. Get ready to charge. Move when it finishes the first round. Isha nodded, half dragging, half carrying Carlos toward the corner. The 3 squeezed into the collapsed area, breathing heavily, sweat mingled with blood running into their eyes, and no one wiped it away. The mechanisms above spun increasingly fast, the arrows already in position on the tracks. Rane focused on that patch of blue light, thinking if only there was an apple right now. Just to bite something sweet, then give it one last push. Unfortunately, all there was now was blood. In the last second before the rain of arrows fell, he suddenly laughed. He laughed at his own foolishness. He laughed at how foolish the world was. Then he tightened his grip on the sword hilt and whispered, Come on, I'm not done performing yet. Though the trio of Rane had momentarily escaped the lethal rain of arrows within the arena, the mechanisms of the Colosseum were far from finished with them. The moment the arrow launcher finished recharging, the entire arena became like a beast that had swallowed gunpowder, emitting a low, sustained hum from deep within its throat. Blue light coursed through the arrow grooves like the final flicker of a viper's tongue before it strikes. Rane clenched his teeth. The cold wind stung the wound on his left shoulder, causing his vision to darken with pain, yet he did not let go. His sword remained firmly gripped in his right hand, planted in the ground to serve as a crutch. Hold on. Isha's voice was a low, sharp whip crack against his eardrums. The net is coming down. No sooner had she spoken than a loud clang resounded from behind the high platform. An iron net slowly descended from a groove in the wall, barring the exit. The clattering chains seemed to be reading out their death sentence. The net, with strands as thick as a thumb, interlocked into a grid. Once it closed, not even a rat could squeeze through, let alone a human. Rane looked up. The winch at the center of the iron net was rusty. Though it descended slowly, there was no time to dawdle. He wanted to move, but his legs would not obey. He had lost too much blood, his knees went weak, and he leaned against a broken wall, gasping for air. Don't just stand there. Isha had already dashed to the edge of the iron net. With a twist of her hands, her three-section staff clicked apart into two pieces. She pulled out the middle short rod, wedged it into the gap between the net and the ground, then locked the two longer sections on either side of the short rod, forcibly turning a walking stick into a lever. She exerted all her strength, her shoulders taut as a bowstring, her heels digging into the ground. Her entire body leaned back like a drawn bow. "Carlos!" she roared. Carlos coughed. The heavy arrow in his chest had been hastily bandaged, but blood still seeped through the cloth. Yet he did not fall. Dragging his left leg, he placed a shield fragment under the rod to increase the fulcrum, then grunted as he pushed upward. The iron net paused its descent, momentarily halted. "Laen, move, damn it!" Isha's jaws were clenched, veins bulging on her hands, her knuckles white. Laen did not want to stand still. He simply could not stay on his feet. He shook his head, forcing himself to stay awake. With his right hand, he pulled the sword from the ground and used it as a crutch, shuffling forward one step then another. With every movement, his left shoulder felt as if it were being sawed by a dull blade. Finally, he reached Isha's side and wedged the tip of his sword into the gap on the other side, leveraging it upward. With the combined strength of the three, the iron net was propped up, still half a foot off the ground. "Get through!" Isha panted. "Quick!" Laen ducked his head and crawled out. As soon as he landed, his legs gave way and he almost fell to his knees. Isha rolled out right behind him. Her hairband had long since vanished, her long hair plastered to her face, soaked with sweat and grime, making her look like a mud monkey that had just crawled out of a stove. Carlos was the last to exit, moving the slowest. His old left leg injury flared up, forcing him to slide out on one knee. Just as he was halfway through, the mechanism above suddenly sped up. The rain of arrows was about to pour down. "Go!" He shoved Isha hard. "Leave me. Don't give me that." Isha grabbed his arm in return, and Laen, mustering his remaining strength, turned back to help drag him out. The very instant the last person escaped, the iron net slammed down with a crash, sealing the exit completely. Immediately after, a blue light exploded from the dome above. The third wave of arrows descended like a torrent, raining densely onto the iron net. Sparks flew and the clanging rang out like a blacksmith hammering a broken bell. Had they still been trapped in the collapsed corner, they would now be three hedgehogs bristling with arrows. That was close. Laen leaned against the wall, gasping like a fish yanked from the water. Next time anyone says underground arenas are thrilling, I'll chuck an apple core at their head. You think there'll be a next time? Isha wiped her face and spread her hands. "First, let's patch up that busted shoulder of yours, or we won't make it 3 blocks before you keel over." Carlos sat down against a broken wall, his face pale, but still able to speak. "The enforcers are coming. They didn't act earlier because they wanted us trapped. Now that the iron net is down, they'll clean up." As he finished speaking, lights came on inside the box seats. Footsteps approached from the distance, chaotic yet orderly. Clearly someone was mobilizing. From the depths of the passage came the faint clatter of metal armor and the sound of dragging chains. "Move!" Laen gritted his teeth and straightened up. "Don't wait for them to see us out." Isha nodded quickly, stowed her three-section staff, and reassembled it into a walking cane which she slung over her back. She glanced around. The exit passage of the arena was dark on both sides, with tripwires and hidden spikes strewn across the ground. One wrong step would trigger an alarm and alert more guards. "Take the left," she said. "The drainage ditch is half collapsed. It leads to the back alley." Laen had no objection. At this point, anyone giving directions was more reliable than his own judgment. He draped his right arm over Isha's shoulder, letting her half-support, half-drag him forward. Carlos brought up the rear, his left hand on his sword for support, his right leg barely holding up. Every step came with a heavy pant, but his eyes remained sharp, constantly scanning the surroundings. The three moved swiftly along the wall, avoiding the central thoroughfare, and slipped into the collapsed drainage ditch on the left. The mouth of the ditch was narrow, barely wide enough for one person. The ground was littered with rubble and slippery underfoot. Laen stumbled several times, and only Isha's iron grip kept him from falling. "You're weaker than the lame donkey I keep at home," she cursed as she walked. "Next time you get into a fight, can you at least have a full meal first?" "Got an apple?" Laen grinned. "One bite to wake me up. Piss off, you think I'm a fruit vendor." Carlos let out a low chuckle from behind. "You two done bickering? There's light ahead." Sure enough, a faint glow of firelight shone through the end of the ditch ahead, revealing the outline of a trapdoor. A seemingly sturdy wooden plank covering a pit scattered with a thin layer of dirt as camouflage. One step on it, and it would collapse, dropping the victim into a deep pit bristling with spikes. "Don't move." Carlos stepped forward, using the tip of his sword to gently probe the ground, confirming the trapdoor's position. Then he pointed to a pile of rubble on the right. "Go around it." The three carefully climbed the rubble pile, crawling over the obstacle on hands and knees. Every time Rane exerted force with his left shoulder, it sent a searing pain through him, but he kept silent, gritting his teeth and enduring. Finally, they reached the exit. Outside was a deserted alley flanked by collapsed sheds and garbage heaps, the air thick with the stench of decay. In the distance, at the street corner, torches were already flickering, figures of patrolling guards were gathering. Clearly the commotion at the arena had spread. "We're out." Rane glanced back. The iron net had slammed shut, sealing the arena's main gate. The entire building stood like a sealed iron coffin, silent and dead. "For now," Isha panted. "But don't think we're safe. The trouble Silverblade stirred up means the whole city will be under curfew tonight." Carlos leaned against the damp brick wall, wiping blood from his mouth with the back of his hand. "Find a place to stop the bleeding first. Rane's wound can't wait, and I'm about to give out." Rane nodded and was about to speak, when he suddenly heard a faint click from the alley entrance behind them, like the sound of a mechanism resetting. He spun around sharply. At the mouth of the alley, a broken wooden plank that had been leaning against the wall was slowly sliding back into place, revealing a hidden ventilation shaft behind it. "Interesting." He narrowed his eyes. "This place. Someone's been watching us." Isha frowned. "You mean someone knew we'd escape through here?" "I don't know," Rane said with a cold smile. "But someone doesn't want us to get away easily." Carlos struggled to stand upright. "Then don't stop. The sooner we get out of this area." The three of them said no more and moved swiftly along the depths of the alley. Rane, still supported by Isha, staggered forward with determination. Carlos, though hobbling, maintained a vigilant posture, his gaze constantly sweeping the shadows on both sides. The night wind blew through the ruins, stirring torn strips of cloth like funeral banners. In the distance, the torchlight grew more numerous, footsteps echoed faintly. The pursuers had not yet shown themselves, but the encirclement was quietly tightening. They had just climbed over a low wall into a deeper, darker alley, when Rane suddenly stopped. "What's wrong?" Isha asked. He didn't answer but looked down at his bleeding palm, which had left a trail of bright red marks along the base of the wall. "The blood trail is too obvious," he said. "We need to cover it up." Carlos tore off a corner of his outer robe and handed it over. "Wrap the wound, apply pressure." Rane took the cloth and was about to bind it when a dog's bark suddenly erupted from the end of the alley. The three of them froze simultaneously. The barking grew closer, accompanied by the rhythm of boots on the ground. "Run," Carlos said in a low voice. "Don't look back." Isha and Carlos exchanged a glance, simultaneously quickening their pace. Rane gritted his teeth to keep up, but as he took a few steps, the rhythm of his boots striking the ground sounded like a death knell, growing ever closer. Just as Rane attempted to lift his foot, his leg weakened, and his knee slammed into the rubble, causing a sharp pain in his left shoulder. He let out a muffled groan. "Don't push yourself." Carlos gasped for breath, the old injury in his right leg burning painfully, yet he bent down and patted Rane on the shoulder. "Get on my back, I'll carry you." Rane grimaced, his voice as grating as sandpaper on iron. "Even an old mule has more strength than you. Can you carry me?" "Stop talking nonsense." Carlos knelt on one knee, jamming his sword into the ground behind him, and pressed his left hand against the earth. "If we dawdle any longer, the pursuers will roast us on a spit." Isha said nothing, tearing off the last piece of her skirt and pressing it against Rane's shoulder, tightly wrapping it with her belt. Her movements were brisk, and after binding it, she kicked Rane. "Get on. You'd better die far away and not dirty my path." Rane snorted, using the wall for leverage as he climbed onto Carlos' back. Carlos let out a muffled grunt, swaying slightly when he stood upright but managing to stay on his feet. Isha picked up her three-section staff, separating it into shorter sticks ready to guard their rear. The three of them squeezed into the narrow gap of the collapsed building, the passage barely wide enough for one person to pass sideways. Sharp bricks pricked their feet, and tiles above were at risk of collapsing at any moment. With Rane on his back, Carlos hunched over every step, feeling like he was treading on a blade. Rane lay against his back, able to hear Carlos' heavy breathing mixed with the scent of rusted blood. "Hey, Knight," Rane whispered. "If you drop me, I won't be responsible for collecting your corpse." "Shut up," Carlos gritted his teeth. "If you keep talking, I'll just throw you into a dung pit." Isha, leading the way, suddenly raised her hand to signal them to stop. Ahead, the path opened up to a three-way intersection divided by a collapsed stable, flickering flames visible. For pursuers wielding short spears had blocked their way, the spear tips glinting coldly in the torchlight. The barking of dogs grew closer from behind, the rhythm of the encircling pursuers becoming apparent. For in front, Isha whispered, "At least two more behind. The dogs have a keen sense of smell." "Then don't let them gather for a feast." Rane struggled to get down. "If you get down, you're just offering your head." Isha shot him a glare. "Stay put." Carlos said no more, tightening his grip on Rane as he suddenly surged out of the gap. His left leg dragged on the ground, yet his speed was astonishing as he charged directly at the first pursuer. The enemy thrust his spear, but Carlos deflected it with a shard of his shield, sparks flying. Then, with a shoulder charge, he knocked the man to the ground. Isha emerged from the side, her poisoned hairpin flying out, piercing the neck of the second pursuer with a soft thud. The man fell to his knees without a sound, clutching his throat. She swiftly picked up the fallen spear and swept it at the legs of the third pursuer, who lost his balance and fell into the muck. The last pursuer aimed his spear at Carlos, and while Rane lay on his back, he suddenly kicked off his heel, striking the enemy's knee. The pursuer cried out in pain, falling to his knees. Carlos turned and swung his sword down, severing the spear shaft, the blade gliding closely along the throat, leaving a line of blood. "Get lost!" Carlos barked. The man rolled and crawled away in panic. The four of them quickly passed through the intersection and turned onto a narrow bridge spanning a sewage ditch. The bridge's surface was rotten, the wooden planks loose, creaking underfoot. Carlos, carrying Rane, led the way with Isha close behind. As they reached the middle of the bridge, shadows flickered atop the roofs. On either side, 6 pursuers leaping down, bows and crossbows drawn, arrows aimed straight at the 3. "Silver Blade is here!" Isha suddenly shouted, lighting her pipe as smoke billowed out, carried by the wind towards the rooftops. The mist spread, obstructing the pursuers' line of sight. Some coughed, while others waved their hands to disperse it. In that instant, Carlos suddenly accelerated, charging toward the end of the bridge with Rane on his back. Isha followed closely, rolling off the bridge with a tumble to absorb the impact. The pursuers released their arrows, which pierced the bridge boards, splintering, wood flying everywhere. "Run!" Isha shouted, scrambling to her feet. Carlos gritted his teeth, dragging both of them and veering into an underground drainage ditch. The ditch was low, with sewage up to their ankles, the stench overwhelming. Rane lay against Carlos' back, his consciousness starting to fade, feeling the jostling intensely, the pain in his left shoulder surging again. "Hey, Knight, are you all right?" he mumbled. "Stop worrying about me." Carlos panted like a broken bellows. "But you better not fall asleep on my back, or I really will throw you into a dung pit." Isha led the way, suddenly stopping. "The exit is ahead, near the mass grave." The 3 climbed out of the dark ditch, facing a desolate slope strewn with jagged stones and withered grass. In the distance, torches formed a line of light. The pursuers were still searching, but had yet to discover this place. Rane finally could not hold on any longer, half-conscious and slumping against Carlos' back. Carlos' knees buckled, and he knelt on the ground, unable to rise. "Rest. Let's rest for a moment," he gasped, veins bulging on his forehead. Isha crouched down to examine Rane's wounds, noticing the blood was still seeping, furrowing her brow. She looked around, picked up the 3-section staff, and pried loose a tilted stone tablet nearby. With a crash, the tablet fell, kicking up a cloud of dust that concealed the 3's tracks. "We can't stop any longer." She looked up at the sky. "It's almost dawn, and the curfew will be even stricter." Carlos steadied himself with his sword, struggling to stand securely, lifting Rane onto his back. Isha held the staff at the back, and the 3 moved down the slope, avoiding the main road, heading toward the direction of the sea breeze. The night wind rustled through the reeds, creating a whispering sound. Finally, they reached the edge of a reed bed. Isha confirmed no one was following them, leaned against a withered tree and gasped for air. Her hands still trembled, but her grip on the staff did not loosen. Carlos gently set Rane down, then slumped to the ground himself, looking up at the gray sky. His breathing was heavy, and the old injury in his left leg felt like a knife was digging into it, yet he remained silent. Rane half opened his eyes, his voice weak. "Did we escape? You're lucky to be alive." Isha wiped her face, casually sticking the 3-section staff into the mud. "If you show off like that again, I won't care about you anymore." Carlos tugged at the corner of his mouth, lacking the strength to smile. He looked down at his hands, stained with blood and mud, with dirt wedged beneath his nail. He slowly lifted his hand, wiping his face to remove sweat and blood. In the distance, the direction of the city still flickered with flames, but it was already far away. The reeds swayed in the wind, concealing their figures. Isha felt the bandages around Rane's wound, confirming the bleeding had stopped, and she finally relaxed a bit. She reached out to check Rane's forehead, which was alarmingly hot. "You've got a fever," she said. "I can handle it." Rane muttered, his eyelids drooping again. Carlos leaned against the reed stalks, slowly closing his eyes. He was too exhausted, so tired that even breathing felt like a tug-of-war. But he knew he couldn't sleep. If he did, he might not wake up. "Let's go," he suddenly spoke, his voice hoarse. "We need to move a bit more." Isha didn't budge. "Only if you can stand up." Carlos didn't respond, using his hand to push off the ground, trying to rise little by little. His left leg trembled violently, but he ultimately stood upright. He turned around and bent down again. Rane still lay there, and Isha glanced at him, lifting her foot to kick him. "Playing dead won't work, get up." Rane grunted, barely propping himself up. Carlos hoisted him onto his back, his steps heavy but resolute. The 3 continued forward, deeper into the thicket of reeds. The wind grew stronger, carrying a salty, fishy scent. The sea was just ahead, the sound of waves faintly audible, and the briny wind stirred the reeds, gradually swallowing the three's figures. The sea breeze, infused with a salty tang, invaded the nostrils, and Reinhardt's forehead burned like a piece of red-hot iron. He lay on Carlos' back, his consciousness drifting in the black mist, feeling not the ground beneath his feet, but the surging waves. The muffled sound of waves crashing against the shore filled his ears alongside the subdued footsteps of Isha, leaving shallow prints on the muddy bank. "We're almost there." Isha gritted her teeth, fingers digging into the slippery crevices of the embankment as she climbed upward inch by inch. Her skirt had long been soaked in foul water, heavy like it had lead weights attached, yet her movements did not slow. Above her, tufts of withered grass grew from the cracked section of the breakwater, swaying in the night wind like ghostly hands. She peeked ahead, her pupils narrowing sharply. In the distance, a large ship was docked. A white flag with a golden cross hung motionless from the mast. There were no lights, no sentries, not even the shadow of a patrol at the edge of the deck. The entire vessel lay like a lifeless object, quietly resting in the inky waters, as if it had just drifted in from the "Get down!" Isha turned back and waved her hand, her voice barely audible. Carlos was panting heavily, his left leg's old injury feeling like it was being sawed with a dull knife. He knelt against a pile of rotten fishing nets, carefully laying Reinhardt flat. Reinhardt muttered something incoherent, his cracked lips bleeding, his breaths quick and shallow. "The Holy Grace." Isha crouched closer, scanning the ship's hull in the dim light of the waning moon. The rusted side was engraved with 3 characters, the strokes neat, the registered name of the church's logistics fleet. This ship shouldn't be here. Carlos wiped the sweat and mud from his face, squinting as he assessed. An inland river port dispatch vessel, how did it end up in a seaport? And it hasn't unloaded its cargo. Isha pointed to the empty gangway area. "Look how tight the mooring ropes are, the waterline is deep, indicating a significant load. If it were transporting grain or cloth, there would have been porters going up and down long ago." Carlos fell silent for a moment, suddenly sneering. "Either there's no one on board, or someone doesn't want others to know they're here." The two exchanged glances, both silent. Yet their understanding was clear. The Church's affairs, the quieter they were, the more dangerous they became. Reinhardt suddenly convulsed, squeezing out a few words from his throat. "Don't let them take it away." Isha's brow twitched. "What did he say?" Carlos asked. "Take it away." Isha stared at the ghostly ship, her expression shifting. "Do you think it could be evidence? Or weapons? Recently the Church has been capturing people everywhere. Even 3 hunters from the northern slopes were hanged for concealing a covenant. Are they afraid of the information leaking and simply packing up to move it? Should we board now? Are you crazy? Reinhardt is burning up and my leg can't handle 2 decks. If you sneak in alone, it's a death sentence." "Then wait until dawn," Isha countered. "Once the sun rises and the port guard's change shifts, the ship might just weigh anchor and leave. We wouldn't even have a place to pursue them," Carlos growled. "But if we go up now, how is that different from jumping into a pit of filth in the middle of the night? Or do you want me to carry Reinhardt while sneezing my way into the Church's lair?" Isha fell silent. She looked down at Reinhardt, the young man's cheeks flushed unnaturally, his eyelashes quivering slightly, as if he was still fighting in a dream. She reached out to check his forehead, which was alarmingly hot. "But what he just said," she murmured, "wasn't nonsense. It was a warning." Carlos sighed, rubbing his. He knew Isha was right. If they missed this opportunity, they might never find another lead. But in their current state, they hardly resembled a capable team. "Wait." Isha suddenly looked up. "That over there on the shore." Following her gaze, a broken gangway was angled into the mud, a distance of 5 to 6 meters from the main ship. But the position was tricky, perfectly lodged between 2 extinguished port lamps belonging to their blind spot. More crucially, a thick cable hung at the end of the gangway, leading down to the ship's inspection hatch. "I can get across," Isha said. "I'll first feel around the outside of the cabin. If there's no response, I'll signal for you to back me up." "You alone?" Carlos shook his head. "No way." "Then you come." Isha raised an eyebrow. "You can barely stand and you want to climb a rope? Or do you expect the feverish Reinhardt to be your stepping stone?" Carlos was left speechless. 5 minutes. Isha had already unfastened her 3-section staff, breaking it into short rods secured at her waist, pulling out her hairpin and holding it in her hand. "If I don't signal, you take Reinhardt and retreat. Head into the reeds, don't look back." Carlos stared at her for 2 seconds, finally nodding. "All right, but if you don't make a sound after 6 minutes, I'm going to charge in and break down the door." "Suit yourself." Isha grinned, revealing some mischief. "Just don't cry later." She crouched low, advancing stealthily across the muddy bank, her movements light as a night. The tide had receded significantly, leaving the bare mudflat littered with fragments of shells that crunched underfoot. She slowed her pace, almost crawling along the ground, until she reached the starting point of the gangway. That wooden plank was rotting, and ragged, the edges entangled in torn fishing nets. She reached out to test its weight-bearing capacity. The wood emitted a faint groan but did not break. Taking a deep breath, she climbed up using both hands and feet. 1 step, 2 steps. The plank swayed slightly but did not collapse. She quickened her pace, swiftly approaching the mooring rope. As her fingertips grazed the coarse hemp rope, she paused and looked up at the ship's hull. The inspection hatch was 3 meters high, the iron cover half open, as if it hadn't been properly secured in haste. Inside was pitch black, not a sound could be heard. She grasped the mooring rope, pushing off with her feet, her body soaring towards the ship's side like an eel. As she landed, her knees slightly bent, absorbing the impact, she pressed her body against the ship's hull, holding her breath. A minute passed. Carlos leaned against a broken pile, his right hand tightly gripping the hilt of his sword, his eyes fixed on the direction where Isha had disappeared. Reinhardt grunted beside him, rolling over, muttering, "Silver blade. Can't sleep. Shut up." Carlos cursed softly. "If you fall asleep now, you'll save everyone." 2 minutes. The ship remained eerily silent. 3 minutes. Suddenly a very light click echoed like the sound of metal striking metal. Carlos tensed up. 4 minutes. A small dark shadow moved from the side of the ship, flashing by the edge of the inspection hatch. It was Isha's signal. Safe, ready for backup. Carlos let out a breath he didn't realize he was holding, then tensed again. He bent down to support Reinhardt. "Wake up, kid, the chance to survive has come." Reinhardt opened his eyes groggily, his vision blurred. "Where to?" "On board." Carlos lifted him up. "Let's meet those divine beings in white robes." Reinhardt's lips twitched as if he wanted to smile, but then coughed out a breath of hot air. "I'm not seasick. Unless they're carrying rotten fish. Then pray they're transporting gold bars," Carlos said softly, dragging him towards the gangway. 5 minutes later, the two arrived under the mooring rope. Carlos looked up. Isha was half out of the inspection hatch, waving at them. "Hurry," she whispered. Carlos pushed Reinhardt ahead. "You go first, I'll support you." Reinhardt gritted his teeth, grabbing the mooring rope with both hands, pulling himself up inch by inch. With every movement, the wound on his left shoulder felt like it was seared with a branding iron. He bit his teeth, remaining silent as blood traces formed under his nails on the hemp rope. Isha reached out to grab him, pulling him into the inspection hatch. Carlos was the last one up, his left leg lacking strength, relying solely on his arms to pull himself. The veins on his forehead bulged, cold sweat pouring down, and he finally tumbled into the platform outside the cabin. The three leaned against the cold iron wall, gasping for air. The sea breeze swept across the ship's hull, emitting a wailing echo. Isha pointed to the entrance of the corridor ahead, where a half-closed iron door stood with no light seeping through the crack. She made a gesture for silence. Carlos nodded slowly, drawing his sword, the blade pressed against his arm, hidden behind his back. Isha tightened her grip on the hairpin, while Reinhardt leaned against the wall, his eyelids starting to droop. But his right hand instinctively reached for the dagger at his waist. Isha rose first, moving forward along the wall. Carlos followed closely, his steps heavy yet soundless. Reinhardt struggled to stand, but Carlos pressed him down. "Stay put." The knight whispered, "Don't make things worse." Reinhardt opened his mouth, seemingly wanting to argue, but ultimately just nodded. Isha approached the iron door, pressing her ear against it. There were no footsteps inside, no breathing, only a low-frequency hum like a machine running. She turned back, making a gesture to enter. Carlos stepped forward, his left hand resting against the door frame, his right arm coiling with strength. Isha counted to 3, then nodded sharply. Carlos exerted force. The iron door slowly opened with a grating screech. Behind the door was a narrow passage leading downward, the walls embedded with dim oil lamps, their flickering light casting a long shadow on the ground. That shadow belonged to none of them. It lay quietly across the center of the passage like a drawn sword. The iron door creaked open a sliver, slanting the lamplight into the corridor. The shadow on the ground lay before them like a rusted blade. Isha's fingers brushed against her hairpin, Kaluosis' sword hidden behind his arm, and Layan sat against the wall, his forehead still beaded with cold sweat, yet his eyes were already awake. "It's not a living person." Layan suddenly spoke, his voice raspy like sandpaper grinding wood. "A living person wouldn't stand that long without shifting." Kaluasi tilted his ear for a few seconds. No sound of breathing, no echo of footsteps. Either it's a mechanical dummy or... He paused. "A trap waiting for us to enter." "Then we won't enter." Isha lowered her voice. "Burn it. See what ghost it hides." Layan glanced up at her, a grin tugging at the corner of his mouth. "Your mind dares more than a powder keg. Still better than you risking your life to test it." Isha glared at him. "Can you walk a straight line right now? Don't you dare fall into the ash pile and burn like firewood before you even light the flame." Layan didn't retort. He lowered his head, touched the dagger at his waist, and twisted the tassel on his sword. The moment he made that move, Kaluasi knew. The kid was about to act. He sighed. "If you really want to be a torchbearer, I suggest picking a downwind spot, so you don't choke yourself to death." Layan ignored him, pushed himself up slowly against the wall, his legs still weak, but he stood firm. He untied the black silk cloth from his face, and wrapped it around his right brow, covering the fresh wound. The scab split, slightly oozing red threads. He wiped it with his hand and smeared it across his cheek. "Now I am Silver Blade," he said. "Not a feverish farmer." Isha rolled her eyes. Fine, great hero, please go ahead. Just don't cry for your mother when you burn your toes." Rane grinned, pulling out tinder and a small pouch of animal fat from his chest. The kindling he had hidden for 3 days originally meant to cook some hot soup if he needed to. Now the soup was gone, but it became the appetizer for a great fire. He crouched and slipped into the corridor, using the lingering lamplight to find a pile of old sacks and rotting planks in the corner. These were random debris the crew had tossed aside, usually ignored, but today they became the perfect fuel. Kalawasi leaned against the doorframe and half-crouched. "I'll count to 10. If you haven't lit it by then, I'll drag you back and beat you." 9. Rane had already struck the flint. 8. Sparks landed on the tinder, trailing a wisp of blue smoke. 7. He blew gently and a flame leaped up, licking the sack. 6. The fire spread along the oil stains, crackling, illuminating the depths of the shadow was still there, but as the flame swayed, it seemed to move as well. 5. Isha took half a step back. "Did it? Just tilt its head." 4. Kalawasi stared at the firelight. "Don't trust what tricks the eyes play." 3. The flames climbed the wooden planks of the bulkhead, releasing a scorched smell, and thick smoke began to roll. 2. Rane retreated but tripped over a warped floorboard, falling to one knee. He gritted his teeth and pushed himself up, glancing back at the burning entrance. A wall of fire had formed, lighting the entire corridor. 1. Kalawasi reached out and pulled him back. "Go!" The 3 of them retreated to the small platform outside the inspection hatch. The sea breeze blew in, carrying the roar of flames and the crisp snap of splitting wood. The fire raced inward like a crimson serpent burrowing into the ship's belly. Soon a loud bang came from the main cabin. Some oil tank had been ignited and the whole ship shuddered violently. "Nice work." Isha slapped Rane's shoulder. "Next time give me a heads up if we're roasting seafood, so I can bring chopsticks." Rane panted, leaning against the iron wall, his face pale but his eyes blazing. "It's not over yet. The thing isn't at the door. We have to go deeper. You already burned it and you still want to go in." Kalawasi frowned. "The fire's getting bigger. If we don't pull out now, we'll become the 4th corpse on this ship." "I didn't come here for corpses." Rane stared at the main cabin door engulfed in flames. "I came for answers." As the words fell, the firelight suddenly warped. Not because of the wind nor the explosion, but the way the flames writhed changed. They no longer leaped chaotically, but instead, as if drawn by something, they gathered, stretched, and shaped. A figure stepped out of the raging fire. Tall, straight, draped in a tattered cloak, carrying a sheathless ancient sword over its shoulder. The face was indistinct, as if melted by the firelight, leaving only a pair of eyes that gleamed coldly in the blaze. With each step, the flames parted automatically, as if treading on a red carpet. The 3 of them froze. Isha's hand pressed on her hairpin but didn't draw it. Kalawasi slowly raised his sword, then stopped midair. Rane stood still, neither moving nor speaking, just watching. The figure walked to the center of the corridor and stopped. It raised its left hand, pointing slowly toward the north, directly at a dark expanse of sea on the horizon. Then the fire suddenly swelled, exploded with a boom, and the figure vanished in that instant like a candle snuffed out by the wind. Silence. Only the crackling of flames and the dull thud of waves against the hull. "Am I seeing things?" Isha murmured. No, Kalawasi's voice was low. "We all saw it." "Was that the first silver blade?" Isha turned to Rane. "The one your master mentioned?" Rane didn't answer. He stared at the empty fire scene, his right hand unconsciously touching the cloth strip on his brow. "My master said some roads need to be guided by the dead." He finally spoke, his voice not loud but cutting through the roar of the fire. Kalawasi frowned. "Dead men don't walk, let alone point directions. This could be heat-induced hallucination or a light trick from the church." "Then you explain it," Isha sneered. "Who could walk with such presence in the fire? Those white-robed priests can do magic tricks, but they don't carry swords. Maybe there's an accomplice hiding inside, releasing smoke screens." Kalawasi insisted. "I've seen this kind of trick at the cathedral festival." "Then tell me." Rane suddenly turned to him. "Why did he point to the exact place my father called North Shore Reef Bay on his deathbed? And why is his cloak exactly the same as the one drawn in the journal I found in my cellar?" Kalawasi was speechless. Rane took a deep breath, the firelight flickering on his face in sharp contrasts. "I don't believe in ghosts, but I believe in my master's words. He said Silverblade is not a person's name but a command. Whoever hears it must move forward." Isha nodded. "I heard it too." Kalawasi was silent for a moment, then finally sighed. "The 2 of you combined don't have enough brains. But if I say I'm not going now, you 2 will definitely charge in and burn to charcoal." Smart, Isha smiled. "So you agree?" I didn't say that. Kalawasi sheathed his sword. I'm just saying I have to make sure you don't die too ugly. Rane didn't say another word. He retied his face, hiding most of his face. He bent down, picked up a charred piece of wood, and drew a line on the ground. From now on we don't retreat, he said. Silver Blade is not asleep. Tonight it still lives. Isha pulled out her 3-section staff, broke it into short rods, and shone it into the firelight. Then what are we waiting for? Clues won't crawl out on their own. Kalawasi flexed his left leg, and a faint click came from his knee. Hope you remember that. If I fall later, don't expect me to have your backs. Don't worry. Rane patted his shoulder. You're too tall. If you fall, you'll sink the ship. The three exchanged glances without another. They turned to face the burning ship, the firelight dancing in their eyes, casting 3 silhouettes against the blaze. The main cabin door was already consumed by flame, but a corridor along the edge was still passable. Thick smoke rolled, waves of heat hit their faces, yet they stepped forward without hesitation. Rane led the way, his right hand gripping his rapier, his left hand touching his brow. There was a scar and a promise. Isha followed closely, her 3-section staff broken into 2 pieces, guarding the blind spots on either side. Kalawasi brought up the rear, his sword still sheathed, but his eyes scanned every shadow, every loose plank. The fire still raged, and the ship groaned with metallic twisting sounds. Overhead beams began to rain down sparks like a crimson drizzle. They crossed the wall of fire and stepped into the wreckage of the main cabin. The ground was scorching, the soles of their shoes giving off a burnt smell. Around them lay collapsed shelves and charred crates, the air thick with the smell of burnt wood, grease, and an indescribable rancidity. Rane stopped, looking north. The direction the Phantom had pointed. There, a half-collapsed iron door led to a small compartment that seemed to have been a crew rest area. On the wall hung a half-burned map, the coastline barely visible. Isha hurried forward, using her short rod to push aside the ash. There are signs that something was moved here. Kalawasi crouched to examine the floor. Footprints, more than one pair. And he wiped a piece of metal shard with his fingertip. This is not a part of the ship. Rane walked over and picked up the shard. Copper with fine engravings on the edge like some kind of symbol. A new toy from the church. Isha asked. No, Rane shook his head. It looks more like a key. He looked up at the map. The firelight flashed, illuminating a mark. Near North Shore Reef Bay, a sword was drawn, piercing an island with 2 ancient Guluo characters beside it. Return. Found it, he murmured. Kalawasi stood up, looking out at the sea through the door. Then don't dawdle. The ship won't last long. We need to take what we're here for before it sinks. Isha tucked the shard into her sleeve. What's next? Head straight to Reef Bay. Rane took one last look at the fire-engulfed corridor, as if he could still see the figure standing in the flames pointing north. First get out of here alive, he said. Then let the light of Silver Blade shine where it needs to. Without another word, the 3 advanced along the edge of the fire into the depths of the compartment. The collapsed ceiling hung iron bars like the fangs of a giant beast. The air grew hotter and breathing became difficult. But at the end of the rubble, an unburned iron chest lay quietly in the corner, the same symbol engraved on its corner as on the shard. Rane walked over and reached out to touch the lid. Scorching hot. But he did not pull his hand back. The iron chest was scorching hot. The moment Rane's palm touched it, a searing pain shot through. He didn't pull back, but instead ran his fingertips along the lid's edge, feeling the twisted gaps left by the heat-deformed metal. The fire still raged, the beam overhead groaned under its weight. A piece of red-hot iron crashed down a few steps away, sending a shower of sparks. If we don't act now, this chest will be welded shut right here. Rane gritted his teeth, drawing his rapier and gently inserting the tip into the seam as if prying a stuck bolt. Isha crouched down, tore off a corner of her skirt, and poured some water from a small bottle at her waist onto the cloth, then tossed it to Kalawasi. Catch, don't touch it with bare hands. Kalawasi took the wet cloth, wrapped it around his hand, and stood on the other side of the iron chest. The old injury in his left leg throbbed, and his knee nearly gave way, but he steadied himself by gripping his sword hilt. If your sword breaks, I'm not carrying you out. Don't worry, my life is more precious than yours. Rane sneered, applying force with his wrist as the blade slid deeper into the gap. The metal screeched as the lid lifted a crack. It moved. Isha shouted. All together now. The 2 exerted force simultaneously. Kalawasi braced his shoulder against the lid, while Isha wedged a short stick into the gap as a fulcrum. With a dull thud, the lid burst open, releasing a wave of burnt smell mixed with... Inside the chest, half buried in ashes, lay a palm-sized black stone slab, its surface covered with intricate patterns, and its edges jagged, as if it had been forcibly broken off from a larger stone tablet. Ignoring the blisters on his palm, Rane reached in and took out the stone slab. It was cool to the touch, a stark contrast to the scorching heat around. He turned it over and saw a familiar symbol, identical to the mark on the earlier iron box. Another piece. Isha leaned in. The shape. It seems like it can fit. Layan nodded, taking out a smaller stone slab from his pocket. A relic from the hidden compartment of the first Silverblade's diary, which he had kept close to his body. As the two stones were brought close, the broken edges seemed to align. "Bring the lantern," he said. Isha lit the oil lamp and the three of them crouched in a circle on the ground. The flame flickered, making the carvings on the stone surface appear and disappear. Layan held the bottom with one hand and gently pushed with the other, trying to fit them together. The first attempt misaligned, the second caught the edge, and on the third, click! With a soft click, the two stones fit perfectly together as if they had never been separated. The complete surface revealed ancient Gulualun script, where the frost fang returns to its sheath beneath the aurora. The secret cave hides the Beneath the text, a winding mountain range was carved with a few arcs at the top resembling dancing ribbons of light in the night sky. Frost fang. Isha uttered the word, frowning. That name sounds familiar. My master mentioned it, Layan said, staring at the two characters, his voice low. The first Silverblade's personal sword was called Frostfang. It is said to have vanished in the northern snowfields. Kaluosi stared at the map outline for a long time, then suddenly spoke. This terrain is wrong. Our coastline to the north is all barren beaches and reefs. Where would mountains come from? And auroras, those can only be seen at the edge of the ice. So the clue points to the ice fields? Isha asked. Or it could be a trap, Kaluosi said coldly. The church is too familiar with this kind of game. First they plant a false clue leading people into a dead end, freezing or starving to death without them lifting a finger. Layan didn't argue but instead pulled out a crumpled sketch from his sleeve. A rough map of the northern coast his father had drawn with charcoal on his deathbed. He placed the newly assembled stone slab on top for comparison. Look here, he said, pointing to the starting point of the mountain range. My father said the path of the Silverblade begins with the sheathing of the blade and ends with the Frostfang. The location of the sheathing, the blade mark, coincides exactly with the ship's map. Isha leaned in for a closer look. So the information passed down in your family and this stone slab point to the same place. Not just that, Layan said, flipping open another page of the diary, which showed a sword embedded in a snowy peak. This is the last drawing left by my map. 3 markers all overlapping. The air grew quiet for a few seconds. Kaluosi stared at the small drawing, then finally sighed. You're damn lucky, kid. You always manage to piece together a bunch of junk into a lifeline. It's not luck, Layan said calmly as he packed away the items. Someone doesn't want the truth to rot in the ground. But the north is a death zone. Kaluosi shook his head. 40 degrees below zero, wind that can strip flesh, snow that can bury a city. We have no equipment, no guide, and no clear path. Going there is a death sentence. But we have clues, Isha interjected. And 3 independent sources cross-verified. Such a level of coincidence speaks for itself. You two are quite the team, Kaluosi said with a bitter smile. One dares to burn the ship, the other believes in ghosts. And now you both want to dive into an ice hole together. Are you not coming? Layan looked up at him. Kaluosi was silent for a moment, then flexed his left knee and a crisp crack echoed from the joint. Are you not coming? Layan looked up at him. Kaluosi was silent for a moment, then flexed his left knee and a crisp crack echoed. Save it, Kaluosi stood up, brushing the dust off his pants. My life hasn't been my own for a long time. Since you're determined to find some true words, it'll be a living signpost. At least to remind you where to step and where one wrong step leads to the king of hell. Isha laughed. So you agree? I didn't say that, Kaluosi sheathed his sword. I'm just saying I want to stop fools from walking to their deaths. The 3 exchanged a brief glance and no one spoke. Layan carefully wrapped the assembled stone slab in oilcloth and tucked it into his inner pocket. Isha began to inventory her belongings: poisoned hairpins, a smoke pipe, a small pack of dry rations, and half a flask of water. She tore off another strip of her skirt to make a simple cold-weather mask. Let's withdraw first, she said. The ship won't hold much longer. Once it collapses, the pursuers can follow the firelight. Layan nodded, casting a final glance at the burning main cabin. The flames had consumed most of the space, thick smoke billowing, but the iron door pointing north still stood as if in silent vigil. They retreated along the same path back to the maintenance hatch, avoiding several collapsed areas. When they climbed out of the ship, the sky was turning pale fishbelly white, and the sea breeze dispersed the smoke, bringing a chill. A hidden cave on the shore became their temporary shelter. The 3 hid inside, covering the entrance with rubble and seaweed. Layan leaned against the rock wall, gasping for breath, sweat beading on his forehead. Clearly still feverish. Isha took out paper and pen from her pack and spread them on the ground to sketch a route. Based on the information we have, the most likely path is to start from Dark Reef Bay on the north coast, follow an abandoned trade route northwest, cross the permafrost, and enter the mountains. At a rate of 30 li per day, it will take at least 10 days. That's assuming we survive the first 3 days, Kaluosi said, sitting at the cave entrance, watching the shadow of a patrol boat on the sea gradually approach. The church won't ignore the sinking of this ship. Then let's not wait for them. Rane stood up despite his legs still feeling weak. Well, set out tonight under cover of darkness. Have you lost your mind? Isha glared at him. You can barely walk straight and you want to travel overnight. That's why I'm not going alone. Rane looked at the two of them. We are the Silverblade, not some lame groom. Kaluosi snorted. You make it sound so noble. You're just afraid that if you lie down too long mushrooms will grow on your wounds. Then check for me. Rane rolled up his sleeve, revealing a fresh burn on his arm. See if there's any mold. Get lost. Kaluosi tossed him a piece of dry bread. Eat up and stop playing dead. Isha shook her head, helplessly continuing to refine the sketch. She drew a circle around the words, Icefield Secret Cave, and marked several potential risks: blizzards, wild beasts, running out of food and getting lost. We must replenish cold weather supplies, she said. Blankets, thick boots, windproof oilcloth, and we need to find a frost-resistant herb formula. We might get them from the Free City, Rane said. Do you really trust that silver-tongue Wei Kadwa? Kaluosi frowned. That man's tongue is sharper than a blade. One sentence can land you with 3 I don't trust him. Rane took a bite of the bread, chewing with a crunch. But I believe his desire to bring down the church is even stronger than mine. Outside, the cave waves crashed against the shore in a steady rhythm. In the distance, a horn sounded from the harbor as if summoning ships. Kaluosi gripped his sword hilt, scanning the coastline. The pursuers are coming. Our time is short. Rane stood beside Isha, looking at the dotted line on the sketch leading north. He reached out and tapped the destination. Whatever is there, he said. If it can open more people's eyes, then it's worth the journey. Isha looked up at him, her blue eyes glinting in the dim cave. Kaluosi said nothing, silently drawing his sword and beginning to sharpen the blade with a whetstone. Sparks flew, illuminating the old scar on his face. The cave fell silent save for the sound of stone against metal, one stroke after another. Rane touched the scar on his right eyebrow. It had scabbed over but still throbbed with a faint heat. As if somewhere far away a sword awaited its return to the sheath. The sea breeze carried ash from behind as Ryan squinted at the northern coastline. The dawn had just broken and the wreckage of the fire ship still smoldered, lying on the shallow shore like a skinned giant beast. His legs felt a bit weak, the fever hadn't fully subsided yet, but his backpack was already strapped tight. The 3 badges on the sword tassel swayed gently. Tokens of the fare he had won from the dead. Isha was sewing a cold-resistant mask with scraps of cloth. Her stitches were meticulous, and her fingers steady, unlike a noble lady. She finished the last stitch bit off the thread and glanced at Ryan, saying, If you keep standing there like a statue, I'll feed your half-dry biscuit to the seagulls. Carlos leaned against the stone wall at the cave entrance, his sword resting on his knees, as he rubbed the sharpening stone back and forth. Sparks flew, casting a play of light and shadow across his face. She's right, he said. You can barely take 2 steps without feeling like you're walking on cotton. Don't expect to endure until the 3rd day on the ice plains. I can. Ryan grinned, pulling out a half-wrinkled apple, crunching into it. Besides, I'm not alone. You two will suffer along with me, won't you? Isha snorted, stuffing the mask into her bundle. The nearest supply point from the Free City States is 30 miles away, a day's walk and night. The problem is we have no permits and no money for equipment. Then well, steal, Ryan said, or rob. At least you're honest. Carlos sheathed his sword with a thud, saying, But you've forgotten the Free City States aren't like Farmer's Town. Even beggars have to register their fingerprints. Ryan didn't respond, instead gazing blankly at the distant coastline. He knew Carlos was right. The Free City States claimed to be a land without kings. But it was really a den of old foxes in robes dividing their spoils behind the scenes. The council held the law, the military held the sword, and the financial tycoons held the money. Anyone wanting to enter had to first pay the price of allegiance. Just then a hoarse voice floated in from outside the cave, in such a hurry to leave, not even saying hello to old friends. The 3 tensed up simultaneously. Carlos instinctively placed his hand on the hilt of his sword, while Isha's sleeve slipped, revealing a concealed poison needle. But Ryan raised his hand, signaling them to stay still, then turned slowly. A short man stood in the shadow of the cave entrance, draped in a gray cloak, the brim pulled low. Yet when he spoke, his golden tooth gleamed, as if someone had stuffed a copper coin into his mouth. Victor. Ryan raised an eyebrow. How is it that your mouth hasn't been sewn shut yet? Victor the Silver-Tongued smiled, his tongue slightly protruding, making a small circle in the air, as if testing the wind direction. This mouth is specialized in treating all forms of non-compliance. He took a couple of steps forward, lifting the edge of his cloak to reveal a council token at his waist. I've heard you're heading to the ice plains. Heard? Ryan scoffed. You weren't hiding behind a rock eavesdropping all night, were you? I don't need to eavesdrop, Victor replied. I just have to look. 3 injured soldiers, 1 feverish, 1 limping, and 1 almost rusting knight carrying a torn map and thinking they can invade a snow cave. That's not risking death. It's performing a suicide act. Isha glared at him coldly. Then why are you here? To teach us on sight. I'm here to discuss business. Victor pulled out a piece of yellowed parchment from his pocket, shaking it. What you lack is not courage but information. For example, what the church has recently shipped to the ice plains, who is guarding the secret cave entrance, and which path will be pre-mined with explosives. Ryan took a bite of the apple, the crunch echoing. Sounds pretty valuable. Indeed it is valuable, Victor squinted. But I only want one thing, the copy of the covenant you have. The air suddenly turned still. Carlos' expression darkened. Are you crazy? That piece of paper cost Ryan his life. That's why I'm here to talk to him, Victor said, looking at Ryan. You're a smart man. You know the truth won't fill your stomach or keep you warm. Holding the original copy will only win you the sympathy of a few villagers. But what I want is a copy. Just a piece of paper, no loss to you but a leverage for me to shake the council. Ryan said nothing, twisting the tassel of his sword, the 3 badges clinking. He stared at Victor's golden tooth and suddenly smiled. You say you want a copy, what can you offer me? You can't expect me to trust that mouth of yours that can bring the dead back to life, right? Victor grinned, rolling his tongue, and surprisingly popped out a golden tooth which landed in his palm. Engraved on the underside of the tooth was a line of small text. Article 3. Citizens have the right to inquire about the source of property from clergy. This is Article 3 of the Free Code. He returned the tooth to his mouth, biting down again. I have a law engraved on each tooth. Speaking is just legal education. Now let me show you something real. He unfolded a corner of the parchment, revealing a structural diagram of a mountain with a circular mechanism marked in red ink. This is the underground layout of the eastern entrance to the secret cave on the ice plains. The church has set 3 layers of locks. The last one is a voice-controlled door that can only be opened by reciting Frost Tooth Return to Sheath in ancient Loren language. Isha frowned. How do you have this? Because I sent someone to explore the route 3 years ago, Victor replied, putting away the map. Unfortunately, they didn't come back, but a signal was sent out. Just 5 minutes before their deaths. Ryan stared at the map, his heartbeat quickening. This matched perfectly with the markings in his father's sketch and his master's diary. It wasn't a coincidence, it was a connection. Yet he shook his head. I can give you a copy. But I need to inspect the goods first. Inspect? Victor laughed. You really think of yourself as a big business owner. What else? Ryan shrugged. You want to pull a fast one, and I should even pay for the tea. How about this? Leave this part of the map with me, and once I confirm it's correct, the copy will naturally be in your hands. Victor squinted, sizing him up. You've changed. You used to be a reckless man, and now you've learned to bargain. When life gets sick, one becomes clearer. Ryan patted his chest. A high fever can ruin the brain but can also bring out some wisdom. Carlos murmured. Don't trust him. People from the council have hidden agendas. Their words are laced with hooks, and their smiles hide blades. I know, Ryan replied softly. But we have no other choice now. No equipment, no guide, not even a decent path. Rather than crashing into walls ourselves, it's better to let him guide us with a signpost. Isha fell silent for a moment before suddenly speaking up. What if he gives us false information? Then it means he doesn't want to bring down the church, Ryan sneered. It rather proves he shares a bed with Clement. Next time we meet, I want to talk to him with words. Victor laughed, suddenly his laughter echoing in the cave. Interesting. You 3, a venomous snake, a hunk of iron, and a mad dog, yet somehow managed to survive until today. He tore off the corner of the map and tossed it on the ground. Take it. The position of the entrance mechanism, the voice control phrase, and the distribution of ventilation ducts are all here. As for the rest, once you bring me the covenant copy, you will naturally see the whole map. Ryan bent down to pick up the piece of paper, examined it carefully, and confirmed it matched the existing clues before tucking it into his inner pocket. I will send the items to you, he said. I hope what you said is true. Otherwise, when we meet next time, I can't guarantee I'll still be talking to you with words. Victor grinned, his tongue lightly rolling over the surface of his golden tooth. This mouth of mine only ever speaks useful words. After saying this, he turned to leave his gray cloak swaying in the sea breeze, his figure quickly vanishing into the thick fog by the shore. The cave fell silent. Isha stared at the cave entrance, and after a long moment she said softly, He's lying. Not necessarily. Ryan leaned against the stone wall, closing his eyes. He might have only spoken part of the truth, but as long as there's truth, it holds value for us. Carlos drew his sword and began sharpening it again with even more force than before. You both are becoming more like him. Talking business with every word and calculating in your hearts. We're not changing. Ryan opened his eyes, his gaze growing serious. We're learning how to survive. Isha adjusted her bundle, checking the poison needles and smoke bombs one final time. What should we do next? Give him a fake copy. No, Ryan shook his head. Give him a real copy. But delete the key pages, like the true method to activate Frosttooth along with the blood scriptures left by my father. He will discover it. Of course he will, Ryan chuckled. But by then we'll already be on our way. Carlos stopped sharpening his sword and looked at him. Are you so sure he won't tip off the church? I'm not sure. Ryan stood up straight, shouldering his pack, but I am certain of one thing. As long as he still wants to overthrow the church, he needs us to stir this murky water. He won't strangle us now. He walked toward the cave entrance, the sea breeze tousling his hair. In the distance, the outlines of several tall towers could be vaguely seen in the direction of the free city-states. Let's go, he said, before the sun completely dries our footprints. Isha followed and Carlos sheathed his sword, casting one last glance at the torn map piece before tucking it into his cloak. The three of them exited the cave, advancing along the coastline toward the northwest. The wind picked up, whipping up sand particles that hit their faces like tiny warning. Ryan touched the scar above his right brow, which had already scabbed but still felt warm, like some place waiting for a sword to cleave the frozen earth. Sea wind drove sand into the seams of the pack. Rane crouched behind a lee rock and drew from his chest the torn corner of a map. The paper's edge still showed the creases rubbed by Wei. Kaduo's fingers curled like a snake that had just been trodden upon. Isha leaned against the cliff, binding a sword hilt with scraps of cloth, and said, He left with steady steps. Kaluosi sat on a flat stone with his left leg extended, his hand pressed 3 inches above the knee. Where a firearm round had grazed him, the old wound ached when the sky turned heavy. So either he truly believed it or he didn't care about the truth at all. He looked up. What he cared about more was that someone dared to present a copy of the Covenant as tradable currency. Rane grinned, apple pulp clinging to his teeth. Isn't that exactly what we want? We need him to think the deal is legitimate, not to actually believe we handed over the complete text. He drew another piece of parchment from his inner pocket, thicker than the torn scrap, and rubbed raw at the edges as if it had been thumbed through countless times. He had quietly sorted them the night before while Isha mended the mask and Kaluosi sharpened his blade. 2 copies, one abridged, one intact. What was excised was the 5th page, the blood script translation detailing the true trigger for the Shuang Yagui Qiao, and the hidden ventilation tunnel sketched on the back of his father's draft in cipher. The one I handed over, the first 4 pages are genuine. Even the ink matches. Rane tucked the true copy back into his shirt. But the one he took is missing an eye. Isha accepted the map fragment and spread it across her knees, then fished from the bundle her own yellowed sketch. The 2 sheets meshed. The mountain contours aligned perfectly, even the position of a concealed drainage channel matched. The entrance structure fits. She tapped the circular mechanism marked in red ink. 3-tier locks, a sound-activated door, the keyword Shuang Yagui Qiao. None of this is made up. Kaluosi peered closer and frowned. Wait, the vents are too densely spaced. A grotto from the Gullilan era wouldn't have so many apertures unless there's a vast cavity below, or there's machinery dissipating heat. Rane stared at the drawing, the hum of the ship's corridor flaring in his mind. Right? I felt that was off too. That sound wasn't whine through a hole. It was the aftershock of gears meshing. Then the intelligence is real. Isha folded the papers without slackening her tone. But the motive? Why is Wei Kaduo making a move? He sent scouts 3 years ago. The men died, but the signal remained until now. Too convenient. Rane bit a dry biscuit, the crunch loud. He waited until we were nearly spent to come talk. No coin, no papers, no gear. When you offer something substantial at that moment, we're forced to bite. He calculated we'd be tempted by that scrap of sustenance. Kaluosi snorted. So he's not rescuing us. He's investing in a gamble. If we die, he loses only a sheet. If we live, he gains a card that can overturn the table. Let him bet then. Rane brushed biscuit crumbs off, rising. We never relied on the council for bread. He wants a reproduction. Fine, give it to him. He wants hope. Extend it on credit. Isha watched the scar over his right brow. Scabbed, its edge peeling like sun-cracked bark. You're sure he won't immediately inform the church? I'm not sure. Rane shrugged. But I'm sure he understands that once the church learns someone is carrying an intact Covenant copy across the ice, the first move is to seal the passes with soul. And if he truly wanted trouble, he'd have to keep this fire burning. He paused, the corner of his mouth tilting. Besides the fact he can curl a golden tooth with his tongue, shows he's practiced bone-shrinking techniques. Such men fear death above all, and dread having their teeth pulled. Kaluosi grunted. You're getting worse at crude jokes. The 3 fell silent for a moment as a rusting wind blew in from the north. On the distant shoreline, the fire ship's wreck lay as a half-charred keel, a broken spear planted in the sand. Let's go. Rane patted the sword hilt. If we tarry, the tide will erase our footprints. They began readying their packs. Rane unthreaded 3 family insignia from his sword tassel. 1 a gray wolf's head, 1 twin serpents entwined, 1 a roaring red lion. Each was a trophy won in life or death duels. He tossed them into a hollow by the fire, and using a broken dagger as a hammer beat them into three-toothed discs, anti-slip studs. He lashed the metal pieces to the soles of his boots. No slip downhill, no ankle twist uphill. Strictly utilitarian. Ka-luo-si bound his whetstone to a sturdy staff to fashion a pathfinding pole. He tested its weight and nodded. This pokes through snowbanks better than a sword point and can probe the bearing of thin ice. Isha unpicked the remaining cloth, reforged it into shoulder straps to reinforce the pack, and stuffed a layer of dried seaweed into a lining. A scrap gathered from the shore last night, sun-dried, half a day light, as cloud and warm as a cat's belly. A makeshift insulating layer, she said. It won't last long, but it will buy us a few extra hours. Layan watched her deft hands and teased. You present like a noblewoman, but you're plainly a refugee expert. I've been in exile 3 years. Isha did not lift an eyelid. Slept in stables, nibbled on peasant rations, cleaned latrines for a month. What you see now is my best state. Ka-luo-si rose on his staff and flexed his left leg. Enough airing each other's dirt. Our problem now isn't who suffered more, but how to get past the border watchtowers. The main road is out of the question. Layan spread the map. The official checkpoints change guards twice a day. Anyone without passage papers is, but we don't have to force the main route. He drew a line with charcoal. Follow the coast northwest 5 li cross that low ridge, there's an abandoned shepherd's hut. Smugglers used it for salt runs. The sentries seldom bother there. Travel by day? Isha asked. Hide by day, Layan said. We move by night. Rotate the route finder every 30 li. 1 leads 2 in the center, and rear keep a triangular formation. Signal by gestures only if something's wrong. Note, your fever hasn't fully left you. Ka-luo-si watched him. You still swayed earlier. It's broken. Layan touched his forehead. A high fever can fry the brain, but it can also burn clarity into you. I am clear-headed now. Isha withdrew a poisoned needle from her sleeve and checked its gleam in the sun. Then do as you plan. But if I see you start circling when you walk, he'll shove you into a snow hole to sober up. Fine. Layan hoisted his pack and clipped the modified pole to his belt. If I truly go under, do what you will. For now I stand steady. They finished and set off along the coast toward the northwest. The wind rose, flinging grit against their faces like a volley of tiny stones. Layan led with the pole planted before him, eyes sweeping the rocky path. Isha carried 2 peoples, supplies, her gaze skimming the cliff flanks. Ka-luo-si brought up the rear, his left hand never far from his sword hilt ears, tuned to the sounds behind them. After roughly 5 li, the land rose and the coast bent into an... The wind spiraled there, a keening like someone playing a reed. There's a wind-sheltered notch ahead. Layan called back. A li good for a rest. First check for footprints, Isha whispered. Ka-luo-si shoved aside rubble with the pole and crouched to examine the ground. New sand has drifted over it, but there's an impression beneath, he said, running his hand across the surface. Someone passed here at least 2 hours ago, heading our... Not pursuers. Layan shook his head. If they meant to strike us, they'd have lain an ambush by now. These tracks move in haste, not the cautious tread of an ambusher. Could be bait. Isha narrowed her eyes. All the more reason to go look. Layan stepped forward. We can't let fear of traps keep us camped on the shore for the rest of our lives. They climbed the notch. In the lee they found a half-consumed fire pit, the ashes cold. A torn leather pouch lay beside it, redolent of cheap barley ale. Deserters. Ka-luo-si kicked the pouch. More likely refugees. Isha picked up a scrap of cloth. This isn't military fabric. It's coarse hemp from the poor districts. Layan stood on the high ground and peered. On the distant ridge, the silhouette of a watchtower loomed solitary at the windward edge. 10 more li and we're at the crest. We must cross it tonight. When will you rest? Ka-luo-si asked. After we cross it. Layan cinched his pack. If I sleep now, my dreams will be filled with Wei Kaduo's gold-toothed mouth. Isha checked the poison needle, and the smoke pellets satisfied they were in place. You lead. I watch the back of your head. If you suddenly bow and nod off, I'll prick you with the needle. Do as you will. Layan smiled. This face is already ruined. One more prick won't hurt. The wind shifted and lifted the ashes, smothering Ka-luo-si's face. He wiped at his cheek and spat. This damned weather is filthier than the church's conscience. Then move. Isha stood. Before it snows. They fell back into formation. Layan remained at the front, the pole tapping the ground with a steady hollow sound. The stony path wound upward into the shadow of the ridge. Their footprints were left behind and soon smoothed away by the wind. Beneath his feet lay a hidden path only remembered by old smugglers. The sea breeze whipped the fine sand against Victor's gold tooth. As he stood behind the ruins of the lighthouse on the eastern side of the port, staring at the direction where Rane and his companions had vanished. The 3 shadows had already crossed the first ridge. The sound of their probing staff striking the ground was torn apart by the wind, leaving only intermittent footprints in the gravel. He didn't move until the last trace of footprints was swallowed by the damp sand, slowly pulling a handkerchief from his sleeve to wipe the corner of his mouth. They move quite swiftly, he murmured, rolling his tongue around in his mouth to dislodge the crumbs stuck between his false teeth. Young Master Rane is truly fearless, daring to walk the night so soon after his fever has just broken. He folded the handkerchief into a small square and tucked it back into his inner pocket, inadvertently crushing a dry twig underfoot as he turned. The sound was slight, but on the empty coastline even the seagulls perched on distant rocks startled and flapped their wings. Victor did not look back, merely lifting the corner of his mouth slightly. He knew no one would come to check this place. The patrols of the free city-state only managed the walls, and beyond the border not even a dog would glance twice. As for the church people, they were currently hiding in the watchtower on the northern shore, scanning the sea with a monocular, waiting for a ship, not a person. What you seek is an ironclad monster rising from the depths. Victor chuckled as he walked. Yet what I've provided are 3 panting madmen drilling into the ice fields. This deal is a sure profit. He followed a concealed path known only to old smugglers, avoiding all checkpoints, leading directly to the ventilation shaft of the council's underground chamber. 30 years ago, when he first traversed this path, he was merely a young boy stealing salt. Now returning to it, even the angle of the stones had not changed. Some paths are meant for betrayal, he muttered, lifting a moss-covered stone slab to reveal a dark, gaping hole beneath. The ladder was made of iron, long, neglected, creaking underfoot. Yet he descended steadily, step by step, as if dancing a peculiar rhythm. Reaching the bottom, he pushed open a hidden door disguised as a bookshelf, revealing a small room of less than 10 square meters, its walls plastered with maps, and an old carrier pigeon launcher resting on the desk, its feathers glossy, with a metal leg band engraved with the church's emblem. Victor removed his outer robe and hung it properly, walking over to the fireplace in the corner. The hearth appeared to be for burning, but in truth, it had a hidden compartment at the bottom, which when pulled out revealed a copper rail where a gray-feathered short-tailed pigeon rested. This type of bird does not fly high, but is cold-resistant, knows its way, and does not make a fuss, making it perfect for delivering confidential messages. He opened his mouth, his tongue deftly probing the left side of his gold tooth, gently nudging out a rolled-up wax-sealed note. The note was small, no larger than a fingernail, inscribed with 2 lines, "Silver Bladeheads, North Target Frostfang." The 3 holders travel together, the information is true. This was the coded format agreed upon with the church. No names, no locations mentioned, only code names to convey key information. Once received, the church would decode it, immediately arranging ambushes in the ice fields, snow pits, waiting for Rane to stumble. You think you're clever, yet you are rather foolish. Victor stuffed the note into the small metal tube on the pigeon's leg. Do you think I wouldn't see the flaw just because you deleted the 5th page? The slant of the blood letters, handwriting, and the depth of the ink I could identify even with my eyes closed. What you delivered was a false contract, but your route of action is the truest. He closed the launcher's lid and pressed the button. With a soft sound, the copper tube shot out, carrying the pigeon through the rooftop's hatch into the darkening sky. Now let's see who can reach the ice field first. He blew out the only candle on the table. Will you find the key, or will I have someone weld the lock shut? The room was instantly plunged into darkness. But he did not hurry to leave. Instead, he sat in a chair, hands crossed over his knees, quietly listening to the sound of the wind outside. He knew that once this information was sent out, the church would activate the Snow Owl plan. 7 elite teams had long been on standby, all equipped in white cloaks, silent boots, and frost mist guns. Devices that could spray ultra-cold gas to instantly freeze enemies. They would arrive at the cave's perimeter 2 weeks in advance, lying in wait at every possible entrance, even filling the ventilation shafts with poisonous smoke. I won't kill you, he softly said in the darkness. I'm merely helping you make the path a little smoother. After a moment, he got up and opened another hidden door, stepping into the council's study. This room was brightly lit with portraits of the 7 leaders of the free city-state hanging on the walls, the latest frame left empty, waiting to be filled after his death. He walked to the desk, picked up a pen, and wrote a line on that day's meeting record. No unusual movements at the border, smuggling routes remain closed. After finishing, he added, I suggest strengthening coastal patrols to prevent foreign elements from inciting rebellion. Look at that, he set down the pen, grinning. Not only did I inform you, but I also helped you add a guard. Is this service worth a glass of wine? He poured himself a glass of red wine, but instead of drinking it, he poured it into the soil of a potted plant. That plant had long since died, its roots blackened, yet he watered it with wine every day, claiming it was to nurture the feng shui. Dead things are more reliable than the living, he said. At least they won't suddenly turn against you. Outside, the sky had completely darkened. On the distant ridges, faint glimmers of fire could still be seen. Makeshift shelters built by fleeing refugees. At this moment, Rane and his companions must have also kindled small fires, relying on seaweed insulation to barely stay warm. Perhaps they were discussing how to deal with the blizzards of the ice field, or pondering Victor's reliability. Right now you must be thinking that although this old man is greedy, at least he plays by the rules. Victor sipped from the newly poured wine, this time genuinely drinking. But what if I told you I've been waiting for this day since 3 years ago? He set down the cup and walked to the window, gazing northward. There nothing could be seen, only endless darkness and howling winds. Yet he knew that in that land covered in ice and snow lay a sleeping cave hiding secrets capable of overturning kingdoms. And he had already pushed the door open a crack for the church. "Don't blame me," he whispered. "You wanted to win so badly, so I had no choice but to let you think you won this time." He turned and pulled open a drawer, retrieving a black notebook, flipping to the latest page. It listed several names: Rane, Blake, Isabel, Visteria, Carlos, Delia. Each name had annotations such as estimated physical limits, combat style weaknesses, and emotional triggers. These were all pieces of intelligence he had collected over the years through various channels. Some came from tavern chatter, others from gambling records, and some even from analyzing the dietary habits gleaned from apple cores discarded by Rane. What a person eats, how they walk when they touch their nose to lie. He pointed at Rane's name with the pen's tip. All these details combined are his Achilles heel. He closed the notebook, locked it in the safe, and casually tossed the key into the fireplace. True schemers leave no evidence. He said, "What is left behind is merely what others want you to see." Just then footsteps echoed outside. 2 council guards were conducting their routine patrol, passing by the study's door. "Is Lord Victor still working?" one of them asked. "Mm." He answered from inside, "Revising tomorrow's proposal. You may go, no need to stand guard." The 2 saluted and departed. Their footsteps faded away. Victor sat back in his chair, crossed his legs, and glanced at his pocket watch. The time was 8:17 p.m. It would take approximately 3 hours for the pigeon to reach the church's frontline camp. "That's enough time for me to take a nap," he said. "In my dream, I still need to put on a show feigning compassion for the world." He blew out the lamp, leaned back in the chair, and closed his eyes. But he didn't truly sleep. His eyelids fluttered slightly, as if replaying each step he had taken to check for flaws. Was it possible that Rane was actually deceiving him? Could Isabel have long seen through the false contract? Was Carlos, that limping man, deliberately trying to make him feel trustworthy? Questions arose one after another, only to be suppressed by him one by one. If they were really that clever, they wouldn't be using a photocopy to exchange information, he thought. Nor would they be heading to the ice fields in this weather. He reopened his eyes, staring at the ceiling. "You may go walk home," he murmured. "The deeper you go, the steeper the pit." He then sat upright, pulling a thin chain from his collar, at the end of which hung a small silver whistle. This was for emergency communication. A single blow could summon agents under the council's direct command. But it wasn't needed now, because he knew the true hunter never appears in the hunting ground. He tucked the whistle back in, stood up, and stretched his neck. "Tonight was quite worthwhile," he said. "Neither bloodshed nor violence yet. I nipped a revolution." He walked toward the bedroom, passing a mirror along the way. He stopped to look at himself. A 50-year-old face with just the right amount of wrinkles to appear steady yet sharp. His gold tooth gleamed coldly in the candlelight, resembling the fangs of a predatory creature. "You call yourself the light of the law?" He smiled at his reflection. "Yet aren't you also living by deceit?" No one answered. He didn't need an answer. Entering the bedroom, he removed his shoes, climbed into bed, tucked himself in, and closed his eyes. A night without dreams. Or rather, the dreams unfolded in the lives of others. The wind whipped the snowflakes against his face like being pricked by countless fine needles. Ryan stuffed the last bite of apple into his mouth. The flesh was dry and bitter, yet he chewed hard a few times before swallowing. This habit was hard to change. Every time he had to push through, he needed to gnaw on something, even if it was just half a core frozen solid like a stone. Isla pulled out half a piece of seaweed cracker from her backpack, broke it into 3 parts, and handed it to him with trembling hands. "If you don't eat something soon, you won't make it to tomorrow noon." Her voice was low, as if afraid to disturb something. Ryan took the cracker but didn't hurry to eat. Instead, he touched his nose. This was his small gesture before lying, but this time it wasn't to deceive, it was to hide his weakness. "You see this cursed weather? Even the tassel of my sword is frozen. If it could talk, it would surely scold me for bringing it here to die." Carlos leaned against a protruding frozen rock. His left knee, wrapped in rags, the blood seeping through, had already congealed into dark red ice shards. He leaned on his sword, the tip gouging into the ground, using the leverage to stand straight, and looked up towards the northern snow curtain. "It's not an avalanche." He suddenly spoke, his voice hoarse. "It's the rhythm of machinery starting up." As soon as the words left his mouth, the frozen ground beneath them suddenly trembled. The 3 of them halted in unison. Ryan bit down on the cracker in his mouth, not swallowing. Isla had already placed her hand on the 3-section staff at her waist. Carlos knelt on one knee, hands pressed to the ground, his brow furrowing tighter. The tremor lasted 3 seconds, brief yet rhythmic, like some gigantic gears slowly meshing underground. Immediately after, a faint blue glow flickered on the distant horizon, fleeting yet enough to cast cold shadows on the snow. They've started using the sacred image. Isla whispered, her fingers unconsciously rubbing the edge of the scroll in her bosom. The piece of parchment had already been sewn into her lining, but she still felt the need to confirm it was there. Ryan stuffed the remaining cracker into his mouth, forcing it down his throat, stinging. He stared north, his gaze harder than the wind. Then let's not let them open the door completely. After saying this, he bent down to pick up the core he had discarded on the ground, raised his hand and threw it. The dark little thing spun away into the wind and snow, instantly vanishing from sight. The group set off again. This path was carved out by old smugglers winding along the edge of the ice field, avoiding all watchtowers and patrol routes. But now even nature itself was beginning to fortify. The temperature continued to drop and the breath they exhaled turned into fine ice crystals, as soon as it left their lips, sticking to their eyebrows and stubble, making their eyelids feel heavy with each blink. Ryan led the way, testing the ground with each step to see if it was solid. His boots were fitted with homemade anti-slip spikes, but the ice layer was too thick, making each step feel like walking on a blade. Isla closely followed behind, her backpack bulging with supplies and the route sketch she had drawn overnight. Carlos brought up the rear, moving slowly, needing to stop every 10 steps to lean against his sword for support. No one spoke. The wind was too loud, and even if they did, it wouldn't be heard. Moreover, everyone knew this was not the time for chatting. As dawn approached, they reached the entrance of a crevasse. Ahead, the originally continuous glacier was interrupted by a massive crack, the opening radiating outward, as if something had fiercely pushed up from below. The break in the ice was exceptionally smooth, the edges as smooth as if cut, not resembling natural formation at all. Carlos approached the crack and gently scraped the inner wall with the tip of his sword. The moment metal contacted ice, a faint clang echoed. This wasn't left by an avalanche. He withdrew his sword, staring at the silver-gray powder, clinging to the blade. Someone used explosives to clear a path, and they employed a high-frequency oscillator to cut through the deeper ice layers. Isla squatted down, picking up a piece of broken ice to examine closely. In the weak morning light, fine metal shavings were embedded in the ice core, arranged orderly, resembling remnants of some mechanical components. They're digging, she said, not scouting but constructing. And the progress is swift. Ryan remained silent. He pulled out the sharpening stone from his bosom. It was a relic left to him. The stone's surface was etched with indistinct patterns, said to be part of the original map of the Covenant's origin. He had never believed this thing could guide them, but now, when he pressed it against the ice, warmth suddenly radiated from his fingertips. It was just a moment, and then it returned to the cold. But he was certain he hadn't felt wrong. The item left to me by my teacher is responding to something, he muttered, raising his head to look at the other two. Carlos glanced at him and nodded. Isla pressed her lips, tightly gripping her staff firmly. No more words were needed. The three of them immediately adjusted their formation. Ryan held the sword in front, Isla in the center protecting the scroll, and Carlos, dragging his injured leg, took the rear to keep watch. They quickened their pace, searching for a passable path along the crevasse's edge. The wind grew fiercer. A faint smell of sulfur began wafting through the air, almost undetectable amid the cold, but once caught it could never be shaken off. That scent brought to mind the smelting furnaces, powder kegs, and the underground chambers of the church that were never allowed to be approached by outsiders. The church is moving faster than we, Isla said softly as she walked. They're not preparing. They're wrapping up. Ryan spat the saliva. He expelled, freezing into tiny ice beads before it could hit the ground. Then let's see who reaches the switch first. He sneered. I don't want to wait for them to clean the sacred image and invite us for a tour. Before he finished speaking, the ground trembled again. This time it lasted longer, a full 5 seconds. A muffled sound echoed from the distant ice, as if some colossal entity was awakening. Following that, a low-frequency hum emanated from the depths of the earth, like some giant machinery completing its final calibration. Carlos halted, his ears twitching. As a knight who had survived the battlefield, his sensitivity to sound far exceeded that of ordinary people. It's not one machine, he suddenly said, it's 7 machines. Their rhythms are staggered, responding to each other like they're forming a network. 7 cathedrals. Isla's expression changed. They really have rolled out the sacred image weapon plan. Ryan didn't respond. He simply reached into his bosom to confirm the hilt of his rapier was still there. The rose pattern on the hilt had been worn down a bit, but he knew that as long as he held it, his hand wouldn't tremble. They continued onward. The closer they got to the outskirts of the secret cave, the more anomalies appeared. The vibration frequency beneath the ice was increasing, sometimes even causing the snow surface to slightly bulge, then slowly collapse as if the earth was breathing. The air was thickening with the metallic and sulfurous scent, making even breathing feel labored. During a rest, Ryan leaned against a boulder to catch his breath. Though his fever had subsided, his strength hadn't fully returned. With each segment of walking, his ribs felt as if they were being tugged by a dull saw. He touched his nose, wanting to say something witty to lighten the mood, opened his mouth, and ultimately only exhaled a puff of white mist. Isla handed him the water pouch, and he took a small sip, reluctant to drink more. Freshwater was limited, and it was uncertain how long they would have to travel ahead. Do you think the information Victor provided is true? She suddenly asked. Even if it's false, we have no choice but to believe it. Ryan grinned, revealing his lips turned blue from the cold. After all, the three of us are like three lost mice. Right now we have to find a hole to burrow into. Carlos sat nearby using a rag to wipe the sword blade. Hearing this, he looked up at Ryan. At least mice know where the cheese is. We only know there's a cave ahead, and there might be something inside that can turn the tables. That's enough. Isla interrupted. What we need to do now is not doubt the information but to step in before the church seals all the doors. Ryan nodded, standing up and brushing the snow off his shoulders. Alright then, let's act like a demolition crew. He flexed his wrist. Let's specifically target the expensive stuff. The team set off once more. The darkest hour before dawn descended. The sky was pitch black, with only a faint blue glow occasionally flickering deep within the distant ice field, fleeting like the last glance of some gigantic beast closing its eyes. Their shadows stretched long, twisting and swaying on the snow like three black lines struggling to move forward. There was about half a day's journey left to the entrance of the wind grew stronger. Ryan was at the front when he suddenly stopped. He felt that the ground beneath his feet was no longer just vibrating but had developed a certain rhythm. 3 short and 1 long with precise intervals like some signal. He turned around to look at Carlos. Carlos sensed it too. He slowly drew his sword, the tip pointed down, gently tapping the ground. 3 short and 1, the same frequency. They are communicating. Carlos whispered, the underground network has been activated. Isla immediately opened her backpack, taking out the sketch to compare positions. Her finger stopped at a marked spot here. It should be the access point of the main power supply channel. If the signal is coming from there, it means they have already begun charging. Ryan continued, his voice low, then don't blame us for coming uninvited. He looked up toward the depths of the snowy curtain ahead. There was nothing visible, only endless darkness and wind and snow. But he knew that a gap had been opened in the door, and they had to rush in before the door fully opened to cut off the power. The team accelerated once more. Ryan gritted his teeth and stepped forward, each step heavy, as if trying to stamp his footprints into the earth. Isla closely followed her hand, never leaving the 3-section staff. Carlos dragged his injured leg, shaking with each step, but never fell behind. Amidst the wind and snow, the 3 figures moved against the direction of the earth's strange changes, inching closer to the sleeping secret cave. Just as they climbed over the last ice ridge, a deep, muffled bell toll resonated from far below. It was neither the sound of metal clashing nor a natural phenomenon. It was the first proclamation after some gigantic machinery completed its startup procedure. Ryan stopped, turning to face the other 2. He said nothing, simply raised his right hand, making a throat-cutting gesture. Isla nodded. Carlos stood with his sword, a faint cold smile curling at the corner of his mouth. The 3 of them reformed their line. Ryan led his sword, already drawn half an inch from its sheath. They continued forward in the direction of the tolling bell. The wind and snow grew more ferocious after the bell, as if the entire ice plain had been awakened by the low rumbling hum. Rane did not stop. His blade was drawn half an inch from its scabbard, the cold light reflecting the increasingly clear azure glow on the distant horizon. That was not the aurora nor flame. It was energy surging beneath the earth, seeping through the ice fissures like a giant beast's pulse, flickering on and off. The 3 of them descended the ice ridge, and before them lay a dead, silent basin. Where once there were rolling ice mounds, now a vast circular depression had collapsed, with a metallic dome rising at its center, half buried in frozen soil and shattered ice. Its surface bore the marks of ancient runes interlocked with modern machinery. That was the main gate of the secret vault, and also the core access point of the holy icon weapon. It was awakening. Concentric rings of patterns lit up from the center outward, each layer causing the ground to tremble. They have already activated the 7th node. Isha stared at the small line of text on the edge of the blueprint, her voice tight. Once the 7-fold resonance is complete, the seal will be broken and the holy icon will exit its hibernation protocol, taking direct control of the entire cathedral network. Then we cannot let it finish lighting up, Rane said in a low voice, his fingers tracing the rose pattern on the sword hilt. Carlos knelt on one knee, pressing his palm against the ground, closing his eyes to sense the vibration frequency. After a moment, he opened his eyes. There is a weak zone on the northwest side. The power supply lines are exposed, but the guards will be dense. A frontal assault would be certain death. Then we don't go from the front. Isha took a small cloth pouch from the depths of her backpack and poured out a few metal probes as thin as needles. I found a backup path in Victor's intelligence. A ventilation shaft left from a failed excavation 30 years ago, leading to the maintenance corridor on the 2nd underground level. The map is incomplete, but I have pieced it together. Rane squinted. How narrow? Just enough for one person to crawl through. She looked up at him. And the entire vertical drop is 60 meters with 3 collapsed sections in the middle that require anchor pins. Rane grinned. Sounds like it was tailor-made for me. You cannot go. Carlos suddenly spoke. Both of them looked at him. My leg cannot handle combat, but I can still buy time. He slowly stood up, driving his sword into the snow, folding his hands over the hilt like a knight about to take an oath. I will draw their attention. You take the secret pass. Do not say that. Rane frowned. We are a team, not a roster of sacrifices. Precisely because we are a team, someone must hold the rear. Carlos looked at him, his gaze calm. You are the only one who can touch the Covenant relic. Isha holds the decryption key. And I am just a veteran left behind by the times. Rather than drag you down, let me keep my final battle. In the wind and snow, his figure seemed especially aged. The blood on his left leg had long frozen, his armor battered, but his eyes remained as sharp as on the night of the siege. Isha's lips trembled, but she could not utter a word of objection. She knew that some people were destined to die before the dawn, so that more could see the sun. Rane was silent for a long time, then stepped forward and heavily slapped Carlos on the shoulder. Then at least live long enough, so that when I come out to clean up the mess, I can still call you a fool. Carlos laughed, laughing like a young man. I will try. 15 minutes later, Carlos walked alone toward the northern entrance of the secret vault. He did not hide his presence. Instead, he ignited the oil bomb at his waist, letting the orange-red fire stand out in the snowy night. The moment he stepped into the warning zone, several searchlights swept over him, and the mechanical watchtowers let out a sharp alarm. Intruder confirmed. Identification code K7. Former deputy officer of the Royal Knights, wanted level S. Gunfire erupted, bullets striking the ice rocks beside him, sending up sparks. But he did not dodge. He only advanced, leaning on his sword, shouting loudly, Tell your bishop. Carlos Del and has come to collect a debt. 30 years ago, when he betrayed his oath, he should have known this day would come. More guards poured out, armored monks advanced in formation, their halberds crossed into a wall. But just as they closed in, Carlos suddenly pulled an old grenade from his waist. The last gift Rane had left him. Pulled the pin and tossed it into the enemy ranks. A deafening roar tore through the night sky, flames leaping into the air. Meanwhile, at the other end, Rane and Isha had reached the ventilation shaft. It was an almost forgotten vertical shaft hidden beneath a collapsed ice cliff, with an entrance only wide enough for one person. Rane descended first, using ropes and hooks to lower himself section by section, fixing anchor points at each broken section to ensure Isha could follow safely. The cold was biting, or the metal shaft walls were covered in frost, and the bottom was pitch black. They heard continuous explosions and shouts from above, each one causing the shaft walls to tremble slightly. He is fighting for his life, Isha whispered. That is why he deserves our success. Rane replied, continuing downward. Second underground level maintenance corridor. The two crept through the narrow metal corridor, the pipes overhead dripping frozen water, the air thick with the smell of oil and ozone. Isha held a yellowed blueprint, comparing markings as she walked. Turn right past 2 more bulkheads, and we will reach the energy distribution valve below the main control room. If we can cut the power supply link before the resonance peak, we can interrupt the startup sequence. And if we fail, the entire northern territory will become a living altar. She paused. The holy icon is not a weapon, it is a collective consciousness. It will devour all souls connected to the cathedral network and reshape the order of faith, at the cost of absolute obedience. Rane sneered. Sounds like the world they have always wanted. They approached the valve chamber quietly. 2 mechanical monks stood before the door, their chests embedded with glowing cores, exchanging data streams in low voices. Rane lay flat on the ground, slowly drawing a short knife, and crept close, using the shadow of the ventilation grate. 1 slash to the throat, then a spin to parry, and a third strike precisely into the second monk's energy hub. Before the two could raise an alarm, they collapsed. Clean. Isha quickly operated the control panel to unlock the valve casing. We have 3 minutes until the final resonance phase. I am starting to depressurize now, but you need to completely shut down the core protocol in the main control room. Why didn't you say so earlier? Rane raised an eyebrow. Because you would have refused. She looked at him. Only you can activate the Covenant relic, and only you carry the blood of the Alva family. The biological key to the terminal. Rane was stunned for a moment, then gave a bitter smile. So the teacher left me more than just a stone. He turned and rushed toward the main control room passage, his steps heavy but resolute. Behind him, Isha initiated the emergency depressurization procedure. The alarm suddenly blared, red lights flashed, and the entire building began to tremble. The main control room was deep within the dome. Rane pushed open the heavy alloy door, and before him stood a massive crystal column, suspended in midair with countless threads of light entwined inside, pulsating like a neural network. The walls were covered with ancient runes interwoven with modern circuit interfaces, and the central platform bore a totem of a rose interlaced with gears. The ultimate fusion point of the old covenant and the new church. A figure in a white robe stood with his back to him, hands on the console. You are late, Rane. The man slowly turned around, his face was aged but familiar. It was Victor the renegade scholar once called the Enlightener. You should not have believed those lies. Victor sighed. The holy icon is not enslavement, it is evolution. Humanity needs a unified will to face the coming catastrophe. The catastrophe you speak of. Did you create it yourself? Rane gripped his sword hilt, stepping closer. The ice anomalies, the awakening of machines, the synchronized charging of the 7 cathedrals. All of this was orchestrated by you. You are not an intelligence provider, you are the mastermind behind it all. I merely accelerated fate. Victor smiled. And you are just a grain of sand in the gears of history. Then I will jam your gears. Rane lunged onto the platform, drawing his sword and thrusting. An energy barrier instantly rose around Victor, and the blade struck it with a screeching sound. At the same time, the crystal column blazed with light and the countdown reached 0. 7-fold resonance complete. Holy icon weapon activated. The entire vault shook violently, the ceiling cracked and debris fell. From afar came a bell toll that pierced heaven and earth, followed by 7 great cathedrals, in the north shooting beams of light into the sky, converging into a massive cross. Rane fell to his knees, his head splitting with pain. He heard voices, countless voices whispering in his mind, prayers, cries, shouts, all merging into one sentence. Obedience is salvation. He bit his tongue, forcing himself to stay awake, and reached into his pocket to pull out the whetstone, pressing it firmly onto the center of the totem. Instantly the stone grew hot, its patterns lit up, and it resonated with the platform. A system prompt sounded. Covenant bloodline detected. Identity verification passed. Execute protocol override. Options appeared. Yes, no. Victor recoiled in shock. Impossible. That relic has long been inert. Rane stared at the screen, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, but he smiled. The teacher said, the true covenant is not in the machine but in the human heart. He pressed heavily, yes. In an instant, the light pillars collapsed, the cross dissolved. The underground machinery let out a whale. Energy backflow caused multiple overloads, and one node after another extinguished. The secret vault began to collapse, walls cracked, pipes burst, and spewed steam. Rane was thrown by the shockwaves, slammed into the wall, and before losing consciousness, he saw Victor's figure pinned under a falling steel beam, still screaming, "You cannot stop the future. They will rebuild. They will come again." Darkness descended. After an unknown time, the wind and snow gradually subsided. A thin figure crawled out of the ruins, his face covered in blood and grime, his left arm hanging limp, but his right hand still gripping the rapier tightly. Rane was alive. He looked back at the once secret vault, had become a collapsed ice pit with only the remnants of the crystal columns still emitting a faint blue light, then it went out completely. In the distance, the first rays of dawn appeared on the eastern horizon. Isha stumbled out from another side, clutching a scroll fragment in her arms, and when she saw he was alive, she finally broke down in tears. Did we succeed? For now. He gasped. As long as someone remembers the truth, they can never truly restart. She helped him to his feet. Where to next? Rane looked south. There were cities, ordinary people, faith not yet tainted. To find those who do not yet know what happened, he said, and tell them that this world should not be ruled by a machine. Sunlight fell upon the snowfield, casting 2 long shadows. But 1,000 miles away, in a cellar of an abandoned cathedral, a small indicator light quietly glowed red. It blinked soundlessly, like a heartbeat,